In the dead of night, the strongest mage on the continent was awakened by a familiar voice. Seeing the old butler sobbing by his bed, along with the strangely familiar surroundings, left Miha unable to get his bearings. Only when he learned it was April of the year, Thune 32, did he dare believe it was real, regression magic. With a 1% success rate, it was an incredibly rare magic with no records of it ever being documented, a so-called impossible technique. And yet Miha had successfully cast it in a life-or-death moment, returning 20 years into the past, before he made the wrong choice that led to the death of his comrades. The first thing Miha did was check his current physical condition. This body had only reached the third circle of magic, and it wasn't even fully developed. That was far too low for an heir of the Oneperis family, a powerful clan of mages. As he held his head in frustration, Miha discovered a bandage wrapped around it. After racking his brain, he finally remembered why. It was because he'd been beaten to a pulp by Leyon for demanding to break off their engagement. Leyon Lindell was the girl he was engaged to until he turned 20. After getting used to his body, Miha got out of bed and stood before a mirror. This body was so different from the one he had before regressing. So weak and pathetic. Then, Miha asked the butler, "Butler, was I too rude? What did the Duco family say?" The butler carefully replied that they hadn't said anything yet. Miha sighed after hearing this and said nothing. "All right, I understand. I suppose it wouldn't be convenient for them to do so." Even now, Miha remembered Leyon's gaze perfectly, a look filled with contempt and disdain. Even after becoming the strongest mage on the continent, he could never forget that moment of powerlessness. Miha then made an excuse to send the butler out, so he could have some private space to adapt to the current situation. At that moment, he recalled scenes from the past, when he traveled with the hero on a journey to destroy the Demon King. On that journey, the warrior named Secret, the hero who was granted the power to kill the Demon King, always messed everything up with his righteous personality. Who knows how many territories had fallen because of his so-called mercy. In the end, the entire party died a meaningless death at the hands of the Demon King, all because that idiot Secret charged in headfirst and got himself killed. But now, Miha was back, determined not to make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, in another room, Miha Oneperis, Miha's father, was furious, yelling for the butler. "Is that brat awake yet? If he dares ask to see that girl again, I'll beat him to a pulp." The butler hesitated for a moment before daring to reply, "Well, I don't know what to say. If the young master wishes to do so, I will inform you, my lord. But right now, he seems very angry." After being left alone, Miha was lost in thought. My regression spell worked, and I've returned 20 years into the past. To defeat that Demon King, from now on, I have to prepare everything perfectly for that battle. Miha then manifested his magic circle and began to correct the misaligned flow of his mana. Mana usually circulates in a specific direction. The direction of the mana flow is crucial. If not handled carefully, it can easily affect its very nature. Currently, its path is clockwise. The mana follows its designated route, circulating throughout the body, before gathering in the heart region to create a magic circle. At least, that's how a magic circle is formed in theory. But Miha understood it differently. It didn't necessarily have to gather in just one place. The method Miha created was a self-circulating system. This was an insanely difficult training method, which involved creating circulation points all over the body and having the mana flow through them, finally converging at a single point at the exact same time. As he modified his mana circulation this way, Miha's entire body grew scorching hot and felt like it could explode from the mana streams, flowing too quickly and in too great a volume through his body. But he wasn't just some ordinary person. He was the 9th Circle Archmage, Miha Oneperis, the image of that hero, that blockhead. Flashed in his mind, giving Miha more strength to persevere. Compared to what happens in the future, this is nothing to me. After a struggle filled with agony, the links between the magic circles were completed perfectly. Only then did Miha dare to breathe a sigh of relief. This is my first time using this self-circulation method, so this is a pretty good result. My magic circle has stabilized, and I can now use mana with maximum efficiency. My theory was absolutely correct. With the mana left over from the circulation process, I can even create another magic circle. It seems I've become a 4th Circle Mage. Taking this opportunity, Miha decided to go one step further. He held both hands out in front of him and simultaneously cast 2 spells: Ice, Spear, and Fire Javelin. 2 pillars of blue and orange light burst magnificently from Miha's palms. This was what's known as multicasting. Only mages of the 7th Circle or higher could use this type of magic. It was a high-level technique that could only be used upon reaching a certain level. Normally, for a 4th Circle Mage like Miha, it should have been impossible to use this magic. But because he had mastered the incredibly complex self-circulation method, he could now cast some spells that were more advanced than usual. However, Miha didn't seem very satisfied with this result. I can only cast 2 spells at once right now. Back when I was in 9th Circle Archmage, I could cast many different types of magic simultaneously. But the amount of mana I have at this point is very low. I can't use magic for a long time. Well, I guess this is fine for now. Just as Miha started to relax a little, his father burst through the door, yelling, "Miha, do you have any idea what you've just done?" He thought his son would argue back that he didn't know and was about to continue scolding him. That's right, you probably don't know. And that's why. It was only then that his father processed what his son had just admitted. His face went blank. "Huh, what did you just say?" Miha, one hand in his pocket, replied. "I said I know. I know I've ruined our family's reputation. You don't have to repeat it." Seeing that his son seemed to be asking for a beating, a dangerous glint appeared in Marcus's eyes. "So, you must know that I'm very tempted to break your legs right now, don't you?" Miha immediately got nervous. "Ah, well, I didn't know that. Dad, just hear me out. I did this because I have my own plan. I don't think it would be good to let the Duchess be the one to unilaterally request the annulment of our engagement. That just wouldn't be right." These words caught Marcus's attention. Their reaction was indeed a bit arrogant. How interesting. Go on. From the way you're talking, it sounds like you know something. Of course, Miha knew. He knew a great deal, in fact. He looked up at the sky, recalling the past. I, Miha Oneperis, changed completely when I turned 23. Alien Lindell had to endure the pathetic person I used to be. In the years before I turned 23. To put it simply, the person I was back then was pathetic in many ways. I was indecisive. A worthless, weak man with no opinions of his own. I was exactly the type of person Alien despised. It was only natural she looked at me that way. She was utterly disgusted by our engagement. Miha then sat down and calmly spoke with his father. First, he asked a question. "What is the requirement for fulfilling the engagement with Duchess Lindell?" Like an obedient student, Marcus replied, "One must not learn any mana training methods, because in order to produce an heir, the two parties cannot mix 2 different types of mana. The heir is crucial to a family, especially if the child is a knight or a mage, as those traits are most likely inherited from the parents." Miha grinned slyly. "Exactly. That's what gave me this idea. What would happen if Alien didn't follow that requirement? It's true that I initially refused because I wanted to break the engagement with her, but I just had a feeling that something was off about her." Hearing this, Marcus's expression suddenly changed. "Are you saying they're deceiving us?" Miha replied immediately. "That's right. Even before we were engaged, she was already a knight. That means she had already learned how to train her mana." Marcus was a bit skeptical, so he looked his son straight in the eye and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Without hesitation, Miha said that it was the absolute truth, though he neglected to mention he might have fabricated a few details. Marcus immediately furrowed his brow. "That's strange. How could an 8th Circle mage like myself not have noticed that? So how would someone like you know? I'm sure you realize how serious this is, don't you?" To gain his father's trust, Miha continued to lie. "Even though it was just for a brief moment back then, I can confirm that she has trained her body with mana, and her mana levels were completely unstable. Because this matter was extremely serious, Marcus asked again, 'Are you sure?' An 8th Circle mage like me couldn't even detect it. Then there's only one trick they could have used. Don't tell me it's an ancient magic artifact." Marcus, finally realizing the issue, looked stunned. In contrast, Mita's face was full of confidence. After all, since he knew everything from the past, how the hell could he be wrong? Elsewhere, Alien was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. The training dummy was easily sliced apart by her in an instant. Just then, her father, Juke Lindell, approached and asked, "After that day, did Miha Oneperis do anything else?" Alien immediately replied, "No, that damn fool. Definitely didn't notice a thing." Juke held his head, looking troubled. "I think so too, but you never know what might happen." Seeing this, Alien reassured him. "When he was here 2 days ago, he didn't show any signs of suspicion. And you also think that he could never become my husband, right?" Of course, Juke thought so too. He was just worried that if Marcus Oneperis found out what they were doing, things would definitely get very complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, Juke's worries eased somewhat. That's right. Even if they are the famous magical family, the Oneperis clan, there's no way they could detect the magic artifact I placed on you. Alien could now channel aura into her body, and Juke felt that it would be a waste for such a talented daughter to be tied down in a political marriage. But that was all a load of crap. The real reason this father-daughter duo looked down on Miha was because they had found a better catch, the Park Slope family. His replacement was none other than Leyon Park Slope, the sole heir of the Park Slope family, a sword prodigy known as the Next Sword Saint. Upon hearing that the Park Slope family would be visiting today, Alien couldn't hide her joy. "Excellent. Leyon Park Slope is definitely a much wiser choice compared to that idiot. Just then, the knight, Matthew, stepped forward and announced that their representative had arrived. Hearing this, they were quite surprised, not expecting the Park Slope family to arrive so early. But the person who arrived was none other than Miha. The butler, Modern, who accompanied Miha, held his head in worry. Oh, heavens, we really came here. Young Master Miha, will doing this really be all right? Miha flashed a confident smile and reassured him, calm down. Don't look so panicked. His presence here was the result of his previous conversation with his father. When Marcus had asked if it was really an ancient magic artifact, Miha had replied, that's the one. That day, I was just making a scene to confirm it. I'm guessing they requested to annul the engagement because they knew I had figured it out. After the annulment, they can just make up all sorts of excuses. Hearing this, Marcus held his head and sighed. If what you're saying now isn't true, things will get even more complicated. And our family will lose all face and won't be able to show ourselves in public again. But if I trust you and we push back against the Duchess, that becomes an entirely different problem. So, do you dare to take responsibility for this? Miha instantly felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. This was truly the power of the head of the most powerful mage family in the Empire. Miha calmed himself and said he wanted to handle this matter personally. Marcus then stood up to leave, but he didn't forget to issue a warning. If you truly insist that you are right, then I will trust you this time. However, if what you said is a lie, then not only will you lose your title as the family heir, but you will also have to drop the Oneperis name from your own. So, you still want to continue? With the memories of a regressor, there was no way in hell Miha could be wrong, so he confidently accepted this request. And that's precisely why he's here today. Just then, Butler Modern still couldn't keep quiet and jumped in. I'm not at ease at all. You already have a terrible reputation within the family. If things go sideways again, you'll have no way out. All of this has only just happened, and for you to come to see the Duchess like this. Unable to take it anymore, Miha cut him off. I need to make progress. Don't worry, Modern. I have a plan for everything. After receiving the message, Juke used the excuse that he was busy and told the knight, Marcus in, to report back to Miha. Upon hearing the news, Miha appeared incredibly sad, then turned and walked away. Just as Marcus in let out a sigh of relief, Miha suddenly stopped and sat down at the base of a nearby tree. When asked what he was doing, Miha casually replied, What do you mean? What am I doing? Don't you know how long it takes to get back to our territory? It's not a journey you can make in a few days. So, am I not even allowed to take a break? Marcus in was now extremely worried because the Park Slope family was on their way here. If they found Miha sitting in front of the gate, it would cause a huge problem. With no other choice, Marcus in stepped forward and took Miha's hand. Sir Miha, I will escort you on your way back. Please leave this area. Miha's attitude suddenly turned serious, a complete change from before. Even if the engagement has been nullified, I was still the fiancé of the lady you serve. I am the rightful heir of the Oneperis family. Let go of me. A massive amount of mana and a terrifying aura erupted from Miha's body, forcing even a veteran knight like Marcus in to back away. After brushing off his sleeve, Miha continued, Sir Marcus in, let me ask you this. Are you such a renowned figure, so illustrious that you can lay your hands on a member of the Oneperis family? Marcus in immediately dropped to his knees and shouted, No, I am not. He was drenched in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the boy who once couldn't even breathe properly in front of him had changed so much in just a few days. Miha then used his sharp gaze to order, Bring Alien here for a direct meeting. After the message was relayed, Juke was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that the meek Miha could utter such words. While Juke was unsure how to handle the situation, Alien unexpectedly spoke up, saying she would go to the gate and meet Miha. Marcus in was about to report the abnormality he sensed, but then decided against it. Meanwhile, Miha was being nagged by his butler for such a thoughtless act, but Miha had his reasons for doing this. It had to be today, because today, Count Park Slope was scheduled to arrive. In Mia's memories, the prestigious Park Slope family would soon join the ranks of the duchies. To be specific, it was the family to which Leyon Park Slope, the man who would be honored as the next sword saint, belonged. He's one of the people I had a connection with before I regressed, so it's best to meet him as soon as possible. Now, all the families Miha needed to deal with were gathering in the same place. He needed to act even faster. While Miha was lost in thought, the butler suddenly spoke up. I was wondering if you've been training when the Marquis wasn't looking, even if it was just for a moment. The power I saw in you, young master, that wasn't the power of a third circle mage. Even though I'm not a mage myself, I am the Marcus partner. I truly believe I'm quite knowledgeable and discerning in these matters. Miha immediately understood what the butler was asking. So, you're wondering if I used a forbidden technique to forcefully raise my level, aren't you? After the butler nodded in confirmation, Miha didn't hesitate to hold out his hand for inspection to prove himself. After a brief examination, it was discovered that Miha had 4 magic circles. Miha said he had achieved it 2 days ago. Although it was quite suspicious, it wasn't impossible, so the butler was convinced. After discovering nothing unusual with Mia's body, the butler was finally at ease. The two then joked with each other about how being dumped had awakened the hidden power deep within his body. In the midst of their cheerful banter, Miha suddenly turned serious. "Butler, what do you think would happen if the Lindell family fell?" The butler, though confused, still answered, "Well, a lot of chaos would certainly break out. Even though I'm not sure how severe that chaos would be, the Empire wouldn't escape it unscathed." "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Miha then replied that there was no reason. He simply had no intention of letting the ducal house be destroyed. He then looked up at the clear blue sky and recalled the past. There was no doubt about it. The ducal house Lindell was a pillar of the Empire. The fall of House Lindell was precisely what had exacerbated the chaos within the Empire. That's why, now that I've regressed, I have no intention of just standing by and watching it happen. That's right. Now that things have come to this, I have to change the root of the problem. Just then, Alien arrived. What is it now? Didn't I already say everything that needed to be said last time? Seeing her, Miha stood up and put his hands on his hips. That's right, it's all settled. But just because you're done talking doesn't mean that I am. Does it? At this mockery, Alien became even more serious. This isn't funny at all. The agreement on our engagement was officially finalized after our families met. There's no room here to grant your wishes. Please stop doing these useless things and go back. Miha then became serious as well. Let's take a moment to talk, shall we? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you expecting an important guest today or something? Having hit a nerve, Alien became a bit flustered and couldn't look him straight in the eye. Miha then flashed a triumphant smile. Leyon Park Slope has nothing to do with his family's political affairs and only dedicates himself to honing his swordsmanship. Of course, there's no reason. He would know what happened in the family he's visiting or their current situation, and he couldn't care less. There was only one thing he was very particular about: his business ethics, especially if the woman he was engaged to had once unilaterally demanded to break off the engagement. That righteous man would never stand for something like this. Seeing that Alien was too scared to say anything, Miha spoke up. She's right. This matter was officially decided through a mutual agreement, but wasn't it based on the premise that there were no issues with the engagement? Hearing this, Alien grew even more anxious. She immediately cut in. There are no issues with the engagement. Miha had no intention of letting up and leaned in closer. No issues? Is that what you really think, Alien? In that case, can I take that as the official statement of the Lindell family? Marcus, standing nearby, couldn't control his emotions any longer and rushed forward, pinning Miha against a tree. You've gone too far. Even if you are the heir of Oneperis, I cannot overlook such insolent behavior. Miha didn't get angry at all. Instead, he looked straight at Alien. Alien, is this all a knight of Lindell is capable of? He has always been ill-mannered, but it seems he doesn't know when he can and cannot interfere. Alien then ordered him to let Miha go, but the knight actually dared to object, unable to control his emotions. Alien screamed, "Sir Marcus, don't make me repeat myself. You have a duty to uphold the honor of the Lindell family." After dealing with that, Miha followed Alien inside. On the way, the butler wondered if it was all right for Miha to be there alone, without the Marcus. Upon hearing this, Miha turned back with a radiant smile. "What are you talking about? I came here with my butler. You're the one I trust the most." Hearing these words, the butler was so moved he nearly cried. After arriving at the drawing room, Miha requested to speak privately and not be disturbed by anyone. Alien didn't object and accepted the request. As soon as he sat down, Alien got straight to the point. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Miha didn't beat around the bush either and said flatly, "You lied." Alien immediately denied it, claiming he didn't understand what that meant. Miha then continued, "The promise between our families not to practice Manhwa while the engagement was still active. You remember that, don't you?" Alien was slightly startled but quickly composed herself. "I've told you before, we haven't broken any promises. If you doubt me, why don't you verify it yourself? Also, because you've told the whole world I'm your fiancé, I don't feel comfortable being called that." At this point, Miha was resting his chin on his hands, obediently listening to her baloney. "So, she thinks I'm trying to trick her and am making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess I did seem pretty naive and carefree back then." Miha then said that he would verify her words himself. She immediately stood up to let him check, but Miha stopped her. "Oh, I don't need to check right now. I'm not even sure if your family played fair from the very beginning. With things having come to this, why don't we prove it in front of them?" Hearing this, Alien had no idea who they referred to. By the time she understood, she was completely frozen. Miha then looked towards the window and said, That's right. The people who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let's prove it in front of the Park Slope family. At that very moment, at the entrance gate, Leon Park Slope and his servant had arrived. He was eagerly looking forward to the meeting. The fifth-ranked knight of the Empire. One look was enough to tell that this fool cared for nothing but fighting. His servant understood this and reminded him, "I'm just reminding you, but please don't pick a fight with the Count's people." Leon, feeling called out, got a little defensive. "I won't do anything. Who do you think I am?" But the servant's face said it all, "Like hell I believe you." With no other choice, Leon could only promise not to cause trouble. He then asked his servant why his father had summoned him to the capital so urgently. The servant explained, of course, he had to be hasty, or the Count would fly into a rage. They don't want to be stuck on the border like this. And that was understandable. It wasn't good for a noble family like theirs to be right on the border, because only families that aided the Empire were allowed to succeed their titles. Any family on the border that was ignored by the Empire would be eliminated and disappear. The Park Slope family had to seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered something and asked his servant, "Hey, that girl. Didn't she break off her engagement a few days ago?" The servant sneered, "That's right. She broke it off just because the man was the heir to the renowned Oneperis family." Hearing this, Leon asked, "Oh, really? Was there no other reason? Isn't it because there's something suspicious about her?" This guy's intuition was pretty sharp, even though he didn't look very smart. The servant immediately refuted it. "Haha, she comes from the Lindell family, a place full of knights, and there's also Marquis Oneperis. If there was something suspicious about her, there's no way Marquis Oneperis would just sit back and do nothing." Leon thought it made sense, but he still felt that this wasn't as simple as it seemed. Back in the drawing room, Alien was extremely surprised by what she heard. "What did you just say?" Miha slowly approached and said it again. "Didn't you hear me? Let's prove it to everyone, because the Park Slope family is about to arrive. Don't you see this as a perfect opportunity to clear up all this unfairness?" "What? Are you scared?" Terrified, Alien swallowed hard and retorted, "You don't have the right to do this. You don't represent the Oneperis yet." But the item Miha took out of his pocket shocked Alien so much she couldn't stay seated. It's the Oneperis crest. "With this in my hand, I am considered an official representative of the Oneperis family. Once this crest is presented, the Oneperis name is on the negotiating table, which means all responsibility falls upon the Oneperis family." If Miha was lying, but looking at it from another angle, Alien would be seen as making an enemy of the Oneperis family if she was the one being deceitful. Miha was now in a new position and was much more confident. Things are different now. If you're truly innocent, then you have no reason to hesitate for so long. Right? Alien panicked and yelled. "Do you have any idea the weight of the words you just uttered? If you disrupt this, the repercussions will depend on what the Oneperis family can hold them responsible for." Miha couldn't care less. His eyes suddenly turned bloodthirsty. "I think we just need to find out and see for ourselves. So, what's your choice?" Terrified, Alien lowered her head to the ground, not daring to say another word. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop, don't say anything more." Alien. Upon seeing Juke, Miha flashed a brilliant smile. "You finally arrived. Now is when we can really have a heart-to-heart." Juke Lindell is the fifth-ranked knight of the Empire. He is one of the 12 sword masters and the one who will lose everything to the Demon King. He is a key figure in avoiding future calamities. Looking at the young man before him, Juke couldn't quite believe his eyes. "Are you really Miha?" Miha immediately replied, "Yes, it's me." After a closer look, Juke said, "That's right. You really are that kid. Your appearance and temperament are the same as before, but you seem different. Did you receive the dragon heart from Marquis Oneperis?" Miha spoke to Juke without any reservations, as if they were friends. "I haven't even seen it yet. My father is a bit of a cheapskate, you know. He wouldn't even let me look at it." And with that, Juke burst out laughing like a child. It seemed Miha had sparked his interest. Just then, Miha spoke up, "So, what do you think?" Juke sat down and deliberately asked back, "What are you talking about?" Miha dropped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Don't play dumb, as if you don't know about the engagement between the Oneperis and Lindell families." At that, Juke stopped joking around and became serious. The engagement? We broke it off. Because your rank was too pathetic. Nothing more, nothing less." Despite being insulted to his face, Miha kept his bright smile. "Is that really the reason?" Juke shamelessly insisted that was the only reason. Done beating around the bush, Miha said directly, "I'll get straight to the point. While she was engaged to me, Alien secretly trained her mana." Upon hearing this, Juke laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, impossible. If my daughter were secretly training her mana, do you think I wouldn't know?" "Miha, I'm the fifth strongest in the Empire." Miha didn't deny it. True. It's impossible that you wouldn't know." Juke's expression changed instantly. Are you implying that I'm lying? His aura made Miha feel a slight pressure, even though he didn't intend to intimidate me from the start. It's likely aliens secretly learned to use mana, and then he found out. After that, he must have weighed his options. The idiot his daughter was engaged to, or his daughter's own talent for swordsmanship, which is more valuable. Juke then pressed his advantage. I understand you're disappointed that the engagement was called off, but that doesn't give you the right to say whatever you like. Is that so? Miha was carefully analyzing the situation. He must be certain that I couldn't have detected a magical weapon that even got past my own father, and the pressure from his aura is making it hard for me to even think straight. The pressure was clearly overwhelming, but Juke had seriously underestimated Miha. To someone who had once faced the Demon King, what was this pathetic amount of pressure? Miha then presented his evidence. Not long ago, when I was still clinging to Alien, she made a mistake. Right here. I caught a glimpse of something. I'm sure you know what it is, Miha said, pointing to his neck, which made Alien gasp in shock. Juke almost lost control of his emotions. He was tempted to rush forward and silence him. If it had been anyone else, they would have been long dead after discovering this secret. But in the end, Juke still refused to admit it. And what if that's all you saw? Miha didn't have time to argue with the old geezer, so he stood up. He dusted himself off to leave. If you really want to deny it, then we can end this here. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and add a reminder. Oh, right. I heard Leon Park's love is on his way here. I might run into him on my way back. As soon as he heard this, Juke immediately shot up and shouted. Wait, he had finally caved. Although he tried to stall for time by ordering food, Miha flatly refused him. Let's get down to business. Juke had no intention of admitting fault and said threateningly, You'll let this end here, won't you? It was only then that Miha remembered. This man was the type to speak so casually about these things. After some negotiation, Miha stood up and took his leave. I'm glad we've come to an agreement. I'll be on my way now. See you later. Alien's mind was in utter chaos. I thought he realized. It seemed like he was onto something, but I thought he was just bluffing. And now that the Oneperis family has discovered a flaw in the engagement, they'll make us pay an even heavier price. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Father, what are we going to do? But Juke just smiled. Calm down, Alien. I thought he was just some fool who knew nothing of the world, but I was wrong. And here I thought I was so good at reading people. Interesting. Very interesting. Alien stood up in a panic. Father, I will take full responsibility, if you need me to. It was all due to my own ignorance. Juke immediately cut his daughter off. Nothing would change even if you did that. Besides, I'm the one who let this happen. If I had noticed sooner that you had awakened your aura, perhaps none of this would have happened. So you can't say I bear no responsibility as your father. Juke was the one who regretted this situation the most. He could never have predicted that Alien could awaken her ability to use mana on her own without anyone teaching her. A true sword genius. As a father, Juke wanted to protect his daughter's talent, but that very action led to the consequences they now faced. So that his daughter wouldn't feel guilty, Juke explained the terms of the agreement. The Oneperis family will demand a fitting price because we broke the spirit of knighthood. But it's all right. They won't ask for anything unreasonable, because it seems that Boy doesn't want our family to fall. After hearing this, Alien still didn't understand a damn thing. Seeing this, Juke walked over, patted his daughter's head, and said, Are you effing stupid? Oops, my mistake. I'm telling you, he's not as foolish as you think. If you don't understand, just watch. From now on, there are many things you'll need to learn elsewhere. Miha was already waiting and blocked Leon's path. When Leon recognized the person before him as Miha Oneperis, he spoke politely. Could you please explain to me what's happening? If I remember correctly, I'm supposed to meet with Duchess Lindell today. I'm just a bit confused. Is there something you want to say? But after going back and forth for what felt like ages, Miha still had no intention of giving a straight answer, making Leon feel like he was being toyed with. Leon's blood boiled, and he released his aura. If you have something to say, spit it out. I'm busy. But the pressure from the fifth strongest knight in the Empire couldn't do a thing to Miha. So what was this childish display going to accomplish? With a mere wave of his hand, Miha completely shattered Leon's aura. Seeing his technique broken so easily, Leon asked, bewildered, Wait, what did you just do? Miha replied gently, It was just a spontaneous act. Please, hear me out, and then you can get angry. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, You're not Miha Oneperis, are you? I heard that guy is, before his opponent could finish the sentence. Miha admitted he was a fool. That's not entirely a lie. I don't need to deny it. What's important isn't the past, but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Besides, that madman later became a valiant warrior. I will never forget the moment when everyone fell while confronting the Demon King. Recalling the past caused Miha to unintentionally leak his killing intent, frightening Leyon. After they both calmed down, Leyon decided to talk with Miha. This personality was exactly like the Leyon. Miha knew someone who seemed hot-tempered, but was a very good person to his comrades. Miha then asked Leyon, "You must be here for the arranged marriage with Alien, right?" Leyon immediately shot back, "Ha, so you're the one who interfered to break off my marriage with her." Miha smiled and said, "Ha ha, no way. Alien has no value to me anymore. The one I'm interested in isn't her. It's you." Leyon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and immediately backed away. Miha realized he had misspoken and quickly clarified, "Let me rephrase that, I like women." Leyon, confused as to why a straight guy would want him, asked again, "Me? For what purpose?" And just then, a wind picked up, sending leaves fluttering through the air, creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Miha held out his hand and said, "You will become my wife, I mean, my comrade. You're not a fool. You're a crazy bastard who's just my type." In the war against the Demon King, Leyon had defeated the commander of the Third Course, Angel the Tyrant. Angel the Tyrant was one of the Demon King's most formidable generals. Countless soldiers had fallen because of him, so taking him down was an unimaginable feat. However, the price Leyon paid was his own life. Right up until the moment he died, Leyon's thirst for battle burned brightly. His greatest regret was that he could no longer be a warrior and fight alongside Miha. Returning to the present, after their greeting, Miha and Leyon went to a courtyard on the estate of Lindell to talk. Talking to someone like Leyon was never easy, but Miha was already used to it, so he got straight to the point. "It's nothing special. It's just that a rumor is spreading within the Bureau of Theology. I think it might be passed on to the House of Park Slope soon." Hearing this, Leyon asked, "The Bureau of Theology? Isn't that the place for scholars who specialize in prophecies, like predicting and preventing disasters?" After Miha confirmed it was, Leyon waved his hand dismissively. "Ha! This isn't the first time they've tried to spew some dangerous-sounding nonsense. Why worry so much about a baseless prophecy?" When Miha said it still needed to be taken seriously, Leyon burst out laughing. "Take it seriously? Ha ha. Of course, but it still needs to be verified. A demon king in this day and age? A noble? As knowledgeable as you thinks it's real? Why would you believe such nonsense? This world hasn't even felt the threat of the demon king yet." But the prophecy had already appeared even before the first signs began to emerge. The prophecy of Cassandra. Unlike any prophecy before it, this one spread far and wide across the entire world. Yet, no one believed it. During this time, nothing unusual would happen. It wasn't until disaster struck that people began to change their views on the prophecy. That was true for everyone except Miha. He was the one who had experienced the despair and helplessness of facing the Demon King's fangs, so he understood better than anyone. Although Leyon seemed dismissive, Miha remained calm. "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. The main point is that I want you to cooperate with me." But Leyon still paid him no mind. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not going to follow you just because of some prophecy. I've had more than enough of that stuff. I'm sick of it." Just as Leyon stood up to leave, Miha suddenly spoke. "The mana cultivation technique of Melia." Hearing this, Leyon froze on the spot. This was understandable. No sword master, no matter how talented, is born without learning from those who came before. This was the period when the unique qualities of Leyon's swordsmanship were beginning to form, and Miha was certain that Leyon hadn't come up with it on his own. Seeing Leyon's shocked reaction, Miha continued, "Back down Miller, one of the progenitors of mana cultivation, a true genius, and one of the 5 strongest sword masters in history." At this, Leyon started to lose his composure. "So, what are you trying to say?" This was just what Miha was waiting for. He smiled and said, "If you accept my offer, I will teach you the complete mana cultivation technique that Miller left behind." Leyon immediately shot to his feet, slammed the table, and yelled, "Nonsense. Miller only left behind a single volume and nothing else. And even that one volume is..." At that exact moment, Miha interrupted, "Incomplete." "I know." At this, Miha grew even more confident in his actions. So, he was right. Leon Park Slope has been practicing his swordsmanship according to an incomplete manual left by Melia, and I, Miha Oneperis, am the one who remembers the missing part of it. Miha then proposed a condition for the exchange. "I'm not asking for anything grand, nor do I care if you're engaged to Alien. All I need to know is one thing. If Cassandra's prophecy is true, what will you choose?" Leyon was extremely confused at this point. A prophecy? I don't get why he risked his life for something like that. Is it even real? But I can't give up on Melia's aura technique. According to the rumors, he's such a liar that the Lindell family themselves requested to break the engagement. Just who is this guy, really? The person standing before Leyon now was completely different from the rumors. He was no good for nothing. After thinking for a long while, Leyon reconfirmed, "You said you don't care if I'm engaged to the young lady of the Lindell house, right?" Miha answered without hesitation, "That's right. I don't care. She's not important to me anymore." Leyon continued, "Even if you don't care, your family will." Miha just smirked and gave a cocky reply, "Do I look like I care what the higher-ups in my family have to say?" This attitude made Leyon a bit more interested and calmer. "My first impression of you was terrible, but thinking back now, you're not the fool the rumors make you out to be. Anyway, as for Melia's aura technique, how can you prove you possess it?" Miha knew this was coming. After all, who would believe him based on words alone? Miha decided to prove it with his actions without a second thought. The two of them then went to the Lindell family's training grounds. Miha, however, was as weak as a kitten. Just holding the sword was a struggle. Only after using a level 4 strength enhancement spell did he find it easier to breathe. Seeing a mage swinging a sword around in front of him left Leyon a little confused. "What are you doing?" Miha looked at Leyon and said with a smile, "You wanted proof that I know the other half of the lightning scroll, right? Watch closely. I'm about to show you something insane, Leyon." Hearing this, Leyon felt like he was being mocked. "You're going to prove it? You're going to explain the cultivation method for Melia's aura technique? A mage like you. The principles of Melia's aura technique aren't that different from others. What's different is that Melia's method will carve a one-of-a-kind seal onto your body, compared to other methods that have an aura limit of about 40. Melia's method will push that limit up to 70. Miha then told Leyon to demonstrate what he had learned for verification. Although Leyon was still skeptical, he obediently complied. He closed his eyes and began to channel his aura. A powerful blue light enveloped his body. Seals began to appear on the back of his hand and his forehead. Although they weren't very prominent, Miha could be certain they were the characteristic seals of Melia. He never expected Leyon could get this far with only half of the lightning scroll, but that was precisely what angered him. Leyon had been overjoyed when his father found Melia's scroll, but when he finished training with it, he realized it was only half complete. What a cruel twist of fate, but the Leyon of the past had perfected Melia's aura technique and passed it down to Miha. And now, it was time for Miha to return it to its rightful owner. Miha then warned Leyon to watch carefully, because he could only do this once. Miha gripped the sword in his hand and began to channel his aura. His entire body was covered in a blue light, exactly like Leyon's, but it was much stronger and more stable. Just from a single glance, Leyon was floored with astonishment. He couldn't believe that the very thing he'd been pursuing for so long was in the hands of a mage. At that moment, Miha was drenched in sweat. He had to grit his teeth and use all his strength just to maintain this technique for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors use mana in completely different ways. After witnessing this, Leyon was completely stupefied. He couldn't believe that Miha wasn't a warrior. After the demonstration, Miha looked at Leyon, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, "Is that enough to prove that I know the method?" Leyon finally started to come to his senses, grabbing his hair in frustration. "Ah, damn it, my head hurts. Just teach me. I'll accept everything you said. Please." Leyon thought he would have to beg and plead and accept difficult conditions to be taught, but he was surprised when Miha agreed immediately, leaving Leyon dumbfounded. From the start, nothing had gone as he expected, which made Leyon ask again, "What did you just say?" Miha then gave a radiant smile, turned around, and started to leave. "I'll teach you. Obviously not here, though. You'll have to come to the Oneperis family estate yourself. I'll teach you everything there." Leyon felt a little uneasy, so he repeatedly reminded Miha to keep his word. Miha just waved goodbye and walked straight out of the Lindell family's training ground, but he had only taken a few steps before he was stopped by Juke. Seeing him, Miha greeted him politely. "I was just about to come and greet you before I left. I didn't expect to see you here, sir." Juke replied with an icy expression. "You were already leaving? I suppose you finished all your business." From his words, it was clear. Juke had seen everything that just happened. This was the Lindell family's training ground, after all. Miha maintained his calm composure and smiled brightly. "You saw, didn't you? It wouldn't be difficult for someone like you." Juke's attitude suddenly shifted. "I saw everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the Oneperis family. As for compensation, you can decide whatever you want." Miha was a bit surprised that the fifth strongest person in the Empire would so easily bow his head and apologize. Not only that, but Juke also agreed to compensation even though Miha hadn't said he wanted anything. Truly, the head of a great family. Juke always remained calm in any situation. Miha then spoke casually. "I should also apologize for coming to see you myself. I hope your request for a marriage alliance with Leyon." Park Slope goes smoothly. Knowing he was being subtly mocked, Juke dropped the polite act. "Marriage alliance? You're more cunning than I thought. That marriage is probably in tatters now, just as you intended." Leyon has a very considerate personality. He must have thought the engagement was called off because you weren't worthy, but after meeting you today, he'll think there was something strange about the broken engagement, that it wasn't like the rumors. Let me ask you this. Do you think I can regain my family's trust? Model, that Oneperis girl was so quick to demand the engagement be cancelled. Now that she sees how amazing our main character is, she regrets it. Please. People as clever as her are a dime a dozen where I come from. Miha smiled and said, of course, it's possible. The Lindell family just needs to show their sincerity. His words were filled with hidden meaning. And of course, Juke understood that perfectly. From now on, the Lindell family would have to completely side with the Oneperis family if they wanted to regain the trust they had lost. Just then, Miha posed a question. Sir, if there were a teacher perfectly suited for Lady Alien, what would you do? Juke was a bit surprised to hear this. A teacher? Are you saying our family's swordsmanship isn't suitable for her? Miha quickly explained, that's not it. But whether it's the best for her is another matter. Hearing this, Juke stroked his beard in thought, wondering if he was being deceived. After careful consideration, Juke decided to trust him this once. After all, what he had just witnessed on the training grounds was truly astonishing. When Miha returned home, his father patted his head in praise. I heard the news, my son. I was right to trust you. Who else could have exposed that treacherous Lindell's scheme? Ha. But Miha saw right through that fake smile. If his judgment had been wrong this time, there would have been no mercy. That's just how the Oneperis bloodline is. Being seen through so easily made Marcus a bit displeased. He returned to his chair, his expression turning serious. A letter arrived from Duke Lindell. He says he will come here himself as an apology. It seems he intends for us to keep this a secret. For a family known for its honor, this news would be fatal. Thanks to you, we've gained a great deal. I never liked those Lindells anyway. Did the Duke say anything else? Miha answered without hiding anything. Not much. He asked if it was possible to regain the trust of the Oneperis family. Of course, I said yes. They just need to be sincere, that's all. Marcus was very pleased with his son's answer. It would be foolish to show one's hand directly in a situation like that. Just then, Miha spoke up. Father, if you're going to entrust this to me, then let me handle all of it. I was the one who solved this problem, so I want to be the one to finish it. Faced with his son's request, Marcus responded coldly. So your wings have grown in, have they? It's true you accomplished this, but since this is a matter between families, there's still much to be done. Miha not only didn't back down, but made his stance even clearer. That's true. But frankly, without you, no one would pay me any mind. It may be greedy, but I want to complete my own work with my own hands. The fingers Marcus had been tapping on the table suddenly stopped after hearing these words. Duke Lindell is a cunning old fox. He's known as a symbol of chivalry, but he's quite flexible. Doing this means you will have to face him directly. Miha met his father's gaze with a resolute look. I know, father. He had lived long enough to have experience in these matters, so there was no need to worry. Faced with his son's determination, Marcus finally relented. Very well, you'll have to do this kind of work eventually. So, go ahead and do it. Miha then promised not to disappoint his father and turned to leave. Just as he was about to, Marcus spoke. All right, Miha, you did well today. Miha could feel that these were his father's sincere words. He had finally received recognition from him. What a happy feeling. Miha then bowed and quietly left the room. At that moment, Marcus couldn't help but wonder what had caused his son to change so much. The image of a young Miha with his beloved wife was still etched in his mind. Although he had entrusted this matter to Miha, Marcus would still make his own preparations. I suppose I should also prepare to negotiate with the Duke. Just because I've entrusted it to him doesn't mean I have to stay in the background. Now, what should I do to make everyone think I'm going to shake him to his core? Meanwhile, Miha was lost in thought on his way back to his room. Before my rebirth, the title of the strongest magic family led to our downfall. There's only one reason a family that powerful could collapse: civil war. Members of the family fighting amongst themselves for the position of head. In the elders' power struggle, I was used and contributed to the family's fall. But this time will be different. After carefully considering what needed to be done, Miha spoke to the butler. Butler, Viscount Nostra came looking for me a few days ago, didn't he? 3 days before the engagement was broken. The butler answered immediately without question. You remember correctly, my lord. It's not surprising, as you are the sole heir to the family. Viscount Nostra, a 7th circle mage and an important vassal of the family. He was the one who assisted Marcus in his youth. He was very talented but had one fatal flaw. He was too hungry for power. Instead of being an important vassal, he wanted to become the center of the family. Although he hadn't made a move yet, Miha decided he would act. He would nip this threat in the bud. Hearing this, the butler looked puzzled. Now that you mention it, I do find it odd. young master, because you were the one who relied on the Viscount the most." Just then, Miha pushed the door open and revealed the reason. "Did I not tell you? He's the one who taught me that messed up third magic circle." The butler jumped in shock. Sabotaging the family's heir was an unforgivable act. Right after his rebirth, Miha had discovered that the third magic circle was unstable, and the one who had created it was the Viscount. At the time, Miha had been so happy it even worked. Looking back now, it was truly humiliating. In any case, it's best to cut out elements like that. Perhaps because he was a friend who had helped in difficult times, Marcus in the previous life was never able to truly cut ties with the Viscount, and that was the beginning of the downfall. Of course, Miha didn't want that to happen again, so he decided to strike first. He gave an order to the butler. "Butler, could you bring the Viscount to my room?" The butler expressed concern that this was a bit sudden and that it would be difficult to summon him on such short notice, but Miha flashed a confident smile. "Don't worry. By now, he's probably wondering why we haven't called for him yet. He'll be waiting." Just as Miha predicted, Nostra appeared immediately after being summoned. The moment he entered the room, he was grinning from ear to ear. "Young master, I heard you summon me. I came as quickly as I could. When I heard you had made a decision, are you planning to choose me as your teacher?" Miha immediately pointed at Nostra and said, About that. I have a proposal. Let you and I have a duel. Without using magic circles." Even now, Miha clearly remembered the moment his entire family was slaughtered. At that time, Viscount Nostra, who had seized power, caused the death of the family. Half of the family members had perished, struggling to survive. Just as the family was on its last breath, the Demon King's subordinates appeared. Marcus, the family's strongest mage, had long been bedridden. The other high-level mages had also abandoned the family. At that moment, Miha had no way to fight back against the Demon King's subordinates. Neither could Viscount Nostra. He was the entire family's last hope, the only remaining 8th-level mage. As everyone held their breath watching him, Miha also looked on with a glimmer of hope. He didn't know what kind of magic the man would use or how he would defeat the arrogant subordinate of the Demon King. But Nostra's response plunged Miha into despair. Nostra surrendered to the Demon King without even putting up a fight. In that moment, the cruel joke shattered all trust, and the entire family completely fell apart. And that's why Miha now decided he had to defeat that damn bastard. After receiving the challenge, Nostra was a bit confused, so Miha spoke up. "I don't mind learning magic from a Viscount, but I'm not sure if it's worth my while. You wouldn't understand unless you see it for yourself. Therefore, I'm not certain if you, Viscount, have the necessary skills to teach me." Nostra immediately questioned, "Are you saying that the third-level magic circle I created for you wasn't enough?" Without hesitation, Miha replied bluntly, "It wasn't enough," sending Nostra into a trembling rage. He lost his composure and yelled, "I've taught you everything I know, and now you dare say you don't trust me." Miha then explained, "Calm down, Viscount. I never said I don't trust you. I only said I wasn't sure. I want you to prove that you're worthy. That shouldn't be too difficult, right?" After hearing this, Nostra seemed to have a vague idea of what was happening. Miha continued, "Let's make a wager. A duel using only pure magic with no magic circles. If I lose, I will accept you as my master. I swear it on the name of House Oneperis." Nostra hesitated for a moment, then asked, "A wager? And what if you win?" Miha didn't ask for anything grand. He simply wanted his opponent to become his student. And with that, Nostra accepted the wager. After returning to his room, Nostra couldn't contain his excitement. What is this? A free gift. A battle without magic circles. It sounded disadvantageous at first, but if Miha truly understood the massive power gap between levels, he would never have made such an offer. Such are the limits of a novice. Even if he is of the Oneperis bloodline, Miha is still just a child who knows nothing of the world. Clearly, that little brat is just trapped in his own delusion of being special. Climbing to the top of the family is impossible. My goal is to secure a position that even the head of the family can't touch. And now, an opportunity to seize that position has come to me. Yes, this is a huge opportunity. A chance to make my mark in the history of the magical Oneperis family, even if it's by force. He'll be desperate for my tutelage just to reach the 3rd level. Yes, I will become your master and the center of the family. The Oneperis family. Ha 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 ha. And so, Nostra laughed like a madman for the rest of the day. But he had no idea. What he was about to face was the experience of a 9th-level mage, the strongest on the continent, even though Miha was currently only a 4th-level mage. But without using magic circles, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The next day, after hearing the news, the butler ran frantically to find Miha to talk him out of it. "Young master, I've heard. What is all this? Did you really challenge Viscount Nostra to a duel?" Miha, without a hint of worry, admitted that he had. In fact, he was looking forward to the match. The butler still couldn't understand what had gotten into the young master to make such a decision. No, this can't be. A duel. With the Viscount, of all people, he was so panicked he was stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Miha told him there was no need to make such a big deal out of it, but this calmness only made the butler more anxious. You think I want to make a big deal of it? You agreed to call him master if you lose. Letting him teach you means handing all your power over to him. Miha had admitted that this was true, which made the butler's jaw drop in astonishment. Thinking the young master was being a fool, the butler warned him relentlessly. Nosra is a cunning man. He's not someone you should be calling master. Of course, Miha knew. To this day, he could still vividly recall the sight of that man kowtowing in submission to the demons in front of everyone. Miha told the butler that Nosra wasn't even worthy of being called his master, which only confused the butler more. Then why would you do this? Miha then explained, because if I don't go this far, he won't fall into the trap. Butler, do you know the reason why that Viscount is still able to remain in our family, despite everything he's done? Of course, the butler knew. He had served the head of the family for a very long time. It's because he has been extremely close with the Marquis since they were children. After hearing this, Miha continued, yes, that's precisely it. He was my father's comrade in arms and closest friend in their youth. Father would never kick him out because he still feels a great sense of loyalty. So, with this wager, it's my turn to take care of that guy. I will make it so he can no longer do anything shady. A wager between mages is binding. Magic is perfected through language, and a bet is a promise woven from those very words. If anyone dares to break it, they themselves will be punished by magic. This means that if Miha wins, he will gain the upper hand in the power struggle. That is what he's after. After having it all explained, the butler finally understood. It is indeed a good plan, but that means you'll obviously have to defeat the Viscount. Can you do it? Miha gave a confident smile and a wink. Can I do it? Butler, I assure you, Viscount Nosra will never be able to defeat me. The butler wondered why Miha was so confident when the difference in their power was enormous. Miha explained, I was the one who set the conditions. The Viscount can only use magic circles that I am able to create. As soon as the butler heard this, he froze on the spot. Is that because a 7th level mage can only use 4 magic circles? Are you serious? The moment Miha said he was serious, the butler pulled a letter out of his pocket. That was the resignation letter he prepared in advance. The butler didn't want to follow a young master who seemed like a complete moron, always pulling crazy stunts like this. But life isn't a fairy tale. Miha immediately used fire magic to burn the letter to a crisp. A boss would never let an employee off the hook that easily. You're just meant to be exploited to your last breath. Just like my boss. Boo-hoo. Seeing his chance for a peaceful retirement turn to dust before his eyes, the butler was left speechless. Even though Miha kept saying, trust me, the butler was still lucid. He couldn't possibly believe such a ridiculous story. How could you, someone who only recently created 4 magic circles, possibly defeat Viscount Nosra, a 7th circle mage? I may be old, but I'm not an idiot. Ignoring the complaints, Miha remained very confident about his upcoming victory. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. I won't start a fight unless I'm sure I can win. Even though he said that, the butler still didn't understand how it was possible to win. Miha then explained the reason for his confidence. It's simple. The Viscount's 7 magic circles are undisciplined and forced. Their eyes met, gleaming with absolute trust. Yeah, right? Only in a dream. Who the hell would believe that in this situation? The butler took out his 2nd letter of resignation. Seeing this, Miha immediately stopped him. Hey, butler, put that away. I'm not approving that resignation letter. Listen, to master high-level magic circles, you first have to regularly practice using low-level ones. But Viscount Nosra skipped that obvious step. He thinks he succeeded, but that's not the truth. Forcing a magic circle comes at a very high price. That's why the Viscount isn't like a normal 7th circle mage. He can simulate it and can still use 7 magic circles, but it's just for show. What about in a real battle? Not just for a performance, but when the magic truly manifests in a flash. Just for a few seconds. What if his opponent has deeper magical knowledge than him? He'll never be able to win. After convincing the butler to place his trust in him, Miha went to inform his father. And as usual, Marcus also had no idea what the hell his son was spouting now. Just as you heard, father, I'm going to fight the Viscount with magic, and I've come to invite you to witness the battle. Upon hearing this, Marcus's eyes widened, and he slammed the table in fury. It hasn't even been a day since you said you'd take over the family business, but what the hell is going on now, my son? Do you want me to break one of your legs to snap you out of it? Wasn't it enough that I taught you magic? Why are you doing this? Marcus covered his face in disappointment, his voice gradually softening. It seemed he was still convinced that his son wanted to become Nostra's disciple from the bet. Miha realized this and reaffirmed his stance. I'm just laying it out there. I don't intend to lose. Who would bet on themselves to lose? I have to win. I will win and make Viscount Nostra my disciple. Seeing his son talking like he was delirious, Marcus went to grab a massive club. A mad dog needs to be beaten. Marcus had realized that a war of words wouldn't work on his son, so he could only resort to physical methods to make him see reason. And so, he prepared to beat his precious son like a dog. To protect himself, Miha quickly clarified, I'm perfectly sane, father. Yeah, right. What madman ever admits he's mad? Who would believe someone spouting such nonsense? Seeing that his father still didn't believe him, Miha continued. Viscount Nosha is a vassal of our family. What's wrong with the family heir putting a leash on a vassal? Seeing his son's delusions were getting worse, Marcus tapped the club in his hand, preparing to strike. Someone who just barely has 4 magic circles has the confidence to win. Miha was confident that if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have done it. When asked what would happen if he lost, he calmly said he would become Nosha's disciple. The moment he finished speaking, Marcus stomped the club on the ground and shouted, That's the problem. What am I supposed to do with you? You know what I want, don't you? Seeing his father's furious expression, of course, Miha remembered. Marcus always wanted to break his precious son's legs when things like this happened. Miha calmly promised, I am willing to offer my own 2 legs for the peace of the family. Only then did Marcus accept this fight and agree to be a witness. After leaving the room, Miha finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. According to plan, the duel was set. Since he had his father's permission, the only thing left was to defeat Viscount Nocha. He's probably certain he'll win, but victory will definitely be mine. He must be thinking about how to make me submit in the most obedient way possible and how to use me as a tool to swallow this family whole. But that will never happen. In fact, convincing his butler and his father gave Miha more of a headache than winning the battle itself. Now, the expression on his face was the smile of a winner. He was greatly looking forward to when the battle would take place. Miha then went straight to the Oneperis family's magic training room. This place was exactly as he remembered it. This room could even withstand 6th circle magic. It wasn't just an ordinary room of the family. The Oneperis family had also erected many magical spells and protective barriers here to resist the effects of magic below the 6th circle. Miha held his hand forward and cast the 1st circle spell, Magic Arrow, a mana arrow. A purple arrow was instantly created and shot forward. The reason this spell is ranked at the 1st circle is because it only requires a few calculations to create it. Since many mages can do this, it is the most basic and unrestricted spell. A mage can turn it into a more advanced spell through their own experience, for example, by controlling the arrow to move at will instead of just designating a specific target. When that happens, the difficulty increases by several levels and the number of calculations rises. When it becomes harder to cast, this basic spell is no longer 1st circle. With proficient casting, it can reach the difficulty of a 5th circle spell. After controlling the mana arrow to fly around the room, Ka made it detonate in midair. A large purple explosion was created with devastating power, forcing the mana in his body to form an arrow, fly out, and then explode it. His execution was flawless. Mastery of these basic spells is the true measure of a mage's understanding. It's also the difference between high-level and low-level magic circles. After testing, Miha's control hadn't changed much from before. Even though his body was a bit smaller and he had fewer magic circles, his mind and experience. As planned, the battle would begin in an hour, but Miha had no intention of resting. Instead, he decided to test a few more spells from his past life. Everything Nostra had taught Miha was chaotic and forced. Although he learned to create magic circles quickly, he could never get past the 8th circle. It was fast, but unstable. Because of that, Miha had to forget everything he'd learned and start over from scratch. If he didn't have a once-in-a-millennium talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to relearn it all. Lost in thought about his past, Miha didn't notice the time fly by. Soon, it was time for his duel with Nostra. Nostra was also heading to the room where the battle would take place. As he walked, he daydreamed about winning and becoming Miha's master. Only then could he become one of the pillars of the Oneperis family. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Nostra's heart, causing him to collapse to the ground. It seemed to be a side effect of creating chaotic and forced magic circles. Just then, Marcus approached from behind. Viscount Nostra, making a bet with my son. Are you? Nostra, still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand from the pain, looked up and whispered, Yes. The young master proposed it first. It's a test for him. I also thought he needed an experienced guide. Hearing these blatant lies made Marcus's blood boil. You, a guide. You saved me and helped me many times when we were young. I've always remembered that. That's why I've only observed and not interfered. At that moment, Nostra understood the hidden meaning in those words. He seemed bitter but continued to play the part of a loyal subordinate. Of course, you've always looked after me. I know that. So that's why you're giving me this opportunity. Marcus ignored Nostra and walked straight towards the room. An opportunity? You think so? Fine, you can think that. I don't want to say anything more until the match is over. This contempt infuriated Nostra. He stared from behind at the back of the man he could never reach, even though they had grown up and fought side by side. But now, he was nothing more than a dog of the Oneperis family. This solidified his determination to seize power at any cost. After entering the dueling room, Marcus greeted his son and took his seat in the observation area. As you wished, I will be the sole audience for this match. No one else will know the outcome, and it will be kept secret. But the stakes of this match are not small, as neither side can back down. Choose carefully. Just then, Nostra stepped forward and interrupted. The young master has already chosen. The heir of the Oneperis family cannot go back on his word. Marcus, of course, understood that. Now that things were set in motion, all he could do was pray for his son's victory. Then, as per their agreement, Marcus used magic to temporarily lock Nostra's magic circles. He would be unable to use magic above level 4 until the match was over. Nostra was still grinning from ear to ear, clearly underestimating Miha and making no preparations whatsoever. After a perfunctory greeting, Nostra was the first to attack. He pointed his staff at Miha and activated a slowing spell. Nostra wanted to slow his opponent down for a quick victory, but Miha saw right through it. He immediately countered with a confusion spell. With his mind thrown into disarray, Nostra's spell was interrupted. His head felt like it was splitting open, and he was completely baffled. How? Confusion is the most difficult of all level 4 spells, yet he cast it so easily, but Miha replied with a dismissive tone, "You don't need to know." After the headache subsided, Nostra immediately finished casting Fireball and Wind Blade. 2 streams of red and blue magic rushed wildly toward Miha. Let me teach you that the gap between magic circles isn't just about the types of spells you can use. To prevent Miha from dodging, Nostra cast an earthquake spell to destroy the ground around him. Faced with a powerful destructive spell and unable to move easily. To dodge, Miha didn't panic at all. He stood his ground and cast a magic shield, blocking the attack. In stark contrast to Nostra's panicked expression, Miha was extremely calm. To be honest, the Viscount isn't wrong. A level 4 mage like me shouldn't be able to block those spells so easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair discipline. No matter how hard you try in swordsmanship, it's very difficult to close the gap between 2 swordsmen of different levels. But magic is different. If you know how to calculate and have the right understanding, you can make the impossible possible. Miha then held his hand out and used Magic Arrow along with other layered spells. Free movement, Chain Explosion, Chain Spell, Change Direction, Destructive Power, Path Control, Multi-Directional Attack. The mana arrows, enhanced with multiple layers of buffs, began to radiate a terrifying power, completely different from before. Witnessing this, Nostra was so horrified he could barely hold his staff. That's level 1 magic? The incantations he just recited were too complex. How can a level 4 mage use such complicated chants? After completing the incantation, Miha looked straight at Nostra and said, "Let me show you, Viscount Nostra. This is true magic." Faced with the dense barrage of mana arrows, Nostra quickly picked up his staff and erected his shield, just as Miha had done earlier. Seeing the arrows being blocked, Nostra shouted triumphantly, "I have a shield. I have a shield. Go ahead and shoot me if you think you can." Although sweat was pouring down his face, he still tried to act tough. Just then, Miha uttered a single word, "Explode." All the arrows instantly detonated. A massive explosion blew away Nostra's shield in the blink of an eye. From within the smoke, Nostra couldn't keep his composure. "Explode? How in the world did you control the mana like that? What did you do?" Miha calmly replied, "You saw it yourself. I calculated and forced the amount of magic to increase." But this answer didn't convince Nostra. He screamed repeatedly, "That doesn't count. You cheated. You must have used something forbidden." Accused like this, Miha immediately punched the wall beside him. "You've crossed the line, Viscount. I am fighting you under the name of a member of the Oneperis family. I have to wonder, are you certain about accusing me of using a magical artifact? Surely the Viscount wouldn't dare cross the line, would he?" Although Nosha was on his knees, trembling, he refused to surrender. Seeing this, Miha cast the spell once again. Nosha created another shield, but still, it had no effect. He gritted his teeth, determined not to suffer any more humiliation. "All right, young master, you have surpassed my expectations. In that case, I shall no longer hold back. I will show you what a 7th level mage is truly like." Learning from the last 2 times, Nosha erected 2 separate shields. This way, the flow of mana would be cut off between the layers, preventing Miha from detonating the arrow. After blocking the attack, Nosha decided to counter with a multicasting spell. Seeing this, Marcus immediately shot to his feet. Normally, A 7th level mage can multicast up to 7 spells, but for some reason, Nosha could only cast 3 4th level spells at once. How utterly disappointing. But even so, this wasn't something a mage like Miha, who had just reached the 4th level, could possibly block. Marcus held his head in his hands, bracing himself for his son's defeat. After casting the spell, Noka burst out laughing. Young Master Miha, ha ha ha. Even if your abilities surpass my imagination, you won't be able to withstand 3 of the strongest 4th level spells at once. Fire Spear. As he cast, he instinctively clutched his chest. The spell was clearly putting immense pressure on the magic circle in his heart. What a pathetic mage. The Fire Spear shot towards Miha, creating a massive explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Marcus hung his head in sorrow. Nosha, however, was cackling with glee. But there's no way it'd be that easy. As the dust settled, Miha's figure gradually emerged. He wasn't just uninjured. He was holding Nosha's Fire Spear in his hand. Witnessing this, both Marcus and Nosha's jaws dropped in utter astonishment. Miha gave the spear a light squeeze, and it immediately vanished into thin air. Nosha still couldn't believe his eyes. A mage who just advanced to the 4th level. Destroyed my multicast spell. How is that possible? Miha then said confidently. Surprised, are we? Magic is most influenced by innate talent. Life is unfair like that, especially in the world of magic. This gap in ability, no matter how hard you work, you can never defeat a true genius. Nosha couldn't accept this reality. His hands trembled as he gripped his staff, staring directly at Miha. Are you saying my magical talent is inferior to yours? Miha smiled brightly and provoked him. If it's not, then prove it. Hearing that, Nosha was completely enraged. He tossed his staff aside and thrust his hands forward. He unleashed his attack magic once more. Ice Spear, Hand of the Demon, Razor Metal. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes charged furiously towards Miha, but Miha still used only a single spell, Magic Arrow. All of Nosha's attacks were destroyed, leaving him utterly bewildered. How? How can you shatter my magic so easily? To explain it to this simpleton, Miha decided to demonstrate what true multicasting looked like. Countless magic arrows were created by Miha, all aimed at his target. Before attacking, Miha warned him, Viscount, earlier you blocked my attack with a shield. I wonder, can you block 10 magic arrows at once like this? Someone once told me that this is the art of the explosion. Faced with such a dense barrage, Nosha didn't even have time to raise his shield. He was blown away, nearly losing consciousness. But how could Miha let it end so easily? He rushed forward, cast a strength spell in his hand, and gave Nosha a heavenly slap that sent him flying. Then, a magic bullet shot out from behind him, knocking him right back. At this point, Nosha wanted to yell, I surrender, but Miha silenced him with a punch right in the middle of his face. In Miha's mind, there were only the resentments from his past life. The things I wanted to do before I died, the list of things I wanted to accomplish. I had actually completed quite a few of them, but there was one thing I was never able to do, which is very unfortunate for you. Miha's eyes were filled with killing intent. He ignored even his father's pleas to stop. It was only when Marcus rushed forward and grabbed his hand that he finally paused. Stop it, Miha. The match is over. You won. Just stop. But Miha refused to back down. Stop. I haven't heard him surrender yet. Of course you haven't. How the hell is he supposed to talk when you smashed his mouth in like that? Hearing this, Nosha used all his strength to raise his hands in surrender. But Miha wouldn't have it. Look, father. The Viscount hasn't given up. That means I can still hit him. Damn, this kid is vicious. Marcus couldn't take it anymore and held out his fist. Son, take a look at these nice, big veins on my hand. As expected from a father-son duo of mages who prefer to solve things with their fists. Seeing his father's big, round fist, Miha became as obedient as a puppy. Now that I see it, I think violence is never the answer. Marcus then asked Nosha if he wanted to concede. As if grabbing a life raft, Nosha nodded frantically. But for some godforsaken reason, Miha asked his father if he could hit him one more time. To prevent things from getting worse, Marcus used a teleportation spell to send Nosha away for treatment. When only the two of them were left, Marcus finally spoke. Miha, your magic skills have improved quite a lot. I truly didn't expect it. The technique you performed just now. That's the skill of a veteran mage with a great deal of experience. Miha replied that it was just a coincidence, but he knew exactly who his father was referring to. The Archmage of all creations, who was separate from other mages and had vanished, without a trace. To change the subject, Miha shot back. Isn't it because you've been looking down on me from the very beginning, father? What I did just now wasn't all that difficult. Marcus looked at his son and said, Right, but to close the gap with a 7th level mage, you need to have real talent. Are you saying that's your innate talent? Miha proudly replied, I am your son, father. How could he argue with that? Marcus continued, "All right, if you say so, I'll believe you. So, this is what you wanted to show me, wasn't it? That you're very talented." Miha asked, confused. "What are you talking about?" Marcus stated it plainly, "Viscount Nosha is my friend, but he's not a suitable teacher for you. So what did you want to show me with this match?" Miha felt that made a lot of sense. How could he possibly choose his master this way? After some thought, Miha replied, "Father, it's not entirely like that. I have no intention of driving Viscount Nostra away. He's clearly the only one that you treat as an equal. I know being the head of the family can be lonely, but I don't like him, even though I know it puts you in a difficult position. I don't like keeping a threat so close. From now on, I will control the Viscount, father." Hearing this, Marcus understood why his son had wanted this battle, and he was also surprised by his son's future intentions. Elsewhere, after being treated, Nostra sat with his head in his hands. "This is insane. Did I really lose? Lose to a kid who just reached level 4. The Marquis already saw the match, so there's no changing the outcome. What should I do?" Just then, a voice rang out. "What should you do? You made a deal. Now you have to follow through." Nostra looked up to see Miha standing right there in front of him. Miha gave him a friendly smile and reminded him, "I'm sure you remember the price of our little match, don't you?" After this, Nostra was to become Miha's student. Of course, he didn't want that. But just as he was about to beg, he suddenly realized something important. Hold on, this is too strange. If he knew he was going to win, why would he make the prize a master-student relationship? Wait a minute, what if this was all part of his plan? He doesn't just want to humiliate me, he must have some other shady scheme. This young master, he's testing me. Yes, it's not over yet. I still have a chance. After reasoning with himself for a moment, Nostra spoke up, the future of the family. "Young master, you've laid low for a long time, but the incident with the Lindell family made you realize you couldn't stay idle any longer." Seeing Miha's serious expression, Nostra felt he had guessed correctly. He spread his arms wide and declared grandly, "I will help you. That's what you want, isn't it, young master?" But Miha couldn't care less about this nonsense and just cracked a smile. "You're getting a little too friendly, disciple. Your mouth is working overtime. Now be quiet and call me master." Nocha heard this and asked, flustered, "Wait, young master, do I really have to become your disciple?" Miha replied seriously, "Of course," which sent Nocha into a panic. He desperately tried to find a way to stop this from happening. "I'm a level 7 mage, young master." But before he could finish his sentence, Miha cut him off. "Shut your mouth. As a viscount, you should know that a mage's promise is not something to be taken lightly." Of course, Nostra knew that. A mage's promise is a vow made upon their own magic circles. If that promise is broken, the magic circles will shatter. If that happened, Nostra would lose everything. Unable to remain calm, he slammed the table and shouted, "I have more magic circles than you, and I'm older. How can I possibly be your student?" Miha had no intention of being merciful. "Right here, right now. I should have known you'd try to weasel your way out of this. If you don't honor the pact, you will suffer the consequences." Knowing he had no other choice, Nostra's face went blank as he collapsed into his chair. After that, Nostra followed Miha to the training room. Though he didn't want to, he was forced to call Miha master, or his magic circles would shatter. Seeing his new student was being quite obedient, Miha decided to fulfill his duty as a teacher. "Since I am your master, I will teach you a few things, Nostra." Although he was trembling with rage, he still had to respectfully agree. At this moment, Miha had a few thoughts. "Before I get even stronger, destroying the Viscount won't do me any good. In fact, Viscount Nostra is quite useful. He's a level 7 mage and holds considerable power. For starters, he can help me with many things." Miha then asked Nostra if there was anything he wanted to learn. As a level 7 mage, Nostra was very confident in his knowledge, and he replied that there was nothing he needed to learn. But Miha thought otherwise. "Aren't your magic circles unstable? And your magic as well? With that thing, your heart will ache with even the slightest pressure." With just a light touch, Nostra was already writhing on the ground in pain. So weak, yet so arrogant. Seeing Nostra screaming pitifully, Miha felt no sympathy at all. He knew exactly why he was like this. If you don't truly bind yourself to the magic circles already in your body, you can still create new ones, but your actual power won't increase. Even with many new magic circles, it's a condition called being an apostle, born from his reverence for his friend and the head of the family, Miha Oneperis. It made Nostra too hasty in his desire to become stronger, so he inadvertently turned himself into an apostle, and the price he paid is this weak body. After Nostra calmed down, Miha leaned in close and said, "I will teach you how to regain control of your chaotic magic circles. Transfer your mana to me." Hearing this, Nostra shouted anxiously, "What? You heard something from the Marquis, didn't you?" The family and the Marquis have had their suspicions about me. Ha ha ha, I get it now. So that match was all the Marquis' plan. Nostra's mind was extremely unstable, and he started making wild assumptions. Miha immediately shut him down. Stop making things up. Wasn't it obvious? From the moment you multicasted 3 level 4 magic circles, I knew something was wrong. You kept clutching your chest. That's a classic symptom of a mage using magic circles that are in disarray. Did you really think someone from the One Priest family like me wouldn't notice? Anyway, I made a promise. At this rate, you won't live much longer, no matter what you do. It will only get worse. You're going to die. Hearing this, Nostra trembled with fear. He didn't want to end his life as a mage like this. In his moment of despair, Miha offered him a chance. If you still want to live, then there is a way. Take off your mana ring. I will absorb that mana. I'll get mana, and you'll recover from your injuries. It's a win-win. What do you say? You'll lose 5 magic circles, but don't worry. With a master like me, you'll be fine. Nostra panicked and yelled, No, I can't lose 5 circles. Do you have any idea how hard I worked for them? Miha, ignoring Nostra's feelings, said bluntly, Hard work? No. Those aren't magic circles. They're just malignant tumors. What's the point of having 7 magic circles if you can't even use them all? Just because a child learns to walk doesn't make them an adult. You're just obsessed. Being swayed by mere power and authority is meaningless. Those magic circles? They're just for show. You think your father doesn't know that? Your true power. Upon hearing this, Nacha asked, You mean? The Marcus knows everything. Everything about Nostra. I only did it to prove myself to Marcus. And in reality, Marcus knew everything all along, but he pretended not to. That wasn't the right choice. Nasha then recalled what Marcus had said when they were young. My friend, I went through so much hardship to get to where I am today. I almost died a few times, but I made it in the end, and it was all thanks to you. Everyone thinks I'm so great and all that, but I know how extraordinary you are. You have a stronger desire than anyone else, which is why you never stood still and kept moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only person I can trust with my back is you, my friend. Nausha stood frozen for a moment. Reflecting on everything that had happened, he finally made his decision. Master Miha, I accept your offer. Please, take my mana. And just like that, using Nosha's mana, Miha successfully created his 5th magic circle. Miha's joy was short-lived, however, as he sank into contemplation about the future. My life from now on. I prevented one danger, but it was just a small one compared to the catastrophe that will happen in the future. This is nothing. In 7 years, exactly 7 years from now, according to Cassandra's prophecy, the Demon King will be resurrected. The consequences of ignoring that prophecy were absolutely horrific. The world still isn't ready to face the Demon King, and their power is impossible to predict. They're flawed creatures, yet no one can stand against them, even when they aren't at their full strength. The Empire realized things were too late when the 7th level knight, Keon of Steel, was defeated by the Demon King. They were too slow to gather the heroes, and half of the Empire was completely destroyed by the Demon King. Unable to just sit and wait for the temple to summon soldiers, the heroes formed a squad to subjugate the Demon King. My squad. Looking back, Cassandra was the most important member. That poor prophetess. No one believed her. She's 2 years younger than me, so she must be 18 now. Her prophetic ability. Her predictions were all accurate. She tried to warn everyone, even coughing up blood, but nobody listened. And before I was reborn, no one listened to Cassandra's prophecy to select warriors, all because no one believed her. A prophet who is entrusted is meaningless. I don't know what happened to her after that, but she probably didn't have a good end. Unless she was also reborn, but that's impossible. Then, Miha put down his pen and wrote out his plan for the future. Next, I'll sign up for the warrior selection. If I can get Leyon on my side, I can lead the selection. So, the next problem, what to do about Cassandra. As I recall, she's no longer at the temple. After her warnings were met with disbelief, she left. I have no idea where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible, but how? What should I do? This was truly a difficult problem. Miha scratched his head, unable to come up with a solution. Just then, the butler walked in. He was a little surprised to see Miha's disheveled appearance. Then, the butler announced that there was a visitor. It seems they have business with you, sir. Miha didn't even need to think. He knew right away it was Leon Park Slope, which surprised the butler. After all, it was about time for their appointment. Who else could it be but Leon? The moment Leon saw Miha, he broke into a wide, happy grin. There you are, the training method. Miha calmly sat down in a chair and said, You're earlier than I expected. I thought you'd be busy preparing for your engagement ceremony. Leon couldn't hide his excitement. Engagement? The training method is way more important than that. My engagement has never been my top priority. so hurry up and tell me the method. But things weren't going to be that easy. All right, about that. I have one more condition. Hearing these words from Miha, Leyon's mood did a complete 180. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What? What kind of joke is this? Didn't I already come here just like you asked?" Miha calmly continued, "Yes. It's just one small addition. It won't affect you much. Your assets. You're having some trouble, aren't you?" "Yes." "The dungeon." As soon as he heard this, Leyon suddenly turned away, sweating bullets. "Dungeon? I don't know anything about that." No matter how much Leyon denied it, Miha could tell from his flustered expression. "You're a terrible liar. A year ago, you found that dungeon. A mana lode was discovered, and its owner, Count Park Slope, identified it as a mana mine. A large deposit won." Leyon froze instantly. "How do you know that? This kid is so naive. No wonder he almost got tricked into an engagement." Miha not only knew about the dungeon but also had other information. The truth is, it's not a dungeon. People only call it that because they don't know what it is. Most of the exploration teams have gone missing. Before I was reborn, Park Slope dispatched a total of 5 exploration teams into that dungeon, and most of them never returned. The reason your family needs to get engaged to Princess Lindell is because of the financial pressure from those expeditions, so you need more backing. After realizing his secret was out, Leyon could only hold his head and lament. "I thought this couldn't have possibly gotten out. Is there a spy among us?" Miha claimed he had just heard rumors from the soldiers and was making a guess. And somehow, Leyon immediately believed that excuse. He then asked, all right. So what about that dungeon?" Miha gave a friendly smile. "What was once considered the greatest trouble or the greatest shame of the Park Slope family, that dungeon will now become your hope." Seeing Miha say it was quite interesting, Leyon looked confused. "What? Almost every exploration team has gone in and never come back. It's called a dungeon, but it might as well be called hell. There's nothing you can do." Miha knew that very well. In the end, the Park Slope family remained determined to conquer that dungeon. So, were they ultimately successful? No. They didn't completely fail, but someone else explored the dungeon before them and took all the treasures inside. Miha, after thinking for a moment, said he would help Leyon and join the exploration team. Hearing this, Leyon scoffed. "Ha! You mean to say you can explore that dungeon? Something that even mercenaries can't do?" Miha spread his hands and replied with a cocky tone. "Of course. It's perfectly normal for a mage to explore a dungeon." Leyon couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. "Are all mages as reckless as you? Where do you get your confidence?" Miha then said, "Your family has nothing to lose from me doing this. If I successfully explore the dungeon, it's a win-win for both of us. If not, then it's like nothing ever happened." After that explanation, Leyon found it reasonable. After thinking for a moment, he became curious about the training method, having received Miha's assurance. Leyon didn't see a problem anymore. He would go and convince his father, but whether he'd succeed or not was up to fate. Afterward, Miha also went to inform his own father. After hearing what his troublemaker son had to say, Marcus put his face in his hands, exasperated. "I thought you were going to handle the family's affairs properly, the Lindell family. And now what's this? I've heard rumors that the Park Slope family is the Lindell's next target for a marriage contract. Are you sure you're not going to mess everything up?" Miha calmly replied, "Of course not, father. I would never do that. I told you earlier. I made a promise to Leyon Park Slope, and as you know, a mage's promise can never be taken back." At the mention of this, Marcus's blood boiled. He immediately took out his staff, which was covered in familiar monster bloodstains. It seems Marcus, despite being a mage, prefers a more physical approach and used to carry this staff around, bashing monsters in his youth. Miha wanted to ask more about it, but he chickened out and decided against it. Then, he said he had another reason besides keeping his promise, but it had to be kept a secret. This kid was really asking for a beating. Marcus tried to stay calm and put the staff down on the table. "Can I trust you?" Miha asked back, "Haven't you always trusted me?" Seeing his father's sorrowful expression reminded Miha of the past. Even at his worst, his father never stopped believing in him. The thought brought a pang of pain. "I deeply regretted it. After my father died, I kept running away from reality. That's also why I never dared to become a warrior." After thinking it over, Marcus stood up and looked his son straight in the eye. "You little brat, what about the matter with the Lindell family? You can still handle that on your own, right?" Miha answered firmly, "I already told you, everything is connected. I just can't tell you the details." Unable to persuade him otherwise, Marcus could only agree. "All right, do whatever you want." Miha bowed to his father and prepared to leave. Just then, he sensed a presence in an empty space in the room. "Father, do you have a guest?" Marcus immediately retorted, "No, I don't." "Did you just see something?" Miha looked around for a moment, said he must have been mistaken, and left. Once he was alone, Marcus sighed. Humph. I wonder who that boy takes after. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He takes after you, of course, my lord. Very much like you. You've changed so much since then. Marcus wasn't surprised at all and asked, but what do you think? It seems the boy was aware of your presence. He must have. Suddenly, a mysterious person stepped out from a black mist. Well, that makes sense. My magic circle isn't exactly ordinary. It's difficult to conceal myself completely. Marcus then turned around. That magic circle never seems to disappear, does it? But if it's you, the one observing the boy as his butler, you must have noticed something, right? Oh, so he was the butler. I thought he wasn't a mage. The butler replied, he has indeed changed a lot recently. He's become tougher, and his magic has grown considerably stronger. Marcus acknowledged this. The butler then continued, that's right. One couldn't become that strong through magic alone. It must be the young master's innate talent. Perhaps he has only just now realized his own talent. Well, that's not too surprising for someone of our bloodline. After all, our ancestor was the one who founded the Oneperis family of today. It's not strange for him to only realize that talent now. The talent of a successor. After asking a few more questions, the butler rushed to Miha's side and joined the journey. The master ordered me to accompany you. He was worried you might run into some kind of dangerous trouble, so he sent me to protect you, young master. Not a bad performance, but Miha had known the butler's true nature for a long time. He was just playing along. After greeting Leyon, the three of them began their journey to the Park Slope family's territory. Upon arrival, seeing Miha resting his chin on his hand and staring out of the carriage with a bored expression, Leyon asked, why do you look so bored? Is our territory that bad? Miha replied, no, actually, I'm quite surprised. Your family has maintained this barren land very well. My father would say this is a good location, and it's not just about appearances. The general rhythm of the residents' lives and the natural traces are not bad at all, especially the miles-long Eda Forest Road. Made of this mineral, you must have to constantly import enough to cover the entire ground. To put it more clearly, no matter how glamorous the outside is, it's useless. What's important is how satisfied the residents are. Your father is a wonderful lord. You should be proud of that. Leyon was visibly pleased to hear those words from someone from the Oneperis family. You're right, our land truly is wonderful. It's all thanks to my father's hard work. A man I respect, and one who deserves respect. All of it was true, just as Miha had always been proud to have the blood of Park Slope in his veins, even if he was the only one left who carried that bloodline. For the rest of the way, Leyon talked nonstop about his territory, with pride. After arriving, Leyon informed his father about his companion, Count Daji's Park Slope. As soon as he heard the name Miha Oneperis, he lost his composure so badly he had to down a bunch of medicine. It seems his health isn't very good, and he needs medication whenever he gets agitated. After calming down, Leyon announced again. As I was saying, Miha Oneperis is currently on our land. Daji's calmly asked back, well, this is a surprise. Where is he? Upon learning Miha was in the living room right downstairs, Daji's became extremely serious and then chugged a handful of pills. Leyon rushed in to stop him. Father, you can't take any more pills. But he was unsuccessful. Let go of me. I'm going to die buried in work soon enough anyway. Just let me ascend to heaven a little early. After chewing the pills like they were candy, Daji's calmed down. Ha. All right, I've accepted that Miha Oneperis is waiting downstairs. Are there any other issues? Leyon reported that aside from the minor issue of the rumors about the dungeon, there was nothing else. At the mention of the dungeon, Daji's mood destabilized again. He laughed maniacally and pulled out a piece of paper to write his letter of resignation. I should have done this a long time ago. You take care of the rest. I need to resign for my own mental sanity. Seeing this, Leyon quickly tried to intervene. No. How can you just resign like that, father? I haven't even explained this situation properly yet. Only then did Daji's put down his pen and slowly listen to his son. Go on. Obviously, the Oneperis family's standing is higher than ours. No, it's not just that. They're one of the few families in the entire empire that you can count on one hand. If they find out about the dungeon, they'll just take it from us. Leyon quickly explained. I'm not so stupid that I don't realize that. He made an offer I couldn't refuse, so, obviously, I took it. Daji still didn't understand what could have made his son agree so easily. Leyon continued. Yes, it was the complete Melia mana cultivation technique. Hearing this, Daji shot up from his seat in shock. Leyon continued his explanation. He knows about the Melia technique, and based on that knowledge, I made a deal with him. After learning that Leyon had confirmed it himself and already made a pact with Miha, Daji's fell into deep thought. That means whatever is in that dungeon is so important, he's willing to trade away a cultivation technique and is dead set on getting his hands on it. What in the world could it be? After a moment of thought, Daji's decided he would meet and speak with Miha directly. Meanwhile, the butler was still putting on a masterclass performance. He was clutching his head, practically bowing to the floor, sweating profusely and repeatedly muttering, "It's over. We're doomed." Miha, seeing this, played along. "Butler, why are you so distressed?" As if on cue, the butler shouted in a panic, "You truly don't understand, do you, sir? The Park Slope family is not one to be taken lightly, especially when it comes to the dungeon. Just thinking about how the master will feel gives me a headache." After listening, Miha calmly asked, "You seem to know an awful lot, butler. Are you a lord yourself?" The butler answered no without a shred of hesitation, then looked away. It seems that struck a nerve in his mind. Miha had already calculated everything. He's not wrong, he thought, but he's missing one crucial detail. I know everything. For instance, how much the Park Slope family depends on the Melia mana cultivation technique and the fact that the Count's family sees the dungeon as a thorn in their side. Due to their continuous failed attempts to conquer it, this whole negotiation was already in the palm of my hand. He then turned to reassure the butler, "Don't worry. Once I speak with Count Park Slope, everything will be sorted out." But the butler remained unconvinced. "Do you really think he'll agree, just because you are the young master of the Oneperis family?" Miha declared with confidence. "I assure you, he will be down here within 1 minute." The butler was convinced Miha was just spouting nonsense, but then, suddenly, the door swung open and Daji's entered, his face extremely grim. Skipping all pleasantries, he got straight to the point. "I hear you're interested in the dungeon." A far cry from the panicked man from moments ago, he now appeared supremely confident, in complete control of the negotiation. Miha, for his part, didn't show any weakness either. The desire to seek out and explore is a mage's instinct. A dungeon is a fitting choice. Daji's rested his chin on his hand. Exploring the dungeon, is it? Nothing satisfies a mage's curiosity quite like the unknown. But I suspect you already know what's inside that dungeon, and that it's worth far more than the Melia mana cultivation technique. My son may be crazy for that Melia technique, but I am not. Facing Daji's, Miha felt a flicker of pressure. It was as if the man could see right through him, down to his very purpose for being there. But that was only the appearance Miha chose to project. In reality, he was still controlling this negotiation exactly as he pleased, like moving pieces on a chessboard. Miha looked Daji straight in the eye and spoke seriously. I don't know precisely what is inside that dungeon. I'm simply interested in exploring it, but let me ask you one question. Do you believe the Park Slope family, in its current state, has the resources to successfully clear that dungeon?" Daji's didn't try to hide the truth. "No," he replied. "I won't lie. We have yet to find a suitable partner. However, we will not be partnering with anyone from House Oneperis." Miha wasn't surprised by this answer in the slightest. He immediately made a different proposal. "Then what about partnering with me, personally?" Daji's interest was piqued. You mean you, personally, not as a representative of House Oneperis?" Miha confirmed this and added that he wouldn't even need a full team. Daji's was starting to be swayed. He asked Miha how long he planned to explore for. Miha let out a smirk and held up one finger. "Just 1 day." Daji's was taken aback by his confidence and asked about the terms. "If the expedition fails," Miha said casually, "I will give you the Melia mana cultivation technique, no strings attached. But if I succeed, I'll take half of the dungeon's resources." And just like that, the discussion was over. The result was exactly what Miha had wanted. The next day, a party of 3, consisting of Miha, Leyon, and the butler, Modin, arrived at the dungeon. Leyon immediately shouted, "Are you insane? It's just the 3 of us." To the side, Modin nodded his head furiously. "He's a pretty good actor. I'll give him that," Miha thought with a sigh. "I knew this would happen. If you're scared, you can just go home." Unable to take the taunt, Leyon stormed ahead. "Who's scared? I just think we're a little short-staffed, that's all." Park Slope never shies away from a challenge. Just as Leyon was about to enter the dungeon, Miha used magic to stop him. "Don't act on your own. The entrance is trapped. If you go in without proper preparation, you'll die." Modin, who was standing to the side, chimed in, "Oh ho. So we can't even take the first step the normal way." It was a simple but effective form of protection. Leyon listened to the 2 of them, completely lost, his face a mask of confusion. Miha then continued, "To put it simply, this is a living dungeon, one of the rarest kinds. This dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself. It's just like a living creature. If we just walk in there, we'll become its food, just like those other mercenaries. But it's a different story if you feed it enough mana." Miha then cast a fireball towards the dungeon. The fireball flew into the dark, bottomless pit and gradually disappeared. The space then suddenly cracked like a pane of glass. Miha told the group to remain calm. It was just a sign that the door was opening. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to shatter. An intense white light emanated from the dungeon. Miha wasn't surprised by this scene at all, as he had seen it before. This was the first tomb of Acer. The dungeon was famous for being impenetrable, an ancient holy site containing a sacred treasure. The first sacred treasure of the holy site in his previous life. Miha and his party had conquered this dungeon and found the Aegis of Wind. With this item, the group could resist some of the Demon King's attack spells, but the Aegis of Wind was a sacred treasure that grew with its owner, so it needed time to reach its full potential and couldn't be used recklessly. But unfortunately, the owner of this sacred treasure was that idiot warrior. Exactly 1 week after obtaining the treasure, that moron Siegfried, the one who swore he would use the Aegis of Wind properly, accidentally destroyed it. Damn it, he was such a dead weight. I can't believe I used to think I wasn't worthy of being a hero compared to that idiot. But things were different now. Miha wouldn't let that happen again. He was determined to become the master of the Aegis of Wind. The three of them then lit torches and cautiously entered the dungeon. Looking around, Leyon remarked, "This place is really strange. It's completely different from what the expedition teams described. Plus, it looks really bizarre." Miha explained that it was because time had been frozen the moment the dungeon was formed. Leyon was astounded to hear that. Wait, time stopped. Isn't time suspension a saint-level ability? Miha didn't deny it. That's right. And creating a dungeon this massive is something only a saint could do. This was beyond Leyon's comprehension. He had no idea what the hell was going on in his own territory. Just then, Miha signaled for them to stop. As Leyon looked up, he saw an army of goblins. They were waiting up ahead. Leyon suggested that they should act now and eliminate them before they could sound an alarm, but Miha stopped him. Hold on, don't act so rashly. You should remember that this is only the first gate. Leyon, whose brain was wired only for fighting, refused to calm down. So we're just going to let them raise the alarm? What happens when they call for reinforcements? Miha calmly explained, this isn't a dungeon, it's a tomb. A very sturdy tomb. Moreover, it wasn't created to be cleared by just one person. Miha then approached a wall. He used a knife to scrape crystal dust from some lettering. He explained that if the goblins smelled this, they would go insane. More importantly, this stuff also has a hallucinogenic effect, no different from an aphrodisiac. If you envelop this with magic and toss it anywhere near them, the goblins' greed will drive them to kill each other to get what they want. In short, it's an explosive with a hallucinogenic effect. Miha then gave a demonstration. He wrapped the dust in a piece of cloth and threw the bombs he had just made into the room where the goblins were. The bombs immediately exploded, scattering the crystal dust everywhere. After inhaling the stuff, the goblins got high as a kite and started slaughtering each other. Leyon and Maden's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Only Miha remained calm. Is it just a coincidence that materials like this are in a tomb? No, that's impossible. Knowledge is greater than power. The knowledge to defeat a goblin, and the clever use of magic. With these two things, we can easily pass the first gate. It's very difficult to discover these tricks in the tomb if you haven't been through it before. After a while, all the goblins were dead, having gotten high and killed one another. Miha calmly stepped over the pile of corpses and headed for the next gate. Just then, he detected the reaction of a magical item on one of the goblins. Miha went closer to investigate and found a spatial pouch. Not just any pouch, but the highest grade one. In his past life, he never found this. Of course, he didn't. Duncan Fritz had unleashed his ultimate move and blown everything to smithereens. The memory made Miha's blood boil. He clutched his head, looked up at the sky, and screamed, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I warned them so many times. Damn you, Siegfried." Leyon, standing beside him, asked Maden, "What's going on?" Maden calmly replied, "He has these little episodes from time to time. It's nothing." Miha then sat down on a goblin corpse, dejected. Leyon held the spatial pouch in his hand and wondered if there were any other items. But Miha had already searched everywhere and found nothing. At that moment, he suddenly realized there was a problem. For a reward to appear right in the middle of the path before the first gate was even cleared was extremely unusual. There had to be a reason. Miha then checked the spatial pouch again. Sure enough, there was a line of text on it, "Defeat the greediest goblin in the dungeon." This seemed to be a hint for the next gate. After thinking for a moment, Miha immediately guessed the answer. It's the goblin chieftain. Maden then wondered how he could have come to such a conclusion. As Miha walked over to the chieftain's corpse, he explained, "The one with the most greed could only be that goblin. He's also the biggest and has the most power, right? We have to take the stone from his body and put it in this pouch." Just then, Leyon demanded to be the one to cut out the stone. He claimed he was more skillful and better with a knife than Miha. but Miha didn't think so. So, the two decided to have a competition. There were two chieftains. Whoever retrieved the stone better would get the spatial pouch. And so, they both climbed onto the two goblin chieftain corpses and began. Leyon drew his sword and unleashed a flurry of flashy slashes. In no time, he had perfectly extracted the stone. But just as he was about to show off, he saw Miha. Model. Holding the stone, Miha looked at the pure light emanating from it, and Leyon knew for sure that he had lost. Leyon dropped to his knees and bawled like a puppy. Miha then dropped the stone into his spatial bag. A key of light flew out of the bag and transformed into a door made of light. This definitely wasn't the path Miha took in his past life. After a moment of thought, he concluded that this must be a shortcut. Without hesitation, the three of them stepped through the door of light and onto a long staircase. Leyon took the opportunity to whisper to Modin, "Excuse me, but who exactly is Miha? He doesn't seem like he's our age." Modin replied, "If you're curious about the young master, he's exactly as the rumors say." Still unconvinced, Leyon pressed again, "What? You mean those rumors are true?" Modin closed his eyes and said, "Yes, they are. In the past, the young master was truly unskilled, uncharismatic, and unwise. That's all I can say, as that's all the young master allows." Looking at Miha's retreating figure and recalling Modin's words, Leyon seemed to have an epiphany. An oddball. People usually try to hide their shameful past, but maybe he has accepted his past as a part of himself. Suddenly, Modin continued. However, he suddenly changed a great deal. I was also very surprised by it. Judging by Modin's expression, one could tell he was both happy and worried about this change. After all, he was the one who had watched Miha grow up. Just then, Miha stopped walking. They had finally reached the end of the path. Looks like we skipped a few things, but we somehow made it here anyway. The fourth gate. In front of them was a massive stone door. It stood tall and imposing, with strange patterns carved into its surface. Having come this far, Miha had no idea what awaited them. In his previous life, Mia's party had fought their way through and received their reward at the third gate. It seemed the fourth gate had been hidden for some reason. And since the characters written on the gate meant "do not seek to understand," Miha intended to go right in. Seeing this, Leyon quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, are you planning to open the door right now?" Miha explained that since there were no hints or anything else, it was useless to overthink it. It was better to just turn off their brains and charge straight ahead. They might find something that way. Before entering, Miha used magic to create a thin barrier for Leyon and Modin, just enough to protect them from physical and mental harm. Then, the three of them walked straight through the door. As soon as they entered, they were transported to a dark, cold space, and they were separated. Miha immediately used light magic, but it wasn't very effective. It's huge in here. The light magic only illuminates a small area, so we still can't tell how big it is. I can't pinpoint where the butler and Leyon are either. It's too dark. I don't need to worry too much about the butler, but I need to hurry for Leon's sake. Just then, the space suddenly transformed. Under a blood-red sky, a familiar figure appeared. It was the Leyon from his past life, bathing in blood. As soon as he saw Miha, he spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it? You son of a bitch." Miha recognized it as an illusion at first glance. He didn't care and asked directly. "The impersonation is pretty good. I'll give you an 8 out of 10. Now, where's the real Leyon?" The illusion of Leyon laughed loudly. "What's the hurry? Why don't we sit down and reminisce about old times?" Before he could finish his sentence, Miha waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'm too lazy." Upon hearing this, the illusion's eyes widened. "Lazy? How can you just ignore all of this? You ran away from this place, and you still have the nerve to say that. Do you really think you're capable of doing that? You're just a coward, who only knows how to run away by himself," he said, getting closer and shaking Miha. This was an illusion created from Miha's memories. This place was the battlefield where his comrades had fallen. The person standing before him was also his closest friend, but none of it could sway Mia's mind. "Now you're down to a 7. I say you lost a point because the Leyon I know would never say things like this. You're tainting my friend's name. Get lost." After just one shout, the illusion completely vanished. The dark space gradually faded, revealing the true scenery of the area. This place was actually a beautiful forest, with countless mana crystals scattered around. Before Miha could take in the view, Modin ran up to him from out of nowhere. "There you are, sir. I've been looking all over for you." It seemed he was fine and uninjured. Modin bashfully said that it was due to the effective shield Miha had created. Although Miha knew the truth, he didn't bother to expose the lie. If Modin wanted to keep up the act, he'd let him be. The two of them then scouted the surrounding area. The place contained a colossal amount of mana crystals, enough to make a count incredibly wealthy. Just then, Modin suddenly pointed forward. "Huh, young master. Isn't that young master Leyon? He doesn't look so good. Leyon was on the ground, clutching his head, his whole body trembling. He was being tormented by his own inner demons. You are our hope, young master. You are the much-anticipated heir of the sword's saint. We believe in you, young master. You can bring glory to our family. Immersed in the familiar voices, Leyon gradually sank deeper, losing his sanity. I grew up with the expectations of my father and our retainers. I know they care about me, so I've always worked harder than anyone else, without rest. That was my everything. No, that had to be my everything. Why did I come here? I don't know anything anymore. At that moment, the appearance of Miha pushed Leyon completely into darkness. Miha Oneperis. If he dies, this entire dungeon will belong to my family. Yes, the important thing I must do is bring honor to my family. That also means sacrificing my allies. If that's what it takes to bring honor to my family, I'm more than willing. Leyon's eyes turned black. Just like the illusion Miha had faced, he held his sword in hand and flashed a sinister smile, but that smile was immediately wiped from his face when he saw Miha's magic arrow. What is this terrifying magic? I don't think I can win against this monster, especially when he knows all about my mana skills. Will I die if I fight him? And just like that, Leyon's inner demon was scared right back into hiding. In the face of absolute power, anything can be resolved. Leyon's eyes then returned to normal, and to avoid getting skewered, he spoke up. I'm back, Miha. Only then did Miha retract her magic. Good. All right then, we've wasted enough time here. Hurry up, let's go. Leyon could sense that she was a truly terrifying person. If he hadn't returned to normal, he would have been riddled with holes by now. The three of them then continued deeper into the forest. The farther they went, the thicker the fog became, and the three of them got separated once again. But Miha wasn't worried at all. First a forest, now fog. This mist seems real, and they must have created it for a purpose. I don't think the butler and Leyon can find me right now. This means it's calling out to me. After walking forward for a while, Miha emerged from the fog and was greeted by a mysterious girl. As soon as he saw her, Miha asked, "Are you the manager here?" The girl was a little surprised by how unusually calm he was. Seeing this, Miha pretended. You see, I'm actually very worried right now. As Miha got closer, the girl continued, Tisk, I don't think this is a problem. It's not important anyway. I suppose I should introduce myself first, shouldn't I? I am, but before she could finish, she was cut off. I already know who you are. Seth, the first apostle of the god Asa. Hearing this, Seth was completely astonished. When she was about to ask, Miha cut her off. You don't need to explain unnecessary things. I've already proven myself worthy, after all. I believe I'm qualified to receive the reward you've prepared. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish. That's why I came here. But Seth hadn't said anything about a wish, so Miha quickly backpedaled. I just had a feeling you'd wish for something. Although it was very confusing. Seth made her decision. Tex, very well. My mission is to hand over the sacred artifact to a person of worthy character. She held out her hand, and a magic circle suddenly appeared on the table, from which a pendant flew out. This is the reward you mentioned. It is also the holy relic that contains my power. Just by carrying it with you, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you whenever you need it. I've never given it a name, but I think we can call it Seth's Tempest. Holding the reward in his hand, Miha looked completely astonished. How strange. This is definitely completely different from the item I got before my regression. Seeing this, Seth spoke up. There's no need to doubt it. I assure you, this item will not disappoint you. How could I possibly give a fake to someone who has passed through the fourth gate? Upon hearing this, Miha clutched the necklace tightly. It must be the real item, then. So, the one that caused hundreds of people to die before was just a fake? He immediately asked Seth to confirm. If someone only reached the third floor, would there be any way to get the real item? Seth answered without hesitation, no. However, if you think about it carefully, there is a way at the third gate. But if you can't figure it out, then you're not worthy. It would be a terrible waste if the holy relic fell into the hands of someone unworthy. Looking into Seth's determined eyes, Miha finally understood the situation. The item his party received in his past life was just a secondary reward. After Miha put on the necklace, the pendant suddenly glowed and turned into a stream of blue light that enveloped him. According to Seth, this wasn't an ordinary necklace. It was a complex barrier. It could protect both his body and his soul. It would protect its master from any attack once per day, and depending on Mia's level, it could change. But for now, the limit was only once. This thing was basically a cheat code, completely different from the one-time use item from his past life. With this, Miha could escape death once every day. At that moment, Seth's body began to fade away, but it seemed she had already accepted this. It's time for me to go. My mission was to hand over the sacred artifact to someone worthy. Now that I've completed this mission, I must leave. Miha thought for a moment, then said, "It seems the time freeze spell surrounding the dungeon is about to wear off. If you don't disappear, what do you plan to do?" Although Seth had mentally prepared for this, her heart still felt a little reluctant. It can't be saved. In order to repair the old magic barrier, you'd need knowledge equal to or greater than a ninth circle mage. Basically, it's impossible. But it would be nice if I could witness for myself how the world has changed. Hearing this, Miha walked towards the magic circle that sustained the dungeon. With the knowledge of a ninth circle mage, this magic circle is nothing more than child's play. Didn't you say you wanted to witness it for yourself? I'll make it happen so you can see the world with your own eyes. After just a few manipulations, Seth's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the magic circle was repaired, Seth's body had shrunk to a tiny size, floating in midair. Why has my beautiful body become so small? But Miha thought she looked very cute like this, so he told her not to worry. Hearing that, Seth blushed and shouted, flailing her arms and legs, "Do you have any idea that I'm an apostle serving an ancient god?" Miha then explained, "I'm sorry for making you small like this, but in order to extend the time freeze as long as possible, I had no choice." Hearing this, Seth asked in astonishment, "Wait a minute, are you an archmage?" The ninth circle of magic? Miha immediately denied it, which shocked Seth even more. "Then that's impossible. You can recreate the time freeze spell without possessing the ninth circle of magic? Something like this has never happened before." Miha smiled proudly. "Seth, I'm a genius with transcendent talent." Seth was utterly speechless and just said, "Well, I guess that's that." "How the hell can you argue with that?" Elsewhere, Leon's father, Darius Parkslope. He sighed helplessly as he stared out the window. "Haha, a lot of time has passed, hasn't it? I guess trusting them was completely useless. I hope everyone is okay." Just then, a knight came running and reported, "My lord. Just a moment ago, young master Miha Oneperis returned after conquering the dungeon." Darius was stunned when he heard the news, unable to believe what he was hearing. Shortly after, the work of transporting the mana crystals out of the dungeon began. The appraiser Darius brought with him was moved to tears at the sight of the mana crystals. "My lord, in my entire life, I have never seen mana crystals so pure, and there are so many of them. I can't even begin to imagine how much all of this is worth." Hearing this, Darius glanced at Miha, who was standing beside him. "Ha. Even professional expedition teams couldn't conquer it, yet you managed to do it so effortlessly." Miha just smiled and said, "It actually gave me a bit of trouble." Darius immediately replied, "But you don't look like you've been through much trouble at all." Miha confidently replied that he never makes a promise he can't keep. At that moment, Darius began to reconsider. Perhaps he had been too blinded by rumors. How could he forget the true nature of the Oneperis family? He could certainly tell that the boy's bloodline wasn't just for show. In Miha, Darius saw an image of his father as a young man, a genius mage who had braved every corner of the world. Just then, Miha spoke up. "Well then, as promised, I'll be taking half of the spoils from clearing the dungeon." A look of regret crossed Darius's face. "I know. If I'd known this would happen, I would have haggled for a little more." Miha then smiled knowingly. The Count may act like this, but I doubt he truly sees this as a loss. The pressure to conquer the dungeon was mounting, and he already spent a fortune for that purpose. Despite conquering the dungeon, he had yet to receive anything from it. He must have been incredibly worried, and I was able to help him through that difficult period. After that, Darius asked about what Miha had promised. As you know, with Melia's mana aura technique, the sooner one learns it, the better. "So, I want you to fulfill your promise as soon as possible." He was truly a good father, always wanting the best for his son. And of course, Miha had no reason to delay. "Sir, I guess there's no need for us to wait. Why don't we start today?" 4 days later, a rumor that Leyon was being taught swordsmanship by a mage had spread throughout the territory. Everyone was astonished when they heard the news. A mage teaching swordsmanship, or vice versa, was considered a joke on this continent. In reality, Leyon was running for his life, getting his butt kicked by Miha's barrage of magic missiles. As he ran, he whined, "You said you were going to teach me Melia's mana aura technique." While controlling the magic missiles, Miha said, "I am teaching you, and I think I'm being very gentle." The boss, sitting on Mia's shoulder, chimed in. "Has the definition of gentle changed overnight?" "Sir, I must admit your training method is quite interesting. This isn't a bad idea. You're creating a natural flow of mana and making him aware of it. After all, knights don't need to use mana with precision, so I don't think this is a bad way to train at all." Although Leyon tried his best to dodge and fight back, the sheer number of magic missiles was too much, and he occasionally got hit. There were even times when he collapsed from the pain. "What the hell is this? What kind of training is this?" Seeing this, Miha calmly replied, "I learned this mana aura technique from a qualified person. so you don't need to worry about that." Lying flat on the ground, Leyon bitterly complained. What kind of crazy bastard would create a technique like this? But he couldn't have known that the crazy bastard was Miha himself. Miha had once been trained like a demon, and now he was just paying it all forward. "That's right, you bastard. That's your future right there." After putting Leyon through the ringer, Miha told him to try circulating his mana the way he usually did. Although Leyon didn't understand what was happening, he obediently did as he was told. Even after circulating just a little bit, Leyon felt the tension in his body ease significantly. Miha then explained, "The way you're circulating your mana to defend against my spells is actually part of the training. Familiarizing yourself with the way you're moving your mana right now. That's the most important step. If you keep practicing without forgetting this feeling, you'll naturally perfect the technique on your own." Hearing this, Leon's eyes became incredibly determined. His resolve was stronger than ever. Miha was also extremely pleased with this attitude. He'll figure it out soon enough. Things will go even faster since I've shown him a shortcut. I can't wait until that happens. The final destination of the Miller Mana Aura technique. After the day's training was over, Miha went to a private space. The boss felt this was unnecessary because, besides Miha, no one else could see her. But Miha had informed the Count that this would be his inviolable private time. Miha's goal was to test the power of the new item he'd received, the boss's storm. After channeling a small amount of mana into the pendant, a large, green tornado was created. Seeing this, the boss boasted, "Ah, are you planning to test the storm? You can definitely use it for purposes other than self-defense. If you need guidance, I can help you. I was responsible for it for a pretty long time, so I know quite a lot about it." Miha then said he would do something that even she didn't know, which annoyed the boss. "What? You dare to lecture me on how to use a storm?" Miha then explained, "You might think I'm still too young to understand how a holy artifact works, but a vortex is a natural form of mana, and things like holy artifacts have infinite uses." Miha then closed his eyes and felt the flow of mana moving around him. "Before my regression, the storm didn't belong to me, but as a mage, I was really interested in it, so I analyzed it frequently. And I came up with a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I can use that thing with my free circulation method. The basic principle behind the free circulation method is multi-mana circulation, but multi-mana circulation has many limitations because of the vortexes. All the flaws in the free circulation method were because I couldn't control the vortexes properly. However, what if I use the storm to solve this problem?" When Miha opened his eyes, the mana within him seemed to merge with the storm and then exploded powerfully. Seeing this, the boss shouted, "Are you crazy? You're using the storm for your mana circulation. My own? Stop it, you'll destroy your body." But what happened next left her stunned. Miha's mana flow was easily brought under control, no longer raging wildly. This had all been part of Miha's plan from the very beginning. After helplessly letting the storm slip away, he had tried to gather information on the sacred artifacts to find common ground between them. He examined the information he had collected from analyzing the storm, and that's when he realized he could control the sacred artifact. Now, it was time to put his theory to the test. After finishing his preparations, Miha created a temporary magic circle by using the storm and merging his mana. The process was incredibly easy, and it took no effort at all. Miha then wrote out an incantation for the 6th tier spell, Fire Field. Instantly, the surrounding area turned into a giant sea of flames. Seeing this, Seth's jaw dropped in shock. 6th tier? How can you use a 6th tier incantation at your age? Now 7th tier. Huh? Stop it. Even if you try to use an incantation higher than your own level, it's impossible. But before she could finish her sentence, Miha had completed the 7th tier incantation, Gravity. The ground around them seemed to be crushed into smithereens, before levitating into the air. At this point, Seth's eyes were wide and her mouth was agape, unable to say another word. 1 week had passed since he began training in Miller Leyon's chi cultivation method. By now, he had basically mastered the technique. He cheerfully swung the sword in his hand, showing Miha the results of his training. At this rate, Leyon would surely become a sword saint in a few years, and that would be a huge asset for Miha in the upcoming war. Just then, Leyon spoke up. "By the way, what are you planning to do about the temple? The oracle? I thought you taught me Melia's chi cultivation method, because you wanted to join the temple's hero selection trial." It was only then that Miha remembered something important he'd almost forgotten. "I've been too focused on acquiring the first sacred artifact, Cassandra. I need to confirm where she is before I can go to the temple with peace of mind. How am I going to find Cassandra now?" While Miha was lost in thought, a knight from the Park Slope family ran up and announced, "Young master, my apologies, young master Miha, but we have a visitor. I came to inform you." Hearing this, Leyon asked, "A visitor? But I don't think we were expecting anyone." The knight hesitated, not daring to speak clearly. Seeing his expression, Miha immediately guessed who it was. Aileen, his former fiancée. Waiting in the drawing room, Aileen looked around and began to assess the place. There's really nothing special here. Not their influence, and not their history. But to become a knight, I need to prove myself to father. The mistakes of the past have caused the entire family. The Lindell family, so much suffering. That's why I must defeat Leon Park Slope, the man they call the Sword God, in a duel to prove I'm worthy of becoming a knight. Just then, Miha pushed the door open with a friendly smile. Hey there. Hello. Seeing him, Eileen's jaw dropped in shock. Huh? Miha? What are you doing here? Miha calmly sat down and shot back. What do you mean? I was properly invited here, you know. Aren't you the one who just dropped by unannounced? Ashamed of her past mistakes, Aileen lowered her head, unable to say a word. Seeing this, Miha continued, Don't worry, I don't hold any grudges against you. We called off the engagement quite smoothly, and I even gained more fame because of it. After Miha did all that, the Lindell family announced the news to the public that both families had agreed to call off the engagement, not because Miha Oneperis failed to meet the standards. After that, the rumors that Miha wasn't good enough died down. He was extremely satisfied with this outcome. But as for how Aileen's side felt, he wasn't sure. After hearing that, Aileen shyly asked, So, where's young Master Leyon? Miha answered without hesitation. He's taking a bath. He'll be out to talk with us when he's done. So, what brings you here today? This guy sure asks questions like he owns the place. For some reason, Aileen felt an invisible pressure and stammered. As someone from a family of knights, I just wanted to observe the swordsmanship of another family. Of course, you probably think I'm shameless, but Miha immediately cut her off. No, not at all. I never thought that. She really does have a talent for swordsmanship. In the future, the more strong people I have by my side, the better. There's no reason for me to hate her. If I can make use of her, that's even better for me. Wait a minute, I think I can make use of her. Miha then smiled warmly at Aileen. Aileen felt a chill run down her spine. What? Why is he suddenly looking at me like that? Miha stood up and said, The fact that you came here to observe another family's swordsmanship shows that you want to get stronger. If that's the case, I'll give you an opportunity. Hearing this, Aileen didn't understand a damn thing. An opportunity? What do you mean? Miha continued, Leyon is a bit stubborn. I don't think he'll appreciate you showing up so suddenly. That's why I want to lend a hand. After finishing his bath, Leyon was called to the training grounds again, which annoyed him slightly. What is it, Miha? Why did you suddenly call me to the training grounds? The moment he saw the look on Miha's face, Leyon became extremely wary. That expression. My senses are telling me. You make that face when you're about to do something stupid. Mia's expression turned serious. I'm very sad to hear you think that way. So, what can I do to make my expression look more innocent? Aileen, standing nearby, couldn't understand what the two were talking about, so she peeked her head out. The moment Leyon saw Aileen, he understood Mia's intention. Miss Lindell, if she's here with you, don't tell me. It was exactly what Leyon was thinking. A few hours later, Aileen was screaming as she dodged the magic arrows. You said you'd teach me. That's why I followed you here. Miha just laughed and said, But I didn't lie, did I? There are plenty of opportunities for you to learn. Look beside you. Aileen glanced over and saw Leyon, who wasn't running away but was skillfully blocking the magic arrows with his sword. But because she was distracted, a magic arrow hit her in the leg, and she fell right on her butt. As Miha approached, Aileen asked, Is the difficulty level different for me and young Master Leyon? Miha replied, No, of course not. It's just that you have more openings, so you're easier to attack. I hope you've learned a lot. Hearing that, Aileen immediately stood up. I've learned a great deal, but compared to me, young Master Leyon seems much more skilled. Although she said that, Aileen couldn't help but think she was useless and blame herself. But Miha didn't see it that way. It's not that she doesn't have weaknesses, but she is definitely a natural-born talent. I'm sure of it. She could have become much stronger and been a great help to me. No, to all of us. But in the end, she couldn't. That's why I'm going to make her stronger. Miha then held out his hand and said to Aileen, Now, I'll tell you what I really wanted to tell you. Let me introduce you to my instructor. Aileen immediately slapped Miha's hand away. I didn't come here looking for an instructor. And I doubt you, a mage, are qualified to talk to me about aura techniques. That would suit me. Just then, Leyon walked over after taking a break. He looks pretty trustworthy. After all, he's the one who taught me my aura technique. The moment she heard that, Aileen's eyes widened in shock. A mage can't possibly teach aura techniques. Miha quickly explained, It's true, I can't perform aura techniques myself, but if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others. After glancing at Leyon, Alien realized she had been a bit rash. She immediately bowed to apologize to Miha. I understand. If an aura user says so, then it must be true. I apologize for my rudeness. Miha hadn't expected Alien to apologize at all. It seemed he had misjudged her. Alien then asked to meet the instructor Miha had mentioned. But in this world, the only things that fall from the sky for free are rain and bird poop. Miha said bluntly, did you really think I would give you that information for free? It's only natural that I receive something of equal value. Alien thought for a moment, then quickly mumbled, Can I pay you later? Hell no. Miha refused instantly. Left with no other choice, Alien sighed and pulled out a purple mana crystal from her pouch. Even someone as experienced as Miha was amazed by it. I never thought I'd see a perfect mana crystal. Here. Alien said seriously. I knew you'd recognize it. I was originally going to use this to negotiate, because it's a rare item that lowers the difficulty of conquering a dungeon. Hearing this, Miha started to piece together Alien's purpose. She was planning to negotiate with the Park Slope family using an item essential for dungeon conquering. This meant the Lindell family already knew about the Park Slope family's dungeon situation. That crafty old fox, Miha thought. Miha then accepted the perfect mana crystal without hesitation. Well, all right, I say this is sufficient. I suppose you know the lawless judge, right? The moment he heard the name, Leyon shouted, You mean that weirdo from the West? One of the few sword masters on the continent, who doesn't come from any empire? That was exactly who Miha was talking about. The Western overlord, William Arialan. The one who defeated, a general of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 generals of the demon army. After a moment of hesitation, Alien spoke up. Even if you are from the Oneperis family, how could you possibly convince someone who isn't even a border official of the West? But before she could finish her sentence, Miha cut her off. You don't need to worry about that. Then Miha turned to Leyon. Leyon, you remember what we talked about before, right? About that temple? Of course, Leyon remembered. He asked when they would have to go. Miha said they would leave tomorrow, and Alien would need to come with them to the capital. Hearing this, Alien was flustered. I'm sorry, but why me? Miha replied, Don't you want to learn the aura technique as soon as possible? That's why I'm inviting you to come with us. This is all for a reason. Miha had planned this based on his memories. It should be around this time. She's usually near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event, which no one believes in, and the lawless judge appearing in the capital during that time. This is the perfect opportunity to take care of both at once. Alien didn't understand any of it, so she yelled, But this is still too sudden. Why are you suddenly telling me to go to the capital? You have to explain it to me first. But Mia's answer was incredibly simple. I just thought it would be cool to be a hero. No matter how much Miha wanted to tell the truth, it would just sound absurd. So it was best to keep it a secret. That night, Miha sat in a dark room and thought with his eyes closed. Just then, Seth, who was beside him, spoke up. Those kids are pretty interesting. That's how people their age are supposed to act, unlike you. Why can't you be a little more like them? Miha kept his eyes closed and replied, You see, I'm a little messed up. After all, Miha had the soul of an old man, so how could he act as childishly as the younger crowd? Seth then turned his attention to the perfect mana crystal on the table. A perfect mana crystal, a wonderful item. What do you plan to do with this? Miha then took out his spatial bag and placed it next to the stone. I know. I'll use it, just like any other mage would. I'm going to craft my own artifact. Seth was already used to Miha's impossible feats, so he remained perfectly calm. You really never fail to show me something new, every single time. So, what kind of artifact are you planning to make? Miha sat looking at the stone and the pile of materials, thinking for a long while. Well, with this many materials, I can make a lot of things. But, like I said, I'll use it like any mage would. I'm going to create a support. Seth heard this and asked, puzzled. But don't you need a stand to hold that mana crystal in the right place? To extract this much mana from the crystal, you're going to need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power. Miha flashed a confident smile. I already know how I'm going to get it. Seth flew up in front of Miha. You sure are confident. Miha looked at Seth and said with a smile, Well, it's not entirely unrelated to you, you know. The catalyst I plan to use is a branch from the world tree. Hearing this, Seth was completely stunned. How did you know I have a connection to the world tree? Miha replied, It was easy enough to figure out. Of course, I'm not saying I'm going to create a support. Right now, I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are incredibly powerful items, and we're going to refine them to create an orb. The consequences of failing to refine a high-grade mana crystal can be so severe that it could blow away an entire territory. But that won't happen. Before his regression, Miha had refined mana countless times. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his mana into the mana crystal and began the refining process. Countless orderly mana circuits gradually appeared inside the crystal. Witnessing this, Seth couldn't help but ask curiously, are you really going to navigate hundreds, even thousands of mana circuits inside to refine it? At this moment, Miha needed to concentrate harder than ever. He had to constantly imbue an activation chant, and as for the amount of mana allowed, there was likely no need for a limit. He then engraved a series of special spells onto the mana crystal: mana control, chant amplification, and binding. Seth's curiosity flared up again. How could you achieve a level of mastery that only a high-level archmage should possess? But Miha simply answered that it was due to talent and patience. Seth was left speechless. If that were true, archmages would be running amok in the streets. Next came the final step. Miha made a small cut on his finger and dripped his blood onto the mana crystal. He just needed to alter it slightly to give it his mana attribute. After absorbing all the blood, the mana crystal began to change shape, transforming into a perfect black orb. Seth moved closer to observe the sphere. I'm curious. It doesn't have any color. Usually, you can tell a person's mana attribute by the color of their orb, Miha then explained. I don't have one. I was born with an affinity for all types of magic. Its color will change based on the type of magic I use, that's all. When Miha cast a fireball spell, the orb immediately turned red. This was truly a cheat-like talent. It was hard to believe how useless Miha had been before. Holding the orb, Miha carefully evaluated it. Mana consumption was significantly reduced, and the output level was also increased. It's time to test the maximum power level of this thing. Miha then turned his gaze towards a distant mountain, signaling the misfortune that was about to befall it. And just as expected, the next morning, Leyon reported that the entire orc encampment on the mountain had been wiped out the previous night. It was the encampment of a troublesome monster species, so this was good news. The problem, however, was the source of this destruction. Leyon's father had been scrambling all morning to find the cause, but Leyon would never have guessed the culprit was sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mia's nonchalant attitude made Leyon a little suspicious. Why do you look so unconcerned, or did you already know about this? Wait a minute, it was you, wasn't it? Even though he was being grabbed by the collar, Miha tried to act cool. The orcs in your territory were pretty tough. There were no words for this fool. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, Archbishop Naren was reporting to the Pope, Your Holiness, regarding the prophecy, I have announced it exactly as you requested. But seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope spoke up. Did things not go smoothly, Archbishop Naren? Naren continued, Yes. I don't think people are taking this very seriously. The Pope had anticipated this. I suppose there's nothing we can do, as it would set a bad precedent. But a prophecy is a prophecy. Why don't we keep an eye on it for a while? By the way, have you found that child, Cassandra? Naren reported without hesitation. We have not found her yet. Perhaps it would be better not to find her. The Pope then spoke in cryptic words. A prophet that no one believes is insignificant. And in the worst-case scenario, it could be disadvantageous for all of us. But I wonder if leaving her be, because of those potential consequences, is truly the right course of action. I'm not so sure. I don't think we should simply ignore the child's prophecy. Why don't we wait a little longer? Perhaps we can find at least one volunteer to work with us. Let us hope the Lord answers our prayers. Back with Miha's group, Alien, after learning why they were headed to the Holy Capital, was a little disgruntled. I thought prophecies weren't considered reliable anymore. And even if they are true, they're difficult to interpret correctly. Alien's thinking was understandable. It was just an uncertain prophecy, even after being interpreted. There wasn't even a single clue indicating that it would come true. And at this point in time, there's no significant benefit to being a hero. Heroes are only useful when an evil force needs to be defeated. To appease Alien, Miha needed to find a reasonable excuse. It still has its uses. We can establish relationships with people in the Holy Kingdom. Alien seemed somewhat convinced. She then asked about the lawless judge. Miha replied, There's a way to contact them, so you don't need to worry too much about it. Once we reach the capital, we can take care of all of that. Right now, Mia's biggest concern was finding Cassandra's whereabouts. He turned to ask Modin about his investigation. As expected of the butler of House Oneperis, Modin had found the information Miha requested about the prophet Cassandra. It seems the Holy Kingdom has dispatched people to search for her location. After hearing this, Miha asked, So even the Holy Kingdom hasn't found her yet? Modin replied, As of right now, that is correct. However, there are rumors that she was seen with some knight from the Holy Kingdom before she disappeared. It seems she left a small message. She said, I will wait. Could these words have been for Miha? Whether they would find out about Miha's identity as a regressor. After carefully preparing a carriage and horses, the group used a teleportation spell to go to the enemy capital. I'm honestly speechless. Leyon, suffering from teleportation sickness, was constantly gagging. He ran over to Miha and whined. The horses and carriage were ready, so why did we have to teleport? Because it's faster, obviously. Thanks to the spell, the group arrived at the capital in no time. It was Leyon's first time in such a lavish place, and he was a bit overwhelmed. Whoa, the capital looks amazing. It was truly a world of difference from other cities. But for wealthy nobles like Miha and Alien, this place was nothing special. Is that so? I'll admit it's glamorous, but I don't think it's anything more than that. Well, you've got a point. At this, Leyon could only lament his own fate. You filthy rich people. Looking at the capital's gloomy appearance brought back a lot of memories for Miha. Just as he was about to head to the main shrine, Set suddenly spoke up. Miha, look over there. In the direction Set was pointing, a little girl in a hooded cloak was being grabbed by the collar by a large man. It seemed she had told him he would get what he deserved, which earned her his wrath. Seeing this girl gave Miha a strange feeling. He immediately cast a shield spell in the direction of the two strangers, but the person Miha protected was actually the man. If it weren't for him, the man would have been struck down by a knight in iron armor. Miha then ran over and confronted the knight. Are you out of your mind? How dare you draw your sword in the middle of the capital? If you don't want this to escalate, put that sword away. Now, Miha's face was dead serious. He was ready to use magic to restrain the knight immediately if he showed any intention of resisting. Just then, the little girl from before stepped forward to stop the knight. Stop, Sir Ally. Then she turned to Miha and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miha asked in return. We've never met before, have we? The little girl replied cryptically. I guess not. Until now. Her words made Miha suspicious. Don't tell me. She's already seen it? Just then, Leyon came over, breaking his train of thought. Miha, why don't we get out of here first? Look around, everyone's staring. Miha was about to leave, but there was one thing he needed to do first. In the crowd, the man from earlier had been paralyzed by Miha's spell. Feeling his pockets being searched, the man repeatedly threatened, What do you think you're doing? How dare you search me without my permission? But Miha paid him no mind and pulled out a pouch. What do you mean? Why? I'm just returning stolen property to its rightful owner. Hearing this, the man panicked and kept insisting the pouch was his. Miha then took out a necklace, with a cross from the pouch and held it in front of the man's face. You're not even a cleric, and you don't bear the mark of loyalty to the holy nation. The man was struck speechless and couldn't say another word. Miha then placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered menacingly, My dear sir, tell that sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make my meaning perfectly clear. The pickpocket tried to shout out Miha's identity, but Miha clamped a hand over his mouth. He then returned the pouch to the little girl. After a moment of thought, she asked, Should I introduce myself to you now? The knight, seeing this, tried to advise against it, but the girl stopped him. It's all right. I have foreseen this. Witnessing this scene, Leyon and Alien had no idea what was going on, but Modin suddenly popped his head out and said, The little girl must be a prophet. Just then, the girl removed her hood and introduced herself. That's right. My name is Cassandra. Wasn't this the very person Miha had been desperately searching for? Was this a random coincidence, or was it foretold? Elsewhere, in the city's sewers, the pickpocket, having escaped, immediately reported to a mysterious man. Upon hearing the news, the man was furious. What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me. I thought he was just some useless mage brat. The pickpocket, now terrified, explained, I'm sorry. I tried to get the money pouch, but that brat got in my way. The mysterious man sneered in annoyance. You dare come back after you failed? And what's this? You would have succeeded if it weren't for that brat. You useless fool. He waved his hand, and the shadows seemed to come to life, lunging forward to deal with the pickpocket. Only then did the man remember Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that remained was a dry skeleton. Just then, a woman wearing a steel mask approached. What happened? The man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I completely forgot I had a great sword master by my side. The woman immediately pointed her sword at the man's neck and said, Cut the theatrics. Answer me now, or I'll kill you. The man wasn't scared in the slightest. If you kill me, you'll never find her. Calm down. If you do something for me, I'll give you the information you so desperately want. The woman had no choice but to accept his demand, and this task involved Miha. It seemed danger was closing in on him. Back with Miha, Cassandra stated her desire after introducing herself. I have been eagerly awaiting you, Miha. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Sir Miha. She then turned to his three companions. Please excuse us, but this is a matter for Sir Miha's ears only. The three immediately understood and made excuses to leave. Just then, Miha stopped Alien and whispered, If you run into a dangerous situation, remember this name, Carriaman. It seemed he had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. After everyone had left, Mia's friendly demeanor instantly vanished. "So, what is it you wanted to talk about?" Cassandra clasped her hands together and mustered all her courage. She shouted, "I want to ask you something. Did you also once receive the blessing of prophecy?" Since she was a child, Cassandra had been able to see events in the future. It came to her like an instinct. Accidentally seeing such things was not a pleasant experience. Sometimes she would see the death of a friend, and other times she'd see a carriage get destroyed. Cassandra did her best to stop that future from happening, but the results were horrific. The more she struggled to prevent a death, the more she was forced to witness one horrifying incident after another. Seeing the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world was no different. She was helpless. Cassandra had to plead with the Pope, but no one took her prophecies seriously. She had to endure terrible pain that she couldn't share with anyone. It was unimaginable, but just as Cassandra was about to give up, one of her prophecies unfolded, revealing an image of a man she was about to meet. Miha Oneperis. He was her last hope, but Mia's answer was, "I'm sorry, but I'm not a prophet. I don't have any similar talents either." Hearing this, Cassandra was devastated. Her last hope was cruelly extinguished just like that. But then, Miha suddenly continued, "However, I might still be able to help you. I believe your prophecies about the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world." Tears welled up in Cassandra's eyes. "How can you believe me?" Miha spread his hands and said with a smile, "Perhaps I'm just trying to trick you. I am a mage, and I'm interested in all things. I also want to see if you can change fate and whether your prophecy is referring to a future that will happen no matter what. I'm curious about everything related to this, and you are the perfect person to help me prove it." Cassandra was utterly astonished. In the worst-case scenario, she thought she would be made a laughingstock. Because no one believed her prophecies, she never expected him to say something like that. Even so, she could be certain of one thing. He genuinely trusted her. The tears Cassandra shed now were tears of joy. Never in her life had she smiled so brightly. "Ha ha ha, you really are a strange one. Very well, if you are willing to trust me, then from now on, I will trust you too." Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the temple, Leyon was submitting an application to become a hero. He was blushing beet red. "That's right. I'm here to register as a hero, so get to it." The clerk looked at the application form and asked, "I understand. And the person you're with is?" Leyon shouted. The clerk's face showed utter disdain. "Coming here with a well-known failure to apply to be a hero? What a joke. If you're here to mess around, then leave. We're looking for real heroes." Leyon was so embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. He just wished Miha would get there as soon as possible. But the person who approached was a woman in a steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon's group. "I know a child came here. I'll ask you, where is that child now?" Her question was accompanied by an overwhelmingly suffocating pressure. Leyon and Alien immediately drew their swords and took a fighting stance. Neither of them knew who this woman was, only that she was a master swordswoman. The woman repeated her question. "I'll ask again. Where is the child prophet?" Leyon instantly knew she meant Cassandra, but there was no way he'd sell her out. He retorted boldly, "Ha, I see no reason to tell you." Hearing this, the woman moved at an unbelievable speed, grabbed Leyon by the head, and slammed him into the ground. "Is that so? I guess I'll have to give you a reason." Alien, who was standing nearby, was thrown back by the aftershock. Knowing the vast difference in their power, Alien could only resort to threats. "This is a temple. You won't get away with doing this. In the kingdom's holy temple." But the woman had no intention of stopping. "I don't care, and they'll never know who I am. And if they want to do something to me, they'll have to pay a hefty price. Do you really think the current emperor would do that for your worthless lives?" In this dangerous situation, Alien had a sudden flash of insight. "Wait, Cassandra, the prophet, that we met in the capital, and her guide, Miha, promised he would find us. Could this all be a coincidence?" With no other choice, Alien had to shout the name Miha had told them, Carriaman. Hearing this name, the woman seemed to lose her mind. She changed targets and lunged, grabbing Alien by the throat. Lifting her into the air, she screamed, "How do you know that name? Speak." Alien was helpless, unable to resist at all. She could only pray that Miha would arrive quickly. Just then, Miha appeared. "That's enough, Lady Millennium. I'm the one with information about that child." Hearing this, Millennium immediately turned and asked, "Who are you?" Miha calmly replied, "I am from the Oneperis family. Why don't you talk to me instead of taking your anger out on uninvolved people?" Millennium laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. How naive." A terrifying killing intent radiated from her body towards Miha. Miha, without a moment's hesitation, used a spell division circle to increase the number of magic circles. Thanks to a timely shield spell, he managed to block the attack from Millennium, but just barely. Miha knew he couldn't win against her, so he repeatedly called for a peaceful talk. I just want to speak with you. It's not too late to stop. Why must we fight like this? But it seemed to have no effect. And since the spell division circle only lasts for 5 minutes, Miha had to attack immediately if he didn't want to die. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and reactive and abilities. After dodging all of her sword waves and successfully getting close to Millennium, he used his super gravity spell to unleash a full power punch. But why would a mage rush into close combat instead of attacking from a distance? It was truly bizarre. Mia's fist collided with Millennium's sword, and he was instantly sent flying. Millennium hadn't moved a single step from the very beginning. Leyon, struggling to lift his head, shouted, "Be careful. She's not even acting like a knight anymore. You should fall back and wait for reinforcements from the Holy Temple." Millennium stood still and raised her sword straight to the sky. A colossal amount of aura enveloped the blade before she swung it down in a world-destroying blow. "You're the one who challenged me, so show me what you've got." Facing this attack, Miha knew he couldn't dodge it, so he chose to stand his ground. But he had absolutely no intention of dying. Just before the attack hit him, he activated Storm Trigger. A massive vortex of mana suddenly erupted and enveloped Miha. Although he had blocked the fatal attack, the sudden release of a huge amount of mana caused Miha to suffer internal injuries, and he coughed up blood. But this was no time to worry. Seeing that Miha was still alive, Millennium was astounded. "How did you nullify that attack?" Miha stood tall and replied, "It's a secret. Everyone's entitled to their own secrets, right?" Seeing Miha's demeanor, Millennium was instantly reminded of that old venomous snake, Marcus. Of course, a son has to resemble his father. Otherwise, people will say he's the neighbor's kid, and that would be the end of me. After a brief fight, Millennium finally calmed down and sheathed her sword. "All right, I acknowledge your skill. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get to the point." "How did you know that name?" Miha replied. "It was just a coincidence. He was a distraught boy who seemed to be heading somewhere. He asked me for a little water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going." "What for?" Millennium couldn't control her emotions and moved closer. "Where did the boy say he was going?" "But how could Miha just give up that information so easily?" "I won't give you any information without getting something in return. Besides, I don't think he wants you to know where he's going." Millennium stepped forward, placed a hand on Miha's shoulder, and pleaded earnestly, "Even so, I must find that child." Miha continued, "I understand that it's very important, but you should know one more thing before you go looking for him. Have you considered how that child feels when he seems to be trying to run away from you, Lady Millennium?" Hearing these words, Millennium's eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, the sewer rat looked over the kidnapped children and scowled. "Why do they look like this? How am I supposed to sell them for a high price in this condition?" His subordinate immediately tried to explain. "But perhaps the clients who want obedient slaves will be pleased with them." But before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the stomach and sent tumbling to the ground. "You idiot! You can find that type in any back alley. Do you really think those freaks want them to look like this? They're rich people who want to force the strong-willed into submission. If I were in a bad mood, I would have fed you to the shadows." The subordinate, lucky to have escaped with his life, repeatedly bowed his head in thanks. The sewer rat then flashed a vile smile. "That's right. I'm in a very good mood right now because I've won the great swordswoman over to my side. Although I said I'd give her information, I never specified what kind. She didn't even realize her own child was once behind these very bars. Carriaman. I never thought that child would have a connection to the lawless judge." Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report. Seeing him, the sewer rat immediately asked for information about the prophet. The subordinate stammered out his report. About the prophetess. "Boss, I think she's in the sanctuary." Upon hearing this news, the sewer rat's smile instantly vanished. At the sanctuary, Archbishop Ackley, after hearing the story from Miha, asked in alarm, "The capital's criminal underworld is targeting the prophetess?" Miha was extremely serious at this point. "That's right. They intend to take all of her prophecies to serve their own purposes." But it seemed Ackley still didn't believe it. "Even if they are uneducated thugs, I don't think they would do such things to defy the Empire." Miha continued, "What if I told you they aren't just an ordinary criminal gang?" Ackley was startled to hear this. "Are you suggesting they're involved with heretics? Do you have any proof?" "If you accuse someone of being a heretic without evidence..." Just then, Millennium stepped forward. "I will explain. Ackley was not very fond of her, Lady Millennium. You tried to kidnap the Empire's prophetess. Millennium had no intention of defending herself. If Master Miha hadn't stopped me, I would have done it. That is why I will help you fight against this underworld organization. That's right. I will help you eliminate the head of this criminal underworld, the sewer rat." Hearing this from a sword saint, Ackley finally believed Miha's words. "What have you found?" Millennium revealed. "The sewer rat's power is the ability to control shadows." Hearing this, Ackley asked in astonishment. Wait a minute, did you just say shadows? Millennium spoke gravely. Since you are one of the few archbishops in the Empire, you must know the significance of that. Ackley then gritted his teeth and uttered a name, the abhorrent monarch. Miha spoke up. Correct. One of the 12 monsters who follow the Demon King. Currently, the abhorrent monarch is hiding in the capital. Ackley was so shocked, he staggered and fell to the ground. Are you certain? If a subordinate of the Demon King truly exists, this is a grave matter indeed. Miha knelt down, looked the archbishop straight in the eye, and asked, Let me ask you a question. The prophetess predicted the birth of the Demon King. Don't you think that as an archbishop, you should be aware of this? Ackley was rendered speechless. This reaction was exactly what Miha had anticipated. He surely had nothing left to say. If he were to oppose Miha, he would also be opposing the entire empire. A subordinate of the Demon King, someone long thought to have vanished, had been hiding in the capital, the very area under his jurisdiction, and he had been completely unaware. This fact could easily tarnish his reputation. Miha then spoke up, Please allow me to handle this matter for you. I, along with Lady Millennium, will defeat the abhorrent monarch. I only need you to promise one thing. Archbishop Ackley, still not fully understanding Miha's intention to get involved in this messy situation, asked, What do you mean? Miha immediately replied, The hero selection. I don't believe that's an unreasonable demand, do you? Even if it's just his incarnation, defeating the abhorrent monarch is enough to be celebrated as a hero. After careful consideration, Ackley made his decision. He imbued a quill with his mana and began to swear an oath. I swear on my name as Archbishop, if the incarnation of the abhorrent monarch exists and you defeat him, then I will support your claim to the title of hero. The promise was then written down by the quill and given to Miha to hold. After receiving this guarantee, Miha and his companion began their journey to destroy the abhorrent monarch. Just as they left the sanctuary, Millennium spoke up to thank Miha. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, he would still be using me. And since you gave information to Lindell's child, that name, you must have known about my situation. Miha replied, My knowledge comes from what I was able to deduce from our brief conversation. For example, the fact that you were nearly exploited by the sewer rat. Millennium stopped, clenched her fists, and asked, Let me ask you one thing. Do you think you'll be able to find my son as a sword saint? Millennium knew she had to prioritize destroying the abhorrent monarch, but as a mother, finding her son was far more important to her. Everything, even the fate of this world. Hearing this, Miha turned and asked, If I say yes, what will you do? Millennium didn't hesitate for a second. He plunged his sword into the ground and knelt before Miha. I don't want to engage in a pointless battle of wits, especially when it concerns my child. So allow me to be direct. If you can find my child, and I can restore my close relationship with them, then I will gladly dedicate my sword and my honor to you. This is an oath of honor. There was once a widow who had lost her husband in the lawless zone. The culprits behind the murders were a gang known as the Roju. Even after successfully getting her revenge, her heart remained filled with hatred, and she wanted to find the true reason for her husband's death. What she came to realize was the lawlessness of it all. She thought that because no laws were enforced in this land, monsters could roam free, and that's why there were so many victims. And since there was no one to stop her, she became a punisher of the lawless. That is the past of the lawless judge. And now, she will do everything in her power to ensure that tragedy doesn't befall her own son. Meanwhile, the rat-like man, upon hearing the news, angrily punched a dent into the wall. Damn it, I can't believe that Brat Oneperis has caused me this much trouble. Things are getting completely off track. I need to get out of here. Fast. Just then, his shadow morphed into a monster. It then spoke. You are not to flee. This was likely the abhorrent monarch, the one who lent the rat man his power to control shadows, but the rat man had no intention of obeying and waiting here to die. Now is not the time. I'll have to wait for another chance. The shadow immediately grabbed his leg tightly. You are violating our agreement. The rat man struggled to break free. So what if I am? Agreement or not, my own life comes first. Just then, one of his underlings came to report. This place is under attack. The sword saint is about to break through. Hearing this, the rat man grew extremely anxious. If he stayed here any longer, he'd be trapped. But he had greatly underestimated the demon's power. If he violated their agreement, his soul would be devoured. The shadow immediately lunged forward and seized the rat man. It then merged with him, becoming one. The abhorrent monarch had decided to enter the battle himself. At the same time, the rat man's subordinates were being slaughtered. Mercilessly, not a single one of them could withstand a single slash from the lawless judge. Witnessing these sword skills, Alien knew this was the path she wanted to pursue. Miha wasn't particularly surprised to witness Millennium's power. He knew full well that she still wasn't using her full strength. After all, they were in the capital. But that didn't mean Miha could let his guard down. He recognized that the root of the problem was the Rat Man, or rather, the incarnation of the abhorrent monarch. After taking over the Rat Man's body, the abhorrent monarch had fully descended. The first thing he did was assess his new vessel. This body isn't very impressive. In that case, I suppose I'll have to eat a little something more. I thought eating the prophet would be enough. But one of Asa's underlings. I can't believe I can feel the presence of that loathsome Asa. In a place like this, I'll just have to keep eating more and more, and recover my memories. It seemed the person he was referring to was Set, who was standing right beside Miha. Now, the more he ate, the stronger he would become. He flashed a disgusting smile, looking toward the prison cells behind him. I just had an idea. Humans tend to feel so responsible for their young. I should take advantage of that emotion. Meanwhile, Alien had also joined the battle. As she fought, she continuously tried to emulate the Sword St. Milliam's fighting style. This isn't working. I need to be more unpredictable. But this goes against Lindell's teachings. But what am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about it. Lost in thought, Alien paid no mind to the condition of her sword, or her own body. After fighting for a while, she couldn't take the strain and coughed up blood. Her unstable sword aura also caused the blade in her hand to crack. Just then, Milliam, who had been observing everything, spoke up. You have talent. Park Slope's son has become a fine swordsman, and he trains using methods that suit him. But I believe you and he are different. Hearing this, Alien immediately bowed. I sincerely ask you to teach me swordsmanship. Alien knew this was a rare opportunity that she couldn't afford to miss, and it seemed this was Miha's intention all along in bringing her here. Milliam immediately accepted her request. Very well. Follow me. There is much I can teach you. Although Alien was overjoyed, she was worried about Miha, since the most difficult enemy, the Rat Man, had yet to be dealt with. Seeing this, Milliam said, Don't worry. That kid can handle it. Back with Miha, Set was also a little worried about his condition. Are you going to be okay? That fight with the Sword Saint earlier must have taken a lot out of you. Miha was currently touching his hand to the floor, using his magic to scout the area. I'm fine, really. After finishing his scan, Mia's expression turned a bit concerned. I was just curious to see what he was up to, and he's doing exactly what we predicted. The abhorrent monarch is at the children's hiding place, and he's likely eating them. He wouldn't gain any benefit from that. That's right, he's holding them hostage. The Rat Man had now completely transformed into a demon, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself, relishing the painful and desperate screams of the children. He sat smugly on a chair, waiting for his opponent to arrive. As soon as he saw Miha, he sneered. Took you long enough to get here. Miha calmly replied, Sorry, did I keep you waiting? The abhorrent monarch let out a vile laugh. No, it's fine. Watching these children writhe in agony is quite entertaining. I'm quite lucky to have witnessed it. That's right. All of the Demon King's commanders were just as disgusting. Miha was all too familiar with this, so he wouldn't be provoked. The abhorrent monarch, seeing his taunts were ineffective, continued, And to think, I was only going to eat that little prophet girl. I didn't expect she'd bring along a companion. Thanks to you, I'll be able to increase my power even faster. Hearing this, Miha simply crossed his arms. So what if I'm looking down on you? The abominable monarch thought. Stunned. What could possibly be making that guy so confident? Was it Asa's divine item? No, he'd already used that. After observing for a moment, he decided that Miha must just be bluffing. He then raised his hand and unleashed his shadow power. Now that my meal is here, I suppose I don't need those other things anymore. Miha realized his hand was pointing toward where the children were being held. He immediately cast a shield spell, blocking the countless shadow arms that were heading that way. Seeing this, the abominable monarch smirked. Quite impressive. You'll make a useful pawn for me. Miha then asked Seth to go protect the children and not to worry about him. Although worried, Seth ultimately decided to listen to Miha. Seeing Miha lose Seth's protection, the abominable monarch immediately unleashed his shadow power. Oh ho! So you've given up your comrade's protection? How foolish. Countless shadow tentacles lunged at Miha, but he quickly teleported into the air to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, he calmly analyzed his opponent's power. His shadows could transform freely. However, they're definitely weaker than they were before I regressed. Although the abominable monarch missed, he immediately launched his next attack. Let's see how long you can scurry around like a rat. Seeing this, Miha used multicasting to begin his counterattack. First, he used Wind Slash to sever all the tentacles, stunning his opponent. You blocked all of them? I can't use the children as hostages. This battle is too intense to lose focus. But I wonder, how long can you last without your comrade's protection? Just then, the shadows grew larger. transforming into monstrous maws aiming to devour Miha. Miha immediately used teleportation and acceleration to flash to his opponent's side, but the abominable monarch wasn't surprised at all and just laughed loudly. How foolish. Do you think closing the distance gives you an advantage? He immediately commanded a tentacle to pierce through Mia's shoulder, but this was all part of Mia's plan. He grabbed the demon's head and began to loudly recite the hymn of virtue. Be kind and be giving. Remember the sincere hearts, the fleeting shadows of the departed. The steps they left behind are long and eternal. The demon, as if stripped of all its power, screamed in agony. He couldn't believe a mere mortal knew of this. The hymn of virtue. Its words had long been forgotten. Although only for a moment, the Demon King had always kept an eye on this world, and every time he did, heroes would appear. Those heroes wrote a hymn to seal their treacherous foes, a hymn that had to be carved directly into their souls. Before regressing, Miha never had a chance to use the hymn because the demons were on high alert. But now, things were different. After finishing the recitation, Miha made a declaration. This is where your story ends, abominable monarch. Having its true name revealed shocked the demon. The people of this era should have almost completely forgotten the Demon King and his subordinates by now, but it would never know why. With a simple clench of his fist, Miha made the demon dissolve into a pile of black dust. Seth witnessed this in utter shock. He's gone? He couldn't believe that one of the Demon King's 12 most powerful subordinates could be defeated so easily, but all Miha cared about was the safety of the children. Seth, still stunned, replied, "The kids are all fine, but that's not what you should be asking. More importantly, you just erased him without much effort. When a demon commander is wiped out, they cause a terrible disaster." Just as Seth said, the demon's corpse transformed into a grotesque, giant heart with eyes and a mouth. This thing was constantly emitting a disgusting aura. Its eyes stared at Miha as its mouth spoke. How foolish. Did you think killing me was the end? You have personally brought a catastrophe upon this world through your own carelessness and stupidity. But Miha simply smiled brightly, without a hint of worry. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to kill you without any preparations? Miha then used chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. Seeing this, the demon scoffed. A spell? Haha, that's useless, unless you're an 8th circle mage or higher. Otherwise, nothing you do can stop my curse. Miha was completely confident. That would only be true if I didn't fully understand the curse. Seeing this, Seth tried to intervene. The curse of a demon commander is completely different from a normal one, even if you. But Miha cut him off. The symbol of the Demon King's one true enemy. I also have this. Miha knelt on the ground, placing both hands on the magic circle he had just drawn. The mark on his neck also lit up, and a huge amount of mana was immediately released, illuminating the circle. Witnessing this, Seth's jaw dropped in amazement. You're going to use that? Don't tell me you've already mastered the holy artifact in such a short time. What Miha was doing was analyzing the curse. In essence, a curse is also a type of spell, and the primordial origin of all spells is their shape and formula. It's just like math, where you can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. So, what would happen if you reverse the process? The spell would return to its original state. As time passed, the demon grew smaller and smaller. It became flustered and yelled, "What are you doing? This is a futile effort." But those words didn't faze Miha. Completely dispelling it is probably impossible, so this will have to be enough. I just need to weaken the curse. The rest shouldn't be too much of a problem for her. The person Miha was referring to was none other than Sword Saint William, who was getting ready outside. Sensing its impending doom, the demon decided to risk it all one last time, dragging everyone down to the grave with it. Seeing this, Miha told Set to envelop the demon in a storm. The demon then exploded, releasing a death curse. But the curse was contained by holy mana and couldn't escape. With this, the Sword Saint could easily handle it. Just then, Miha started walking forward. When Set asked what he was doing, he just smiled. I want to confirm something. It's not often you get a chance to experience a demon's curse for yourself. It'll be quick, before the curse disappears. As soon as he finished speaking, Miha walked straight into the curse, despite Set's attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, the butler, Modin, was standing with his hands clasped, observing the curse from a distance with the sword Saint Millennium. How pitiful. My young master pushed that one too hard. Millennium clicked her tongue. Teesk. I was wondering where you've been hiding all this time. So you were with the Oneperis family. But it seems Modin has no intention of admitting it. Hey. I don't know what you're talking about. How could I possibly be associated with such a respectable person? Millennium said she'd been told that Modin already knew how to handle what was coming next. But Modin just said he only knew because his young master had mentioned it. Millennium then wondered if Miha knew about him. Even Modin himself wondered about that. But there are more pressing matters now. Why don't we deal with this first? Use your aura to bind it. Follow my lead. Without any hesitation, Millennium coordinated perfectly with Modern. This brought back some memories of the past. With the two of them working together, a brilliant flash of light enveloped the curse and crushed it instantly. And just like that, all traces of the disgusting monarch had completely vanished. The next day, Archbishop Akeley, speaking for Miha, laughed heartily. Ha ha, well done. Honestly, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. After all is said and done, Bill, the 7th general of the Demon King's army, has been eliminated. Everything happened quietly under the peaceful facade of the capital, but this was enough to give the army a warning about the potential danger of demons. While Akeley was thanking him profusely, Miha brought up their previous promise. Akeley immediately became serious. You mean the hero selection? Of course. I will publicly support your bid to become the hero. However, before that, are you aware that the Empire already has its eye on someone? I will certainly support you, personally, but I think you should also be cautious in all situations. Hearing this, Miha looked annoyed. I know that all too well. How could I forget him? 6 feet seagulls. It has to be that idiot. After settling matters, Miha left the temple. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into Alien, who was waiting for him. Thank you. It's because of you that we've come this far. My master said she's leaving immediately. There's someone she must find at all costs. Hearing this, Miha encouraged her. Then you should go with her and learn well. Alien hesitated. Yes, that's why I came here to say goodbye. Miha. I'm sorry. Even though the engagement was something neither of us wanted, we could have at least tried to accept it, but I didn't. If you accept my apology, I hope that from now on, our relationship can improve. Seeing Miha smile, Alien blush beat red. What are you smiling at? Is it strange? Miha chuckled and said, No, it's not that. Like I've said before, I no longer have any feelings for you. So, just be yourself, okay? These words helped Alien let go of the burden in her heart. She could now smile brightly at Miha. Well then, maybe this is where our rivalry begins. Huh? Just you wait. I'll catch up to you soon. After saying goodbye to Alien, Millennium also came to see Miha. Finished talking with my student, Miha had already prepared for this conversation. Yes, I heard you're leaving right away, so I came to fulfill my promise. I'll tell you where your son is. At the Holy See, the Pope was clutching his head in shock after hearing the news. That disgusting monarch was found in the capital? How is that possible? What in the world is happening? I thought the appearance of that great demon would cause catastrophic damage. An archbishop immediately replied, That's obvious, but he's already been eliminated. The Pope was completely bewildered. He didn't think anyone could have done it before a disaster occurred. The archbishop continued. It seems he died less than a day after appearing. According to Archbishop Akeley, this was done by one person. This is a letter from Archbishop Akeley, Your Holiness. After receiving the letter, the Pope read it carefully. Basically, the young master of House Oneperis single-handedly defeated the demon that appeared in the capital. This was witnessed by Archbishop Akeley, and not only that, but little Cassandra as well. Oh ho, this is truly unbelievable. Doesn't that make him a hero? Back in the capital, Miha was still talking to Millennium. Karyaman didn't like the way you handle things, so he chose his own path instead of joining the Vigilante Corps. He wants to become a holy emperor. How could that kid have escaped the sewer rats? The answer is simple. He joined. A power that even the sewer rats can't touch. That would be the Condor Mercenary Corps. The moment she heard the name, Millennium was utterly astonished. The Guardians of Freedom. He joined them. Condor is a large mercenary corps, founded on the idea of freedom. It's not easy for a mercenary corps to be recognized for its honor. However, they are very different. They are a legitimate mercenary corps, respected by both the Empire and neighboring kingdoms. Miha stepped closer as he continued. You know about them too, don't you? Once you become a part of Condor, you have to give up your old name and take on a new one. You have to find the Condor Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them. Although she was overjoyed to hear news of her son, Millennium hesitated for a long time. But, is looking for the boy really the right thing to do? Miha asked in return, What do you mean? You've been searching for him for a very long time. Millennium continued with a hint of sadness. If that boy truly needed my help, model, I don't need to think about that. But, the boy has already chosen his own path. He doesn't want to become someone like me. Everything I do only hurts him. I haven't been a proper mother to him. I'm not sure if I even have the right to look for him anymore. I'm so conflicted right now. Miha approached and took Miriam's hand. You can think about that after you find him. You should talk to him first. As for his choice, leave that for later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. This is a special medicine I made. I'm sure it will be useful for your son. Keep it safe until you can give it to him. Miriam felt a surge of courage after hearing these encouraging words. She clutched the vial in her hand, determined not to give up. You're right. I shouldn't give up like this. Thank you, young Master Oneperis. One day, I will repay this favor. With that, Miriam departed into the beautiful sunset of the capital. Alien also went with her to train in his swordsmanship. Now, Miha had to console the last remaining member of the group. Do I really need to be here? Why do you look so down? Did Lady Miriam scold you or something? Leyon was currently curled up in a corner, sobbing. It's the opposite. I was completely useless to her. I couldn't do anything during that whole incident. And yet, she didn't scold me at all. I'm not even worthy of being a disappointment. Mita didn't think that was entirely true, but he couldn't let things like that get Leyon's spirits down. Miha tossed Leyon a necklace and said, "This is a symbol of your effort in helping everyone during the last battle. We've passed the first trial. Now, let's head to the parish." Upon hearing this, Leyon was puzzled. The parish? Wait a minute. Wasn't our agreement just to come to the capital together? Miha decided to use a little reverse psychology. Didn't you hear what I just said? I might have to reconsider my judgment of character. This is exactly why you should follow me. Don't tell me the future. Holy Sword is letting something so insignificant get him down, are you? Being called the future Holy Sword made Leyon blush. Who do you think I am? Just then, Modin, who was standing nearby, chimed in. The young master is right. I'm sure it will be very useful to you. Isn't that the meaning of a trial? Overcoming yourself to become a hero? He was trying to act all cool, but when Miha asked where he'd been all this time, Modin switched gears. Oh, I just ran into some old acquaintances and got caught up talking with them. Ha ha ha. Just then, Cassandra appeared out of nowhere. It's important to have a trustworthy companion. It seems you've received support from Archbishop Acklay. He is a very influential person and will be of great help to us. So, I'm thinking of assisting you on your journey from now on. Perhaps it's time for me to return after a period of rest. What are your thoughts on receiving help from the prophet of the parish? Will this be of any use to you on your path forward? And just like that, the party gained a profit. Miha was getting closer and closer to preparing for the war against the Demon King. 4 days later, after resting and recuperating, Miha's wounds had mostly healed. In the battle against the Demon General, he had recklessly used himself as bait. If the wound had been off by just a little, he would have been a goner. Miha understood that he needed to reach the 6th circle of magic as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the first demon army won't be as weak as that loathsome monarch. At that moment, Set suddenly spoke up. There's a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What are you? I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from. If you truly trust me, shouldn't I know these things? Miha thought for a moment. She had a point. Trust is built on how well you understand the other person. But I don't think telling her I traveled back in time is a good idea. Even if Set doesn't tell anyone else about this, I still have to be extremely careful. That's it. I'll say this. After some thought, Miha answered the question. You aren't the only one guarding Ace's tomb. Set was a bit suspicious and asked again, really? But wasn't I the first person you met? Miha continued confidently. There is an exception, the Record of Toast. Hearing this name, Set was utterly astonished. Wait, you mean the ancient record still exists today? Miha replied without a hint of hesitation. Yes. Basically, Miha wasn't entirely bluffing, as he had indeed absorbed the Record of Toast before he traveled back in time. Toast's tomb was another one that his party had conquered. As for Toast, a strange record of it had been circulated among mortals. It was called the Record of Toast. While this sounded plausible, Miha's experiences were truly unbelievable. Set then asked Miha about the next tomb, but Miha's current goal was to become a hero first. The tomb was located near the parish district. He would clear it out on the way. If he planned carefully, he could avoid as much danger as possible. After clearing up her suspicions, Miha asked Set, speaking of which, there's something I don't understand about the record. What is the true nature of the entities we call gods? Currently, the continent's god is Hekau, the god of wisdom. In my past life, before Ace's tomb was discovered, Hekau was the only known god. Seeing Set frozen in place, Miha asked again, are there really only 2 gods in this world? If Asa was so great, why don't we know more about them? At this, Set only said a few vague words. The amount of information I can share with you right now is very limited. Let's just call it an unfortunate tragedy. From this information, it seemed that Set also knew what had happened to Hekau. Miha asked another question. So, I'm guessing, you won't tell me what will happen if I collect all the holy relics, will you? Set didn't deny it. Not at this time. That was also why Nocha didn't provide any more information than was absolutely necessary. But for Miha, that was all he needed to know for now. After changing, Miha went out and told Leyon he'd be staying for a while. The reason was that he had just eliminated a demon. News of it had surely spread throughout the kingdom, and his father had definitely heard about it by now. Miha hadn't informed his father he was coming, and soon enough, the man would arrive to give him a beating. Hearing this, Leyon frantically grabbed Miha by the collar and yelled, "Wait, are you telling me he already knows? The strongest archmage in the kingdom. Your father. He's already figured it out? Are you insane? What about me? I'm here with you, too. This is bad. I hope we can still get out of here." But it was already too late. As soon as Miha saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, he immediately cast a multi-layered shield. Thanks to that, they both managed to survive a gigantic bolt of lightning. Witnessing this, Leon's jaw dropped in utter shock. What in the world is happening? But Miha was calm, looking off into the distance with a smile. That's just how an Oneperis says hello. "It's great to see you, father." At that moment, Marcus emerged from the cloud of dust. Radiating a murderous aura, he raised his middle finger. "Shut your mouth, son. You just have to love the way this father and son greet each other." Meanwhile, Ackley was sipping a cup of coffee and musing to himself. "I never thought I'd be the one selecting a hero. But now that a demon general has appeared, I can't just sit idly by. Miha Oneperis. I can't find anyone more worthy of the title." Just then, an earth-shattering tremor occurred. Ackley thought it was a demon attack and was terrified. At that moment, one of his subordinates ran over in a panic to report, "Archbishop, Marquis Oneperis is using magic to attack his own son." Back with Miha, he was running for his life to avoid being killed by his father. The attacks were mostly lightning magic, perfect for spells with quick cooldowns and low energy costs. "He probably doesn't want me to get seriously hurt, as expected of my father. He studied magic so thoroughly and knows how to maximize his own strengths." As he ran, Miha said, "I have great respect for you, father." This sentence only made Marcus even more furious. "What did you just say? You and that damn mouth of yours should just stand still and take your punishment." Immediately after, a dense web of lightning surrounded Miha, but he remained unfazed, using teleport to dodge every attack. Just as a bolt of lightning was about to strike his back, it was blocked by a holy artifact. After escaping the lightning storm, Miha turned to face his father. "Father, do you really think I'm aiming for the title of hero just for fun?" Marcus didn't deny it. Seeing this, Miha continued, "This generation of heroes is very different. Have you heard the news about the appearance of one of the Demon King's Legion commanders?" Marcus wasn't too concerned about this issue. "I've heard. But is it really that serious?" "I thought it was just propaganda from the parishes to get attention." But Miha was completely serious. "What if I told you it wasn't just fabricated propaganda?" Marcus immediately became serious. "Tell me everything." After hearing the story, Marcus asked cautiously, "Are you saying that one of the Demon King's Legion commanders, the abominable monarch, has appeared?" It seemed he still didn't quite believe it. Miha pressed on. "The Demon General's appearance is real, and it died after being cornered and fought by a number of heroes." After hearing this, Marcus asked sternly, "Son, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? A Demon General appeared and accomplished nothing? How is that possible? This sounds ridiculous." Just then, Ackley walked over. "It's the truth, my lord. Do you remember me? I believe we met about a year ago." Even so, Marcus was still skeptical. "What do you mean, it's the truth? Has the poet already found this newly emerged hero?" Ackley beamed and gestured towards Miha. "That's right, a hero did appear there. And specifically, that person is standing right in front of you." Marcus froze instantly. "All I see is my foolish, precious son." Just then, he noticed the mark on Miha's neck, just as I thought. "You showed me some interesting things before, haven't you? Does this have something to do with the appearance of the Demon General?" Miha grinned. "I knew you'd figure it out, father." Seeing his son admit it, Marcus immediately used teleportation magic to go and confirm. A moment later, Marcus returned. "I checked the demonic energy density in the capital. I admit, it feels like a Demon General could have appeared there. But a hero, that title doesn't suit the Oneperis name." It was just as Miha had predicted, as the House of Oneperis wasn't particularly concerned with religious matters. Miha then spoke up to explain, "Father, the reason the title of hero fell out of use was because we weren't in danger from the Demon King. However, what if the prophecy comes true? The title of hero is only meant to reappear when humanity is prophesied to face a cataclysm of destruction caused by the Demon King. The title of hero will become greater than ever. It will help rally the different factions to stand up against the Demon King." But Marcus remained stubborn, trying to dissuade him. "The old men of the parish are not people you can easily fool. What you're talking about is not something that can happen so easily." At that moment, Miha activated the Storm Holy Artifact, stunning Marcus. Ackley was so shocked he fell to the ground. "Don't tell me. That's divine power." Mia's entire body was now enveloped in holy power, shining brilliantly. "No matter how cunning or skeptical they are, it will all be useless, because I have a god on my side. With this, the churches and the other powers will have to be cautious and reconsider my appearance. I also have the right to choose my own comrades, to accompany him in this battle against the Demon Legion. Miha was asked if he'd chosen a teammate yet. He immediately pointed towards Leyon, who was eavesdropping nearby. There's one right here. At that, Leyon froze. Who? Me? Marcus couldn't help but tease his son. His eyes were screaming. It's not him. Miha just smiled brightly at Leyon. Oh no, it's definitely him. I promised him an incredible gift, and that gift is the honor of accompanying me in this battle. Leyon immediately caught on and played along. That's right. It's my honor to fight alongside him. He's someone who can stand against the demon army. He isn't foolish enough to rush into something without thinking it through completely. I'm sure you know him even better than I do, right? Hearing this, Marcus thought back on everything that had happened. He knew he could completely trust this son of his. He then turned to Archbishop Ackley, who was sitting on the ground. Do you think you could stand by my son's side in this battle, instead of the parish? Without a moment of hesitation, Ackley replied, I, Archbishop Ackley, swear it before God. With that confirmation, Marcus was finally at ease. He stood up, turned, and left without a second thought. Miha, do whatever you want. I won't stand in your way anymore. Gaining his father's trust, Miha felt even more confident about the journey ahead. This time, he would defeat the Demon King and change the catastrophic future. The next day, Leyon pushed open the door to Miha's room and shouted, Hand it over. You said you were going to give me something, right? He might look like a bit of an idiot, but there was no doubt Leyon would be a trustworthy companion. Miha pointed and told Leyon to lie down. Then, he used his hand to write a line of incantations, sending Leyon into a state of bliss. A trance. From now on, reflect and feel your inner self. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Leyon slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate, dark place. He looked around, completely clueless as to where the hell he'd ended up. A voice whispered from behind him, Well, hello there. As you can see, this place is just an illusion. Or you could call it the world within your subconscious, a creature with a face as black as a moonless night explained. So, this place wasn't real. The creature suddenly flew into a rage, as if it had been doused with boiling water, aggressively drawing its sword and charging at Leyon. Leon's eyes widened in fear as he swung his sword to defend himself, but this monster, it was insanely strong. In a panic, Leon's sword pierced right through it. He screamed in terror. The scene before him suddenly turned into a formless void, scaring him half to death. The monster had reappeared behind him without him noticing, wearing a taunting expression as if it had just enjoyed a good show. Fool me once, shame on you. Leyon went on guard again and approached it. You're not going to trick me again. Using his Melia first form technique, the spirit energy inside Leyon shot out towards the monster. At that moment, it was completely unguarded, leaving all its weak spots exposed. How arrogant! But to his shock, before his sword could even touch a single hair on the monster, Leyon was slapped so hard he went flying, blood spraying everywhere before he passed out. You thought I was being arrogant and let my guard down, didn't you? It seems you still don't understand my training method. It's to die and repeat. The monster kicked Leyon to the ground and spoke condescendingly. A short while later, Leyon woke up from the dream, cursing. He wanted Miha to send him back immediately, but Miha stopped him. Hold on. You need to review how you fought in that last attempt, and test out different strategies before you try again, Miha said. Hearing this, Leyon felt like pulling his hair out. He didn't even know what kind of monster he had just faced. That was your future self, Miha thought to himself. Saying no more, Miha told Leyon to get some rest for their departure to Paris the next day. I was thinking we could visit a few other places on the way to Paris. We'll make a stop at the elf forest, Miha suggested. The next morning, they had all gathered there. After contacting Eda's group, Miha explained that besides seeing the world tree, he was also here to open 1 or 2 farms. First things first, they needed to get into the elf forest, located in the middle of this godforsaken place. Miha's attention was drawn to the tangled roots of the world tree under the ground. Currently, the roots of the world tree wrapped around the entire world. No matter which direction the roots were in, they all tended to connect back to their source. Based on their current shape, Miha guessed the world tree's condition was getting worse and worse. Miha clasped his hands, wanting to take a gamble and use magic to follow the roots. Before Miha was reborn, the world tree had already withered and died. Before the elf queen could save the world tree, she died at the hands of a high-ranking demon. But now, Miha and his group had to do everything they could to save this world. And that's how the 8th elf king, Jiha Gigi Fresco, joined Miha's party. She attempted to communicate with a high-level entity like the world tree. This brings back some unwanted memories, Miha thought. While he was standing there, the sharp voice of the blue-haired girl rang out. Her soul and Miha's were bound. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered coming here. Miha quietly asks Set for information about the World Tree. The World Tree is a branch directly connected to Asa. To be more specific, the World Tree is a surviving creature, while we are the ones who were sacrificed, Set said in a low voice. So, the Tomb Guardians were sacrifices, and beings like the World Tree were the survivors. I'll probably understand more about this later, Miha thought, standing before the World Tree. A bright, flickering light appeared. Jean Rachel, the spirit of the World Tree, appeared at the same time and greeted Miha. She also recognized Set, because Set had previously been acknowledged by a holy artifact and had even protected Jean Rachel's older sister. Miha was currently holding the records of Toast, which made him suspect this was related to the Demon King or similar entities. At this, Jiha's face suddenly turned pale. Everything was happening exactly as she had predicted. The remnants of that evil entity have left behind extremely severe consequences. Just as she said that, her entire body suddenly cracked and shattered into countless pieces, and gradually dissolved like sea foam. The remaining parts of the Demon Lord's body were incredibly difficult to deal with. If only I could have completely destroyed them, then maybe things would have been different, Jin Rezo said. Now, Miha understood why the World Tree was destroyed. Are you enduring this all alone? That thing nearly brought destruction to this entire realm, you know, Miha asked her. To put it in human terms, I willingly drank poison. With a 100% mortality rate, I'm sure it will kill me completely within 4 days. It would be better if So, I guess that means I've done my part, but I still have some time until then, Jean Rachel replied. I see. So, the remnant of the Demon Lord hasn't completely corrupted her heart, has it? That means we still have a chance, Miha said in a low voice. Before Miha was reincarnated, Jean Rachel had decided to take the Demon Lord's remnants down with her. However, the Demon Lord had been waiting for the moment she departed this world, and he attacked it at that exact time. This meant that in the end, her choice led to her own meaningless death. However, things are different now. We need to eliminate them before they can reach her very core. In the remaining 4 days, I will definitely restore her completely, Miha stated with conviction. Set also advised Gresso to trust Miha. Gresso was still sniffling, but before he could even get emotional, Miha gave him a reality check by saying he wanted to be paid up front. I don't need this for my own benefit, but to resolve this entire situation, Miha thought. Then, he pointed a finger to the sky, indicating that of all the branches of the World Tree, Miha wanted Gresso's oldest and best one. The elf was kneeling before the World Tree, praying for guidance on how to save its sapling. Some call me the Mother, some call me the World Tree. Darkness is threatening to devour me, but it's not too late. There is a man who shares my light. If you accompany him, hope will shine upon us. Just as the World Tree finished speaking, a deep, warm voice echoed from behind him, and it was none other than our Miha. Miha led the elf through a familiar path. Even after the forest had been laid to waste and no one was left, this path remained. Miha figured he should probably change the fate of the current elf king. Even though the king was old, he wasn't useless. Keeping him alive would bring many benefits. Normally, he would die at the hands of the Demon Lord's unsealed remnants, but Miha was determined not to let him die like that. By the way, did you come here alone? It's not that I don't trust you, but this forest isn't that easy to get in and out of, the elf said. Those outsiders don't follow the usual rules. Miha just smiled faintly. He waited as a royal attendant rushed over from a distance, panting, to report that there were intruders. Miha smirked. It's about time they showed up. Up in the sky, 4 unidentified flying objects were being chased by the villagers. And who could it be? Turns out, it was Leyon and his usual chaotic crew. Miha was about to open his mouth to give them a piece of his mind, but they cut him off first, arguing that Miha was the one who abandoned them. That shut him right up. The old, wheezing butler, his face grim, demanded that Miha take responsibility for all the sins of his subordinates. All right, you asked for it. Miha immediately had his men tie the butler up just to get rid of the headache. Regarding the World Tree branch, Miha said he'd already received his upfront payment but still needed their help. A moment later, the elf led the whole group to the Spirit Palace, where his father resided. Elves and spirits have coexisted since the dawn of time, and the one who holds the title of Elf King is chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, he is an elf acknowledged by all spirits, and this is where the Elf King and the elves live. To the elves, this is the most sacred of places. A few spirits flew out from the bushes, affectionately nuzzling their cheeks against Miha's face. They're usually not this friendly with outsiders. You truly are the World Tree's representative, aren't you? The elf said. Arriving at the main hall doors, the elf pushed them open. Before them appeared the Elf King, exuding a magnificent and powerful aura as he offered a greeting. Miha bowed his head respectfully. Please, do not be surprised, father. The World Tree appeared before us for a moment, the elf said. Hearing this, the Elf King was stunned for a few seconds and demanded his son prove it was true. Just as the elf was wondering what to do, Miha clapped him on the shoulder, a confident smile spreading across his face. A second later, the Elf King stared in astonishment as he saw Miha pull a branch of the world tree from his clothes. The Elf King understood immediately. Once Miha had the branch, it meant he was acknowledged by the tree itself. This is the most convincing proof that I've seen the world tree, Miha thought to himself. I, Jiren Hades, the current Elf King, bow before the divine emissary. I beg of you, grant salvation to your people. He suddenly dropped to his knees at Miha's feet, speaking with desperation. Miha stated that he had a matter to resolve. I plan to forge an artifact that can counteract the poison slowly corroding the world tree using this branch. Therefore, I intend to borrow your people's forge. I'm referring to Lake Eon. Hearing Miha, the Elf King was somewhat surprised that Miha even knew about Lake Eon. Lake Eon was the forge used by Eon, the spirit blacksmith, to craft equipment for the Elf Kings. Then, without delay, I shall guide you there, the Elf King said. No, I intend to ask another favor of you, your majesty. The thing that is corroding the world tree is a remnant of the demon lord. Indeed, the enemy of all living things. It is exactly what you think it is, Miha replied. But I cannot sense any evil energy, the Elf King said timidly. That is because right now, the world tree has the upper hand in terms of power. This is the best she can do. She is asking for everyone's help, but her call is too weak for anyone to notice. They are both trying their best for each other, but they cannot communicate. We have to solve that. But the problem is, the moment I begin to forge the artifact, those remnants will detect it and try to stop me. Disaster will befall the spirit forest. We cannot waste any more time. We must resolve this issue quickly. Mina's words left everyone stunned and horrified. The Elf King clutched his head for a moment, then softly called to his son. Quickly, take Miha to the lake. Miha silently vowed to risk everything to protect them all after asking the group to assist him. Fired up and full of fighting spirit, Miha set off. The elf led Miha to Lake Eon as requested. Eon used this lake to create magic items, but no one knows how. There are no clues to tell us his methods. Do you happen to know? He asked. Of course, Miha knew, because he had created countless items here himself. Earth used this lake in a special way. Perhaps he wanted to keep it all to himself. However, he wasn't actually a blacksmith. Miha thought as he gathered all his strength. He threw the branch into the water. The surface immediately began to bubble furiously, as if it were boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. To be more precise, Earth is a mage, Miha thought to himself. The legendary elven master blacksmith, Earth, was actually a mage. Although he was a very talented mage, his abilities clearly had some limitations. That's why he made a decision. If he couldn't succeed as a mage, he would find success in another way. And in the end, Earth became a master of magical items. I think the fountain in its name is a metaphor, not a real fountain. Even though it's just a fountain with ordinary water, mana has blended into it like a liquefied form of water, which is completely different. Miha immediately reached out and cast a structural analysis spell. A magical ray surged from the staff, transforming the churning water's surface into streams of world tree mistletoe. It's a special component containing the life force of the world tree. The problem is, refining this kind of item to 100% perfection is nearly impossible. However, what if I use an exhaustive magical method? Miha smirked and gently extended his hand. He prepared to control the blended water to refine the mistletoe. This would take about 4 days. I finally reached the fountain. This place must still hold many other gifts from Earth. The artifacts of the former kings must be around here somewhere. Go find them yourselves. I need to focus on this first, Miha told the elf. He understood everything and nodded cheerfully. Their 4-day countdown began. 3 days later, things were progressing better than expected with the help of Leyon's group. But the female mage still felt a slight anxiety, just hoping Miha could make her wish come true. As they stood there chatting, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked into pieces with a thunderous tremor. The thing they all feared had appeared. A massive serpent with glossy black scales was roaring, spitting venom, and spewing silk with incredible ferocity. They had run into a real monster. The group was so scared they could barely stand, trembling, unable to move a muscle. An immense fear washed over them, accompanied by the overwhelming power they felt from the beast. I don't think I can beat this thing. Damn it, why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as the person I met in my dream. Miha. When is he going to show up? Leyon gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he thought of Miha. The pitch-black serpent was brimming with a murderous aura. It prepared for a direct confrontation with the Elven King's group and Leyon. A mighty army stood in perfect formation, and at the command, they drew their bows. They fired, a rain of arrows pouring down on the serpent. Struck by the arrows, it couldn't help but roar in pain, charging madly towards them, but it was blocked by a magical shield cast by the elves. The monster's attacks grew more and more ferocious. The shield couldn't hold and began to crack into small pieces. Meanwhile, Miha was with Seth. After 3 arduous days, they had successfully set up the sphere system. Everything went smoother than I thought. It's a huge success. Miha thought, now I just need to embed the sphere into the scepter, and it'll be done. He held his breath and fitted it into place. A blinding light suddenly spread across the sky. Over by the serpent, its intense fury had already caused several elves to cough up blood and collapse. They had reached their limit. The shield could no longer hold and was about to shatter. With one massive roar, the monster's sweeping force destroyed the barrier. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared, burning the serpent until it was as black as charcoal. Miha had arrived just in time. Everyone couldn't help but rejoice. If Miha hadn't ended things quickly, this place would have been nothing but a pile of rubble. Simply using a 5th-tier spell like Holy Light couldn't have achieved such an effect. However, with this scepter, a scepter made from precious materials, from the World Tree, things are different. However, these fragments have been on the World Tree for more than just 1 or 2 years. There's no way the World Tree wouldn't have been affected during all that time. Thinking about it, this must be a fragment of the Demon Lord. If I can take it down in a single blow with this scepter, the World Tree won't have to suffer anymore. However, this isn't the only thing I've prepared. Miha thought worriedly as he flew closer to the monster. The serpent roared, baring its snout full of sharp teeth and growling at Miha. Just as it was about to lunge and snap at him, an arrow overflowing with mana shot from a distance, striking the monster head-on. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. It was an arrow forged by Earth, a famous treasure known for containing immense divine power. The elf had provided Miha with timely support, with the right arrow, at the perfect moment. Within the thick black dust, the serpent's skin was nearly seared off by the heat, revealing its stark white skeleton underneath. Miha nodded to Seth, then charged straight towards the monster, his eyes filled with confidence. Miha and Seth had entered the beast's hideous body. I think it really is a fragment. I can confirm it's quite similar to the Demon Lord, she said, inside the belly filled with blood and demonic energy. The fragments are slowly turning into demons. They don't look very strong due to their instability, but Miha still had to be careful. It seemed they could resurrect as long as they remained. Within the fragment, facing the horde of demons rushing towards him, Miha tapped his scepter, causing a magic circle to expand. Next, Miha used Holy Gate, a spell he had successfully created himself before his regression. The difficulty of casting this spell far surpassed other charms. It even caused Miha to cough up blood. It's a divine demonic spell I prepared for situations just like this. However, this is the only thing I can do to solve the problem. Miha wiped the blood from his mouth and unleashed a critical blow, annihilating the demon horde. The shockwave left Seth gaping in astonishment. She was worried that Miha was overexerting himself, and she was right. The amount of mana this spell consumed was immense. If Miha wanted to use it with other spells, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. I need to finish this within that time, Miha told himself. Working tirelessly until he was drenched in sweat, a moment later, Miha finally found the Demon Lord's eye deep inside the serpent's body. It opened its giant, bloodshot eye, staring intently at Miha without looking away. Then, it continuously swung its tendrils towards him. The spell only had 3 minutes left. Miha, dizzy from the frantic spinning caused by that eye, desperately cast a teleportation spell. With only 1 minute left, Miha pulled out the stone. He slammed the sigil hard against the monster's wall. When only 30 seconds remained, an arrow, carrying immense, blazing energy, shot out from nowhere in a single streak. It cleanly severed all the bloody tendrils of the eye. Outside, the serpent monster, in excruciating pain, trembled and swayed unsteadily. Come on! Did you really think the entity called the World Tree would do nothing while I was preparing to kill it? Miha smirked, standing before the eye. There was always a chance for Miha, even before he regressed. Even if all his efforts failed, and he were to die, everything always had a purpose. Miha then used a unique, 7th-level spell, Jefferson, aiming it directly at that eye. Countless saplings immediately sprouted, taking over the monster's entire body. Hopefully, someone will find a tiny sapling like this. That way, even if the fragment completely absorbs the tree, a part of it can still be left behind. This spell is only for the World Tree, Miha said with a radiant smile. Witnessing this, both the World Tree and the elf were moved to tears, because the stepping stone for a new beginning had been laid. It was a form of a hymn. Tiny fragments from within the serpent monster's body formed a stream of power that shot straight into the World Tree, causing it to become lush and sparkle as if by magic. The elf remembered Miha's words. He had been deeply moved by Miha's earlier promise to save the World Tree and had vowed to himself to keep moving forward. Gressa was very grateful to Miha. Now she could care for the forest and the children once again. Don't worry about it. You can thank me later. I've already fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the world tree to complete our contract? Miha asked. Yes, but it seems this contract isn't very fair, is it? You need essence to nurture your magic circles, correct? But essence merely increases the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that's too cheap a reward for what you've done to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself. Hearing Jean Rachel's firm declaration, Seth was completely shocked. A part of you? How do you plan to maintain the order and balance of this world then? You've only just regained your freedom. Why would you make things difficult for yourself? Seth truly couldn't understand what Jean Rachel was thinking. From now on, your ability will not only be limited to gathering mana, but you'll also be able to store the energy of the elements within your own body, Gresso said. This was her gift to Miha. She then gave Miha a strand of her hair. She told Miha to tie it to his hand so she could transfer her magic into his body, causing Miha to vaguely feel the power of the world tree, circulating within him, healing his wounds and magic circles. The mana in my body is moving constantly. Normally, my body would have become a chaotic mess by now, but thanks to the world tree's energy, my wounds are healing quickly. Miha gritted his teeth, feeling it go deeper into his body. When it was all over, he was now a promising 6th level mage. That evening, the whole group of elves ate, drank, and partied until midnight. It was the first time Miha had seen them so happy, and their joy was contagious. The Spirit King came and sat beside him to talk. How are you feeling, Miha? Yes, much better now, thanks to you. Prince Jihan is a genius. He has spread your wisdom and organized a meeting with spirits who still have the ability to communicate with the Spirit King, Miha said. It seems you think very highly of my son. As a father, I'm truly happy, he replied cheerfully. Miha stared at him quietly. Before he regressed, it seems you hold my son in high regard. As a father, I am truly pleased, he replied cheerfully. Miha stared at him silently before the regression. There was a phrase Jihan always repeated. My father is a wonderful person. He was right. I'm so glad I was able to save him. Miha thought with a slight smile. Just then, the Spirit King pulled Miha before the crowd and boisterously declared to everyone that he would leave the forest to help Miha whenever he needed. The elves wholeheartedly agreed with the declaration. They all cheered and shouted Miha's name, praising him to the high heavens. Miha was so happy he beamed. Suddenly, he paused, feeling like he had forgotten something. Meanwhile, the Pope had invited everyone for a meeting. One of them guessed, I bet he's planning to choose a new reserve hero again. That's right. I discussed it with Archbishop Ali, and he has agreed, the Pope replied. But, Your Holiness, Pope Oneperis, we are talking about someone with the blood of a mage. As you know, when it comes to heroes and their purpose, we still haven't determined that. Another person spoke up, giving the Pope a headache. He couldn't understand when these servants of God had become so selfish and self-serving. Everyone, we simply follow God's word. We are not allowed to decide. We have decided to nurture a hero, to prevent the upcoming disaster. However, why can't we eliminate the candidate who? Before he could finish his sentence, Archbishop Killen aggressively slammed the table. I object. We must make that brat serve our interests. And you come here and say things like that? If he is the chosen one, he will easily surpass the candidates from other institutes to become the hero. But becoming a hero isn't the only path. There are countless ways to help others, the Pope concluded. The meeting ended there. He felt that the day had been meaningless, but at least he was finally able to voice his opinion. And buy some time, Miha. I wonder what kind of person you are, he pondered. Meanwhile, Miha was saying his goodbyes to the elves. They cheerfully promised to meet again in the future. Do you plan on becoming a hero? I believe you're the right person for it. However, the other nations will not like this. Countless people use false prophecies to start wars. That is why we confine ourselves to the spirit forest, Jihan said. Miha already knew this. That fool. He just assumes everything in the Holy Kingdom is right, and the memories of trying to escape their control. Miha squeezed his eyes shut, recalling old memories. Jihan could only wish Mia's safety, hoping the blessed tree would protect him throughout his journey. Good luck. I'm sure you'll receive it too. Do you remember what I said? You don't have to carry everything on your own. Nothing will change if you do everything by yourself. I hope you realize that after this incident. Miha pointed a finger straight at Jiha's face, lecturing him on his main problem. While he was saving countless lives and continuously doing so, Jiha had become trapped in the past, unable to escape. Jiha had always been a noble, but it pained Miha to see him like this. Now that I'm back in the past, I want to help Jiha, Miha thought. Hearing Jiha promise to carve Mia's words into his heart, Miha was extremely pleased. Miha hoped Jiha would walk the right path from now on. Miha had also gained Jiha as a friend on his journey to save the world. On the way to the next location, seeing that everyone was constantly wondering about his identity, Miha decided to just come out with it and get it over with. I guess it's time to tell the truth. All right, I'll tell everyone. I can solve these nearly impossible tasks because I can hear the voice of God. What the fuck? Hearing this, the whole group froze, thinking they must have misheard. They were completely stunned. What the hell was Miha saying? They refused to understand. Miha remembered his first encounter with that bastard. His hair shone like the sun, with golden eyes. In terms of appearance, he was the perfect example of a warrior from a fairy tale. But who would have known that this warrior would be so reckless? A self-satisfied person chasing the image of a hero, completely ignoring his own abilities. Because of that, many people lost their lives. However, that bastard refused to admit his mistakes until the very end. Back to the part where Miha said he could hear the word of God. Leyon and the others were extremely skeptical, thinking Miha was full of it. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Miha gave a smirk and declared that God told him to make them all get lost, leaving everyone stunned. If you give a plant too much water, its roots will rot. Unfortunately, the current Holy Empire is already completely rotten to the core. That's why I'm saying this. In the name of God, Holy Kingdom, piss off, Miha arrogantly declared while flipping a very firm middle finger. Now that our job is done, why don't we flip the chessboard of those elders in the Holy Kingdom? Miha said with a smirk to everyone. In New York, the capital of the Holy Kingdom, they saw the Spire of Saints, the symbol of the Holy Kingdom. It proved they had arrived at their destination. When the gatekeeper asked a ton of questions, Miha simply presented the invitation letter from High Bishop Ali, which made the man jump. After signing and confirming with blood, Miha successfully entered. Although the High Elders of the Holy Kingdom were cautious in choosing their warriors, even if they lost their title, a warrior would always be a warrior. Miha thought Leyon was riding his coattails, feeling that Mia's ability to attract their attention was truly impressive. At that moment, Miha put on an even bigger show. With his glowing tattoo and the supreme scepter, the divine power radiating from Miha caused the surrounding crowd to gasp in awe. Look, and make sure to report this to the old nobles of the Holy Kingdom who sent you here. Miha calculated silently in his head. His brain had already mapped out every move to deal with the few infiltrators in the chaotic crowd. Seeing the old butler nagging in his ear, Miha suggested that he go get some rest. Just as Miha predicted, those few strangers reported what happened with Miha's divine power back to their master. Bishop Killen found this hard to believe, because the Oneperis family was one of mages. There was no way a mage could use divine power. Mana and divine power cannot be combined. Their fusion was only rumored to exist in fairy tales, and that would be a divine edict. Not only that, but among the young master of the Oneperis family's group, the subordinates also spotted Cassandra. The moment the subordinate finished his sentence, Killen's eyes widened in shock. Mid-rank priest Sihan came to the door to personally welcome Miha. Miha glanced over and felt that Sihan was quite young to be a mid-rank priest. Miha asked Sihan to lead the way for him, while the rest of his retinue could probably take care of themselves. Or maybe I should tell them, Miha thought to himself. Miha gently called Cassandra over and whispered in her ear that the High Bishop Killen had likely sensed her presence. Yes, of course. They are the ones most wary of my prophecies. So, what should I do? She asked anxiously. Do as you wish. Whatever you do, I will support and help you. Miha looked into Cassandra's eyes and affirmed with conviction. Under the twilight sky, their two intense gazes locked onto each other. This gave her strength. She promised Miha she would do what she thought was best. At this moment, Sir Miha, please wait. The reason I left the Holy Kingdom, I think I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly reached out and grabbed Miha before he was about to go inside. A moment later, the door in front of them closed. Cassandra felt that telling Miha about it was the right thing to do, because she trusted him. Seeing Leyon in awe of the Holy Kingdom's scenery, Cassandra recounted her old stories to Leyon. I was incredibly impressed when I first came here. When I was young, I used to live in the slums. But that's all in the past now. The Holy Kingdom is my light. The place that brought me out of the slums was the Holy Kingdom. That's why I've always wished that the Holy Kingdom would never change, just like it was before. Sir Miha told me to act as I see fit. If they don't want to listen to my prophecy, then I will have to create a reason for them to believe me. Cassandra clenched her fists and firmly told herself, I can do this. As for Miha, he had followed Sihan inside. I heard that you performed a divine miracle at the front gate. Is that true? Sihan suddenly asked with curiosity. A divine miracle? Don't tell me my declaration at the front gate has been spread around like that. Miha recalled with a jolt. It's divine power. What's so strange about a mage being able to use it? Miha turned and asked Sihan. Sihan's eyes sparkled brightly as he said he really wanted to see a hero who could use magic. So, the Holy Kingdom hadn't chosen its next hero yet. Miha had always thought the chosen one would be Christopher, and no one else.
Well, yes, he's a good person, but how should I put this?
You know how people say you have to make up for your lack of knowledge with other things. That's the feeling I get from him. As he rambled on, Sihen glanced at Miha's ice-cold expression. He felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized. But to his surprise, Miha suddenly grabbed Sihen's hand, leaned in, and whispered, "I like you." This left Sihen speechless and gave him goosebumps. Intermediate priest Sihen. I'll have to remember him. I'm sure he'll become very important in the days to come, Miha thought to himself. In no time, they arrived at the Pope's chamber. After explaining everything to Miha, Sihen asked to wait outside. Miha boldly pushed the door open, curious to see what Pope Gregorius looked like. As the door swung open, what greeted Miha's eyes was an unbelievably familiar face. The two of them stared at each other, sheer shock flooding their expressions. A few minutes earlier, Miha had pressed Cassandra, asking if she left the Holy Nation because others didn't believe her prophecy. That's not the only reason. The prophecy known to the public is far from the truth. The real prophecy is that the Demon Lord will plunge the entire world into a sea of fire. Chaos will spread like wildfire, and rivers of blood will flow across the continent. However, facing the Demon Lord is a Leyon with a golden mane. Around the Leyon's neck is an object, an inverted sun. The sun is the symbol of the hero. Therefore, it's entirely possible that people would interpret this as a prophecy of the hero's future downfall, she replied in a low voice. The power that the hero represents for the Holy Nation has always been beyond our comprehension, and for the hero to suddenly face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they would do everything in their power to prevent this information from leaking out. The worrying part is the description of a Leyon with a golden mane. Miha was lost in thought. Suddenly, Mia's eyes widened in realization as he remembered a certain character with a golden mane, the very same Sixfris standing imposingly before him now. Welcome, Lord Miha. Hearing his mocking welcome, a million venomous curses rose in Miha's throat. However, Miha had to restrain himself. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. Greetings, representative of the great holy nation, the wise eyes of Hikau. I am deeply grateful for this audience. But may I ask who this is? Miha turned to Lord Gregorius inquisitively. This is the prodigy from the Golden Lion Knights, Sir Sixfris. He is also a candidate for the title of hero. Both of you are candidates. It's highly likely that soon, one of you will have the honor of bearing the title of hero, he replied. At that moment, Sixfris approached Miha, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. They shook hands, much to Miha's extreme annoyance. Miha had already noticed Sixfris trying to use his holy power, slowly channeling it during the handshake to gauge how strong Miha was. All right, I'll play your petty little game, Miha thought, gritting his teeth. He then used the freedom circulation spell, which prevented his opponent from pulling his power back after sending it in. This forced Sixfris to just grit his teeth and tense his entire body. Miha, if this keeps up, he'll die, Set whispered in his ear. Only then did he let go. Sixfris was drenched in sweat, his face dazed like a deer in headlights from Miha's terrifying power. It seems you've obtained pure holy power. In terms of purity, your holy power might even surpass my own. Have you received an enlightenment? Gregorius asked Miha. He simply nodded, lying as smoothly as if his tongue were greased. Impossible. After the prophecy war, the supreme god Heko gave up on enlightening humanity. Even his highness here hasn't received an enlightenment. Sixfris shouted in frustration. The hero is a special being from birth. For a hero, an order from the Pope means nothing at all. It's because Hikau walks beside and supports the hero that I said he is wise. What that knight of yours just said isn't merely an insult to the hero's dignity. It is a grave blasphemy. How dare you drag the supreme god from the heavens down just to compare him to mere mortals? Miha delivered a lecture that made Sixfris fall silent and bow his head in apology. Miha intended to use this as an opportunity to talk about the enlightenment he'd received, but unexpectedly, in a corner of the room, the figure of a strange girl suddenly caught his eye. He clearly remembered that no one was sitting there before. She glanced over, realizing Miha could see her, and immediately grinned with great interest. She snapped her fingers, freezing time, and then spoke, inviting Miha to guess who she was. Very few people possess a miracle-like ability to freeze time like this. Among them, I can only think of one person. Miha thought for a moment, then uttered the name, Hekau. Bingo. But that playful expression attitude of yours doesn't seem very godlike. It's more like Set's. Hey Set, you don't look anything like you used to. I have the right to say that, because I am the source of all magic and the other half of Asa, Hekau said arrogantly to Set. What do you mean, other half? More like a fragment that fell off of him. You're always trying to defeat him. Yet who was it that was crying their eyes out just yesterday? Before Set could finish, Hikau grabbed her by the head and slammed her to the ground with a loud thud that nearly sent her to the afterlife. Embarrassed, Hikau turned her attention to Miha. You have received a part of Asa, and you will likely receive more in the future. That means you are his successor. However, the way you look at me is a bit disrespectful. It seems you have no intention of serving me. This world is slowly withering away, and the demon lord continues to expand his army, yet you've done nothing but stand by and watch. Wouldn't it be strange for me to worship you then? Miha retorted bluntly. Hekau, finding Miha quite interesting, explained that she had her reasons for not responding to his summons. The thing is, my response couldn't reach you. I am called a god, an existence on par with him, but that doesn't mean that It would naturally be perfect. Generally speaking, due to some issues, my children cannot hear my voice, which is why they rejected my oracle before. To be precise, you are the only human I can communicate with right now. Therefore, I want you to explain the reason for me. If this is resolved smoothly, it will be beneficial for both of us. After speaking, Cow snapped his fingers, returning the flow of time to its original state. At this moment, Miha was about to tell Siegfried about the prophecy. Thinking back to what Cow had just said, Miha thought to himself, I have to handle this as quickly as possible. First, I need to set the trap. Oh, you who long for salvation. I have been informed that the current state of the Holy Kingdom is utterly corrupt. His words immediately made Sephrade and Gregory turn pale. They broke out in an angry sweat. Miha quickly seized the upper hand with that prophecy, speaking to Gregory. Furthermore, a long time ago, I learned that you have 2 children. One is under your control, the other is not. And because of this, things have not gone according to the direction that you intended. Threatened by Miha, Gregory's face turned ashen, and he could barely breathe. Although it sounded very vague, I guarantee you will understand it in your own way. Besides, even if that's not the case, it doesn't matter. I just need to act according to my words. This means the prophecy has become real. Miha thought with delight. Gregory was so tense that he suggested ending the conversation there. It will be fine. Everything will happen as foretold. Miha put on a dangerous demeanor, leaving him with a cryptic remark before exiting the room. This left the man utterly bewildered. Soon, Miha would make everything unfold according to the order he had set. Leaving the palace, the characteristic seal of this place was still imprinted on Miha's hand. Seth felt that at this rate, his master's body would soon be covered in seals. Now, let's head to Cassandra, Miha said. Meanwhile, with Leyon's group, a strange knight appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Where is the one who delivered the oracle? I want to see him, he demanded aggressively and rudely, angering Leyon and his companions. Before they even saw the person he was looking for, he lost his patience again, brandishing his sword and pressing forward. Unexpectedly, looking through the mask, he realized the person blocking him seemed a bit familiar. A brutal glint flashed in his eyes as he intentionally moved closer. Leyon rushed forward from behind, getting between them and demanding he step aside. His path blocked. Haben, the vice-captain of the Holy Knights, resorted to using force to threaten him. This made Leyon break out in a cold sweat, but he still refused to abandon her and stood his ground. So be it. Haben felt he had no choice but to use physical force on the stubborn Leyon. Perfect. I was just getting curious myself, to see how much stronger I've become. Leyon, also eager for a fight, charged at Haben. The two clashed in midair, the sharp clang of steel swords ringing out. Unable to stand it any longer, Cassandra finally revealed herself. Haben and she faced each other, momentarily speechless. Even with your status as vice-captain, I never expected you would dare to appear here so suddenly, she said furiously. Lady Cassandra, the Archbishop deeply regrets what happened. Things are different this time. Please, come with me, Haben said. The moment she heard this, she knew for certain this man was on the side of Archbishop Leyon. That man was an old tyrant, obsessed with maintaining hierarchy and order. If she went back now, she would never have any hope of escaping the Holy Kingdom again. Cassandra indicated her refusal, but Haben insisted she come with him. Just then, Miha suddenly appeared in a flash of fiery power like a god, momentarily stunning Haben. I have already promised to protect Lady Cassandra, so you need not worry. Just go about your business, Miha said in a cold voice. Haben arrogantly retorted that Miha had no authority to stop the Holy Knights, even if you are a future hero. Miha scoffed and threatened him back, citing the laws of the Holy Kingdom. This guy probably thinks I don't pay attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. That's because the laws related to heroes in this empire aren't widely known, Miha thought to himself. Lady Cassandra did indeed leave the Holy Kingdom without reporting it beforehand. However, she is staying with me, a hero candidate. In that case, it can't be considered leaving the country without reason. What I'm trying to say is, you have no legitimate reason to be here at all. Do I need to discuss this directly with Archbishop Leyon? If not, then please leave. And don't try anything stupid. Miha's face darkened as he pointedly ordered Haben to get lost. After he left, Miha suggested he'd like to speak with the group for a moment inside a room. Miha asked Eda to remove her helmet so he could confirm something. The more time passes, the more I feel that something is wrong. This person is somewhat familiar. Could it be? Despite Cassandra advising Miha to give Eda some time, it was too late. Eda herself didn't want to hide any longer. This all ends here. My name is Eda Nebren, a hero candidate of the Holy Kingdom, and Siegfried's younger sister. Eda removed her armor, revealing her flowing blonde hair and sparkling golden eyes. Everything was exactly as Miha had thought. Then, can you tell us now? What was the reason for Cassandra leaving the Holy Kingdom? And why did you have to follow her? Miha asked. My brother and I were abandoned as children. Our lives were confined to the dark streets, in and out of every back alley. I'm sure everyone knows what happens to kids in those alleys. What else could we become but tools for others? This world is too cruel. Children can hardly change their fate unless we're exploited or, in the worst cases, we're abused. Those things happen to us all the time. However, a certain man found us. That man was Archbishop Killen. Thinking back on it now, it's a bit strange we weren't discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed. The Holy Temple became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food in the trash again. However, at the same time, many things started to get strange. When my brother was told he would become a reserve warrior, he started showing an unusual, smug side of himself. And that's when he stopped listening to others. The first thing my brother did after becoming a reserve warrior was to cut off the prophet's limbs. To be clear, it was the archbishop who had been manipulating my brother ever since the prophecies were proven true in one way or another. He used it for his own purposes, making it seem as if everything that happened to them was due to the destructive prophecies. Eda recounted everything bitterly. Although I had thought Cassandra's disappearance was related to Archbishop Killian, I never expected that he was directly involved in everything. If this is true, it means I'm holding on to the weakness of Secret, an archbishop who denies the prophecies from Hekau himself and the reserve warrior. I'm curious what Hekau's words have to do with this. I'm sure I'll figure it out soon, Miha thought. Miha also soon learned that Cassandra's nickname was the Doubting Prophet, even though she was a prophet, but no one trusted her. If she spread the truth, even the archbishop would quickly make a move, which would only benefit Siegfried. However, that wouldn't be a problem. The reason Siegfried could become the center of attention was because of his appearance. Masks like that, we just need to break them, Miha said with a cunning smile. Meanwhile, Christopher was also reminiscing. Since when had his own sister started looking at him with eyes full of anger, the warmth gradually vanished, and in the end, all he could feel was coldness. Why? I haven't done anything wrong, so why can't my own flesh and blood understand me? He thought, dejected, as he waited for the archbishop to appear. Do you remember the young master of House Walpurgis who joined as a warrior? He's with the prophet and your sister. Kiko, Eda, Siegfried. Hearing this, Siegfried's heart skipped a beat. His face paled. He never imagined the Holy Father already knew. You will find out soon enough. It must be done at all costs. God's will for us is clear. First, God does not grant favor to the idle. We too must use our true abilities. Regardless, I will not believe that girl's prophecy. The important one is that young Walpurgis boy. The Duke's role is crucial, the Archbishop said in a cold voice. Siegfried remained silent. He wanted to prove himself even more to surpass Miha, and the Archbishop would be the one to help him do it. Siegfried glanced over and noticed someone peeking from the other side, secretly watching him. A week later, Miha was still engrossed in thinking about who would be chosen. In recent years, a fierce debate had been raging within the church between the priests and the archbishops over which faction was most suitable to become the symbol of the church. And in this situation, Archbishop Killian, along with several other archbishops, had declared their support for Siegfried to become a member of the Holy Knights, a talent who embodied the good image of the papal state. Of course, that decision needs to be carefully considered, Miha thought. Leyon also had a headache on Miha's behalf because the other side already had more than half the votes. This number, while seemingly absurd, was very convincing, because these were purely statistical figures for selecting the hero, which no one but the bishops could touch. There were bishops in the church who had maintained a neutral position, such as Bishop Ali. Until there was a definite result, those numbers meant nothing. Miha told himself, Siegfried will think that if nothing unusual happens, he'll be chosen as the hero. But that's not actually the case. First, Miha's reason for participating in the warrior selection at this time was quite complex. One of those reasons was the murder of the archbishop. It had nothing to do with demons. That was a long time ago. It was only after getting entangled in many complex situations that I began to actively prepare for the hero selection. I should have been able to grasp every situation clearly to prevent the archbishop's murder and eliminate the culprit demons. For that reason, I locked myself in the temple for a whole week, Miha thought. Turning his thoughts to Cassandra, she had said that Siegfried had refused her request. She had thought he would agree. but she couldn't understand why he would refuse so stubbornly. No, there's no way he would refuse her, because he was one of the few people who trusted Cassandra until the very end. Miha was puzzled. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The Pope, completely shrouded, entered, his deep gaze fixed on Cassandra. Overcome with mixed emotions of joy and sorrow, the two embraced tightly. Afterwards, they didn't forget to thank Miha. Miha also had many things to say to him. The Pope noticed the symbol of he, cow on Miha's hand and was slightly startled. He already said that the church must be reformed. For that, I really need your help. Your Holiness, Miha said with a smile. The next day, that damn archbishop was in a furious rage, slamming tables and kicking chairs. It was all because, just a few hours earlier, Miha had officially won. To the utter surprise of the court officials, Archbishop Naren, the Pope's closest aide, had made a declaration. His support carried the same weight as a declaration of support from the Pope himself. The Archbishop gritted his teeth, thinking about the priests who had gathered around a table, whispering and gossiping. There's no way that little Walpurgis kid will be able to build a reputation, no matter how great a demon he defeats. It's still not a compelling story for everyone. In fact, it's something that should be regulated and restricted from the public as soon as possible. If this is for the sake of justice, shouldn't we be prepared? Perhaps I'll have to get my hands dirty with some dark deeds as well, the Archbishop said boastfully, with a mysterious, evil smile. A week had passed since Miha defeated Siegfried. Just as expected, Archbishop Naren had already made his move, with Cassandra and the Mark of God. As the Pope, he has no choice but to support me. Now, there's only one problem left to solve: the Archbishop's death. To be more precise, the assassination of Archbishop Naren, Miha thought. This event caused the Pope, who already had little support, to have his position diminished even further. From this, if you look at who benefits the most, then Archbishop Kylian's faction would be the prime suspect. However, it was still too early for Miha to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, the butler appeared right behind Miha, startling him. The man had been on leave for a week and was just now returning. I have something to report. My vacation was anything but relaxing. To think the Holy Kingdom would harbor such scum. Surprisingly, they are the Holy Knight's order. Also, there's something else I heard from another person. The Archbishop called Kylian exudes the aura of a dark energy source. It feels like something terrifying is following him, the butler reported. Miha nodded, saying he would investigate later. But with the butler's dedication, Miha wanted to reward him with something. Miha offered to teach him a method to improve his health, which made the man incredibly grateful. Once the current matters were resolved, Miha would definitely discuss this with him again. That same day, Miha told Leyon about his plan to join the Holy Knight's order. Miha wanted to bring Leyon along, since Leyon hadn't gotten to fight the vice commander before. As soon as Miha finished speaking, he tossed Leyon a small sword, then softly ordered him to channel his aura into it to see its effect. Leyon complied. A powerful surge of magic erupted, blinding him for a moment. Call it a magic sword or a magic tool, whatever you want. It's not just a simple, sharp blade. Try spreading your aura throughout the entire tool, Miha said. Leyon did as he was told. The magical power spread through the sword and then into his body. This astonished Leyon. It's a sword technique used to summon an opponent. Even though you can't communicate with it, it will help you train more easily, Miha explained. Leyon felt that the power radiating from the sword was very similar to things he'd seen in his dreams. Receiving so much from Miha made Leyon feel guilty, as he hadn't done anything for Miha yet. I'm sure you'll be of great help to me in the future. If you want to thank me, then become stronger, Miha said with a slight smile, patting Leyon on the shoulder. Deeply moved, Leyon gripped the sword tightly, promising to become stronger. Miha then went with Leyon to see Vice Commander Haben, but they were stopped by guards at the door. They didn't want to let him in, so there must have been a special reason. He figured that's why he couldn't enter right now. Realizing this, Miha didn't give a damn about them. He ignored their weak attempts to stop him and walked straight inside. After just a few steps, a stone-faced Haben appeared before Miha. What brings you here? Haben asked. My reason? Oh, I have one. Sir Leyon here wants to finish the fight between you two from last time. Miha replied with a cheeky grin. Haben froze, trying to search his memory for a past encounter with Leyon. First, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you properly after the previous events. However, I want to make it clear that we don't have to fight every time we meet, Haben said coldly. Leyon smirked and asked, Are you scared? This made Haben's blood begin to simmer, and Miha just added fuel to the fire. So you aren't arranging for a duel. Should I take that as an act of aggression? Though I'm only a hero in training, I believe it's my duty to fight against corruption and evil within this holy kingdom. All of this made Haben's blood boil. Must we do this right now? I understand. Please, come inside, he said. Miha and Leyon followed him in. Inside, many soldiers were training diligently so as not to bring shame upon their lord. "We are always training," Haben said. "There was a time when I admired the Holy Knights. Seeing them like this now feels a bit strange," Leyon remarked. Seth sensed Hikao's powerful aura in this place. She also felt something that gave her an indescribable sense of unease. The flags bearing Hekao's symbol were strange in some way, but it seemed no one else noticed. The Holy Kingdom is where the most loyal and powerful disciples are gathered. Therefore, demonic power cannot exist within the capital of the Holy Kingdom. No, it's still possible. Because a demon was born possessing a unique power, he uses dirty tricks to slowly kill his targets, little by little. He cunningly mimics the target's appearance and actions. However, he has one weakness. If he imitates someone, he forgets the fact that he's imitating them. He completely becomes the subject, thinking and acting just like them. "I wonder who it could be," Miha thought, racking his brain. In response to his question, Haben stated that within the Holy Knight's order, there were no issues whatsoever. He seemed to be telling the truth. Miha couldn't read anything from his eyes. "I'll have to investigate this myself," Miha thought, then touched his forehead and cast a detection spell that spread throughout the area. From his memories, he didn't notice anything of concern. Wait, it seemed Miha had found something. This feeling, it seemed to be coming from the basement. Something was below him. No matter how many times he asked Haben, he insisted 100% there is nothing wrong. Miha could only smile and say to Haben, "If we go down there, it shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Hearing this, Haben looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, stunned for a few seconds. Miha immediately noticed his strange reaction. He knew it was impossible for the vice commander to be unaware of what was happening within the Holy Knight's order, but he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Seeing that he wanted to check the basement, Haben offered to accompany him, but Miha refused. He preferred to go with Leyon. "I'm sure he'll step out as soon as he realizes something is wrong." "Let's go," Miha thought, calculating as he looked at Haben's pale face. Just as he predicted, Sefred appeared a moment later, and Miha pointed straight at him, saying he wanted to go with him. This left Sefred frozen for a few seconds, completely clueless about what was going on. Safri watched as Miha headed straight for the basement, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Miha sensed that something was hidden down there. Without answering him, Miha continued walking down. "You once said that I was arrogant. Can you tell me why? We don't even know each other that well," Safred asked. Miha paused for a moment, then sighed and said, "Do you really think the holy nation is incapable of doing anything wrong? It seems all the bishops are given holy mandates, and it looks as if they can do no wrong. They always know how to justify everything. Have you ever considered the impact of your actions on the people around you?" Miha's single question was enough to make the man turn pale. He stammered that he always thought carefully before acting. "And is that why you abandoned the prophet? Shut your mouth, you bastard. The moment you abandoned her, you lost any right to talk about justice. You're just using it as an excuse. Did the bishop tell you that her prophecies were a disaster for the common people? Have you ever gone to see the world for yourself, to see if his words were true, not the path the bishop showed you? Have you ever thought of doing something for yourself of your own free will? This conversation is pointless. When you asked that question, you weren't expecting me to say anything positive, were you?" Every word from Miha made Safred break out in a cold sweat. Nothing would change if he didn't intend to change himself. An event like that would never happen. Using the light of his aura, Miha illuminated the entire cellar. Safred scoffed, thinking there was nothing here. But he was dead wrong. Safred and Miha combined their powers. After a brilliant flash of magic, a massive, blood-covered brain was revealed. "What did you just say? That there's nothing here?" "It's similar to the thing causing trouble for Jean Rachel, but much weaker," Miha said as he drew his sword and sliced the brains to pieces. "These are the remnants of the demon god. But it seems this isn't the only one." Miha was certain there must be dozens, even hundreds of them scattered across the holy nation. "No, this isn't enough. If Hisao specifically asked for my help, the problem can't be this simple. I can't be careless," Miha thought to himself. Witnessing such a scene, Safred turned pale with fear, having no idea what the hell this thing was. "What should you do? What is the right thing to do?" "Think about it carefully," Miha said, pointing directly at Safred's face. At the same time, Haben was sitting pensively, thinking about Miha. He never expected him to lie low at the first sanctuary for a whole week, only to suddenly reappear now. Is there really something there? I've never seen anything suspicious. But that look on his face. He knew something I didn't realize. Lost in his thoughts, he completely forgot about his duel with Leyon. As I was saying, our previous fight was not an official match. The title of Vice Captain of the Holy Knights is not so easily earned. I've heard of your reputation, Leyon. However, against me, your skills are nothing. Haibo suddenly shot to his feet. His eyes blazed with hostility as he drew his sword. Leyon smirked. So you want a taste of what I've got, too? A first time? Huh. It's always a little awkward for both sides. You must not think I'm much of a challenge. He's not exactly a master yet, but his skills are on that level. However, compared to him, he's still far too weak. Let's give it a try, Leyon said with a cunning smirk, rocketing towards his opponent. With the brute strength of an ox, Hibbo also swung his sword to counter. With lightning-fast speed, each of his blows grew faster than Leyon's, making the situation increasingly dangerous. The two charged at each other, clashing violently. Hibbo noticed the other knights watching him from the opposite side, which made him slightly tense. If I can't show them an overwhelming difference in skill in this battle, I'll lose all face with the holy knights, he thought. He thought to himself as the battle raged fiercely. A deafening explosion roared, and Miha emerged from the billowing smoke and dust. He walked forward step by step and made an announcement. The holy knights will be temporarily suspended as of today. Hearing this news was like a bolt from the blue for the knights. They were completely stunned. The reason Miha gave was that a few demons had hidden themselves beneath their headquarters. Safri had also agreed to this, so until Miha's group found the demon, no one is allowed to leave the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Miha brandished his scepter, combining the power of the world tree with the power of He Cow. Along with a storm of lightning, he created a wave of holy power that enveloped the entire castle. Who just coughed? Miha asked in a stern voice. A man named Millicent and the group of knights suddenly coughed violently but insisted he wasn't a demon. Enough. I see you're an excellent actor, Miha said. Millicent trembled, vehemently denying it. He had killed a person, worn their skin, and assimilated into humanity. How disgusting. But what can I do? I can't manage that many. With those words, Miha rushed forward and punched Millicent in the head. Knowing he could no longer hide, Millicent revealed his true face. The dark magic hidden within him began to pour out. Millicent had wasted years on this, and for Miha to ruin it in an instant truly enraged him. This method, this situation, now I remember. The assassination of Bishop Naren. You're the only one capable of such a thing. It was you, Dylos, Miha said, as he shot a death glare at the demon, who had already revealed its grotesque true form. This demon behind the scenes, Dylos, is the commander of the 6th Legion, and Mero's right-hand man. He's just a small part of that woman's power. In the end, you're just her loyal lapdog. Provoked by Miha, the demon flew into a rage, madly stretching out its hand to create a blinding storm of magic and dust. The chaotic winds left everyone confused and afraid. Now that his identity was revealed, his plan to assassinate the bishop had also collapsed. He had no other choice. Besides taking out the most annoying pest, Miha guessed that the target would be one of the reserve heroes. Dylos tried to sneak up on Miha from behind, but the moment he touched Miha's shoulder, the stormy power of lightning struck, knocking the demon to the ground. Miha seized its neck with one hand. Yanking it into the air, he spoke softly. Mero, I'm sure you're watching me. I don't know what you have planned for this place, but I will absolutely crush every last one of your schemes. With just a simple, light warning, Miha swiftly used the holy spear to pierce through Dylos' stomach, right before the amazed and admiring eyes of everyone around. Seeing Miha look so cool as he purified the monster and sent it back to the earth, Sefrid felt a slight twinge of annoyance. Even though he was a reserve hero, how could he have never realized that a colleague right beside him was actually a demon? Why did they make me a reserve hero? Isn't fate just too cruel? No. If I have shortcomings, I just need to work my hardest to make up for them. The gods will never abandon people with determination. Just as he was trying to be positive, Miha's past words flooded back, making Sefrid's world go dark. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage that filled his throat. Do you all understand now? Demons will do anything to hide among us. If you don't raise your guard, you'll become their prey before you even know it. Honestly, I'm very disappointed. I can't believe that not a single one of you could find the demon disguising itself as your colleague. Perhaps this is difficult for ordinary people, but I expected more from all of you. I thought you were the noble and mighty holy knights. I've heard some rumors about some of you starting to associate with the bishops just for a little personal gain. As Miha was rambling on, Haben suddenly shouted that they were the holy knights who serve Lord Hekau and must always maintain neutrality. Is that the reason you attacked the temple? First, I could understand if you were striving to drive out demons as part of your duty. However, that's enough excuses. You don't even have the right to explain. Sir Siegfried would surely agree, wouldn't he? Haben and Siegfried were sweating buckets under his lecture. Suddenly, Siegfried roared, with an expression that said, I ain't afraid of nobody. You're right, but before that, I want to confirm your strength for myself. I want to challenge you to a duel. If you want to challenge me, then you'd better wager something of equal value. You can only be truly serious when there's a risk involved, Miha said. Miha wanted to bet the holy pendant that Siegfried always wore. As soon as he got the okay, The battle between the two men officially began. Miha recalled having used the absolute defense of the Tempest once before. It should have been his trump card in this battle, but he was fine with it, because he knew Siegfried's abilities like the back of his hand. Right now, Siegfried was gradually being consumed by thoughts of despair and self-hatred. It was all because he had lost faith in his ability to become a hero. Well, that was all the better for Miha. The trash-talking Miha would like to state frankly that he had zero good feelings towards Siegfried. Miha's opponent was now just as fired up for a fight as he was. The two of them rushed in, beating the crap out of each other. From the very beginning, Siegfried used his full power, terrified of losing to Miha. His attack speed was just insane. Miha used a 5-layered shield spell to block Siegfried's attack. Next came a blinding reflection attack that left Siegfried stunned and dazed. But it didn't stop there. Miha also unleashed 100 Swords, a skill improved from the 2-circle mana sword spell. Since this was a spell once used to help Siegfried in the past, it wasn't lethal, only painful. Siegfried clutched his sword tightly, trying to fight back. After a loud explosion and smoke that filled the sky, he vanished into the smoke as if he'd never been there. But the clever Miha had already seen through his opponent's every move. Miha also knew that Siegfried would charge straight at him from the front, so he had already prepared another spell in that incredibly short time frame. Siegfried, who couldn't destroy all the mana swords, was now hit by Mia's multicasting spell, which left him exhausted and collapsing to the ground. But Miha wasn't ready to end it, because there were still 10 swords that hadn't activated. "It's far from over," Miha said, looking mysteriously cool. He raised his index finger to his lips. "Shoo," he whispered, "spring is coming." After the final strike, Siegfried was beaten to a pulp, lying unconscious and foaming at the mouth. The people around them whispered and gossiped. They felt Miha had been a bit too heavy-handed. Siegfried had lost the fight and any chance at love. Miha cheerfully took the holy pendant from his opponent. "I'll make good use of it," Miha replied. This holy pendant was an artifact that amplified holy power and enhanced recovery abilities. It also had a hidden function that most people didn't know about, but Miha felt it wasn't the right time to use that hidden ability. Using it to amplify his own powers was more than enough for Miha. After his defeat, Siegfried was as dejected as a wet noodle. He admitted to himself that he was still too weak for this fair fight. "A fair fight? Allow me to ask you something. If this wasn't a one-on-one duel, would you have used other tricks? For example, attacking me from behind, or using hidden weapons?" Mia's question startled Siegfried, making him feel a pang of guilt. "I would never. That's not fair for a hero," Siegfried replied decisively. "Even if it meant hundreds or thousands of civilians would die. What's the point of being a hero if you can't protect the people?" Miha added coldly. Pushed into a corner by Miha, Siegfried stammered for a while, unable to form words. He could only bow his head, trembling, as Miha walked away. Miha didn't want to hear what Siegfried had to say anymore, because he could already imagine what he was going to say. "Don't you think you went a little too far with that Siegfried guy, another reserve hero? He doesn't seem like a bad person, even if he seems a bit dense," Leyon said, running after Miha, curious. "If you were anyone else, I wouldn't have acted that way. But being a reserve hero carries a greater responsibility than you think," Miha said. Suddenly, Miha stopped dead, staring straight ahead. In front of him was the Archbishop. Archbishop Leyon, emerging from the first sanctuary. "He must be here because of Cassandra," Miha thought to himself. Leyon was equally surprised, wondering what Miha planned to do next. "I'm going to confront him." True to his word, Miha immediately approached Leyon. Their eyes met, filled with brimming emotion. Both of them broke into bright, genuine smiles. They greeted each other with the false warmth of a father and son. "I never expected to see you here. It seems this old man's luck hasn't run out yet," Leyon said, gripping Miha's hand tightly. "Ha ha, you call this luck? Well, I guess you're right. The prophet was brought back safely. After all, she didn't fall into the hands of those demons. We were both truly lucky." The phrase "those demons" made Leyon uneasy, but Miha kept right on talking. "I'm sure they were demons, or something of the sort. There's no way someone from the Holy Nation would do something like that. And if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck down by lightning. A person of faith going against a prophecy. Can you even imagine? With men like him, I'm sure you would never become such a fool, right?" Though Miha's taunts made him furious, Leyon forced a smile as if nothing was wrong. "Anyway, I have something to do before I leave." He was about to tell Miha about the candidate for the hero position, but Miha cut him off. "I don't care. You're not the one who chooses the hero, our holy god is. The wise Lord Heko." Leyon burst out laughing, then turned and walked away coldly. A foul odor, coming either from him or someone near him, wafted over, making Zet visibly uncomfortable. It suddenly reminded her of something, And at the same moment, Miha had the exact same thought. The demon Miha had defeated, Dylos, was the assassin. And before Miha's regression, he had become famous for his own exploits. However, there was an interesting fact. He had a twin brother named Ludos. Back at his residence, old Killen finally sent someone to inquire about the Holy Knights. When he learned they had announced a halt to all future activities after reporting some internal problems, he flew into a rage, slamming the table, kicking the chair, and even knocking over the poor messenger. His anger surged like a mountain, and the only thing stuck in his head was the name Oneperis and a look of bitter resentment. Just then, High Priest Haran appeared. Haran was shocked to hear the Holy Knights were indefinitely suspending all activities, his eyes widening as if he'd misheard. Perez. It's all his fault. That damn evil mage dares to disrupt the order of the holy nation. That's also why I called you here, Haran. What does your intuition tell you this time? Killen asked in a low voice. Oh, you mean a divine oracle? Unfortunately, our supreme god has not yet sent me an oracle for this situation. I know the prophecies you receive are always far more accurate, especially compared to that woman's, he replied. With all that needed to be said, Killen lowered his head and asked Haran to leave. All right then. The moment he turned around, Haran's expression flipped 180 degrees, faster than an ex changing their mind. He bitterly recalled signing a contract with them not long ago, and now there was already a problem. At that moment, in the first sanctuary, Miha told his butler two things. There's still one more demon. The butler sighed warily. It was because Miha kept dragging him around to all sorts of strange places that an old man like him was so behind on the news. That Archbishop Leyon. I've confirmed that he's involved with the demons. Making a deal with demons is considered the highest form of heresy. It's a capital crime that not even an archbishop can escape, Miha said. Cassandra worried that Miha wouldn't be able to easily prove his guilt. You don't need to worry your head about that. We already have the Pope's support, he asserted confidently. Now that the Holy Knights are on complete lockdown, it's as if heaven itself is on Miha's side, giving him proof that the archbishop has dabbled in heresy. And above all, Miha has the seal of Hekau in his possession. With this, the Pope's position will be completely different than before. Miha smirked. In 4 days, at the warrior's competency evaluation test where all the archbishops would be gathered, Miha would create the perfect stage to expose Leyon and finish off the demons. At the same time, Miha also needed Cassandra's help. Cassandra's prophecy must be respected and protected. I can't let her break down again like last time, Miha thought. Cassandra wasn't very confident in her own abilities. The archbishop never told me anything before. Most people can't even get a glimpse of the future, but that means you have a talent that can reach the divine, doesn't it? Reassured by Miha, Cassandra slowly regained her confidence. You can't fail. I already spoke with the Lord above. It was a surprisingly high-level, divine conversation, Miha said with a devilish grin. On a clear morning, the weather was so beautiful it made an archbishop remember the old days, back when he first met the young prophet who had no hobbies. He had taught her about tea, telling her about the famous tea leaves from different regions. He had taught her so many things, yet in the end, he couldn't protect her. Not only could he not protect her, he could only watch helplessly as she was exiled from the city. As he was sighing in despair, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling him. What do you think? Shouldn't we try everything to find a better outcome? I have a few things I want to talk to you about, Miha said cheerfully. Thanks to you, I've been able to live comfortably in the temple. First, in the next 2 days, my qualifications to become the hero will be tested here. Yes, that's right. The main purpose is to test your abilities and confirm the opinions of each bishop, he replied. Hearing Miha mention that many bishops were supporting Secret, he bowed his head in silence, flustered and unsure what to say. Miha Oneperis, the stories about him disgracing a family heir, and the rumors about him trying to cling to his former fiancée, even though so many rumors paint him as a bad person. I don't see him that way. He quietly assessed Miha in his mind. Then, a second later, he cast aside his pride, stepped forward, and begged Miha, please, take care of Cassandra, even if you aren't chosen to be the hero. How meaningless. What I just said also means you can't become the hero. However, for that child's future, he thought, trembling, his form hunched over. He didn't dare to look Miha in the eye, too embarrassed. When Miha asked why he needed help, the man finally revealed that if Secret were chosen as the hero, then Cassandra would lose her way. It was a prophecy that no one believed. If it came to pass, Cassandra would slowly and painfully waste away in agony. If she could just leave the holy nation, I'm sure that child would be happier. She's a child who has already been through too much suffering. I don't want her to endure anything more, Miha replied in a low voice. I'm afraid I can't grant that wish, because I will be the one who is chosen. Miha's overwhelming confidence stunned the man. He stammered, Archbishop Killen's influence in this holy nation is immense. Countless priests support him. And on our side, we have the Pope. Not only that, we also have your support. You have power, of course. And above all, God is on my side. That's why I believe in myself. Miha clapped the bishop on the shoulder, his words filled with charisma and a hint of arrogance. The bishop stared at Miha, utterly astonished. For a fleeting moment, his eyes widened as he saw what looked like shimmering, ethereal wings wrapping around Miha. Sir, tell me what I must do. Bishop Naren bowed his head, submitting to Miha. It seemed inevitable. The conversation with Bishop Naren was quite simple. It appeared Naren had sensed the aura of Hekau on Miha. Even though Naren was a supporter, the real reason Miha approached him was simple. In his previous life, the bishop had died. Miha wanted to eliminate any possibility of that happening again, and that's when all his suspicions were confirmed. Stepping outside with Seth, Miha held a clump of blood from the demon of destruction. Miha had managed to break the seal that was on Bishop Naren. The object he was holding is proof that his assassination was premeditated. After Miha crushed the object with his bare hands, Seth whispered to him, "The reason you can't communicate with Hekau is because of the demon lord's right eye. It's a part of that wretched being's body. It seems to be somewhere beneath us." Seth whispered mysteriously in Miha's ear. "That must be why the remnants can multiply endlessly. You did well. I suppose we'll have to go find it. I know where it is." Miha praised Seth with a nonchalant, almost detached attitude. Miha suddenly stood up, turned, and walked away. His unnerving calm upon hearing such shocking news startled Seth. Could it be that Miha knew about this even before she did? And the truth was, he did. It was quite embarrassing for Seth to realize she was not only a step behind but had also been trying to act all-knowing. 2 days before the appointment, Miha led Seth to the location of the Demon Lord's Eye, the shrine of the first hero, located within the Holy Nation. The place was terrifyingly enormous. It left both Miha and Seth in awe. Miha thought to himself that if he were to become a hero, he'd be the 8th one. Everything in this world seemed to be getting really difficult for me. If the first hero could see this, he would be furious with the Holy Nation. Miha said as he stepped inside. The spotless scene, without a speck of dust, showed that the place was well maintained. We can't ignore the symbolic importance of the first hero, even if this place is the source of the corruption. I have a bad feeling about this. I hope it's not the worst-case scenario, Miha muttered to himself as he climbed the steps ahead. He stood before the ice-cold sarcophagus containing the body of the first hero. Miha shattered the barrier and solemnly approached it. Seth's eyes went wide when she heard Miha say, "The demons hid the Demon Lord's Eye there. To be precise, right inside the hero's sarcophagus. But that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Demon Lord's Eye and the hero's body can't possibly coexist," Seth stated firmly. What if it was completely absorbed before he died? Let's see if this theory is correct. Miha strode decisively toward the sarcophagus in front of him. His eyes were filled with determination. If my hypothesis is wrong, then the hero's body inside the coffin should still be intact. Please, let me be wrong, Miha murmured, praying as he lifted the lid. What greeted them was an eerily empty coffin. Seth was terrified, unsure of what to do next. Miha, on the other hand, gave a faint smile. This isn't so bad. In fact, it's a good thing that we discovered this now. Well then, shall we take care of this? With that, Miha immediately leaped down the stairs below. In a dim, candlelit room, Haran sat brooding in a corner. His gray-brown pupils slowly turned a blazing red as he thought of Miha. Using that old bishop used to be so simple. But after that, young Oneperis showed up. The chaos has gradually been suppressed. How annoying. What can I do to eliminate him? Haran vented, punching an illusion in front of him and shattering it to pieces. His words were filled with hatred for Miha. Then, as if sensing something emanating from the dragon's tomb, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. This might be a simpler solution than I thought, Haran whispered, his true face revealed. Meanwhile, Miha and Seth finally met the hero, who was sitting comfortably on a throne as if he'd been waiting. I have been waiting for you. I am the one hailed as the hero. My successor, I am sorry. What is about to happen is not of my own will. The demon lord has corrupted me to the very bone. Please, kill me. The hero reached out, conjuring magic, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Miha. As demonic power rushed towards him, Miha just calmly smirked and called out to him. My dear predecessor, they were destined to meet, but not to be allies. Without another word, they unleashed their full power and clashed violently. Miha used a shield to block the intense firepower rushing toward him. With such a decrepit body, his magic should be weakened too, right? Most of that body's strength has faded, and there's not a shred of muscle left. The fact that it can even move is a miracle, Miha thought. It seems the demon lord's eye is controlling the hero's body. As if answering Mia's unspoken question about why he wasn't using his aura, the hero tremblingly began to draw a dark magic circle. The demon, brimming with magic, unleashed a torrent of fire. Pushed into a corner, Miha conjured a fireball to block the dark sorcery, and the two spells collided. Boom! A psychologically scarring explosion erupted. Turns out, before this hero was possessed by the demon, he was a genuine, bona fide mage. So what about the holy sword? Miha wondered. The saint only called it a holy sword because of its meticulous design. It's all for show. If I really had to choose an item to be my symbol, then it could only be the saint's cloak. It is a sacred relic that contains all of my blessings within it. Since I'm already dead, I don't care who keeps it anymore. However, since you are a hero, there's still one more thing you must do, right? The hero said, seeming to sense he no longer had the strength to exist. He had reached his limit. My young successor, I will entrust this world to you, he thought, and then slowly collapsed. Set also quietly prayed that he would find eternal peace. Miha didn't know how long the first hero had to endure this, but at the very least, he wanted to create a perfect ending for him. A beautiful end for a legend, allowing him to rest without any regrets. Miha had just begun to expand the magic circle of the demon inside the body of the hero to gain the upper hand, dominating its corrupted brain. It charged wildly toward Miha after reaching the sixth magic circle. A lot had changed. The ancient magic circle was the standard for a six-circle mage, but for him, it was more special. Even though this only applied when he used magic circle expansion, he could use eighth circle magic, the ice throne. Miha thought as a single drop of mana-infused water from his finger blossomed into massive, razor-sharp blocks of ice, but this demon was no pushover. Its sixth circle magic spell rushed to counter Miha's technique, creating an unprecedented, overwhelming chaos. Miha compressed his mana and threw it back at his opponent. Amidst this volcano-like eruption of dark energy, he simultaneously unleashed his power and teleported, instantly appearing right in front of the demon. The demon opened its bloodshot eyes, staring fixedly at Miha. It had anticipated that Miha would close the distance and had hidden a magic circle behind its back. It was trying to stall for time to accumulate more magic power. Set, concealed within the smoke, silently made his assessment. But as they say, no matter how high the mountain, there is always a higher one. But Miha had already prepared an escape route for himself with a command repeal ray full of chains. He finally had the demon in his grasp, using only ordinary magic. You can't completely destroy the demon lord's core consciousness. Knowing this, he thought, I prepared a few special spells, one that I created myself to transform into that old martial artist friend of mine. The strongest in the world, Miha thought with a smirk. By borrowing the divine fist skill, Miha created a seismic shockwave that blew a goddamn hole right through the demon lord's gut. A blinding flash of light erupted before him. It turned the room into a white void. The first hero approached Miha from behind, now in the human form he had before his death. He looked completely different from what Miha had imagined. He even looked different from the illustrative portraits on the wall. The two shared a happy, emotional embrace. After everything, the hero finally felt at ease again. The recent past had been a long, drawn-out period of suffering for him. His hope had grown fainter and fainter until it vanished. Although he was confident in his own mental fortitude and resilience, deep down inside, his spirit had begun to shatter. And yet, before it could break completely, Miha arrived. Now, he could finally close his eyes in peace because he had a trustworthy successor like Miha. Kid, I'm leaving this world to you. Senior, just leave it to me. Once their promise was made, Heko finally appeared and praised Miha. When she said she wanted to reward him, Miha suggested she grant Cassandra the blessing to see prophecies. Because of Heko, Cassandra has already been through so much misfortune. All right. Of course, that's something I should do. But you can't really call that a reward. That's just me compensating the girl for her losses. Is there anything else you wish for? Heko asked. Anything else? Miha wondered. I already have the holy sigil, and thanks to the free circulation technique, I don't have any problems with mana anymore. In that case, there's only one important thing left. A bold idea suddenly struck Miha. Opening his eyes, Miha found he had returned to the real world. The coffin had been restored to its original form, so this wasn't an illusion. So, this means. Suddenly, Set appeared, a look of pure astonishment on his face when he saw Miha was still in Oneperis after meeting Heko. It was all Heko's fault for not letting me follow, which pissed me off to no end. And she only did it because she's still holding a grudge over what I said last time. Everyone knows how petty she is. So, what did she say to you? Set asked, still fuming. Suddenly, a giant rock fell from the sky. Wrapped around it was a cloak, and next to it was a letter that said, "Tell that little brat to drop dead with this." Miha picked up the saint's cloak, thinking to himself that this was truly surreal. As he put on the powerful cloak, Miha's entire body surged with energy. A holy sigil, a gift from Hekau, also appeared on his body. At the time, she had been delighted to carve this sigil onto Miha. Because the demigod part of him was in a transitional phase, in just a single moment, Miha was able to reach the 10th magic circle. Awakening, this holy sigil would enhance the demigod characteristics within him. At first, the effect might not be strong, but it will grow over time. The moment her drop of blood fell into Mia's palm, he thought he was being incinerated by a ferocious power. It was agonizing. Only those who can overcome and shatter their predestined fate can get what they truly want. The inscribed name said it all. It recorded a special spell that could be used instantly. The sigil itself was a 7th circle magic, but because it was the symbol of the number 1 warrior. Miha didn't think it memorized magic in the usual way. Set was worried about the holy sigil again. He feared it would make Miha completely lose his humanity. But Miha didn't give a damn. The only thing he needed to do now was get out of here. Before he left, Miha needed to carry a precious item here. Outside, Haran was in a state of collapse, coughing up blood, his body completely drained. I can no longer feel the power of the demon god's eye. The remnants of the demon god scattered throughout the capital are disappearing. Lord Marrow, please forgive me. If the plan fails. Haran, his face covered in blood, whimpered and begged, because everything had turned out like this. Haran wanted to reclaim something much greater. The General Assembly of the Archbishops would take place in 2 days from now. Perfect timing. But one Archbishop isn't enough. When I'm there, I'll kill the Pope too, Haran thought with bloodthirsty, wide eyes, brimming with excitement. Miha sat perched on a tree, watching his opponent disappear. A surge of excitement rose within him as things started to unfold in an interesting way. Archbishop Killen was going ballistic, cursing out Miha while slamming his hands on the table and kicking his chair. Miha Oneperis. That damn bastard. Why is this happening to me? I am certain I am the one chosen by God. That's why he sent Haran to me. It was that child, Haran, who revealed the God of words to me. And if I acted as he told me to, this whole situation would be resolved. That's why I couldn't accept that Cassandra girl's prophecy. That's the reason I sent her away. He thought everything had settled down, but who would have known it would become such a tangled mess in Mia's hands? As he was grumbling and criticizing, Haran appeared with a radiant smile. That's right. If I can obtain a revelation that even the Pope or the other archbishops can't deny, then I can turn the tables. He silently rejoiced, thinking of a plan. Haran relayed that God said the current Pope, Gregorius, is committing wrongful acts. He also mentioned that mages with bloodlines like the Oneperis family are defiling the Holy Kingdom. Killen was very pleased to hear these words. Haran beamed, a hand reaching up to touch Killen's face. You must do what you can. For him. You need to be prepared to get your hands dirty. Now, tell me. In just a few minutes, the demonic soul Haran had completely subjugated Killen. He was now just an empty shell, mindlessly obeying whatever Haran commanded on the day of the ability assessment. Miha was quite satisfied, as the archbishops, who were still neutral or supportive of Siegfried, were about to fall to his side. However, Siegfried couldn't seem to take any concrete action. Perhaps Miha had hit him a bit too hard, and he was still in shock. But in any case, he is still a man worthy of the title hero, Miha thought. The moment to decide the hero's position was only 3 hours away. Miha wanted to wait for Siegfried a little longer. The archbishop here was utterly convinced Miha would be chosen as the hero because he felt there was no better decision. After waiting and waiting, Siegfried finally arrived. He had stayed up all night, unable to sleep, thinking about what Miha had said. I am not unique. Lord Haben once said that everything was unfair. However, after thinking it through, he admitted that he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to you and the prophetess, but he couldn't leave. The other knights feel the same. They were the ones who once objected and showed resentment. Even though not much time has passed, it's already clear which side is right and which is wrong. Bringing a demon before everyone like that. I'm sure it wasn't just to get leverage on them. The knightly order of Archbishop Killen, the one who dragged me into this, once said that the path of the hero I believed in was the right path, that it was God's will, so I never doubted it. And the people by my side affirmed it. The only one who said it was the wrong path was you, Miha. So please, tell me what I should do. Siegfried unexpectedly bowed his head in submission before Miha, his confused, trembling eyes pleading for advice. Siegfried recalled his childhood, when he sat hugging a book. He knew that, until now, his ideals had always been shackled. He remembered finding a book in a junkyard when he was a child. The book had a hero on the cover, along with the sun, the moon, and the stars. The young Siegfried read it with captivated eyes. It was a book about a hero. That day officially became the milestone. Marking the moment, little Siegfried was trapped in a mana vortex, representing his fate of being bound to become a hero. He held the image of the little boy from that year, excitedly reading the book, in his heart, along with the blue circle that was tied to his life. With a sorrowful expression, he thought, I don't want to disappoint the archbishop who saved me. He's already suffered so much. But now, I have to acknowledge two viewpoints, two paths. Images of the main character and Siegfried appeared in contrast. The blonde swordsman understood one thing, Miha. The one he felt was nothing like the hero Siegfried, who had to die a painful death inside, was paradoxically the one who acted most like a hero. The image of the mage, protected by light, had completely defeated the swordsman shrouded in darkness. With great difficulty, Siegfried managed to utter two words, please. He looked straight at Miha. He spoke in a pleading tone. Tell me what I need to do. The main character's eyes flashed with killing intent. Miha, speechless, looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Ha. He coldly asked the golden-haired young man, who wore a lost expression, what do you want me to say, if it's advice? I've clearly already given it to you. He immediately replied to the main character. It's because of my own misguided faith that I've wasted so many things. Remembering the scene of kneeling and begging a girl, only for her to walk away without a second glance, Siegfried mumbled, I've also lost the last of my family. In crisis, he clutched his head and asked, what can I do to get those things back? I don't know what to do at all. What a tragedy. Hearing this, Miha could no longer hold back. He said coldly, this guy is really still digging his own grave. The blonde-haired man looked as if he'd been splashed with cold water. He lifted his head and shouted, what the hell are you talking about? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists, but for a blockhead like this, a punch was in order. Miha, channeling the hatred of 2 lifetimes, landed a solid punch on him. A heavy kick landed on his stomach with a loud thud, and you could tell it weighed a ton. The swordsman's mouth fell open, the whites of his eyes showing. That must have hurt like hell. He flew back 10 meters, clutching his stomach as he collapsed in a heap on the floor. This was a development Siegfried hadn't seen coming. His eyes shot open, unable to believe what just happened. He stammered, what the hell? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Why? The wicked enemy who had just struck rubbed his hands together, saying, you came to me because you wanted to change, didn't you? So, feeling that change yet? You're really starting to piss me off. Utterly annoyed, the main character arrogantly demanded, why is it that all you guys who get your asses kicked never think to apologize to the one who beat you? Siegfried felt like his entire worldview was collapsing. This theory was just too new. Miha continued, hey, if you want to change. Miha, aka the Joker, appeared, looking incredibly cool. His face, twisted in a mixture of laughter and rage, was a haunting sight. He rubbed his hands together, threatening the swordsman. Then go find someone else to whine to. Damn it, in my past life, my body was ruined and I suffered because of this useless oaf of a teammate. Looking at the demonic figure before him, Siegfried stammered, wait a minute. Holy crap, you're scary as hell. His face drained of all color as he stuttered, spare me. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the holy sea. Ugh, ah. Outside, the sun continued to shine gently upon the sacred building of the holy nation, oblivious to the young man getting the ever-loving crap beaten out of him inside. Priests walked around, greeting each other within the holy sea. The atmosphere was as festive as a holiday. One priest said with satisfaction, haha, I never thought I'd get to attend a hero selection ceremony in my lifetime. The person he was talking to replied, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. They continued to gossip, saying, come to think of it, there's a mage who became a hero candidate. His name is Miha. The other priest scoffed in a high-pitched voice, a mage wants to be a hero? How absurd. What a power-tripping delusion. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out, asking, is there a reason a mage can't become a hero? The 2 gossiping priests fell silent. Seeing the smiling man before them, they asked in unison, aren't you Archbishop Ali? We never expected to see you here. What a surprise. The Archbishop smiled back. This is the hero selection ceremony. Of course, I had to be here. He then gave a subtle promotion. I heard that. The candidate, Miha, defeated a great demon that appeared in the capital. One priest replied, yes, that's true. He's an absolute beast. The other couldn't believe it and asked, you mean the capital didn't suffer much damage after that great demon was killed? Archbishop Ali confirmed, that's right. That's why I'm here, to support candidate Miha. He's truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. A voice came from behind him, my, isn't that Archbishop Ali? Sir Ali turned to greet Archbishop Killen, the shady old man who always plays the villain. Killen flashed a friendly smile as the two shook hands for appearances. Sir Ali said, yes, it's an honor to meet you, sir, smiling on the outside, but not on the inside. The archbishop thought, this old geezer who's ruining the holy nation is at it again. Some people never learn. His eyes were filled with serious suspicion. What is he planning now? Old Killen spoke up, but it was Archbishop Ali he addressed, smiling so wide his eyes crinkled. Do you truly think God is pleased with what is happening? Hearing this, the archbishop wondered to himself, what's he getting at? What a vague question, old man, he replied. That is not for us to judge. Kellen's hand, which was shaking his, suddenly tightened. The old man began to mumble. If God's will were so easy to discern, it could be changed at any moment. Then, he suddenly vanished right before Sir Ali's eyes, who exclaimed in shock, Huh. The archbishop looked around in a daze, thinking, what the hell? Did he just disappear? What the hell? What is going on? Did I just see a ghost? Realizing something was wrong, he muttered, Don't tell me. Oh, for crying out loud, it's all over. Ali screamed internally, Sir Miha. Meanwhile, the man he had just called out for was dragging the swordsman, sick Fritz, like a punching bag. His face was swollen and misshapen. He whined, Did you really have to beat me until I was unrecognizable to my own parents? Damn it, you turned my head into a pig's. Miha recalled the satisfying moment he was kicking the guy before the prophetess girl stopped him by hugging him. He replied coldly, Yes, of course. Damn it, my youth. If Cassandra hadn't shown up, I would have beaten you half to death. You pathetic excuse for a hero. The blonde swordsman called out sadly, Sir Miha. He asked, Am I still not good enough to be a hero? Miha replied, You're not even close. Damn it, in my past life. I must have been damn blind to have chosen a fake hero like this. Sick Fritz gave a bitter laugh. Haha. You really don't let things go, do you? The two of them were lost in their own thoughts. Miha glanced at the blonde punching bag, and the more he looked, the more he despised him, thinking, How shameful. Suddenly, someone came sprinting towards our protagonist. The person called out, Sir Miha. He looked over and recognized who it was. Looking at the man panting like a dog in front of him, our protagonist asked, Archbishop Ali, what's wrong? Why are you so pale? Sir Ali gasped for air and said, There's trouble. An expression of utter surprise appeared on Miha's face. A mysterious figure appeared at the entrance to the cathedral. The face of Archbishop Killen slowly came into view. The old man mumbled, I have begun to hear the enlightenment. The enlightenment I have sought my entire life. Only on his deathbed did he finally get it. With a dazed, controlled expression, Killen thought, You are wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one. The veins on his hand bulged as if they were about to burst. He believed resentfully, You are the one who must receive punishment. A clear voice rang out. It cut through the corrupted archbishop's thoughts, saying, Stop this, Archbishop Killen. The old man laughed mockingly. Ha ha. Well, if it isn't the prophetess herself. Before him stood Cassandra with a look of sheer determination. She warned Killen, Please, don't try to cross the line. You're pushing your luck. The old man's face darkened. He slowly stepped forward and questioned her. What do you mean? A sword was pointed directly at Killen. Its owner warned the old man, Stop. The archbishop looked at the blonde girl standing in front of Cassandra. He gritted his teeth and asked, Eda, why are you stopping me? The blonde girl replied coldly, Do you really not know the reason? Seeing Killen close his eyes without answering, Eda pressed, Or are you just pretending to be clueless? Eda recalled her recent conversation with Miha. She thought with admiration. He was right. Miha had confidently asserted to her, Archbishop Killen will definitely cause some trouble. Her expression at that moment was one of pure amazement. Eda had thought, How can he predict the future so easily? Looking at the once majestic archbishop, now a withered shadow of his former self, she couldn't recognize him. She warned the old man, Make your choice. Will you surrender peacefully, or will you resist and be forcibly apprehended? He responded with a laugh, Ha ha. Looking at the two girls before him as if they were foolish disciples, Killen said, I don't understand why so many people dared utter such blasphemy. The old man raised a hand, cutting off the verbal spat. He growled, You insolent brats. Suddenly, the whites of his eyes swirled into a spiral pattern. Killen muttered as if he were high, The gods walk with me. Eda suddenly panicked, thinking, Holy crap, this old geezer must have fried his brain on a drug overdose. Purple magic energy shot straight towards her. Cassandra, at her side, couldn't react in time. The prophetess screamed in terror, Eda. The blonde girl was struck by the dark magic. Skidding across the floor, Eda realized with a shock, This isn't holy power. Looking at the old man, dark magic swirling at his feet, she thought, That old bastard is completely corrupt. She screamed, What the hell have you done, Archbishop Killen? The old man raised both hands and replied coldly, Haven't I already told you? Holy hell. A horrifying sight appeared. Fur began to sprout all over the old man's body. 2 horns sprouted from Killen's head. All he was missing was a green pasture. A giant, black mountain goat with red eyes appeared. It continued. The gods walk with me. He must be talking about the god of cheating. Eda cried out in horror. A black mountain goat? Damn it, I have zero interest in goat hot pot right now. Purple magic, shaped like bull's horns, began to form around the hideous creature. It immediately locked onto its target and charged at Eda. Caught by surprise, she couldn't react in time, letting out a sharp gasp as the attack closed in. Eda's golden eyes reflected the image of the horn-shaped magic as it loomed right in front of her. No way, she thought. Am I about to kick the bucket? But I'm not getting paid enough for this. Suddenly, the shape of a familiar staff appeared before Eda, along with a chant for a reflection spell. A shield, emblazoned with a stylized cross, materialized, protecting her from Killen's attack. Stunned, she turned to see who had just saved her. Eda's face broke into a wide grin. Ha ha ha, she said excitedly. You're late, Mage Miha. Miha, dragging a chained Frit by the hand, replied with a deadpan expression. No, I'm not. He glanced at the traitor to God and said, now then. The main character slammed his staff hard onto the floor. The magic swirling around Killen instantly vanished, and the old man reverted to his original form, collapsing to his knees. The old man's eyes widened as he asked the main character, why are you here? Miha ignored Killen's question and asked him, how does it feel to be devoured by a demon? The archbishop stared back blankly. What the hell? What? The old man's eyes were shot with red veins, like an author pulling an all-nighter to meet a deadline. Looking at his disciple, whose collar was held by Miha, Killen commanded, come here. The old man gave a sweet smile, like a classic bad boy, and held out a hand towards him. Who was it that so arrogantly misguided you, my child? Come now. Hold my hand tight. Hold my hand for a long, long time. The old man continued to drone on. The place where you now stand. Fritz suddenly lifted his head. Is not where you belong, Killen concluded. The blonde swordsman, still being held by Miha, mumbled in confusion. What should I do? Follow my heart or listen to my head? Miha refused to help him choose. That is something you must decide for yourself, he said. The main character added, and you must take responsibility for your decision. Fritz's expression was unreadable. Killen continued his seduction. Come on, now. Come back to my side, and we can be like we were before. Suddenly, the old man's eyes shot open with a grunt. A steady foot planted itself on the floor. Seeing Fritz's fierce expression, sword pointed right at him, the old man froze. My child, what are you doing? He asked. Well, damn. How embarrassing for him. The seduction failed spectacularly. The blonde swordsman growled, enunciating each word, I am a holy knight. I cannot stand on the same side as one who is possessed by a demon. Veins bulged on Killen's bald head. The old man was completely consumed by darkness. Tensing his hands, he snarled, You. Even you say that to me? You, who should have trusted me more than anyone. How dare you? Damn it all. I raised a snake in my own home. The old man screamed maniacally. Ha ha ha, the gods walk with me. Frit called out worriedly. Archbishop. Miha suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. If you don't want to get caught up in this, don't make a move, he warned. Killen raised both hands to the sky, proclaiming, I have desired this enlightenment my entire life, and at last I have obtained it. As Killen sank into the ground, Miha scoffed. That's not what I'd call enlightenment. It's more like the call of your own death sentence, you freak. The archbishop stubbornly retorted, You are the ones who are mistaken. I am thee. The old man suddenly twisted to one side. In the middle of his rant, he fell silent. Miha watched the old man's unnaturally still form and directed a warning to someone else. You. That's enough playing around. Behind Killen, a dark shadow began to spread. Miha continued, his expression grim. Isn't it time you showed yourself? The main character said, I'm talking to you. Don't just stand there in silence. He growled out the name Mero Kylian, also known as the mountain goat. Now, 2 pairs of horns sprouted from his head. The old man's eyes blazed blood red, and his ears had become bestial. The first thing one must do to make an impression is to offer a confident smile. Archbishop Killen, or rather, Mero, asked Miha, How long have you known? The main character replied, From the very beginning. Surprised, old man, hee. I've been around for 2 lifetimes, you know, the curious demon. So, you're a mage who specializes in punishing evildoers, are you? Mero asked. Miha replied with a smirk. Ah, so you've heard of me. You're next on my list, but first, here's a funny story. Hee, how interesting, Mero said, trying to get the upper hand. I know you possess immense power, but I have existed for a very, very long time. Miha simply closed his eyes, offering no reaction. Miha thought to himself, damn it, All he does is talk in circles. He's just trying to say, "You're still young and green. You can't possibly defeat me, right?" With a completely provoking expression, the main character uttered 2 words. Arrogant bastard. Marrow thought. The Demon King Beelzebub fell so helplessly. Even if he was ultimately disposable, he could be eliminated at any moment, yet when news of his defeat spreads, it will still cause panic among our followers. His hand, tipped with sharp claws, which hadn't seen a good manicure in ages, twitched slightly. He let out a crude laugh. Hey, 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 I have my own plans as well. Taking one of his sharp claws, he gently stroked his beard and was kind enough to announce it. This old geezer isn't the only one I'm controlling, Miha replied curtly. Yeah, I've known that for a while, he said, stunning the man. Since Ludos isn't here, he must be there. Marrow was beyond shocked, stammering. How did you? With a warning look in his eyes, Miha questioned. How? It's completely obvious. What the hell don't I know? The only thing I don't know is how to be ignorant. He raised his scepter, and the gem on top glowed with a green light. The main character coldly replied, just like all you demons, carelessness is in your nature. At that moment, inside the church, Leyon was pacing back and forth, sighing heavily. He anxiously looked around, guessing. He must be around here somewhere. He recalled Miha's dead certain affirmation. Find the person possessed by that demon. Leyon pondered. Demon possession? But that guy has never been wrong. Terrified, he strained his eyes, searching. The pressure was immense if he made a mistake. Looking at the priests walking around the church, Leyon knew that if he was wrong, then everyone here would be meeting their ancestors. His hands trembled as he clenched them into fists. Gritting his teeth, he concluded, This is a heavy responsibility. Leyon grabbed his head and screamed, Why did you give this job to me? The people around him stared as if he were a patient who'd just escaped an asylum. His face as pale as a ghost, the swordsman continued to ramble. Demonic energy and divine power. I can't detect both of those on one person's body. I'm not some kind of divine dog. He remembered Miha snapping his fingers, winking at him, and saying, Direction is very important. Leyon just wanted to punch the guy. He grumbled, Humph. He just keeps saying things that I don't understand a damn bit of. The swordsman muttered, At least tell me how I'm supposed to solve this. Suddenly, a figure walked past him. A flash of light appeared, catching his attention. Leyon let out a surprised huh. He watched as a brilliant lightning energy emanated from his sword and exclaimed, My sword. It's letting off a light. A thought suddenly flashed through Leyon's mind. It seemed to happen every time someone passed by. Leyon had grasped it. He affirmed, This is it. The swordsman chased after the priest who had just passed him, saying politely, Excuse me, could you please stop for a moment? The man turned around and replied, Holy crap. He shouldn't have looked. The moment he did, he froze. He mumbled, That's. Leyon saw a ghostly black shadow on the man's shoulder. Black tendrils of demonic energy radiated from it, spreading down the priest's body. Seeing the dull red eyes, 2 hideous curved horns, and a mass of matted fur, he concluded, Is that a black ram demon? The lightning on Leyon's sword seemed to react to the demonic energy, shining even more brilliantly. Seeing him draw his sword, the priest stammered, Why, what are you doing? I don't want to die. Every single sword strike aimed and attacked the priest with precision. The priest shut his eyes tightly, preparing to meet his ancestors. When he opened them, he was scared out of his wits by the strange entity that had just appeared. He cried out, What is this? A black ram, bound by spiritual energy, lay twitching and dying. He said, This thing was attached to my body. Leyon looked at the priest, who had collapsed in front of him, and cursed. Damn it. I have a bad feeling about this. As if sensing something, he said, This evil energy is. He turned to look at a blurry figure in the distance. A priest with silver hair slowly came into view. He flashed a characteristic, triumphant smirk and said, You're too late. That person was Heron. He had been completely demonized. Or perhaps, this was his original form all along. With blazing red eyes and sharp fangs, he arrogantly declared, All of you are our prey. None of you can escape from us. A familiar pair of horns slowly emerged from his shoulder. When it fully appeared, it was a black ram, a cousin of the one Leyon had just sent packing. Demonic energy spread from its body, attacking all the priests standing in the room. They screamed in agony, Arg, help me. I can't breathe. Leyon raised his sword, confused, saying, Damn it, what do I do now? Watching Heron laugh maniacally, ha ha ha, he worried that the dark power was beginning to consume everyone. Then, a hand reached up, crying for help in vain. Gradually, it was stained black by the demonic energy, the symbol of evil. Leyon was terrified. He knew they were slowly being corrupted. He tried to calm himself. Get a grip, Leyon. A speck of light gradually became clearer. emitting a glittering aura in the dark space. Leyon told himself, I can't let these demons shake me. No fear. No fear. No fear. Suddenly, all around where Leyon stood, orbs of pure, brilliant, holy light appeared, purifying the entire space. The dark veil that was just there instantly vanished without a trace. All fell silent, making way for the pure ritual of the divine. Leon's eyes widened as he looked at the space now filled with golden light. Dazzled, he asked, Light? The corrupted priests were also purified by the holy light, returning to their original forms. They were no longer in a state of agonizing pain. One priest exclaimed, Ah! He suddenly knelt amidst the sparkling radiance. One by one, they all knelt down, bathing in the light. In unison, they cried out, Oh, God! The black ram's eyes had softened. They fell silent before the divine authority. From a blinding orb of light in the center, a divine voice spoke, saying, Listen, my children. A pair of hands reached out as the voice continued, Your eyes and ears have been in darkness for a very long time, but I have sent down to you something that will pierce the night and bring you to the light. The divine being commanded, Rise. Leyon felt his body being lifted by a gentle force. He felt it moving on its own. Leyon was scared witless, thinking, What the hell is going on? I have no idea what's happening anymore. He suddenly remembered Miha's wink and his cryptic advice that direction is very important. He realized he knew this was going to happen, so he sent me here. Leyon wondered, did he meet with God personally? If it's him, it's possible. He decided to trust that. If he did what he was told, everything would be resolved. Leyon asked respectfully, What must I do? The voice from the orb of light replied, Release them. The swordsman laughed, Ha ha, I understand. He held his sword, which now glowed with an alien blue power. His eyes filled with confidence, he said, That is something I can do. It'll be a piece of cake. A vast universe outside of Earth appeared. A golden orb of light and a black orb of darkness were separated by a flow of light. This flow spread from the source of gentle light, blanketing the surface of the Earth. It looked like twinkling, decorative lights during Christmas. From the beginning, darkness and light existed. Darkness merely existed, but light spread outward, developing into a small world. That expansion created laws, and the laws created heaven and earth. And from the earth, the first seed sprouted, forming fields of heavy grain. The very crystallization of heaven and earth, an image of hands reaching out to receive the shining holy light appeared. The law dictates that light is ever present. In the future, humanity would come to call this light God's blessing, and it's called divine power. Leyon's sword radiated a golden light, while the blade itself was enveloped in blue divine power. From behind, he raised his sword high. The atmosphere was as solemn as a purification rite. A determined look appeared in Leyon's eyes. He said, Let's do this, to the Black Mountain goats. After a moment of silence, they suddenly began to awaken. They charged forward at an insane speed, smoke billowing wherever the beasts ran. Their giant shadow loomed over the swordsman, Leyon. He stood perfectly still, unleashing a spiritual power that enveloped his entire body. A massive pillar of bright blue light shot straight into the sky. Through the brilliant light, Leyon leaped up and plunged his sword straight into the frenzied Black Mountain goat. Murderous intent filled his eyes. The Black Mountain goat began to disintegrate under the blinding light, and a massive blue orb appeared. Sparkling light radiated from it in every direction. Keelan, aka Mayo, was struck speechless by the sight before him. He wondered how the forces of the divine realm could have arrived so quickly. Mita dropped down from out of nowhere and kindly explained, It's because I worked very hard to make it happen. He asked the old man, You thought you had a chance, didn't you, you blockhead? He held out his hand tauntingly. Oh my, thank you, Miha said, adding fuel to the fire. Thanks to you, the Holy Kingdom is more dedicated than ever to fighting the demon race. Surprise, you old hag. A vein popped on Keelan's head. He angrily cursed, This bastard, and unleashed his magic, attacking the main character with a whirlwind of green light. It gradually expanded, forming a protective barrier for Miha against Keelan's attack. She raised her hand, controlling the green spiritual energy, and said, What can a low-level demon possibly do, daring to prance around in front of me like that? Miha raised his staff and asked, So, you're saying he's no threat to us at all? Huh? He continued. That's exactly what a villain would say to the demons. How hurtful. Miha's red eyes gleamed. He thought, A villain? Huh. He imagined himself transforming into a giant demon in front of Keelan. He thought maliciously, If I'm the villain in their eyes, then I have to be the best villain I can possibly be. C called out, Miha, what are you thinking about with that evil as hell look on your face? The main character honestly confessed, I was thinking about crushing those damn demons. The boss was surprised by his answer, but then she broke into a smile. The boss proudly flew right beside him. Good, she replied. The demon Killen ground his teeth, saying, "Damnyouall." He flew into the air, summoning magic like a shrewish old hag. He continued to curse. "You damn bastards." Miha countered with a shield of divine holy light, once again blocking the old man's attack. He asked, "Wouldn't it be better to run? Are you trying to smash an egg against a rock?" The demon tilted his head to the side and asked, "Run." Then, trembling, he raised his hand and said, "Shut up, you lowly bastard. Run my ass. A gentleman would rather die with dignity than live in shame." Killen went berserk, roaring as he unleashed all of his magic. "I'll send all of you to meet your ancestors." On his hand, his sharp talons began to glow. Miha's expression turned serious. He thought, he's powering up without any regard for the host's body. He knew that in moments like these, only the power of holy light could change the situation. He then held out his hand. As the main character was wondering in confusion, "But, where are we?" from behind him, a beautiful figure touched the main character's arm and gave Miha the answer: the Holy Kingdom, a sacred land where the authority of the gods is absolute. And this hall is filled with sincere faith. He, the god of wisdom, laughed and said, "Ho ho." Good grief, that was exhausting. A look of relief appeared on Miha's face. He cracked a smile. The main character slammed his staff onto the floor and asked, "For real?" The great mage laughed triumphantly and said, he should have run when he had the chance. Powerful spiritual energy slowly began to radiate from around him. A blue spiritual light shot into the sky, expanding into a massive pillar of light. In that space, the main character silently listened to Mero's blood-curdling screams. "Ah, ah, ah." Mero's form began to fade as she furiously threatened, "I'll remember your face, you bastard. I'll be the one to kill you." Miha suddenly found this hilarious. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha." The main character kindly reminded him, "Go ahead and try. I'll be waiting." A great pillar of light appeared in the Holy Kingdom. It shot straight from the cathedral into the sky, where a ring of white clouds formed, swirling around the pillar. It was a sacred scene filled with reverence. The Pope watched with wide eyes at the divine spectacle before him. The priests and clerics of the Holy Kingdom all knelt and clasped their hands in prayer. Everyone could feel it. The god who had long been absent from the Holy Kingdom had returned. The sign of his presence was the majestic, sacred pillar of light connecting the Holy Kingdom and the sky, shining brilliantly. Through that shimmering canopy of clouds, in a purple palace illuminated by white orbs. The decor here was quite luxurious, showing off the owner's lavish taste. Suddenly, a small crash shattered the silence. From where the sound originated, syrup splattered everywhere. A girl, the Lord of Horns, with a smoking hot body, rubbed her chin angrily and said, "That female alien soul I just acquired." She stammered in anger, that name." The face slowly came into view, red eyes and a horned head. Indeed, she was the Lord of Horns. She ground her teeth. That Miha Oneperis. Seriously, what the hell is he? She was the sixth commander, Mero, the one who had just caused a commotion in the Holy Kingdom. She thought back on the pawns she had worked so hard to put in place. They were neutralized before she could even have her fun. Damn it, she thought. Mero imagined him suddenly appearing and ruining all her plans. He even sliced off a part of that other guy's body. A familiar figure, bathed in holy light, standing behind Miha and pulling all the strings. That's what she guessed, even if he was a talented mage. Destroying even a part of a demon's body is nearly impossible. Hikau must be involved in this. Bravo, guessed right, 10 points for you. She fell into deep thought. She said she'd look into the details. Suddenly, a black goat charged forward. It threw up a little red demon with a tail like a lizard's. He let out a yelp, then fell flat on the floor. Mero called out to Lutos. The voice of the Rakshasa commander startled the demon. Lifting his head, he knelt and stammered, "My lord." She immediately cut him off. "Shut your mouth. Don't you dare say my name." Her voice rang out. "If things had gone as they should, you would have already died in the holy war," he said fearfully. "It is thanks to you that my life was spared," Mero asked coldly. "I spared you? Are you dreaming?" Ludus Jun trembled when he heard her. She said, "Your memories are quite useful, so it would be a waste to destroy you." But then, a massive horn pierced straight through him, and blood splattered everywhere. The demon's eyes shot wide open, as if he couldn't understand why he was being logged out right after coming online. The kind Mero explained, "Your worthless life is of no importance." Ludus begged his demon commander, "Please, my lord, have mercy. Please." As soon as he finished speaking, he dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind a single red soul stone. Mero said, "Pleas like that are utterly meaningless." She picked up the soul stone, brought it to her lips, and slowly began to digest it. Afterwards, she wiped her mouth and declared, "Miha Oneperis. Next time, I'll make sure you're the one in a coffin." 1 week after the incident, The powerful pope stood in a place of honor, with countless priests below him. He began to speak. "Thank you, everyone, for attending this assembly." The hero, Lord Idan, was also present. He wore a provocative expression as he stood beside his butler, Modin, listening to the proclamation about the many events that had transpired. "And now, the cursed ones have begun to scheme and attack us once more." Leyon listened intently as he stated, "From this day forward, the world will no longer be as it once was. Many problems will arise, and chaos is likely to follow. But God has not turned his back on the tragedies that have befallen us." A white robe fluttered majestically. Miha was standing there, holding his scepter, his cloak billowing in the wind. The Pope continued, "And has bestowed upon us his power." Seth commented in awe. "Wow, they prepared all this really fast. This event planning department is damn professional." The main character replied, "That's because a few days ago, Siegfried told me I'm thinking of withdrawing from my candidacy as hero candidate." Looking at the swordsman's devastated face, Miha asked, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" He gave a dry laugh, "Ha ha," and replied, "I have no other choice." The main character was surprised to hear him confess, I hardly know what I'm supposed to do anymore, Siegfried." He pictured himself waving his hand, creating things only to have them erased. He said sorrowfully, "But to become a hero, I had to deny my past, the very thing that brought me to this position." Miha asked, "What about your comrades?" Siegfried faltered, I can't see them. No, I just can't." The main character was sitting on his bed. He rested his elbows on his thighs, clasped his hands together, and questioned him sternly. "So, what did you come here for? To whine about all this useless nonsense? You got nothing better to do." The other man's expression darkened. "Whine?" he asked. He then stated the obvious. "You don't have a good impression of me. I understand that. This idiot went around speaking ill of your faith, so of course you don't like me." Miha looked up, listening intently, thinking about the complicated mess inside this man's head. He clicked his tongue. Tch. For someone with his pride, all of this is way too much to handle in such a short period. He recalled the scene from before his regression, where he had knelt humbly before this very incompetent man. Miha thought, "I could easily be swayed by memories from my past life. Everyone in this world, except me, is completely different from how they were in the past." Siegfried, with his dejected expression, and Cassandra, with her confident smile. He knew that everyone was changing. Miha muttered, "This isn't fun at all." Siegfried continued, "Archbishop Killen will spend the rest of his life in prison for the crime of conspiring with demons. I should have been the one to receive that sentence, but you prevented it." Miha asked emotionlessly. "Prevented what?" He shot up, placing a hand on his chest. "But you hate me." At that, the main character smiled and spoke a single, simple sentence. "Saving people is the essence of being a hero." Back at the ceremony, under a blue sky dotted with white clouds, the Pope asked Miha, "As a hero, do you swear that you will fulfill your responsibilities?" The main character replied with gravity, "I swear." A shimmering crown was then placed upon his head. The crown felt both familiar and strange to him. He remembered that before his regression, Siegfried was the one standing in this very spot. He had knelt and received the crown from the Pope in front of the massive crowd. Back then, Miha had also been standing in that crowd, excited. He had applauded, celebrating the holy nation's new hero. Miha closed his eyes, ending the recollection. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light descended, enveloping him completely. The Pope announced, "It is a divine blessing." Seth, sitting beside him and feeling a bit jealous, muttered, "Hey, she really went all out, didn't she?" Miha smiled gratefully, saying, "This moment was worth it." His entire body was bathed in shimmering white light. Holding the scepter, the main character seemed to glow from within. He smiled, knowing this was only the beginning. "I've finally taken one step closer to my goal." Leyon, leaning against a doorway with his arms crossed, said, "You did well." He gestured proudly like a public speaker, declaring, "You've become the hero, and we've killed the demon that was hiding within the holy nation. We're freaking awesome." Miha rested his chin on his hand and replied nonchalantly, Yeah." Leyon felt that his reaction was a little off. Confused, he scratched his head. He pressed him, "Hey, you're the hero now. A hero. Aren't you supposed to be happy?" The main character continued to respond with the same nonchalant tone. "I am happy," he said. In his mind, Miha thought, "I'm happy because we've successfully cleared the first stage." He remembered himself at the ceremony, wearing the crown that symbolized his title as a hero, and taking his oath, reminding himself, "But I can't say I'm truly worthy of this title just yet." Miha knew one thing for sure. The archdemons still exist out there, and the world remains in grave danger. He imagined himself standing on a vacant plot of land. The main character pictured a starting line appearing in front of him. He thought pensively, just like they said, This is only the beginning, and I'm just standing at the starting line. Miha muttered thoughtfully. The fact that I was nominated as the hero also means that disaster will break out soon. So now, I need to make a lot of preparations. He reasoned. Only after I've dealt with everything can I finally. Leyon, hearing him sound so relaxed and happy, asked, So, what's your plan? Got any ideas? The main character replied, I do. Since there's nothing holding me back anymore, I'm planning to set off tomorrow. His companion said with concern, I see. Do you need to prepare anything? He answered decisively, Nope, I can take care of myself. Being self-sufficient is the best. Hearing that, Leon said his goodbyes. All right then. Well, I'm heading to bed. Then he went out, politely closing the door behind him. With a loud slam, Eda exclaimed, Damn, how can someone make decisions so fast? Mika said, That's just how he is. He turned back to her and asked, So, what about you? The main character was curious. What are you going to do from now on? Eda closed her eyes, smiled, and answered, If you're asking whether I want to follow you or stay in the Holy Nation, I'll choose the latter, she said bluntly. I also have to keep an eye on my damn little brother. Mika nodded in agreement. He was even kind enough to add, Contact me if he does anything suspicious. I'll beat him to a pulp for you. Eda cheerfully agreed. If that happens, I'll call you right away. Suddenly, a hesitant voice spoke up. What should I do? Mika looked up. He called her name, Cassandra. She was standing by the stairs, her hands clasped together. She had the standard posture of a noble lady. The main character smiled and said, You should stay here, too. You understand why, right? Cassandra asked sadly. Is it because I'm a prophet? She said dejectedly, murmuring, My prophecies are all so negative. They won't be of any help to anyone. The main character felt something was wrong and immediately denied it. That's not the reason. Cassandra's eyes widened when she heard him declare, I don't want a prophet, to be looked down upon by everyone. Oh my God, that hit right in the heart. A masterpiece of a moment. Women love this kind of image of Cassandra, praying, bound by red chains, as a holy being, covered in divine light, descended from above, trying to touch the prophet, appeared in his mind. For the longest time, prophets, despite being hailed as people who could converse with the gods, were always looked down upon. Mika said honestly, This shouldn't continue. I want to change that. Cassandra, flustered, clutched her dress and said, But the prophecies I speak are just a reflection of fate. The scene of her being shunned played out in her mind. Honestly, that was the very reason why people always subconsciously distanced themselves from prophecies. She clutched her dress so tightly that if it could talk, it would have screamed, Lady, if you keep holding on like that, I'm gonna rip. I'm a goner for sure, she stammered. A prophecy is. Mika looked at the small, flustered girl with gentle eyes. He comforted her. It's not entirely like that. The main character asked, What if a prophecy is simply a clue? Cassandra immediately looked up. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Not believing her ears, she asked again, What? What do you mean? He said, I mean, you don't have to tell people such definitive statements. Eda smiled as she heard Mika explain that she just needed to give them the clues. Interpreting and preparing for that prophecy is the listener's job. A gentle hand touched her hair. He said, That's all your responsibility is. Cassandra's eyes glistened with tears again. She raised a hand to rub her eyes and said, Okay. A confident smile appeared on her face. The prophet affirmed, I'll try. At sunset that day, Mika and Seth stood on the city wall. She remarked, That was a really kind reason. He asked, What was? She replied, I know that from the moment you met her, you had the chance to make her dependent on you. But you didn't do that, the main character affirmed, because for her, that wasn't necessary. Seth said happily, Thank you for believing in her. She said with admiration, You didn't even do anything drastic. You just helped her make the decision on her own. Now, she'll be able to choose her own path. Seth fell silent, a smile on her face. She spoke from the bottom of her heart. I'm so glad I met you. As if realizing something was off, she suddenly blushed. Seth pinched Mika's cheek and yelled, I didn't mean anything by that. Oh my God, how embarrassing. And just like that, poof, she turned into a mark on the main character's neck. Mika sighed in frustration, muttering, So you just say your piece and disappear. Huh. He smiled and looked up at the sky. The main character saw a full, bright moon up high and thought to himself that he and the moon shared a deep bond. Mika suddenly recalled the sunsets in a faraway forest, thinking that it was a symbol of his lessons with Master Vaughn. He remembered that before his regression, every time dusk fell like this, he would begin learning magic from his master. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What are you doing, sir? Seeing Mauden appear with the standard smile of a butler, he said, Ah, it's you. Did you have a good rest? He replied, "Yes, it was quite interesting." Modern clenched his fists and said, "I have seen many things, and I have done many things. This time has been just enough for me to make a decision." Mika smiled and asked, "Is that so?" He closed his eyes and said, "Ha ha ha, yes, of course." Modern's silhouette seemed to merge with the sunset-colored sky above. He called out, "Young master," then began to tell an old story. In the past, there was a magic cult that took the moon as its symbol. Within a humanoid figure, a glimmer of light appeared. They believed that humans were the vessels and the source of mana. However, after centuries, extraordinary people began to appear, like Superman, Spider-Man, and so on. And their names were printed in the annals of history. Pages flew out of a book of lightning to record the names of these exceptional individuals. The butler continued his tale. Geniuses who possessed a natural talent for channeling mana, as if they were born to use magic. Mika stood opposite him, listening intently as he said that the cult wanted to create artificial geniuses. When Madan mentioned how they destroyed their own bodies with their own hands, in their desire for revenge, and how that cycle repeated over and over, the main character couldn't help but blurt out, "That's so messed up. That's insane." The butler's face suddenly darkened. He said in anguish, "It's true. That is why their bloodline gradually withered away." It was as if he himself were the main character of the story he had just told. Suddenly, his attitude shifted in a flash. "However, young master," he said, a murderous glint in his eyes. Madan questioned the protagonist. What if the last madman of that cult saw a genius standing right before his very eyes? Mina thought to himself, "Damn it, with that obsessed look on your face, you look just like the madman you're talking about." Time rewinds to the day the Oneperis family was annihilated. A trembling Miha knelt in a room. He knew that was the day his entire family collapsed. So many people lost their lives. The protagonist's arm trembled as he held a sharp dagger to his own neck. In agony and despair, he wept silently, able to do nothing but kneel there helplessly and watch his servant fall. A man approached, twisting the knife in Miha's wound by asking, "Are you satisfied now?" He could only weep pathetically as the man asked, "How does it feel? The taste of dragging your own family into the abyss with your own hands?" That person asserted, "Miha, this is all your fault. You were never suited to be the head of the family." The voice continued, "Do you think taking your own life here and now would be considered brave? Brave, my ass." The protagonist snapped his head around, a confused look on his face. The space was shrouded in darkness. His hand, gripping the dagger, trembled. The other person said, "If that's the case." Then Modin's grimy face appeared. Exhausted from battle, he concluded, "This is all you're worth, young master." The protagonist's stubborn face looked as if he just had an epiphany. Back in the present time, that once foolish and dumbfounded face now belonged to a calm young man, serenely admiring the color of the sky. Butler Modin stood opposite him and posed a question. "What would you think if something you struggled desperately for, and suffered to obtain," he continued, "could be easily acquired by someone else through pure luck and innate talent?" "Unfair as hell," Miha replied, his expression unreadable. "Then let me ask you a question." The protagonist's voice was steady, each word landing like a stone blow to the old man's face. "Suppose I said that I already have the right method in my head to achieve it. What then?" The butler replied bitterly, "So you knew the whole damn thing from the very beginning?" He held out a hand and replied, "I don't know the exact details. But, just as you said, this is my innate talent." Surprise, old man. You could train for lifetimes and never achieve this. The protagonist's red eyes glinted cunningly, his mind churning with dark thoughts. He thought to himself, "Man, I sound so cool lying like this." He raised a finger to the air, his pale hands standing out against the deep purple sunset, and declared, "Not only was I blessed by the heavens, with this handsome physique," he gestured to his shimmering golden hair, "but," Miha boasted proudly, "I also have this genius brain. To put it simply, I'm the toastal package, and the ladies love me," he explained. "It's why my body is so receptive to mana." While Modin stood silently, Miha's voice continued in a steady tone, like a perfect teacher giving a lecture. "And it's also why I can wield a huge amount of mana, a feat that is incredibly difficult for the vast majority of other mages." The butler cut him off. "Miha, hold on just a second," he said. "Wait, don't tell me you've already analyzed it all. You're that much of a monster." Miha replied, "Not only that, I've even finished deciphering it." Modin, his expression unreadable, spoke up. "Young master, you only just turned 20 this year," he retorted. "It hasn't even been 3 years since you began learning magic. Enough with the tall tales." Mia's mind immediately started racing. He crossed his arms, retorting sharply, "It's just that I have a natural gift for magic." The old man replied sarcastically, "So damn unfair. Amazing. Some people are just born with a gift and can easily reach a level that others can only achieve through backbreaking, arduous training. Maden's already wrinkled face crumpled completely. Truly ironic, he lamented. How can something so illogical possibly exist in this world? Miha looked up at the sky in silence, trying to choose his words carefully. He closed his eyes and explained, "You're right, this world is illogical. But that doesn't mean it's meaningless." The butler, confused, asked, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" The protagonist looked at the silver-haired man in the suit and remarked, "You look pale and haggard right now, butler, like a druggie who's overdosed." Miha remembered the man telling him how sharp his eyes were. "Just as you sensed something about me, I've also sensed something about you." Moden's blue eyes reflected the protagonist's towering figure. Each word struck the butler's heart like a blow. "If I'm not mistaken, you're probably on par with those who died in that cult's final conflict." The butler froze on the spot. His eyes went blank, staring off into the distance. Miha concluded, "Looks like you've achieved some results of your own." "What kind of results? Only God knows." With his hands clasped behind his back, Moden let out a bitter laugh. "Results? Ha ha. Right. Results. My ass." In the mystical purple night sky, a wisp of cloud veiled the moon, but couldn't diminish its beauty. Moden's steady voice rang out, "We were known as myriad state mages. After discovering my own potential, I could finally crush those who had once looked down on me. By all rights, I was qualified to be considered an 8th-class mage. But as you know, that title is anything but stable." In his mind, an image of a ball of yarn appeared. It was a tangled mess of red thread. Miha asked curiously, "Are there side effects? Like, do you go bald or something?" Moden answered honestly, "Yes, and they're unavoidable. All of my internal organs are completely destroyed. They're so wrecked, nobody would even take them as donations." An image of a figure in a green, face-concealing cloak appeared. Its hands manipulated the red yarn, which floated in a band of white light. The butler lamented painfully. "In order to make full use of our innate gifts, we pushed our bodies to their absolute limits." The old man sighed. "Basically, we were just unlucky." Miha commented coldly, "But you're still alive and kicking, aren't you?" Moden bowed his head. "That's because I gave up halfway through," he said, placing a hand on his chest. He confided, "I abandoned my ambition of becoming an 8th-class mage and placed a limit on the time I can use my magic, to a bare minimum, only using it when absolutely necessary." The butler closed his eyes, feigning helplessness, saying, "As you can see, my body has become stiff and rigid, not strong and sturdy." Looking at the great, youthful sorcerer standing out against the purple sky, he concluded, "I'm completely feeble now. I can't do anything anymore." Miha suddenly said something that confused the old man. Then, "We just have to fix it, right?" Moden raised a hand to explain, "Young master, what I've been trying to say is that my body is completely rotten from the inside." Miha immediately asked, "So, and who do you think I am? Do you think I became the god-chosen hero by accident?" The butler, completely bewildered, replied with a head full of question marks. "But I know my own body best. I feel hopeless. It can't be fixed." The main character immediately declared, "Don't worry. A divine being is here." Moden's eyes widened. "What the whisper of the stone?" He raised his hand, his face full of confidence, glowing in the sunset as he declared, "Nothing is impossible." That hand was about to touch the butler's hair. The main character continued to whisper, "Close your eyes and rest for a bit, okay?" Moden's eyes shot open, having no clue what he was up to. He questioned, "Sir, are you planning to?" Miha, with a sly look on his face, replied, "Plan what? Just go to sleep." When the main character's magical hand touched his head, it seemed Moden understood what was about to happen. The old man's eyes rolled back, and before passing out, he managed to curse, "Young master, you damn brat." The last word had barely escaped his lips when he passed out cold. Miha caught the butler and smiled softly, saying, "Your temper is the same as always." The main character's red eyes suddenly focused on his test subject, the butler, who was now out cold. He let out a wicked smile and said, "Now, shall we begin?" In a room that looked like a sorcerer's chambers, Moden was lying neatly on the bed, while Miha stood by, preparing his experiment. He used his left hand to grab his right wrist, holding it up high, and nostalgically remarked, "It's been a long time since I've felt this cold, heavy sensation." Perhaps the sleeping butler felt an even colder chill down his spine. The main character said excitedly, "Now then, let's remodel this body to be as young and healthy as a 20-year-old. His companion, floating beside him, couldn't stand to watch the main character admiring himself. She let out a weary sigh. There he goes again, spouting nonsense. One by one, Moden's buttons were undone, revealing a scarred, 8-pack abdomen. He was certainly well built in his day. Mia's gaze suddenly grew nostalgic, his mind drifting off to a distant place. The main character recalled a lonely figure standing against a vast, dreary sky. When he had felt that being born with the ability to absorb mana was a special gift, that person immediately denied it, saying, "No, I wasn't born with it." Returning to the present with sorrowful eyes, the main character lamented, "In the end, you still couldn't overcome your own limits and fell. The reason was simple. There was no other way. Life pushed you to the point of kicking the bucket." Looking at the scars on Butler Modden's chest and abdomen, Miha thought, no matter how skilled you were at analysis or how deep your insight was, the key issue was that there was never enough time. But things are different now. The main character held out his magic-filled hand to heal the butler. This moment was also a chance to heal his own regrets about their relationship before he regressed. He felt fortunate to have turned back time and to possess the protagonist's aura. As Miha placed his hand on the man's chest, he thought, "So this time, I will definitely not let that fate bury you." He closed his eyes, focusing, preparing to begin the incantation. A pale blue light enveloped him. The main character looked at his dear butler and said, "This is your final swan song." The entire room was enveloped in a sparkling, blue-white light radiating from the great sorcerer Miha's magic. A new day had begun. Gentle sunbeams shone through the window frame. Modin's eyes shot open. He felt as if he'd been asleep for a very long time. "Woo, my pristine body is still intact." The butler sat up, rubbing his old back while groaning. "Oh, my back." Suddenly, he felt something different about his body. Modin held his hands out in front of him and said, "The pain is gone. Can you believe it? Amazing. Absolutely amazing." Then, he raised his arm to check his biceps. The butler even did a headstand on the bed. Holding the strange pose, he mumbled, "What the hell? This is so weird. How did my body suddenly become so light?" Then, he widened his eyes and thought, "Wait, hold on for about 2 seconds. This means..." The butler sat up normally, looked down at his 8-pack abs and thought, "Woo, still there." He had sensed something was off. Looking at his hand, he wondered, "My mana flow right now." Just as he was about to touch his chest to check, a powerful voice stopped him. Seeing the young, blonde-haired man sitting with his back facing him, Modin called out, "Young master." He asked in surprise, "Don't tell me. All of this was your doing." Miha confidently replied, "Who else could it be?" The main character knew his butler's childish nature all too well, so he carefully warned him, "But you still need to be careful. Don't get cocky. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." As Modin buttoned up his shirt, he asked, "What do you mean, sir?" A glass vial containing green pills appeared, emitting a gentle light. He tossed it into the man's hand and instructed, "Here, 1 pill a day. And remember to follow the training regimen precisely. One wrong move and it's all over," he warned. "That's the most important part." The old man, like a naive child, curiously asked, "What is this? What the hell?" Miha turned around with a mischievous smile, a clear sign that trouble was brewing. He replied gently, "A purified fruit from the world tree." Surprise, old man. The butler's face drained of all color. Terrified out of his mind, he threw the vial into the air and yelled, "Wait, wait, wait, did you say the world tree?" Miha nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, it's a fruit from the world tree." The butler scrambled to catch the falling vial, rambling on, "Why are you so generous, sir? Why would you give this to me? You could have sold this and made a huge profit," the main character said in the tone of a tycoon. "Spare no expense. If this fruit is used to help an 8th-level sorcerer regain his strength." Seeing Modin's dumbfounded expression, he dealt another critical blow. "Then it's still worth far more than just selling it for cash, isn't it?" With eyes full of sorrow, the butler rambled, "But I lack the talent." He imagined a trembling hand trying to reach the top of a tower. He silently thought, recalling a tower climbing challenge. When the young man finally reached the top, he was utterly exhausted, collapsed on his hands and knees, panting heavily. Modin continued, saying, "Because I myself never possessed any talent, I couldn't break through." That young man was him, Modin, in his youth, his face etched with bewilderment. Around him, the others were still diligently scaling the tower, probably training for some ninja warrior competition. Meanwhile, another young man effortlessly ascended to the peak. It was a crushing blow to Modin. He suddenly realized that no matter how brilliant a method he used, looking at the towering, mist-shrouded structure before him, Modin sat amidst the dust, coming to the grim realization that he still wouldn't be able to reach level 8. The butler then continued his dramatic lament. "Someone like me." Miha, unable to bear it any longer, cut him off. "Still spouting nonsense, are we?" he asserted with unwavering certainty. "I already told you that once I finish developing that flawed technique you're using, I'll return it to you." The main character, Miha, slightly wounded, asked, "Can't you trust me, just this once?" Modin, who had been rambling, suddenly fell silent. He hung his head in shame, stammering, I. In his mind, fragments of the miracles Miha had created for Lindell, Leyon, and countless others began to surface. His ingrained negative beliefs started to shake like hell. Nothing truly lasts forever. Today's lover becoming tomorrow's ex is perfectly normal. Modin fell silent, deep in thought, as if eons had passed. He broke the silence with a question. Is it truly possible? The main character smiled, replying, of course. Once Modin had emotionally recovered, he and Miha ventured into a tranquil forest full of lush, ancient trees. Perhaps this area had yet to be discovered by illegal loggers. Miha decided that there was no reason to delay any further. I intend to immediately impart the self-regulating circulation technique to him. The aged Modin prepared to become a diligent disciple, attentively listening as the main character imparted the magic. Miha mused, of course, it can't be exactly like the one I use, but it will need slight modifications to better suit his abilities. Looking at his hand, now brimming with mana, Modin couldn't believe his eyes. Letting out a surprise, oh! Around him, streams of mana ceaselessly circulated, and the entire butler glowed with a faint blue light. He questioned, what the hell is this, young master? Miha, with a knowing look, replied, I told you I'd develop it, didn't I? Modin wondered, but how? Miha responded, well, I have the main character's aura. What else? Ah, no, the main character seriously clarified. It's because I hold the near final results of research by someone very close. To me, someone who painstakingly refined it over countless generations. Modin's face was full of astonishment. Miha continued, with a mysterious air, though the method is still rudimentary and rather burdensome, it's not too bad. The butler looked up, deep in thought, or perhaps just pretending to be profound. His aged lips let out a humph. He leisurely closed his eyes, inhaling a lungful of fresh, oxygen-rich air, then sighed contentedly, that's good enough, then. The rest, I don't give a damn. In front of a magnificent, colossal cathedral, a person in church attire was seeing off two young men on horseback. A four-pointed star on the youth's armor shone brilliantly, and the cross symbol on his gauntlet was no less dazzling. A gleeful laugh rang out, ha ha. Miha glanced at his slightly unhinged companion beside him. Annoyed, he asked, oh, are you really that gleeful? Leyon enthusiastically replied, of course. For people like me, armor is life itself. If they see me like this, the ladies will surely be ovulating. The main character suddenly became serious and mused. Well, I suppose that's good. You're going to have to use it soon anyway. Leyon felt confused by what Miha was saying, then suddenly remembered something he'd been wondering. Speaking of which, I haven't been informed where we're departing for yet. The main character asked back, oh, about the destination? Huh. Looking at Leon's dumbfounded face, he replied, it's Draculian. Leyon couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked again, don't tell me it's the territory of those who never sleep, like those review writers talk about. He concisely replied, that's exactly it. Upon hearing that, he sighed, his face a picture of a man suffering the greatest injustice in the world. Leyon looked up at the sky and howled, oh heavens above. In the gloomy, dense forest, he transformed into a tombstone statue, lamenting, the hero you chose is digging his own grave. Oh, please save him. Miha sarcastically complimented him. My, such vibrant vitality, isn't it? Even the brown horse Leyon was riding looked at him with helpless eyes. The main character thought to himself, though, his reaction is understandable. A majestic city shrouded in mist appeared in his memory. Miha continuously thought Draculian was once an incredibly prosperous land, but then, the image of people screaming in pain, their souls being drawn out in a dark space, replaced that scene of bustling prosperity. He clearly recalled. For, in that place, Count Draculian had the ambition to attain the Fountain of Youth. The consequence was that ultimately, he personally devoured over half the population in his territory. Because of that indelible, inhumane notoriety, this land was sealed by the Holy Kingdom. And Miha, guiding his horse at a steady pace through the forest, thought resolutely, our next destination is where the hordes of monsters in that sealed territory live. Leyon discontentedly howled, is there nowhere else to go? Why do we have to go to such a horrible, disgusting place? Miha humorously replied, that's quite a sensitive question. The main character looked at his foolish companion and patiently explained, the first reason is that this place has things similar to the dangerous tombs where you live. Danger often comes with opportunity. Leyon thought his brains out, then said, oh, so, this is a dungeon raid, right? Okay, I get it. He then, surprisingly intelligently asked, so, what about the other reason? Miha replied, because soon, an image of a coffin, sealed with a cross carved on its lid, appeared. An iron casing outside the coffin, studded with sharp spikes. Beyond that melodramatic sight, the outside of the coffin was surrounded by wild roses, blooming a syrup-like vibrant red. That is the seal, suppressing counterculion, and it will be broken soon. After sleeping soundly on Miha's shoulder, Set stretched and said, "Ah, I slept so well." She curiously asked him, "How much longer do we have to travel?" The main character replied, "You just took a little nap, ma'am. We're almost there." Seth replied, "Oh, really? What the hell is this?" Behind them, the butler, Modern, looked like he'd seen a ghost, with a stream of white air even flowing out of his mouth. It was like he was possessed. A bizarre scene appeared before Seth's eyes. While her master walked with a carefree air, the butler had his head bowed, his facial expression unreadable. He was using mana to lift a large horse. What kind of strange technique was this? Modern's face was extremely strained. To make matters worse, Leyon was snoring away, tied securely to the horse's back, which only increased the game's difficulty. Seth was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what the hell had happened while she was asleep. Why had they all suddenly become so weird? Unable to stand it any longer, she spoke up. "What in the world is going on?" Time rewinds to 2 days earlier. A group of 3 rode on horseback, slowly entering a lush forest. The butler, Modern, after hearing Miha explain the purpose of their trip, was scared out of his mind. He yelled, We're going to unseal a vampire." He couldn't believe his ears. Then, remembering something, Modern asked him again. However, the coffin sealing that monster can't be opened from the inside. But the main character coolly asked back, "Did a god tell you that?" Modern stammered, clearing his throat. Leyon, riding beside them, chimed in. "And do you even know how to send him to meet his maker?" The swordsman even added as a bonus, "His title of immortal monster isn't for nothing, you know." Miha, hearing his clueless friend ask a question just as clueless as he was, answered in annoyance. "I know, sheesh. You don't have to remind me. I've thought this through very carefully, all right?" Leyon closed his eyes and adopted an of-course attitude, saying, "Well, obviously, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat." He looked at Miha and rambled on, saying that he was the type of person who would never do anything disadvantageous for himself, and if you felt you couldn't defeat him, you wouldn't have set foot here in the first place. His 2 companions shot the main character an annoying look. Modern chimed in, "Indeed, the young master's calculations are truly flawless." Miha watched them whisper among themselves and suddenly realized something was wrong. They had misunderstood something. Leyon coaxed him. "Hey, come on, tell us your plan." A smile suddenly appeared on the main character's face. He flashed them a perfect salesman's smile as flowers suddenly materialized out of nowhere, scattering all around him. Seeing that smile, Leyon suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. A chill ran down his spine. He trembled and said, "Damn, that's creepy as hell. What's with that nauseating, freaky smile?" Miha, still smiling as flower petals fluttered around, replied, "I have a plan, but to carry it out, I need a just cause." The shivering young man immediately asked, "A just cause?" Leyon said earnestly, "Wait a minute. Hold on for about 2 seconds. I don't know what this plan is, but we probably don't need to prepare for it right now." Subconsciously, Mia's face twisted into an evil expression, just like the freakish clown, the Joker. He replied, "What are you talking about? We have to prepare as soon as possible." Looking at Miha, the Joker. Before him, Leyon felt like he already had 1 foot in the grave. He stammered, "The fuck? What are you planning to do?" The main character immediately used a spell, Sleep. His companion let out a little whimper, then completely lost consciousness and fell backward. Miha silently observed Leyon, who was now dead asleep on the horse's back. A snot bubble even inflated from his nose. Beside him, Modern's voice rang out, "What in the world are you doing?" The main character replied, "If we tie him up and let him get lost in his dreams, he'll become stronger." The butler seemed to have figured something out. He analyzed the situation calmly. "So, this is illusion magic? But it doesn't seem that simple. You've also implanted a rather complex false perception into his illusion." Leyon, beside them, remained oblivious to the world, even adding a few snores for good measure. Miha dismounted his horse with a smile that said, "You know too much." He said, "It should be difficult for a mere butler like yourself to realize that." In his head, Modern was cursing 18 generations of Miha's damn ancestors. On the outside, he had to swallow his conscience and say, "Haha, you underestimate me." He made the excuse. "No matter how complex the magic, I can always find a way to analyze it, even 8th circle magic." The main character thought, "You're just good at spouting bullshit." Without even looking at him, he issued a challenge. "So, you want to give it a try?" Miha provoked him. "It's no fun without a little risk. Let's make a bet." Maden's eyes widened as he asked, "Bet what?" "Wearing nothing but a pair of shorts," he replied. "Nothing too big." Looking at the war horse standing obediently before him, he decided, "Until we arrive at our destination, instead of you riding the horse will ride you." The main character grinned slyly and continued, "Of course, if I lose, I'll let the horse ride me, too." The time limit is 2 days. Under the butler's astonished gaze, he asked, "What do you say?" Maden replied, "I think that's more than enough time." And that's how he officially dug his own grave. This explains why, returning to the present, the butler had to use both hands and all his mana to lift the horse, looking like he was about to collapse. Unwilling to accept defeat, Maden asked, "Is your magic so complex that I truly cannot analyze it?" Miha closed his eyes, speechless, thinking, what a stubborn old man. Of course, he couldn't analyze it. He thought of the series of purple magic circles that formed chains enveloping Leyon, who was tied securely to the horse and sleeping like the dead. He thought smugly, "That's because I mixed in the theory of ninth circle magic. How could you possibly understand it if you're not at that level?" The main character nonchalantly said, "More importantly." Seth pointed to the side and said, "Isn't that important?" He replied, "It's about the next crypt." She turned back to look at him and said, "Let me be clear. I'm taking a neutral stance in this trial, so I can't give you too much information." Miha haggled, "Can you give us a small hint, then?" Seth repeated, "A small hint? Putting on the airs of a wise old woman," she recalled. "First, the shapes of the remaining crypts look very different from the tombs or dungeons you've encountered before. In a basement where the trial was sealed, the dark room was illuminated by torches." Seth said, "There are many unusual things inside Asa's crypt. Don't be fooled by thinking it's just another damp, ancient room." She remembered the first tomb Miha entered at Leyon's place, exclaiming, "You know, now that I think about it, you're pretty lucky. It's true what they say. Fortune favors the foolish. Because the first tomb you stumbled upon was the simplest one. Otherwise, you'd be pushing up daisies right now," she continued. "Some tombs punish those who fail in incredibly brutal ways." He gave her a look that said, "I've known that for a while. I am a regressor, after all." She went on to explain the difficulty of the tombs. Depends on the arrangement made by the guardian in charge. As Miha recalled the punishment, an image of Draculian's coffin chamber flashed in his mind. It was covered in roses as red as blood, and the holy cross sealing the coffin lid glowed brightly. Our hero remembered that before he regressed, the reason Draculian became corrupted was his fear of growing old and withering away. "That's what I know," he thought, nervously tightening his grip on the reins. "But what if that's not the real story?" His eyes grew pensive. "I need to confirm it for myself," Miha thought. "Young master," Maden called out, interrupting Miha's train of thought. The old butler's legs were trembling, and he felt as if his body didn't belong to him anymore. He managed to squeeze out a smile and said, This horse that I'm carrying, shouldn't we let it, do its job as a horse? It's not like we're putting on some man-horse-horseman play." The protagonist replied coolly, "Put it down. We're almost there." The poor old butler felt like he'd just been pardoned from death row. He instantly tossed the horse aside and collapsed onto the ground, shattering the cool, composed image he had so carefully cultivated. Maden lay on the grass, soaking up the brilliant sunshine. He let out a huge sigh, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels absolutely amazing." Miha was at a loss for words. He sighed and said, "Hey, butler, you're not planning to take a nap, are you?" The old butler just lay there, playing dead. His ears perked up when he heard Miha say, "If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about putting the horse down, but rather how to carry it for as long as you possibly can." Maden sensed something was wrong. He sat bolt upright like a reanimated corpse and called out, "Young master, what is it?" Miha replied, a bit stunned when his butler asked, "Why do I get the feeling you're even older than me?" Miha shot back, "Is that supposed to be a compliment, or just a backhanded one?" Maden scratched his head, pretending to be flustered. "Of course not. I mean, you're like a crafty old geezer." He fully expected Miha to fly off the handle and give him a beating, but his reaction was completely unexpected. His young master simply looked at him and smiled. That familiar chill ran down his spine again. In the deep green forest, the butler's stuttering voice could be heard, "Why, young master, please don't give me that creepy smile. And please don't make me carry that horse again. It's incredibly humiliating, young master. It really bothers me." Mita's voice cut in, "I wasn't planning on it." "Oh, you totally were," the old man retorted instantly. "If there was a contest for being a scoundrel, and you got second place, it's only because no one would dare take first." The main character snapped his fingers, putting on an air of maturity. He then lectured Maden, "Lying is a very bad habit, butler." Then he ordered, "Now, try circulating your mana to the 6th circle." Maden looked dumbfounded. "Say what now? What the hell?" Mia, channeling his inner joker, gave him a thumbs up. But didn't you say you were on the verge of reaching the 8th circle? Another noisy argument erupted throughout the forest. Hold on, the butler screamed. Why do you always have to win every single war of words? Our roguish hero replied, Did I say something incorrect? Sometimes a man just has to know when to accept defeat, damn it. Modin cried out in frustration. Try it. Now, Miha repeated. Seth was struck silent. Watching two grown adults squabble like kids, she was too annoyed to say anything. They're completely hopeless, she thought. Hearing our hero order, right now. The little goddess sighed deeply. She couldn't stop herself from muttering, Teach. Some hero he is. More like a damn brat. Mia's party arrived in front of a massive fortress. It was shrouded in a dark, gloomy atmosphere, separated from the outside world by a gigantic wall. Holy hell, this thing is massive, he exclaimed, focusing his gaze. He knew this was the wall separating the contaminated zone from the rest of the world. The protagonist mumbled, This proves the Holy Kingdom and the Empire have decided that the Draculian situation is serious enough to build a quarantine wall. This is worse than COVID. Leyon looked left and right, then said, But what's ridiculous is that there's nobody here on guard duty. With incidents happening all over, it's probably hard for them to maintain a constant watch here, Modin speculated. Miha walked up to interact with the wall. By placing a hand on it, he discovered it wasn't dead yet, looking at the dark aura of death clinging to every tree branch. And the crevices of the wall, our hero thought with extreme frustration. How long could anyone possibly survive in there? After groping the wall, he thought, being unable to confirm what's going on inside is even more infuriating. Miha knew that they believed this wall could hold for 100 years. He then thought of a faint human silhouette, enveloped in a blinding holy light. Above it was an 8-pointed star barrier, and behind it were brilliant golden halos. He speculated. If the Holy Kingdom's strongest knight was the one who created this seal, then they would spare nothing to protect it. Miha glanced around and came up with a not-so-convincing answer for himself. They must believe this seal can never be broken. Yeah, let's just go with that for now. Suddenly, Seth cried out in disgust from beside him. Ugh, it smells awful. Covering her mouth, she looked around in distaste. And it's not just the contaminated zone, either. Everywhere around here feels off. Seth concluded, It's like the smell of a barnyard, utterly disgusting. Miha just chuckled softly. Oh, really? Leyon called out from behind him. So, are you going in now? Our hero raised a hand mysteriously. Nope, not yet. He continued. First, a bewildered Leyon looked where he was pointing. What the heck are you pointing at? He asked curiously. The main character was pointing to a village at the edge of the forest, not too far away. Let's go take care of that place first, he said. The rhythmic clatter of horse hooves echoed down the road, amplified by the complete absence of any other people. They had entered the village and could see a woman brewing wine. Other villagers were also walking about on the streets. It was a completely different sight from the desolate fortress they had just seen. Leyon exclaimed, Holy crap, people are actually living here. Miha said mysteriously, That's because not all of them kicked the bucket. He then recalled the time before he regressed. This place had been a graveyard filled with tombs. A horrific tragedy had taken place here, where half of the entire population was slaughtered, which meant the protagonist. He recalled a hand placing a white rose on a grave. That hand belonged to a short-haired girl, her eyes filled with tears. The crowd standing behind her had their eyes closed, their faces etched with absolute grief. Miha guessed that the other half had survived. He sagely explained that without a territory, they had to fend for themselves. They must have gone through a lot. The swordsman, with a doubtful look on his face, asked, Are they living here? The main character thought of the flickering red eyes behind the trees and uttered, Living here isn't so bad. He recalled the demonic castle, where even the sky above was stained a gloomy, blood-red color. Miha wondered, strangely, not even monsters dare to come near this place. Draculian had already sensed something was wrong, as the faint scent of disaster, like dried fish, wafted around them. While walking down the road, he explained to his comrades that there were no taxes here, and the Empire didn't send any commanders either. The other regions didn't want anything to do with this area either. So, this was their chance for an autonomous, tax-free world. For crying out loud, he might have said that, but the main character's face suddenly darkened. Two words appeared in his mind, however. Thinking back to the coffin sealed with a holy cross in that syrupy red room, Miha was certain of one thing. Draculian was not going to be easy to deal with. He's a tough bastard to take down, the main character asserted. Just because the coffin is quiet doesn't mean the person inside has ascended to heaven. He had already planned what he would do after being sealed. Behind them, Modin covered his mouth mysteriously, entering full-on gossip mode as he whispered to Miha, But, did a god tell you to break Dracula's seal? He replied curtly, "We have an assistant." The man immediately asked, "Who?" And so, the group rode on horseback under a sky as gloomy as their own uncertain future. Miha said matter-of-factly, "It must be a demon. I don't even know how high its rank is." A voice suddenly rang out, "Welcome, everyone." He immediately looked toward the source of the voice. A scraggly, bearded old man, who could not be called handsome, appeared. He laughed heartily and said, "What a surprise. It's been a long time since we've had visitors. It's a pleasure to meet you." Miha asked who he was. The man politely replied, "I am Daflos, the chief of this village, Pia Kon Lum." Daflos flashed a gap-toothed grin and proudly boasted, "There's no place around here as developed as Pia Kon Lum." Miha's group immediately thought, "Of course not, you idiot. There's nothing around here but dense forest." The main character jumped off his horse and praised him. "You've made a wise decision." His ruby-red eyes stared intently at the man. Exuding an oppressive aura, the main character silently broke into a smile. Then, a flowery atmosphere appeared as the two clueless men greeted each other warmly. He shook the old man's hand, laughing jovially. "Yes, what a relief. I was also looking for a place to stay for a while." Daflos also smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Well then, what a coincidence." They looked like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a decade. The village chief excitedly declared, "It's been so long since we've had honored guests. I can't let you be inconvenienced. I'll show you the way." Modin, who was used to hardship, was dumbfounded by the scene. Meanwhile, Leyon felt a chill run down his spine, wondering, what's with that hideous smile? The old man, Miha, grinned with his rotten teeth and cheerfully told them, "Please, follow me." Suddenly, the old man began to probe. "By the way, you surely didn't come all this way just for a vacation, did you?" Mia's eyes glinted with caution as Daflos asked, "Why would you come to a god-forsaken place, where there's nothing but rocks and stones?" He closed his eyes and replied, "There's only one reason." The main character uttered a single name, Draculian. The old village chief stopped abruptly. He turned back and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you're from the Holy Nation?" Miha, with a deadpan face, completely denied it, saying, "Haha, of course not. What the hell is the Holy Nation? I'm just curious myself. I have a great interest in history." Daflos grunted, clearly suspicious. "Yeah, right? You son of a bitch. If I believed you, I'd have sold my house long ago." Despite his thoughts, the old man replied, "Very well. I hope you enjoy your time here." They were led to a spacious house. In the room where they would spend the night, Miha stood facing his two companions. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Butler, what do you sense?" Modin closed his eyes to concentrate and replied, "Talismans, the kind that demons usually create." He then suddenly uttered a phrase that shattered his image, leaving Leyon completely stunned. "It's interesting how beasts are bound by rope, isn't it?" Leyon found that a bit jarring and retorted, "Even so, this guy is calling them beasts." Miha closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and interrupted him. "To be blunt, he's not wrong." The swordsman Leyon looked bewildered and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Even if we don't think of it that way, those with ulterior motives certainly will." Leyon, scared out of his mind, asked, "Is there a demon causing trouble for this village?" Miha held up 6 fingers and explained, "Not just this village." He seriously clarified, "There are 6 villages around here, and the number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice." Leyon felt something was off. He countered, "The number 6, but isn't this the 7th village?" Holy crap, that was terrifying. The main character thought of the pink spirit stone on the stone steps in the middle of the village. The whole sky dyed a brilliant red. He patiently shared his knowledge. The largest area will become the center, with the remaining 6 villages surrounding it. You could say this is. Imagining the 7 spirit stones lighting up in unison, bathing the scene in a syrupy red color despite the rising sun, Miha continued, "A large-scale magic circle." Leyon slammed his hand on the table in fury. A blue-purple aura erupted from his body out of sheer anger, enveloping the air. He gritted his teeth, enraged. Who did this? In contrast to Leyon's boiling rage, Miha remained calm and composed, saying, "Calm down. Getting angry won't change anything." Leyon realized he was right. There was nothing he could do but let out a single curse. "Damn it." The butler spoke up, asking, "What do you intend to do now, master?" Leyon looked up. His face still contorted with annoyance. Miha spoke up. "I've already set the bait," he said, thinking carefully. "First, I need to go meet someone." Their conversation ended, and the 3 of them set out side by side for their destination. Their steps came to a halt. Miha stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with confidence, not a hint of fear. They stood before a towering castle, but the atmosphere was somber and gloomy, with bare tree branches all around. In front of the castle, a knight sat on guard. The knight wore a set of sturdy armor. He sat with one leg propped up, his hand on his knee, his weapon leaning against his body. He exuded an unusually calm and composed demeanor. Through the iron helmet, the knight's eyes emitted a red glow as he watched the group before him. The butler, Modin, spoke with some apprehension and hesitation. "Young master, it seems he is a demon." Miha recognized it immediately, without a shred of doubt. The knight stood up slowly, his voice ringing out. "So, you've arrived." Leyon immediately got a clear look at the weapon in the man's hand. He thought to himself, "Is that a spear?" The knight gripped his weapon tightly in his hands. Then, suddenly, he leaped into the air, spear held high, aiming straight for the group. The spear radiated a powerful energy. Carried by that momentum, he charged forward. Butler Modin didn't delay for a second. He snapped his fingers instantly. From that snap, a magic circle appeared, completely blocking the attacking force. He looked at the knight before him and thought, "Heavens, we just met and you're already attacking me." He then lowered his hand. The knight landed back on the ground, his eyes flashing with a determined light, as if to say that if the previous attack had no effect, then he would have to use this. The knight began to conjure black magic. A dark aura rose around him, exuding an oppressive pressure. It seemed he was truly spoiling for a fight. Just then, Miha spoke up. "Stop." The knight was surprised and somewhat confused, but he stopped channeling his magic. Miha then turned to the butler. "You stop as well." He stood before the knight, who asked, "Who in the world are you?" Miha calmly replied, "We came here to talk." He then reached into his coat and introduced himself. "I am Miha Oneperis." The knight listened in silence as he continued. "I am the one who has received the god's acknowledgement." He took out his medallion of proof. As the hero of this generation, Miha asked, "Can you tell me what on earth is happening around here?" After hearing this, the knight suddenly burst out laughing. He asked in a contemptuous tone, "A hero? After everything that's happened, the gods are only sending a hero now," he said distrustfully. "There are some things I can't explain clearly, but I certainly have no intention of abandoning this place," Miha explained gently. Miha asked him, "Can you tell me the reason you continue to protect this wall?" The knight sat, resting his hands on his knees with his head bowed. With a sad laugh, he repeated, "A reason? A reason." Finally, he concluded, "It's because I'm a half-breed." Miha asked again, "Why?" The knight removed his breastplate. "This is the reason." He took his spear. Without hesitation, he plunged it straight into his own body. Blood sprayed from the wound. Leyon couldn't believe his eyes, crying out in shock. "What?" The spear had pierced clean through the knight. As more blood gushed out, Leyon screamed, "Stop. If you do that, you'll. The knight pulled the spear out. A large, bloody hole remained where the wound had been. But what was more surprising was when the wound suddenly began to knit itself back together, gradually returning to its original state. It was as if he had never been pierced by a sharp spear. Leyon seemed to understand. "You're immortal." The knight didn't hide it. "That's right, just as you've seen." Hearing this, Leyon immediately threw up his hands, creating a blue magic circle around himself. Miha, who had been watching silently, saw this and warned him. "Lower your sword, Leyon." He didn't listen, retorting, "He's immortal. That means he's no different from a vampire." Miha disagreed. He flatly dismissed Leyon's idea. "No." He stood before the knight, thinking to himself, "I know this knight. No, that's not quite right. It's more like I know this knight's future." The knight spoke up. "Go on, strike me down if you want. I won't die anyway." Miha refused. "I can't do that. As a hero, when I see someone who wants to be a part of humanity, I cannot treat that person like a monster." His words made the knight flinch. Miha reached for the knight's iron mask and said, "I know who you are." He removed the knight's mask, and the man's face was slowly revealed. "Tepes Draculian," he said, speaking the knight's name. He remembered. How could I not have known him? Tepes of the Blood Spear, the man once called the Blood Lance, and in the future I know, he is also called the Immortal King. Miha's thoughts continued to flow. During the vampire catastrophe, he was the one who tried in vain to stop his own father's cruel actions. While the butler and Leyon were still confused, he said, "You are merely someone who shares the same bloodline as the vampire count. That's all." Tepes bowed his head slightly. "So, how do you intend to deal with me?" Miha replied, "I have no such intentions. However, though this may sound cruel to you, I want to work with you." Hearing this, Tepes' head snapped up in surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Work together?" Miha affirmed, "Yes. Work together to help your father, Dracula, find his eternal rest." Tepes was stunned. "Rest in peace?" Then he burst out laughing. "I don't really have a choice, do I?" he asked, resigned. Tepes took his spear. "Fine. In return, I'll ask one thing of you." He stood up and looked at the group. "There is a place we must all go together." In the dark night, just the two of them. A voice echoed out, "I didn't know the wall had a gap like this." It used to be a secret passage for smugglers. The two men's conversation echoed in the night. Out of the blue, men asked Father Leyon, "So this is the tainted area?" Father Leyon looked at men with suspicion. Men kept walking and then said to Father Leyon, "After all, I am the son of this region's lord. Don't you suspect me in the slightest?" Men asked Father Leyon. They both fell silent. Suspicion hung heavy in the air. "The one who is guilty is your father, not you." Father Lennon's answer to men was sharp and clear. In any case, the two of them had come here only to deal with the tainted area. No matter what was said, they were a team. Before either of them could compose themselves, the wind began to howl. A piercing cold snapped them out of their suspicion. Even though they knew and had heard stories about this area, in reality, witnessing it firsthand was still horrifying. Father Leyon continued to exclaim at the sight, "It's hard to believe. My father was once a kind lord. That's why the people were always devoted to him." Suddenly, men asked Father Leyon in a shocked voice, "That lord?" Father Lennon's expression soured as he replied, "Yes. Before, he wasn't a bad father." Father Leyon recalled his own youth. As an only child, he was raised with his father's love and utmost indulgence. Especially after Father Lennon's mother died, he was loved by his father even more. That fond look back at the past seemed to make Leyon more approachable, but that was all in the past. He turned away and signaled for the group to move forward. "This way, follow me." In the dead of night, shrouded by trees and dim light, Leyon began his story. His father changed when a dungeon was discovered. He tried to conquer that dungeon, and he failed. Meidel's question made Father Leyon stop in his tracks. It seemed something was causing him an indescribable amount of pain. Could it be the bond of fatherhood that was making him suffer so? Father Leyon continued speaking. "It wasn't just a failure, something else happened. That incident is what created the bloodthirsty lord." "Something else?" Missen asked, surprised. The story seemed to be told more completely by Father Leyon. After his father entered the dungeon to conquer it, it seems he lost his mind and became mentally unstable. Everyone gasped, "Ha!" It seemed that dungeon was the source of the whole story. "My father never opened the dungeon gate for anyone," Father Leyon said, "especially not for me, his own son." The sound of footsteps seemed to shake the entire area. A single sound was enough to awaken the whole forest. "We're here," Father Leyon informed everyone. "What the hell is this place?" They were all terrified by their surroundings. "This is the dungeon," they all exclaimed. Mizen told himself that he finally understood the problem. Meanwhile, the group was still in shock, thinking, "Has no one ever been here before? Is that why the Lord went insane? Is it really that terrifying?" The goddess's voice reminded Mizen to be cautious. "I told you, I can't go into detail. Is this place really that terrifying?" As for the dungeon itself, the decor was surprisingly harmonious. No matter what kind of person the Lord was, it proved he had a great eye for aesthetics. Suddenly, the goddess panicked. "It seems there's been a mistake. We've lost our way. Did something affect you?" There was a strange noise, as if something was about to happen. "What do you think you're doing?" Missen suddenly shouted. The answer was the sound of a swift attack. The sounds of physical blows and impacts echoed through the space. They were fighting. A flash of light, followed by the sounds of clashing. Then a massive explosion, and a voice echoed out, "Mile, thanks." Hera was lying motionless on the ground. "When did I fall asleep again?" Hara was startled by where she was. "This place is." Hara's eyes widened as she stared. "This place is." The dark sky suddenly turned a brilliant blue, like a celestial paradise, far different from what he had imagined. All the filth on the ground had vanished. "It's all gone." The group looked at each other with suspicion. "Did we do it?" Father Leyon looked around. "Did we succeed?" He took in the breathtaking scenery. "It's wonderful, with the faces of the citizens appearing." "It's finally over," the goddess said to Mizen. He sat in deep thought, a hint of doubt on his face. The goddess continued, "Without you, Mael, I couldn't have saved my sister or defeated any of our enemies. Thank you, Mael." He slowly mumbled his thanks. "Yes, the sky is beautiful." Mihail stood up, his voice firm yet sweet. "That's enough." The goddess looked at Mihail in surprise. The girl asked coldly, as if trying to hold him back, "Where are you going?" The young man turned and walked away without looking back. "I think I'll be heading back soon." The scene shifted back to focus on Mihail's face. The goddess's face. They were all smiling with satisfaction. "You've worked hard, Mihail." The silence was suddenly shattered by Mihail's shout, breaking the peaceful scene. "That's enough. If you're satisfied now, you should stop." The woman replied to Mihail in a bewitching voice. "You could relax a little longer, you know." "I find it hard to relax," Mihail replied coldly. His face was a mask of suspicion. "It was you, wasn't it?" The enchanting voice rang out. "I am the goddess of beauty, guardian of the sacred treasure within this tomb." The goddess appeared and introduced herself as the guardian deity, Nefti. What will happen next? Is this reality or a bewitching illusion? With her eyes closed, the woman spoke slowly. I am Nefti, the guardian deity of this tomb. Miha Oneperis was slightly taken aback, letting out a small gasp before falling silent. The woman continued in a gentle tone. I didn't want that child to see your dream. What a pity. You can rest for as long as you like. Nefti sat, her feet on the ground, and approached him. Miel, having quickly regained his composure, asked, You must know why I'm here, don't you? The woman replied softly, It's for the artifact, isn't it? He agreed, yes. But first, I need to confirm something. Do you know Dracularian? Upon hearing the name, Nefti frowned slightly and replied, He was the last challenger to come to this place. Mihail pressed on. He must have seen a dream similar to mine. A man who once sacrificed everything for the people of his domain has now completely turned into a monster. You knew that, didn't you? The woman sighed heavily. I know. It's truly unfortunate, Miel. Miel fell silent for a moment, then said, I thought a lot before coming here. You are very kind. This illusion only shows people what they desire. That kindness of yours isn't a bad thing, but only when you don't overstep your bounds. Let me be blunt. This tomb has already been conquered, hasn't it? Miel said, watching her expression closely. And that's not all. You yourself are doing things unbecoming of a guardian deity. This means the artifact guarded by Nefti has already found its master. This made it clear that Dracularian failed. He no longer has the right to conquer this tomb. On the contrary, if he continues to attack the tomb, then everything is obvious. Nefti was silent for a while, then replied, You are a clever child. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Mihail continued his relentless speech. You should have known the price of your actions, even if nothing happened here. Do you have any idea what your compassion has caused out there? Do you? He has devoured tens of thousands of innocent people, and there can only be one reason for this atrocity. Nefti bowed her head and whispered, I am deeply sorry. Mihail thought to himself, Dracularian must have challenged this dungeon countless times. At first, it was just a normal trial, but over time, it gradually became an obsession with the vision where everything he lost was restored. If you think about it that way, then the meaning of his immortality also changes slightly. Immortality wasn't his ultimate goal. His true purpose must have been to make that vision a reality. Hearing this, Nefti asked, Are you going to punish me? Mihail immediately replied, That's not my intention. However, I did successfully conquer the dreamscape. He held out his hand towards Nefti, suggesting, So I should get to take something back with me, right? She lowered her voice and said, The thing you want to take with you is probably. Before Nefti could finish her sentence, he quickly cut her off. Yes, you're absolutely right. I want this tomb. The space around them suddenly shifted. Miha Oneperis felt someone shaking his arm violently. He slowly opened his eyes. A young man in armor was kneeling beside him, asking anxiously, Hey, are you all right? Miha Oneperis replied flatly, I'm fine. Stop shaking me. Tepes Draculian said, I thought that would be a harsh ordeal. But Miha Oneperis sat up and muttered softly, Harsh. It was definitely harsh. Seth approached and asked, Did you get anything else? As for the artifact, it seems. He immediately replied, There was no artifact there, but I took something else instead. In short, seeing him hesitate, the butler Modin asked curiously, Young master, what is it? He replied, From now on, this dungeon will be mine. Modin looked up at the sparkling space ahead of them. He replied excitedly, This will surely be very useful. In other words, you've taken over Draculian's territory. Miha Oneperis stood up and nodded in agreement. That's right. Tepes Draculian, standing behind him, asked in a low voice, Mihail, inside the dungeon. What was it? Really? Can you tell me? Miha Oneperis answered bluntly, Your father's past. Draculian must have locked himself in his past all this time. Hearing this, Tepes muttered softly, His past, so that's what it was. Miha Oneperis continued, Of course, no matter the reason, a crime is still a crime. Tepes Draculian replied in his stern voice, I know. As his son, I will punish my father. That is the best thing I can do for him. Suddenly, Miha Oneperis turned around with an excited expression. Good. In that case, I have a favor to ask you. He was stunned. What is it? Miha Oneperis replied concisely, Someday, you must become a true vampire. Hearing this, Tepes Draculian stood frozen to the spot, his face bewildered. What the hell is this? In a sealed room, the brick-red light from a fire flickered eerily. A wise man in a long white robe, his eyes covered by a strange cloth with an eye drawn in the middle, was sitting on a high chair. Below, a person was prostrated on the ground. The wise man asked softly, A suspicious person, you say? The kneeling person looked up and replied, Yes, that's right. The traveler who visited the village looks extremely suspicious. It seems he's from the Holy Temple. The wise man asked again, He was asking about Draculian, wasn't he? Yes, that's right. The wise man tapped his fingers, deep in thought. The person below hesitated. If he's really from the Holy Temple, then something must have happened outside. The wise man stood up, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. Ha ha, don't worry. It's nothing major. If the people get anxious, just try to explain. Reassure them. Tell them that we are not bad people. The other person replied, Understood. I'll do as you say. He immediately vanished behind the door in an instant. The wise man muttered, How annoying. Has the Holy Temple sniffed something out? It seems nothing has happened to those twins yet. But if they really have sniffed something out, I'll have no choice but to kill them. He let out a soft, sinister laugh as his hands suddenly transformed into claws, sharp as daggers. Suddenly, the door burst open again. The mayor rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting, Hey, old man. The wise man turned and reminded him, I told you to knock before entering. The mayor paid him no mind, crying out in a panic. It's a huge problem. Draculian has appeared. The wise man was startled. Draculian? Recently, a Draculian had appeared in the residential area, wreaking havoc. Terrified residents fled in chaos. It's Draculian. That demon has really been resurrected. Guards. Where are all the guards? But even the guards were powerless against him. With a single lift of his hand, he stopped an entire squad of soldiers. Before leaving, he even threatened, Stay right there. I'll be back soon. The terrified guards cowered, holding their heads and screaming in panic. Oh my God, they didn't dare to resist. Draculian ran like an arrow into the forest. There, Miha Oneperis was waiting. He smiled faintly and said, Thank you. You worked hard. Tepe's Draculian plopped down on the ground and asked, Will this be enough? He took off his helmet and said, It's true, the people were terrified. But it seems that won't last long. Miha Oneperis reassured him, Don't worry. Tell me, where does human courage come from? Tepe's Draculian answered, There will? No. It comes from fabricated propaganda. That's why the most important thing is to persuade the people, even if it means using force, he asserted with conviction. Tepe's Draculian looked confused. Propaganda? About Draculian's resurrection? He analyzed. At the very least, we need to make them realize this area is no longer safe. And moreover, if this continues, the one pulling the strings from behind will have to show themselves. The next day, the villagers began to leave in droves. The mayor ran to stop them. Wait, hold on a minute. What are you all doing? Are you leaving? A terrified villager said, I heard that the demon Draculian has appeared again. Some people even said they saw him with their own eyes in the next village. Miha Oneperis' group hid behind a wall, watching the chaos. This is just as expected. To them, Draculian is a nightmare. This is good, he thought to himself. The mayor no longer has the power to reassure everyone. Now is the time for me to act. Suddenly, the wise man approached the frightened crowd. He spoke in a gentle tone, Everyone, please don't worry. Someone exclaimed, The wise man, you're here. Miha Oneperis frowned slightly. The wise man? He gave a friendly smile to reassure everyone. Don't worry. The one who attacked the village yesterday was not Draculian. Really? The people wondered. But that demon looked exactly like Draculian. The wise man questioned, Was there any taint of corruption? The villagers looked blank. Huh? He crouched down and touched the ground. If that monster, that Draculian, had truly appeared, this entire area would be steeped in an aura of death. Yesterday's monster wasn't like that, was it? The villagers quickly realized it. That's right. The wise man continued. Our village has been peaceful for a long time, but things can't always go smoothly. What happened yesterday was most likely caused by demons from the outside causing trouble. They may have started to set their sights on this land. Miha Oneperis laughed. Ha ha, he can even make that up? The wise man raised his hand and shouted, Now is not the time for us to panic, but to unite and punish evil. The eye on the wise man's blindfold twitched slightly. The villagers were suddenly captivated, their eyes turning vacant. Modern suddenly shouted, Young master, that's Miha Oneperis Gap, an otherworldly entity. That thing is using mind control. Miha speculated that if he had to choose the most evil and troublesome ability, he'd picture a ghostly hand controlling a wooden puppet with thin strings. He concluded it could only be mind manipulation. It steals the victim's will, turning them into literal puppets. He rated it 1 star out of pure disgust, because this was a power more despicable than any other. Modern asked, Do you want to act now, sir? He replied, Of course. Let's not drag this out. Miha clapped his hands, making a loud smack. The old saint was still blabbering on when he was cut off by our main character. What an interesting story, he said sarcastically. I've learned so much from you, O Holy One. Miha then laid into the old man. For someone so ancient, you can still spin a yarn so convincing even a dog would nod along. It just goes to show how important a good education is. Hearing this, the old man didn't get angry. He asked, I heard a stranger came to visit recently. Was that you? He replied, yes, that was me. The saint bluntly stated, an outsider like you has no right to interfere in this matter. Miha, putting a hand in his pocket, retorted, oh, I have every right. The village chief was stunned to hear him declare, I came here because of the Draculian affair. The villager's jaws dropped. He tapped his scepter on the ground. Shimmering blue ribbons of spiritual energy appeared around Miha. He held up the scepter, its crystal glowing brilliantly. He declared loudly, as a hero. Behind him, a blue symbol appeared, consisting of 4 concentric circles with an interlocking moon pattern. His badass entrance was enough to make the ladies swoon. The main character thought of the hollowed-out faces of the manipulated, suffering immensely. He concluded that it was all mind control. This wasn't a problem with an easy solution. A single moment of hesitation could cost countless lives. It wasn't easy to deal with, not even for his past self before he regressed. But luckily, this guy here has lived 2 lifetimes. Miha clenched his fist, knowing there was no time to waste. I have to solve this quickly. The only solution he could think of was, without another word, he rushed forward and landed a massive, golden energy-infused punch on the old saint. The old man immediately went limp. The main character's expression was that of a genuine thug. Bam, pow, whack. Right in front of the villagers. He gave the old man a few dozen more thunderous blows for good measure. The villagers couldn't take it anymore and screamed, you're supposed to be a hero. What the hell are you doing? He's definitely a fake hero, more like a boxing champion. A wicked smile spread across Mia's face. I anticipated this exact situation. He continued to beat the old man, adding some demonic taunts. Why haven't you crawled out of this body yet? You tough old bastard. If you don't come out, I'll let this saint die in noble sacrifice for the greater good. Miha pictured the large old man raising his hand to control a small human. He deduced. To use mind control, you can't be without a host. His eyes stared intently at one spot. The main character imagined a black orb with a smiling face hidden inside the old man. So you've taken over this saint's body, he thought. That same saint was currently getting the beatdown of his life. Lying panting on the ground, Miha raised his fist and gave a threatening smile. Get out of this body, you demon. At this point, he looked more like the demon's grandpa. The villagers started murmuring. Huh? A demon? What's going on? The old man whispered weakly, I'm not. Miha immediately punched him in the face and said, shut up. Even if you're not, you have to be for me. A villager, seeing the old man was about to kick the bucket, tried to intervene. Hero, even if he's a demon, he'll die if you keep hitting him like that. The main character, while continuing to stomp on the man's face, turned to the villagers with a bright smile and said, haha, it's fine. I'm being gentle, he won't die. The villager asked, really? The old man, unable to bear it, screamed, hey, are you ignorant commoners blind? He immediately got a boot to the face, followed by a warning, shut it. Miha instantly switched to a serious tone. I came here to bring you all some bad news. Unfortunately, the resurrection of Draculian is near. The villagers were terrified to hear that the demon possessing this saint was the one pulling the strings. They asked worriedly, what about you, sir? The main character casually lied through his teeth. Perhaps if he dies, Draculian will be fully resurrected. We need to leave this land for now. The saint was still lying silently on the ground after Miha's brutal assault. He raised a finger and said, so, thinking of the altar that encompassed 6 villages, he advised the villagers. For now, everyone should move to the neighboring village. After a rather long time, the old saint finally woke up. He let out a groan. He was tied to a post in a strange room and asked in confusion, where is this? A familiar foot, one that had given him dozens of kicks, appeared. Miha asked cheerfully, oh, you're awake? The saint wondered. I never heard that a hero had been chosen. He replied, Marrow can barely take care of himself. What makes you think he'd have the energy to inform you? The old man asked, why did you spare me? The main character just smiled. He looked at the disgusting face before him and said, it was you who tempted Draculian back then. An image of the saint whispering, instigating the red-haired count, appeared. Miha continued, you must have shown up, when he was still drowning in sorrow after losing his wife, to show him a way to save her. The old saint's face was filled with alarm when he said, the demon couldn't conquer the tomb, so Marrow must have used Draculian to do it. The old man gritted his teeth and asked, how do you know that? Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha. So what if you know? Nothing you do to me will work. Draculian has already absorbed too many sacrifices. Miha just closed his eyes in silence. The old man said smugly, you can't change anything. He then held out his hand and replied, you're right, I can't do anything. With a terrifying smile on his face, the main character added with relish, but someone like you You can, can't you? The old man couldn't believe it and asked back, "What the hell?" "What?" he explained. "The method to perfect Draculian came from you. The one who tied the knot can also untie it." The old man laughed to himself, thinking, how incredibly naive. It's not as simple as you think. A hand slowly reached towards the old man. Because of the blindfold, his current expression was unclear. The holy man, a.k.a. the demon, thought, "The theory of mind manipulation is infinitely more complex than you think. It's almost impossible for you to use it." A cold hand clamped down on his face. White mana poured into his head, making the old man scream for his mother. The old man, being shocked, yelled, "Monster, you son of a bitch. You're the monster." Miha grinned wickedly, flashing his pearly whites. A shimmering blue mana emanated from him. The protagonist stood there, his eyes as red as a demon's, his dark cloak, fluttering from the force of his mind-reading powers. Amidst this mystical scene, his voice rang out, a terrifying echo from the depths of hell, saying, "Shall we begin?" A bizarre scream echoed from the house where Miha was staying, as if someone was being violated. The old holy man couldn't endure the psychic torture any longer. "Ara, get away from me," he shrieked. Mia's face tensed as he remembered the time before he regressed. Pain filled his eyes as he recalled when demons descended upon the world, their power far surpassing that of humans. He remembered the image of tiny humans surrounded by a horde of monsters, unable to fight back. That was the result of arrogance accumulated over hundreds of years. The faces of his old comrades were seared into his memory. The Ago Expeditionary Force had paid a heavy price to close that gap. He thought of his former self, poring over research. His notebook spread open. To narrow the gap, I pushed past my own limits, and if necessary, I even sacrificed sleep. The protagonist's eyes had dark circles, like an exhausted content creator. He knew he had created many solutions. His thoughts returned to the present, where Miha was casting a spell on the old holy man. Among the solutions he created, the protagonist continued his thought, was a method to sway the minds of demons, forcing them to reveal their spells. Threads of mana from his hands slowly entered the old man's head, as if connecting Miha's mind to his. The spell was complete. The protagonist muttered, "The spell used on Draculian. Humph. So this is it. It's called an inversion spell." He remarked, "Marrow, you created quite a troublesome spell." Seth asked curiously, "Is it that hard to deal with?" Miha replied, "Well, it's no more complicated than creating a divine instrument." He added, "If we don't know the original spell, it's extremely difficult to handle." Seth grunted, his expression thoughtful. Miha recalled the image of a long-haired girl, her eyes closed, casting a spell. A brilliant light appeared before her. He thought to himself, "True it is. In the previous regression, even our ego force had to face sacrifices." His eyes filled with a fleeting sadness as he thought the price for breaking the spell was too high. Ariana had to pay with half of her remaining life. Seth asked, "But now that you know about the spell, it doesn't matter anymore, does it?" Mia's hand was still on the holy man's face. The old man looked like a candle about to burn out. He answered, "Yeah, that's right." The protagonist pulled his hand away, saying, "Obviously, I can't use it anymore. So this old man's usefulness has run out." The old man let out a few groans, as if protesting, "You just use me, and then toss me aside." In his palm, a fan-shaped vortex of mana appeared. He declared coldly, "Goodbye, you piece of trash." A halo of light appeared, sending the old man on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Leyon and the others standing guard outside heard the noise and quickly turned around. Leyon spoke up, "Judging by your expression, it looks like everything's been taken care of." Miha, with a calm expression, said, "There's still one more crucial problem. Now, it's just a matter of time." He continued, "There's one thing I can be sure of." Hearing the protagonist claim that, in Draculian's current state, he can already break the seal by himself, a sense of unease grew inside Tepes. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Not believing it, Tepes loudly retorted, "My father can break the seal by himself? That's impossible. The master of the Holy Knights sealed him with his own hands." Miha calmly explained, "I know he was sealed." He continued, "But what if that was his plan from the very beginning? After all, not everyone is an idiot." Tepes stammered, "A plan?" The protagonist affirmed, "That's right. He wasn't sealed. He was just waiting for the right moment and accumulating power." Hearing this, the red-haired young man was struck dumb. Seeing his dazed and confused expression, Miha turned and waved a hand dismissively, comforting him, "Don't worry. With the four of us here, we can defeat him. Easily." He suddenly stopped, adding, "But before that." The protagonist's eyes showed he was deep in thought. Miha turned back to look at Tepes and gave him some sincere advice. "If this is too hard for you, you don't have to join us." Seeing the red-haired man looking down, his expression unreadable, the protagonist continued, I understand your situation. If you tell us where to go now, we can go by ourselves. Mia's eyes narrowed as he heard Teppa's voice. It's all right. In fact, I should be the one to put an end to this. His expression showed he was damn well decided. The red-haired man affirmed, this is a family matter. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked, is that so? Respecting Teppa's decision, he concluded, all right, let's go together. They walked along the cobblestone village road in the dark of night. The silence was broken only by the clatter of their footsteps. Draculian's mansion loomed in the darkness like a great tomb. Tepes looked at his home and said, it really has been a long time since my parents kicked the bucket, and I ran away from home. He said with bitterness, this is the place that turned me into an immortal, red-haired monster. He remembered back when he was a child, his father made him drink some strange concoction. He recalled, as I was writhing in pain, he said to me. Reflected in Tepes's red pupils was the image of a smiling demon, asking, are you satisfied yet? Returning to the present, Tepes recounted. The funny thing is, Miha, at that moment, my father held no ill will towards me at all. Hearing this, Miha concluded, a twisted kind of parental love. My child is an angel at home and can do no wrong type. He saw that Tepes' mood was darkening. The protagonist asked with concern, can you do this? Can you really point your sword at your own father? The red-haired man's hands tightened on his sword. His silhouette looked resolute as he said, if I don't do this, I'll only regret it more in the future. Tepes stepped forward and pushed open the castle gate, thinking to himself, I think, as a son, better to face shame, he thought, staring at the gate, than to tolerate the corruption of his own parents. After decades untouched, the heavy doors groaned open. Inside, Mia's group began to chatter. It's in better shape than I thought. Another replied, because the master of this place willed it. They stepped into a room strewn with roses, where a coffin lay at the far end. The flowers here lay silently. No one cares for them, yet they remain a deep crimson, like the color of syrup. The coffin was bound tightly by iron chains, as if they feared the person inside would push open the lid and rise again. Holy cow. Maudin leaned close to Miha, whispering doubtfully, Master, are you saying you can handle all of this by yourself? He closed his eyes and replied, yes, right now. Our protagonist observed his surroundings and concluded, it seems Draculian has no intention of leaving his coffin, but we have no other choice. Miha channeled his spiritual power into his staff, causing it to sparkle. He then called out, hey, Tepes, and declared politely, I think we need to smash up this mansion a little. Tepes was stunned. The red-haired young man seemed to have made up his mind. He lowered his head and answered, fine, do it. Miha approached the coffin, saying, I understand. He then raised his scepter high. Miha pointed the scepter directly at the coffin. The crystal at its tip shimmered brightly as he chanted, earthquake. The chains were instantly shattered. The cross emblem on the front of the coffin suddenly glowed, and an authoritative voice boomed, damn it, how dare you? The coffin lid flew open in a cloud of dust. A pair of pale white hands with razor-sharp nails reached out, and glowing red eyes shone from within the darkness. The figure asked, how dare you defile my home? The deviant Miha wasn't scared at all. Instead, a smile spread across his face. An expression of extreme excitement mixed with a look of pure wickedness appeared on our protagonist. He said, so you finally decided to come out, Draculian. A slender, pale white hand emerged. The man, who looked like he'd been using sunscreen for ages, slowly climbed out, or to put it more elegantly, he rose from the grave. He had long, red hair and pointed ears. Our protagonist called him by name, Draculian. His face was ferocious with tiny red pupils. Draculian looked past the group and saw a familiar figure in the distance. He called out, Tepes. This made the red-haired young man look up, feeling like a child being called by his father again. He held out a demonic hand and beckoned to him. Come here, my son. Come back to my side, and we can rekindle our old bond. You shouldn't be standing with them, Draculian said, annoyed. This mansion holds all the memories of your mother. The ungrateful son immediately replied with words that hit the old man like a ton of bricks. That's a story from a long, long time ago. Draculian patiently tried to persuade Tepes. No, my son, I can bring her back. I've found a way. It's a method I heard from that man. If only I had. Miha cut in. That demon switched careers. He sells bento boxes now. Draculian froze. What the hell? What did you say? Our protagonist slowly approached, stating with absolute certainty, he was destroyed by me. Miha began to release his mana. As he spoke, he said, whatever your plan is, it will never come to fruition. Mana materialized into the staff in his hand, and the crystal on its tip glowed, signaling that everything was ready to go. Miha warned him to shut his mouth and accept his purification. He flew into a rage. What a joke. His eyes turned completely white. His long hair stood on end. Draculian went berserk, and a swirling dark magic enveloped him. He screamed frantically. This isn't funny at all. I did all of this to build an ideal reality. How could this happen? Seeing this, Tepes gritted his teeth and charged towards his old man. His face was just as crazed like father, like son. The swordsman raised his sword, intending to strike his raging father. But in the end, the tip of the sword never reached its target. It trembled in midair as he looked at the father who had transformed before him. He thought in agony, how could this be? The swordsman recalled his mother's final days. She had tearfully called out his name, Tepes, her frail hands, grasping her son's, pleading with him, I'm begging you, come back to reality. His sword hand wouldn't stop shaking, and his anguished face was frozen solid. Damn it. Miha lightly touched his shoulder and called out, Hey, Tepes. As if snapping out of a trance, the swordsman stammered, Why? You, Miha. Our protagonist reassured him. It's all right now. You did very well. The main character's feet moved lightly across the floor. His divine-looking back made Tepes feel protected. He just stared after him without blinking, as if he himself had just been set free. Ashamed, Tepes turned away and mumbled, I was hesitating. Before my own father. Mita heard Tepes continue. Before a heretical evil that should not be forgiven. Our protagonist said, That's the right way to think. He gave a rare, sympathetic smile. Miha then asked Tepes, He's your family, isn't he? Our protagonist explained to the swordsman, You pointed your blade at your own family, all while knowing full well you would have to bear the burden of being a traitor. Tepes' face was filled with concentration as Miha concluded. So it's okay. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said, There's no reason for you to carry that burden for the rest of your life. I will be the one to purify him. Tepes asked, confused, but why? While our protagonist simply replied, It's only natural. The crystal at the tip of his staff began to glow brilliantly. Miha finished. Because this is why heroes exist. Green mana circles, corresponding to his rank, appeared around him, and the entire space was enveloped in an ethereal darkness. On the other side, Draculian cursed Miha, You bastard. He channeled his magic, conjuring an illusionary army of blood-red skulls to attack. He asserted his claim, That boy is my son. Miha dodged a blast of magic, his mouth busy multi-chanting, Holy Pillar. A series of green pillars of light descended from the sky, decimating the army of skeletons. Suddenly, our protagonist was taken completely by surprise. A crimson light gradually gathered in Draculian's hand. It took the form of a deep red spear. He used all his strength, and threw it like an Olympic javelin thrower. The target was Miha. Leyon appeared like a guardian deity, raising his sword to block Draculian's blood spear. He shouted in astonishment, What the hell is this? The force behind the spear was so immense that Leyon had to use every ounce of his strength just to knock it away. He was exhausted as hell. Looking at his violently trembling hand, he exclaimed, Just how much power was in that? If he were to absorb it completely, I can't imagine how strong he'd become. Miha commented, He'd probably be as strong as a master. Leyon gritted his teeth and said, This is insane. Mauden wondered, Master, what you plan to do about this Superman? The hero replied, I have to send him to his grave. His subordinate added, But it will take some time. Looking at the rattling skulls before him, the butler seemed unconvinced. So, you've found a way then? He asked. Miha affirmed with conviction, I'm certain this method will work. He raised his hand and began chanting for a wall of fire. Flames suddenly erupted from the ground, blazing fiercely. Leyon raised his sword as he and Mauden took their positions, shielding Miha. Taking a battle stance, Leyon declared, We just have to buy some time. From behind, Tep spoke up, I'll help too. His red eyes were filled with anguish as he pleaded, Please, I'm begging you. Just let my father, who has become a monster, find peace. In his mind, he screamed, Help me put my father to rest. The scene shifted to a gravestone shaped like a cross in a field of white daisies. Dracula thought, My heart was filled with rage. The Countess had been so young and vibrant back then. He lowered his head, his emotions unreadable. He questioned himself. Reality is so cold, isn't it? I was about to give up on everything until I heard his voice. A pair of feet quietly approached. The old sage, whom Miha had already sent to the grave, stood before Dracula, tempting him. You can make everything go back to the way it was. Clinging to this lifeline, he looked up and saw the figure, hazy and indistinct like a saint. Dracula stammered, Is that really true? The old man bared his disgusting teeth and replied, Of course. Then, the holy man extended a hand, saying, We will need sacrifices. Hearing those last two words, Dracula suddenly began to tremble. The old man reassured him, But don't you worry. If we succeed, those sacrifices will be brought back to life as well. The Count suddenly recalled the image of his son, Tepes, hugging him and sobbing. He had asked, "Does this mean I'll never see Mother again?" Finally, he made his decision. Yes, this is my choice. Within the green, ethereal space of the dungeon, he raised his hand to the sky. I know that I am no longer human. A brilliant, holy sigil appeared there, and from it, his deceased wife descended. It seems that dying for love is the most agonizing death of all. He remembered the red crystal, a gift from the dungeon, and believed that even those who became sacrifices would be revived. If our plan comes to fruition, that's how Dracula had deluded himself. Yes, that's all that matters. His expression returned to the present. He believed, my son will surely be happy as well. But reality dealt a fatal blow to his heart. Dracula screamed in a frenzy, Why? Why are you defying me? Soon, we will live in the reality we have always dreamed of, he said, looking at his son, whose head was bowed. Didn't you say you wanted to bring your mother back? Dracula continued. It's entirely possible. We already have half of the life force required, so we just need to obtain the other half. While he was speaking, Tepes gripped his spear tightly. Furious at his old man's insanity, he yelled, Why? Why do you still not understand, father? This decrepit body of yours still hasn't realized its own foolishness. He screamed in anguish, You've been used. That man wants to create a monster, one that will obey his every command. Dracula felt as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart, and he fell abruptly silent. Tepes continued. From the very beginning, he never had any intention of granting your wish. You've been completely played for a fool, old man. Dracula was speechless, trying to deny it. That can't be true. He reached a hand toward Mia's group, thinking, all the effort and suffering I've endured, was it all for nothing? He remembered the words of the old Saint A. K. A. The demon who had warned him that deceptive illusions would haunt me. Dracula looked at the tense youngsters and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You think you can deceive me? He then unleashed 2 streams of crimson fire, attacking them while muttering, That's right. You're not my son. You're just an illusion. The Count had completely lost his mind. He screamed, You are the trial I must overcome. A pair of feet stepped forward, and a brilliant blue-green spiritual power enveloped Miha. He flew in front of the Count and said, That's enough. The two faced each other for a moment. Miha stared intently at Dracula, who observed the hero with soulless eyes. He thought to himself, a mage dressed in pure white. It reminded him of an old acquaintance. He looked so similar to that person. And yet, completely different. Miha began to chant a holy light spell. A holy white light enveloped the entire space. Dracula suddenly felt himself starting to crack apart. He immediately tried to cast his own magic, summoning daggers of blood. He declared, This is my domain. A terrifying sight unfolded as the space around him turned a brilliant, syrupy red, and dark magic began to spread from beneath his feet. With his hand raised high, he controlled the red arrows. Miha tensed up, calculating, 3 more minutes, for the immortality spell I found after scanning that demon's mind. He thought, just 3 more minutes until the reversal spell activates. Then, the blue sealing runes will bind Dracula permanently. The hero called for Set, who immediately appeared on his shoulder and asked, Miha, what's the plan? He commanded, Don't leave a single opening. The arrows controlled by Dracula began their assault. A green vortex appeared behind Miha, slowly spreading throughout the room. Its light shone upon the demon Count. He stammered, This power, could it be? Miha stated calmly, You're not the only one who possesses a holy relic, you know. Dracula stubbornly tried to break free from the encirclement of blue energy, holding out a blood-spattered hand and retorting, But time is on my side. A blood dart appeared as Dracula declared, I will exist for eternity. But your life is short. How long do you think you can possibly hold out? The hero's voice rang out. 1 minute. Dracula asked in surprise, What? Holding up one finger, a demonic-looking Miha repeated, 1 more minute. Dracula waved his hand, and the red blades shot forward again, heading straight for Miha and the others, Modin, Leyon, and Tepes. They immediately deflected Dracula's attack. Modin's aged face began to show signs of fatigue, and Tepes' eyes widened at the sheer power his father wielded. Leyon screamed, Damn it, isn't it over yet? Miha replied, 30 seconds left. On the other side, Dracula had collapsed to his knees. He heard the main character's steady voice, 20 seconds. The Count's sharp-clawed hand formed another blood arrow. He continued counting down, 10 seconds. Tepes charged forward with explosive speed. Miha raised his hand, and strands of white spirit energy rose up, weaving around him. Mana circles, symbolizing his rank, materialized as he chanted a spell of reverse undeath. The blood arrows began to turn to dust. Miha flung chains of sealing talismans towards Draculian. The enchanted chains immediately wrapped around him and began their work. The Count stammered, How? How is my immortal body? He was terrified, thinking, no, this can't be happening. Staring at the young mage before him, Dracula muttered, Damn it, he's erased my immortality. Wrapped in the ceiling talismans, Dracula screamed, How is my immortal body? Miha watched the scene, slightly startled himself. The Count's body was slowly turning to ash under the spell's effect. Draculian, refusing to believe what was happening, said, How is this possible? To destroy my immortal body, you would need infinite energy. Miha watched him collapse to the floor and kindly explained, That's right. It wasn't easy to accomplish. He thought of the holy relic radiating a 7-colored light and continued, Just as you found the holy relic, I gained control of the tomb. Dracula disagreed, retorting, I became the master of the holy relic, he stated firmly. I received it from the hands of the dungeon's master. Miha immediately countered. The holy relic had no effect on you because you obtained it through pure luck. He reminded him, Asa never told you that, did she? Dracula's face went pale. His body had almost completely disintegrated. He lay on the ground like a miserable old man, letting out a bitter laugh. Ha, ha. The Count struggled to lie on his back, gasping for air as he let out a long laugh. Ha, 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 ha. He stared up at the blue sky through the shattered part of the ceiling. Gazing at the square of sky above, he mumbled, It's all so meaningless, isn't it? His aged eyes were filled with nothing but exhaustion. Dracula lamented, I have been running away, constantly. However, a hand reached out, gently lifting his head. Tepes knelt, cradling his pitiful old father's head as parts of his body continued to turn into ash. He whispered, Tepes. The Count rasped, Please, don't leave. Tepes asked, What have you done, father? He replied, I just wanted her to come back. The red-haired young man, channeling decades of suffering, screamed, The one who was trapped in this situation because of your selfishness. What did she ever do wrong? He demanded. And what about me? The one who had to bear the consequences they left behind. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall, one by one. The sky opened up, pouring rain as if in sympathy for the pain Tepes had endured. The rain soaked his anguished face, crying in his stead. The young man sniffled. If you had ever truly thought about your family, he said with a bitter laugh, you would have told me about it. At least once. Seth, watching the scene unfold, exclaimed, This is so tragic. Miha stared at Tepes' back. In contrast to the image of a small, cowering boy, he thought, Tepes has been abandoned for a very long time. He imagined a portrait of the three of them as a happy family. The protagonist assessed that Draculian had once been a good father, he concluded. At least, before his wife's death. That imagined portrait suddenly shattered into pieces. Tepes held out his hand to catch the raindrops, confessing in anguish, I hate this immortality. He brought a hand to his face and said, From this moment on, I curse the blessing you gave me. Draculian's eyes showed exhaustion and resignation. He thought, Is regret the only thing I have left? Draculian slowly closed his eyes, preparing to pass on without forgiveness. But then, Tepes continued, However, I will go on living. Draculian's slowly closing eyes suddenly snapped wide open. For the first time in so many years, he looked directly at his father and said, To me, immortality is a curse. But unlike you, father, I will find a way to fix everything. Stunned, he dazedly called his son's name, Tepes. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something, an old portrait hanging across from him. Back then, they were still a happy family. He struggled to open his mouth to speak his last words. A contented smile spread across Dracula's face. From the bottom of his heart, he said, So, you're different from me. I see. Father understands now. The Count called out, Miha, you mage. No, should I call you a warrior? He plunged his hand into his own chest and pulled something out. Draculian offered a shimmering, pink object to Miha. He said, Take it. As flecks of ash floated past his face, Draculian whispered, I no longer have need of it. The protagonist asked, Are you going to die? The Count looked at his own fingers, turning to ash, and agreed, Yes, I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again. It will be soon. Looking at the sky outside, he murmured sadly, But first, I must go to hell and accept my punishment, mustn't I? Dracula reached out with his disintegrating hands, trying to touch his son's face one last time. Tepes quickly grabbed his hand. The Count gave a contented smile and said, I'm sorry, my son. His last 2 words to him were, Farewell. Tepes sat in the empty void. Watching the Count turn completely to dust, he whispered, Father. His hand fell limply to the ground. Miha walked over to him. His owl-like eyes observed Tepes. He saw the red-haired young man's hands were clenched into tight fists. In the shimmering, multicolored secret grotto of the tomb, Miha's voice rang out, It's over. Nefty sighed. Finally. How unfortunate. Miha retorted, if you had done what you were supposed to do from the start, maybe things wouldn't have ended up this way. To be honest, I had to restrain myself quite a bit. She asked him, the reason you came back here, it was for this, wasn't it? A red crystal appeared. Miha said, this is the holy relic Dracula gave me. The protagonist asked directly, how do I awaken this thing? Nefty replied, I will do it. Because you have proven worthy by passing the trial. As she said, right now, a flower branch faintly emerged from the crystal. A golden flower branch. It shimmered, extending to wrap around Miha's hand. The branch gradually faded, leaving a sigil on the protagonist's hand. He raised his hand to examine it. He thought, this time, it's my right hand. Having received what he came for, the protagonist turned decisively to leave. Nefty asked, are you leaving already? He replied, it's time for me to go. There's nothing left for me here. Suddenly thinking of something, Miha stopped. He asked Nefty, what do you think about what happened? She answered sadly, it was all my fault. That child said he would use the relic for good things. Miha replied, I'm not so sure. I think you gave it to him without thinking it through that much. He said, you'll have plenty of time to think about it. I won't be closing the tomb. The protagonist guessed it was because others would come. I will also return here someday. Miha glanced at Nefty. He warned, I'll be waiting to see what you do next. A few days later, Miha was performing a purification ritual in front of a large crowd of villagers. He told Danvos it was done. The main character declared, with you here, the people will no longer be led astray. The village chief stammered in reply, thank you, sir, he said gratefully. How can I ever repay this debt, especially to a hero like you? Miha replied firmly, there's no need. The village chief immediately slammed his head to the ground and shouted, I'm not the village chief, Danvos insisted. I'm just a puppet created by that demon. I'm 100% a fake. The main character was speechless. Where did this brutally honest guy come from? He closed his eyes and resigned himself to it. With a sigh, Miha took on the role of a comforting mother, consoling him, uniting and managing the villagers. That is your talent. Danvos looked up, stunned. This was the first time he had ever been acknowledged. The main character sat down in front of him and praised him with a smile. I don't underestimate that at all. The village chief was so moved he was at a loss for words, murmuring, Sir. He continued, but we can't just stay like this. We need someone with the ability to lead everyone forward. Danvos asked in surprise, a talented person? Do you mean a lord? The main character replied, you could say that. He looked around shyly and said, but we've all been exploited by lords before. He was worried about whether the people would accept it. Miha agreed, you're not wrong. Then he dropped a bombshell. But the monsters will return to this land. Danvos's eyes immediately widened. The main character explained that for now, the poison was keeping the monsters at bay, which means when it weakens, they will invade this place. The village chief was so scared he stammered, Is there a way? Miha looked at him seriously and replied, it's not exactly a solution. This is just something I intend to take responsibility for. He continued, I can't tell you right away, but please trust me. Danvos wondered, why? It was a struggle for him to form a complete sentence. Why are you doing all of this? For us? He looked at the simple villagers, who were all waiting for his answer. He let out a small sigh. Miha asked back, do you need a reason? Elsewhere, in a forest near the village, Miha was focusing, sending his spirit power into the ground. He loudly chanted the purification spell. The patch of land where the main character stood suddenly lit up brightly. Miha looked up, took a deep breath, and said with some satisfaction, all right. At this rate, the land will soon be cleansed by holy power. Seth analyzed further. This area will be decontaminated within a year. The main character replied, exactly. She asked worriedly, but the problem is, you can't stay here forever. This isn't something you can handle alone. Miha laughed and added, besides, I'm just the heir to some noble family, right? The main character looked at her and asked, so what if I'm the legitimate successor to the Oneperis family? The family only provides money and manpower, connections and currency. Seth replied indifferently. Waha. When she heard him say the rest would be dealt with when variables occurred, she immediately asked, what variables? Suddenly, a voice calling out, Miha, interrupted their conversation. He looked at Leyon, who was panting heavily in front of him, and asked, what's wrong? The panicked swordsman announced, a high-ranking official is here, someone incredibly powerful. Miha looked at him with interest and said, a big shot? Huh. I wonder who it could be. The clueless Leyon asked, is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at it and smiling? The main character teased, ha ha, it's not me. You should turn around and see. Leyon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, hell no. Don't tell me. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Juke was standing behind Leyon like a dark shadow, a smile on his face. The would-be father-in-law exclaimed, "Young Leyon, you've grown up. Just act natural." Leyon slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with panic. Leyon stammered, "Sir, since when were you?" Juke recalled leisurely following the terrified kid as he ran for his life. This friendly uncle announced, "Oh, I've been following you from the very beginning." Leyon screamed in terror. "Ah, the ghost month is over, so why are you still here?" In the study, Juke was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. The would-be father-in-law and son-in-law were still steeped in silence. Miha finally spoke up to break the atmosphere. "What brings you to this remote place?" The Duke said. "I'm sure you've already guessed. His Majesty, the King, sent me. A Viscount was supposed to handle this." The Duke chuckled. But this seemed rather interesting. Haha. Miha was speechless, thinking. "So you just came because you were bored? You just had to make an excuse," he thought. Juke remarked, "How times have changed. You're now a divinely recognized hero, aren't you?" The main character bluntly replied, "What meaning does that formal recognition have?" Juke conceded, "You have a point." He put down his teacup, and his voice suddenly became serious. "That's enough small talk. We should get to the main point, shouldn't we?" He said frankly, "If you have any requests, just say the word." Miha asked, "Is this His Majesty's will?" The Duke explained, "You've resolved the threat to the kingdom, so it's only natural that you receive a worthy reward." Miha confided, "I don't wish to disappoint His Majesty, but..." The Duke immediately warned him, "You have to, because you're a hero, and if you refuse, the king will be disappointed." He thought to himself, even if he doesn't accept, he's still a useful pawn. Miha pictured the image of a hero wearing a crown. He began calculating his first achievement as a hero. He asked Juke, "What do you think?" The Duke assessed, "In my opinion, you seem to be a promising talent. As for what His Majesty thinks, that's hard to say. If I could guess that, I'd be the damn king myself." Miha thought, "That's true. In my memories, the king was always searching for talented individuals. An image of a crown, symbolizing royal authority, appeared in his mind. He recalled the scene at the royal court before his regression. In fact, before Mason appeared, the entire kingdom was at peace. Miha answered concisely, "I'll do it." Juke said in surprise, "Oh, you've decided already." That was fast. Miha clenched his fist, thinking. "Of course," he said. "In front of you, sir, there's no need for me to pretend." He stated his condition. "As a hero, I need a holy land." Juke was stunned and asked, "A holy land?" So suddenly, Miha affirmed, "Yes, this land." The Duke asked, "Don't tell me you." Miha smiled confidently and said, "I want to rule it." Miha declared, "I want autonomy," slamming his hand on the table with a loud thud. Juke covered his face in exasperation. He stared at Miha as if he were a monster and asked, "Do you even realize what you just said?" As he spoke, he unleashed a menacing aura to intimidate him, but our protagonist was unfazed. He immediately resisted. Miha just smiled and replied, "Of course." Duke thought to himself, "He isn't even fazed by my aura? What kind of monster is he?" The Duke warned him, "And you're still making this request, knowing the consequences?" Miha laughed confidently and said, "If this were an ordinary territory, I wouldn't be asking." The protagonist pressed on, "Sir, let me ask you this. How many troops do you believe are necessary to defend this territory?" Juke confidently held up one finger, replying, "About. A force equivalent to a baron's army should suffice." Miha immediately shot him down. "No, sir. If we don't prepare in advance." A threatening glint appeared in his eyes. "We'll need a force equal to a duke's army, or perhaps even a marquis." The Duke was so shocked he shot up from his seat and yelled, "Impossible, no matter how dangerous those demons are." Miha immediately corrected him. "It's not a matter of how dangerous, it's the fact that they are demons." The protagonist's face was terrifying as he repeated, "Because they are demons." He thought of a bloodthirsty demon, thinking to himself, "It's not just about their aura or mana levels. Demons are fundamentally different from humans." Miha recalled the time before his regression, when he had been defeated by the Demon King. Our protagonist knew their stubbornness and cunning were far beyond imagination. "Everyone overlooks that," he asserted. "We have to deal with them differently than we do humans." After having his perspective changed, Duke nodded. "All right, I understand now, but I still don't see what this has to do with autonomy." Miha pointed to the map on the table, saying, "I intend to create an army right here, specifically to fight the demons. They will be comprised of those who are no longer human, those scarred by dark magic and demons." He said confidently, "They will be demon hunters." The protagonist continued his explanation. "I don't think it's a bad idea. This way, The Empire can fight the demons by granting this territory autonomy. Sir Juke remained silent. He just cleared his throat. With his eyes half closed, he said, I agree. It's not a bad idea, but, as you know, it all depends on the Emperor. Miha smirked. I know. As he stood up, he thought to himself, but I'm confident. Knowing the Emperor, I'm sure he will accept my proposal. A determined look flashed in the protagonist's eyes as he said, just you wait and see. At the cemetery, Tepes knelt before his parents' grave, hands clasped in a prayer known only to God. Suddenly, he heard familiar footsteps. Without turning, he spoke to Miha, who stood behind him. So you came. The protagonist asked, are you feeling any better? Tepes replied, a little. But there's still so much that needs to be resolved. Miha reassured him, don't worry about his body. It'll turn to dust sooner or later. And while the immortality curse is complex, it's not without a solution. Tepes murmured, I'll keep that in mind. The protagonist then asked him directly, do you want to be free from the curse of immortality? The red-haired man looked melancholic. He confided, I do want to be free. But he looked up at the sky, speaking to no one in particular. If that happens, I'll just become an ordinary human. Miha knew exactly what he was thinking. Miha said, you want to become a hunter, don't you? No need to be coy about it. Tepes nodded, confessing honestly. If it means I can get my revenge on the demons, then I want to. The protagonist thought to himself, hatred. I don't see anything wrong with this kind of hatred. He looked at the young man beside him and mused. As long as that hatred doesn't completely consume a person, it can become their reason to live. His own red eyes shone with determination. You just have to remember one thing. Never cross your own principles. Miha then said cheerfully. In that case, he announced to Tepes, I'll help you get your revenge. Tepes, in disbelief, asked again, you want to help me? The protagonist nodded. Count on it. Miha then laid out his plan for him. There, in front of his parents' grave, Miha explained his plan to turn this land into a territory for hunters to prepare for the coming demon invasion. The two spoke like old comrades. Miha also mentioned that he was currently in the process of persuading the Emperor to approve the plan. The red-haired man couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked again, you would trust me to lead the hunters? The protagonist replied without hesitation. If I could, I would entrust it to you. Tepes lowered his head, hesitating. But he glanced towards his parents' resting place and whispered, I am a Draculian. Tepes then added, his eyes shifting to his father's grave, the son of the man who caused this whole catastrophe. Miha stepped closer to the grave, took a white chrysanthemum from a nearby vase, and said, that's not a problem for me. The protagonist knelt respectfully and revealed, I'm making this decision based on what I've seen with my own eyes. I saw you, Tepes, holding your father in your arms in his final moments. Miha affirmed, your courage and resolve in that moment prove your worth. After paying his respects, he slowly rose to his feet. Miha declared, I believe in you. Tepes' face was a mask of utter shock. The protagonist turned back with a smile and said, stand tall. You are more noble than anyone. At that, Tepes seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt on one knee before Miha and vowed, I will take on this duty. Miha remembered how, before his regression, this very man had accepted the duty of leading the frontline hunters. The protagonist held out his scepter, his heart aching as he recalled the tale of Tepes' final moments. A blessed light from the scepter enveloped the swordsman like a benediction. Miha whispered, I will watch over you, Tepes. He prayed that this time he would survive to the very end and fulfill the purpose of his existence. Miha made a silent, firm vow. In a lavish and magnificent palace, a man sat on his throne, lost in thought. He let out a soft, This was none other than King Joseph River Alexandro. Seated on his throne, he lamented, how irritating. He picked up a game piece, musing. I could have easily handled them if I had kept them separate. Holding the piece in his hand, the king fumed. But now, they've merged into one. Even I couldn't have foreseen this. He stared the piece in his hand and sighed. What's more, predicting the movements of this particular knight is not easy at all. If I could, I'd be a damn prophet, he muttered. In truth, I'm not pleased with this situation at all. With a blank expression, the king asked, what are your thoughts? He directed his words to the figure kneeling before him. Oneperis, he closed his eyes and reported, right now, that's just a minor issue. The king then asked, another matter. Is he your son? No, Duke Iden answered honestly. He's a brat who never listens. He was voicing the timeless lament of all parents. Kids these days are all like that, aren't they? Then, Iden changed the subject. Right now, the important thing isn't about who will become a hero. Your Majesty, the Duke affirmed, once the new hero is chosen, this fragile peace will soon come to an end. The king repeated, a fragile peace. Damn it. Do you have a death wish? Aiden, didn't you say a great demon was growing in power right here in the capital? The noble Sir Gizor frowned, saying, how incredibly irritating. So annoying. The Duke continued his report, predicting the hero's upcoming activities. That doesn't help at all. The king tapped his fingers. The hero cannot be controlled by anyone. He smiled confidently. I'm not a fool, Duke. Sir Gizor warned. I understand that perfectly well. No one can control the hero, but if I can't control him, then no one else will either. Below, Aiden nodded furiously. The king stood up and said, that's why I've marked off a territory, to keep any fools from interfering with the hero's business. Aiden furrowed his brow and asked, Your Majesty, are you talking about the autonomous region? The imposing king stood before him and confirmed, that's right. Now do you understand, don't you? Duke Oneperis, your role as a father is very important right now. You also owe me a few things, so how about you concede a little? The Duke's face was grim as he replied, just tell me what you want me to do, Your Majesty. The powerful figure fell silent, lost in thought, as Sir Gizor turned his head. The crown on his head sparkled, and only God knew what words he would say next. Tepi stood dazedly before the sun-drenched mansion. He was observing his birthplace before leaving for good. Miha called out, I knew you'd be here. The protagonist held up a scroll, saying, I think what I'm holding is exactly what you've been waiting for. Miha continued, His Majesty has issued a decree. From this day forward, this territory will belong to me, Miha Oneperis. The protagonist explained, This is the autonomous sanctuary. As Tepes listened, he explained that because of this, just as I said before, I plan to turn this place into a sanctuary for hunters. Miha confessed this while placing an object into Tepes' hand. That's why I want to invite you to take the position of Hunter Chief. The object was a necklace inlaid with a blue stone. The protagonist continued, and also become its lord. Miha proudly introduced it. This is a magic item I created to hide your true identity. Wear this, and you'll no longer have to fear people discovering you're a vampire. Surprise! Tepi stared intently at the necklace. He clutched it tightly and asked softly, You made this yourself? Miha was silent. Then, the protagonist nodded and said, The king has entrusted this land to me. He revealed honestly, But I have no desire to rule over this place or interfere in other people's business at all. Miha affirmed, I want this place to become a home, a base for the hunters. Tepes asked again, You want to do that? Are you sure? The protagonist didn't answer, placing his hand on the ground. He continued, So, to turn this place into a proper home and base for the hunters, I plan on staying here for a while, to take care of everything. Miha then made his request. Therefore, I want you to search for the whereabouts of the hunters, who have been living in the shadows all this time. Tepes' eyes widened. Search for them? You mean find a needle in a haystack? Miha responded with a smile. In the group's bedroom, Leyon roared. What? We're staying here for 3 to 4 months, he screamed. Damn it, he complained. Isn't that way too long? Miha explained. I need to establish a few bases in this territory. A few months really isn't that long, he emphasized. Then, looking at Modin and Leyon, the protagonist said with a wicked grin, This is a serious training opportunity for both of you. Miha put on a stern, threatening face. All the things we've acquired while traveling around this area. You two also need time to digest it all. Leyon looked at his hands, deep in thought. Miha called out, Leyon. He leaned his hands on the table and asked, Compared to when we first met, your power has increased significantly. You're much stronger now. You're strong enough to be the tough guy of the neighborhood. The protagonist ventured a guess, but you still feel like it's not enough, right? Hitting a nerve, Leyon immediately nodded. Miha continued, I'm not going to tell you to be patient. In fact, you can and you should become even stronger. Leyon replied, So you're telling me to use this opportunity to train myself thoroughly. The protagonist confessed. For those who can look after themselves, I have nothing to worry about, so I won't bother you any further. He philosophized. Just grow strong and rise up like the grass out there. Leyon smiled faintly, gripping his sword. The swordsman asked, Have you prepared anything? Miha replied, There are monsters everywhere around here. Just treat them as training partners. Leyon slung his sword over his shoulder and replied, Okay, got it. He grinned confidently and declared, Then I'll get stronger. Don't worry about me. Hearing the door close, Miha felt a sense of joy. The son he'd raised for so many years had finally matured. Looking at the remaining person, he said, Next, it's your turn, Modin. The butler closed his eyes respectfully. Please, speak. I am ready to listen as a humble student. The protagonist was surprised and teased him. What's this? Modin. Why'd you agree so damn fast? He answered honestly. Well, in terms of magic ranking, I am higher than you. But, Modin continued, You've already reached the 8th circle, young master. And it seems you have no intention of hiding it. As Miha stood up, he replied, "Well, that makes things even easier." The protagonist walked towards the door and opened it. He flashed a brilliant, sun-like smile and said, "Let's start running, Modern." The butler was at a complete loss for words. "What?" Miha replied, "They always say a healthy body leads to a healthy mind." He smiled and advised him, "So just run. Run diligently on your own 2 feet." The protagonist reminded him of the time he carried the horse, saying, "Modern, I saw your potential. Last time, you used magic, but—" Miha placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You ran very seriously, while still carrying a horse on your back, didn't you?" The old butler's face immediately turned to stone. Modern screamed in despair, "No, I only ran because you told me to, young master." Miha began to drag him away, replying, "I know. You did it because I told you to, and I appreciate that." He thought for a moment. Then, the protagonist asked with a sly grin, "If I told you to run again, you'd do it, wouldn't you?" A long "ah" echoed as dawn broke, and the figure of Teps appeared. "It's even lonelier standing in this withered forest," he said. "See you in a few months, hero." After speaking, he put on his hat and left immediately, as Miha waved goodbye with a smile to the red-haired man. The main character recalled that, just in case, he had asked if the man needed more support, but he refused. But he wasn't worried. Looking at the helmet on Teppa's head and his steady hands gripping the spear, Miha knew one thing for sure. Before his regression, as the commander of the demon hunting squad, Tepes had beheaded every demon he came across, building his own reputation. Watching the night's back, as it was bathed in the brilliant sunlight, our hero mused. The hatred and the talent to become a hunter, he's got it all, Miha calculated. Now, the only thing left to do was, he looked down at the desolate land at his feet. The main character uttered one word, cultivation. "You gotta work to eat. If you don't, you'll just be eating dirt." Set, perched on his shoulder, asked in disbelief, "Is that really possible?" Miha, as obnoxious as ever, scoffed and replied, "Ha, what a pointless question." She was used to his punchable attitude and said, "Oh, so you have a plan then?" With a completely clueless look on his face, he said, "Of course not. If I did, I'd change my damn last name." Set was speechless. She flew down to face him. "So what are you planning to do?" she asked. Miha answered honestly, "First, I have to secure a living space for the people. They need a stable home before they can prosper, right?" Looking at the deserted village, he continued. Then, after reducing the number of nearby monsters, sizing up the village's tattered, makeshift fences, our hero decided, "I'll prepare to erect a defensive spell around the protected area." Like a CEO approving a project, Set said, "That's a reasonable plan." Suddenly, she wondered, "But didn't you want to get rid of this place?" "Why the sudden change of heart?" she asserted. "If you try to do that, I'll return this place to its original state." Miha shot back, "Who said I was going to abandon this place?" He held out his hand, and a green aura appeared in it. Set's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, The aura then dissipated, leaving a pile of sparkling seeds in Mia's hand. She shouted, "Seeds from the world tree?" Then she asked worriedly, "What the fuck? Is the world tree okay? How do you have these?" "The world tree is the only special tree of its kind in this world." Our hero reassured her, "These aren't the real thing. They're just copies. A downgraded product for mass production. That's the quality of a knockoff for you." While saying they're not that effective, he scattered the fake seeds onto the ground. Each seed touched the earth, preparing to begin its sacred mission. A determined look appeared in his eyes. He stated firmly, "But they grow fast and spread wide." As if to illustrate Mia's words, the seeds instantly grew into a large tree. In the blink of an eye, a forest had sprung up around where he stood. Set was stunned, exclaiming, "How? How did it grow so fast? That's better than growth spray." Miha explained, "I conducted some research on the world tree." In his head, he thought, "I'm lying. In reality, I created this before my regression." He continued, "But this is all I have. The amount I can make is limited." The main character looked at the mature tree before him and affirmed, "Furthermore, it only lives for 1 year." "I can't plant any more," Miha thought to himself, "but it's enough to fill the territory. It's still useful since it'll repel demons for a year." Set asked curiously, "How do you plan to manage them?" He replied, "Nefty will help me." She crossed her arms like a wise old woman and said, "If it's Nefty, I'm sure he'll do a good job." Suddenly, remembering something, she asked, "Have you named the trees yet?" A dumbfounded look appeared on Mia's face. He thought, "A name? I don't know." He unconsciously blurted out, "How about dream trees?" imagining a decorative curtain with colorful stars drawn on it appearing behind him. Set regretted asking. She said with disgust, "That's sickening." A few days later, in his bedroom, Miha sat at a table, Staring intently at a crystal ball emitting a blue light, he said, "Father, it's time." On the other side of the crystal was a dreadful silence. After a few moments of hesitation, Lord Iden said warily, "You're asking in a very arrogant way, hero. Your studies are important." Duke Iden was sitting in his study, still holding the pointing stick, his familiar weapon for disciplining his son. He looked at the crystal ball and warned, "If you weren't my son, I would have broken your legs by now." On the other side, Mia beamed and said, "Don't be like that, father. You said you'd support me with all your might." The crystal ball echoed a curt reply, "Of course." Iden's face suddenly turned demonic. He warned, "But if you're planning to create an independent territory, you should have discussed it with me first. You little brat. Don't think you can just do whatever you want because you're more capable than me." Miha retorted cheekily, "You should be used to this by now, shouldn't you, father?" Eden let out a sigh of helplessness. He resignedly admitted, "Humph. I can't beat you because you're too far away. I received a message from the king." "What did he say?" Miha asked. Eden's voice came from the crystal. "The Empire will not pressure you because His Majesty has recognized the importance of a hero." The Duke's face suddenly tensed. He said, "But..." His next words, "He wants you to visit the capital," made Miha's jaw drop. He understood this meant the king wanted to talk to him face to face. Our hero thought gravely, "Face to face? This is going to be a damn headache." He finally made up his mind. "Fine, it's not a problem for me to go," he thought. Elsewhere, someone was training diligently. The sound of steady breathing, ha, ha, matched the sweat pouring from his brawny muscles. Mr. Modern was doing push-ups with a huge rock on his back to build muscle. Mita approached and called out to him. The butler, Modern, asked in surprise, "Young master, what brings you here?" "Got some free time to come and torment me again." The butler listened to the main character's announcement while continuing his push-ups. "I'm planning to visit the capital for a bit. It won't be for long, so I need you to handle some things for me." Moden, out of breath, asked, "Why the hell are you going to the capital?" "God, I'm so tired I could die." Mia answered nonchalantly, "It's nothing. The king wants to talk to me." The butler closed his eyes and said, "I understand. Your Majesty." "Wait, Your Majesty?" Modern realized something was off. He let out a gasp and asked again, "His Majesty? What about him?" An elegant carriage bearing the Duke's family crest traveled down the road. Set curiously questioned, "We're taking the carriage to the capital." "Finally, a comfortable trip for once," she mumbled. "Come to think of it, he never traveled anywhere on his own." Miha replied, "Because there was no need to." Sensing he was unhappy, she just hummed. Suddenly, as if remembering some hot gossip, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, that's right. Seth told Miha. Since your holy power has increased recently, I've also changed a little." The main character asked, "Changed?" She smiled and replied, "Yup." With an eager expression, Seth asked him, "Wanna see?" Her inner voice screamed, "If you dare say no, I'll send you packing." Seth then said excitedly to Miha, "Let me show you." A gentle blue light enveloped her body, seemingly making her grow larger. When she reached the size of a normal human, Seth smiled at him and asked, "So, what do you think?" "Off the charts. Absolutely incredible." Meanwhile, the main character's face remained completely deadpan, as if to say, "Old news." She asked cheerfully, "I look human now, right?" Miha emotionlessly replied, "Haha, yeah, it is a little surprising." Seth raised her hand and said, "As your holy power has grown, I think I've recovered a fair bit myself." The main character asked, "How long can you maintain this appearance?" Seth held up her hand, pretending to do the math. 1 + 1 = 2, then answered, Right now, about 30 minutes a day. I'm not completely useless, you know." Miha was curious. "Other than making you bigger, does it have any other effects?" Instead of answering, she held out her hand. Seth then immediately flicked it outwards. Miha was completely stunned. He could feel that the monsters in the area had their power cut in half. Watching the birds flying chaotically over the forest, the main character curiously asked, "What the heck did you just do?" Seth replied, "I just tried using my Tempest power to attack the monsters around here." Her left hand gripped her right wrist as she said sullenly, "But it was only half as effective. The result is much weaker compared to my power during my golden age." "Alas, where have those glory days gone?" Miha said. "Now that you mention it, I've never heard you talk about your golden age before." Seth's eyes filled with regret as she mumbled, "My golden age. Yeah." Then she answered angrily, "I just mentioned it. It was when I didn't have any problems at all. That was when I was in my legendary golden age, like the age of the gods or similar eras," she said with a wistful tone. "I'm not saying I was a god, but compared to the humans of this era, I was definitely much, much stronger back then." Miha suddenly thought about the concept of a godlike being. The idea of a level 9 master god reminded him of himself and XXX before his regression. They were nothing before the true gods, gods like Hekau, Nephti, Gilrazel, and Seth. They themselves only fought to collect holy relics. The imaginary space in Miha's mind suddenly shifted from pitch black to blinding white. Could the power of the holy relics truly help them reach the level of the gods? The main character recalled the image of the final boss before his regression. The demon lord, with its skull-like face and heavy armor, standing under a crimson sunset sky shrouded by ash fluttering in the wind. He thought to himself that they, too, believed that power could destroy the demon lord. Miha rested his chin on his hand and uttered, "I don't quite get it. How could the entire civilization of a race just collapse?" He glanced to the side as a thought flashed through his mind. He looked at Seth's lonely silhouette and guessed it might have been because of a traitor. Suddenly, a hole appeared in Seth's head, and a long hissing sound echoed. The air inside her began to escape. Even the usually stoic Miha was startled, watching Seth deflate beside him just like a balloon. His expression screamed, "What the hell was that?" The mini version of Seth reappeared, looking incredibly embarrassed. So embarrassing. The main character questioned her, "You said you had 30 minutes. Seth flashed a confident smile and replied, "I got a little excited and used my power for too many things, so the time got cut short." He closed his eyes and nodded, thinking, "I knew it." All talk and no action, Miha thought, looking out the window. I can be like that a lot, too. As the carriage rolled on, the main character began to make some calculations. There's still some time before we reach the imperial capital, so I've decided to check everything I've gained so far. He looked at the mark of Hekau on his hand and thought, "Unfortunately, everything I've received lately has been holy power." Miha looked at the mark emotionlessly, thinking, "Everyone knows that mages can't handle holy power at all." An image of Hekau's mark appeared, shimmering and enveloped by mana. The main character was confident, but in my case, mana and holy power don't conflict at all. Wait a minute, he suddenly had a bright idea. His great idea was this: it wasn't that the two powers had combined, but that a third form of energy had been created. Miha closed his eyes and frowned. He knew many small changes were gradually occurring. The main character placed a hand on his chest, wondering if he should try something to test it. A purple universe materialized in his mind. An image appeared of a human being blended with the blessings of the gods and mana, blurring the line between holy power and mana, the holy power of the world tree. Abundant tempest power, the holy mark of Hekau. I think it'll be hard to feel this power if I don't concentrate. This mana is mixing with 3 other types of holy power. He considered that the world tree and tempest powers were about to merge into one. Then, after checking, Miha knew for sure that they had already blended together. The main character affirmed, "Why wouldn't it be possible? That's its very nature." An image appeared of a grassy field with lights twinkling like fireflies, where dense vines wrapped around a stone pillar. Miha opened his eyes. He felt a pleasant sensation enveloping his body. Seth, sitting beside him, suddenly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" The scene before her made her feel like her entire world was being turned upside down. The boss cursed that this was fucking insane. She felt her surroundings had transformed into a forest, with small, sparkling beams of light. Miha, who was beside her, was merging into a tree trunk. The boss said, "I've become a cultivator now, in this forest." Tiny spirits were playing amidst the blossoming flowers, all vying to show off their beauty. Miha stared blankly and said, "Oh, a druid." He imagined a druid standing in the forest, staff in hand. There's a huge difference between a druid and a mage, you see. Druids don't use mana. Instead, they wield power from nature. To put it bluntly, they borrow it without paying it back. They can get help from plants and animals. It's an innate skill. Inside the carriage, which was covered in blooming flowers, vines, and sparkling lights, Miha thought to himself, "I'm pretty sure I have absolutely no connection to nature whatsoever." Suddenly, the main character smiled, realizing, "But I guess I do now. Huh. It's not like just because you were single before, you have to stay that way forever." "How interesting," Set asked in disbelief. "How the hell did this happen? How could the powers of the world tree and a violent storm possibly mix together? Damn it, that's just ridiculously overpowered. How could a mere human pull something like this off?" He smirked and said, "But it's still possible, isn't it? That's what makes it so OP. Set didn't deny it. "Well, yes, it's possible, but it's so damn illogical," she explained. "Divine power isn't the kind of energy that humans can easily control." The main character disagreed and asked, "But Cow's divine power is used widely by the priests, isn't it?" Set answered bitterly, "Her divine power is nothing special. It's a modified version of the power, adapted for human use." In the sparkling forest, her voice continued to echo. "The truth is, even the saintesses, who are experts at wielding divine power, can't control the real thing. But you've combined two of them. You're truly on another level. The main character said, "It's difficult, but not impossible." Set immediately yelled. "That's exactly why it's so absurd," she retorted sharply. "That's why it defies common sense." Miha immediately caught on to something odd. He thought, defies common sense? Huh. I have a feeling. The main character recalled his meeting with He Kao in the first hero's tomb. She once called him a demigod. He concluded, maybe all of this is related to that. Suddenly, a figure appeared, drawing their attention. It was a tiny, round, and absolutely adorable spirit with stubby little legs. It had two tiny horns on its head, and its hair was made of miniature leaves, with a cute pink flower stylishly placed on top. Its green eyes stared at the two of them with innocent confusion. A true masterpiece of creation that women would adore. Mita spoke up and asked it, "Who are you?" Miha asked, "Who are you?" The creature blinked, pointed at itself, and said, "Me. I don't know." Then it pointed its tiny hand at Miha. "But you're very friendly. I want to be friends with you." Hearing this, Miha looked up blankly at the creature, which was struggling to do something in front of him. It looked like it was having a really hard time. Set was also confused. A mole? What is it doing? Then, the creature flew up to Miha's eye level. He widened his eyes. Wait, is that what the creature is holding in its tiny hand? Thesis's holy herb. The magical ingredient that every alchemist in the world wants to find in order to create a panacea. This miraculous herb is essential. Miha held the glittering golden holy herb in his hand, examining it, a bit stunned that the creature was giving it to him. "Why are you?" The creature gestured politely. "Don't be shy. It's just a welcoming gift." "That's right. It's not a bribe." Miha casually said to the spirit, "What if I refuse?" Hearing this, it was as if a thunderstorm erupted in the little spirit's ears. As a storm brewed, Set grabbed Miha's head and grumbled, "Stop joking around. You know it was created during your awakening. You have to accept this kid's bribe." Miha closed his eyes. "All right, fine. I wasn't going to refuse anyway." He looked at the spirit, who was sitting dejectedly, crushed by his joke. "It looks so pitiful. I'll need a fairy's help if I want to become a druid." Miha spoke up. "Okay, I'll take it." Hearing that, the spirit's face lit up like a blooming flower, and it smiled joyfully. Miha asked it, "What's your name?" The little creature replied, "I don't know." "If you don't have a name, how about I give you one? Please, give me a name." Miha rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. I wonder what would be a good name." Remembering how the spirit struggled to dig out the holy herb to give him, Miha came up with a name. Monday Set looked bewildered. "Huh." She peeked over and asked, "Wait, Mon is in, mole?" Miha nonchalantly replied, "Yep, you have to put some thought into a name, right?" While Sate was complaining to Miha, the spirit just stared blankly upon hearing its new name. "Monday, why Mon? Well then, Mon it is." Its face lit up with immense joy. Miha pointed and said, "See, she likes it. If you say so." A little later, the two of them got on the carriage to return to the capital. The moment the carriage stopped, Set flew out with a sense of relief. It's as peaceful as ever." She turned to Miha and asked, "Are you going to see the king right away?" "No, I'm not." Miha smiled. "I can't go see him empty-handed." Back in front of the magnificent, splendid palace, a priest cheerfully welcomed Mia's return. "Welcome back, warrior." Miha asked, "You seem to be in a good mood." The priest scratched his head. "Of course I am. You solved that problem for us. So, what brings you here?" "I've come for an audience with His Majesty." "Oh, the king?" The priest's mood instantly darkened. "I can only wish you good luck, then." Miha said, "Actually, there is something you can help me with, Archbishop. I hear you have some very valuable information." The Archbishop was taken aback. "You mean?" Miha smiled. The king's dark past. The Archbishop's eyes widened when he heard that. He stammered, Why all of a sudden?" Miha answered, "I am a warrior, Archbishop. Instead of letting others plot against me, I prefer to stay one step ahead of them." Inside the palace, someone was kneeling and reporting the news. "That Oneperis brat has entered the city? Damn it. I can't believe that fool actually became a warrior." Marquis Kelly Boss looked up at the sunset. "How ridiculous." He asked the subordinate beside him, "What do you think?" "I believe we can no longer ignore this matter." "I agree. That fool was rejected by Lindell, yet in just 1 year, he's gained this much influence. It's impossible. The Holy Kingdom can't be trusted." The subordinate asked Kelly Boss, "What should I do, my lord?" He turned and said, "What do you mean?" "For him to come to the capital. There's only one reason. That would make him suddenly return to the capital, a command from the king." "Exactly. If the king's favor shifts towards the Oneperis family, the balance of power will collapse. No, maybe that's just an excuse. I don't like the Oneperis family. I hate both the mages and the head of that family. That damn family. From a long, long time ago. The image of a girl flashed in his memory. Her face was unclear, but she had rejected him. That wretched Oneperis clan. I can't let you people succeed. Humans live while facing so many unknowns. Miha lifted his face, closing his eyes to enjoy the wind. That's right. That's life. If something like this happens again, it won't be fun at all. It's incredibly difficult. The light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest, isn't it? Miha opened his eyes. But it doesn't have to happen right now. And yet, Miha was being lifted straight off the ground by Aiden. What just happened? Flashing back a few minutes, Miha was walking through the palace, sighing. Mission 1 is complete. Seth flew around him, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Should I take a walk around the capital? As he was weighing his options, a voice called out, "Miha, my son." He froze. That voice. Miha looked to his left. It was Aiden Oneperis, his father, with a massive, spiked mace on his shoulder, his eyes blazing with fire. Back in the present, Miha pleaded helplessly. "Father, please put the mace down so we can talk, okay? This is how I talk. Why should I put it down?" Aiden laughed. "And there isn't an archmage in the world who disciplines his child with his mind. This father is very proud that you took over the domain." Miha forced a smile. "Is that what you came to tell me, father? Come to think of it, I haven't spoken to you in a while." Aiden slowly lowered Miha to the ground. You're right." The two of them suddenly fell into an awkward situation, standing in front of each other in silence. Looking at his father, Miha thought to himself, "I didn't know this before my regression. I was always his exception, and I never tried to understand him. I ran away from my father, the great 8th Circle Archmage. Maybe it was because I felt he was untouchable, and maybe because he was so great, I thought he couldn't understand me, but perhaps I just felt inferior to him. So Miha had run away from his father for a very, very long time. And now, standing face to face with him, he was beginning to understand something. But now, I think I know. Father is just a man who's clumsy at being a father." Miha summoned all his courage, hesitantly holding his fist out in front of Aiden, and said, "I have a lot I want to tell you, Dad." A little later, the father and son sat facing each other in the palace. Aiden asked, "You met with the Emperor, yet you seem so calm." Miha shrugged. "Freaking out wouldn't change anything, would it?" His father chuckled. "Haha, it feels like just yesterday you were clinging to Lady Lindell, but now you've grown so much. This isn't the time to be naive anymore." Aiden then asked, "Are you talking about the demons?" Miha picked up his teacup. "Yes, we have a common enemy, but humanity doesn't want to unite. Honestly, I'm not worried about meeting the Emperor." His father immediately asked, "Then what are you worried about?" "The 4 great families. Noble families so powerful that each one is considered a kingdom in itself. The 4 great families consist of House Mr. Ball, House Lindell, House Kelly Boss, and House One Burgess." Miha continued, "Among them, the Lindell family is the most trustworthy. But look at the current situation. So you're saying the other 2 families are the problem here. The most problematic is the Kelly Boss family." Aiden mused. "Kelly Boss, you say. They're a tough nut to crack. But what do you plan to do?" Miha replied, "I have a plan. But before that, please help me with something." "What is it?" "I've thought of an effective way to stop Kelly Boss." After the conversation with his father, Miha was once again wandering around with Seth. She hovered near his ear, questioning their father-son relationship. "That was weird. Do you two share some strange gene?" "It's normal. What's wrong with it?" He corrected her. "Well, Dad is a little weird. But you get used to it." "No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, it's been a while since the capital was like this." "Before my regression," Seth asked, "So, where are you heading?" Miha looked down. "I should meet the Emperor, of course. But are you planning to do anything else?" "That is." Before Miha could finish, he sensed something was wrong. Seth asked worriedly, "Miha, I know. We're being followed." Miha continued his stroll through the capital. He noted the people tailing him, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. "Are they from the Dark Guild? I expected someone would follow me, but this is fewer people than I thought. It seems they've underestimated me." A chill ran down the back of Miha's neck. "There's one more, acting much more stealthily than the other 3. "I see. It seems that person is the real threat." Seth asked, "What are you planning to do?" Miha considered. "I'm not sure. I'll choose to lose them, but I have a bad feeling. The incident where I purified Sewer Rat was an accident. I don't remember it clearly, but it was supposed to happen much later. But now that Sewer Rat is gone, what will happen to the Dark Guild? I guess someone with a rank comparable to Sewer Rat has already taken over. And it's possible a great demon like Beelzebub might appear again. I need to check. In a distant corner, behind Miha, one of the stalkers was watching him. If I keep this much distance from him, I shouldn't be discovered. She wondered, is he a hero? There's a lot of information on Miha Oneperis, but nothing about him being a hero. And the little intel that has been shared sounds so absurd, it's not trustworthy at all. The stalker peeked out again, murmuring to herself. So, he purified a great demon in the imperial capital, and a vampire. Perhaps he was born with some extraordinary gift, but he's just someone recognized as having the qualities of a true hero. Should I? Lost in thought, Miha had vanished from her sight. What? She gasped, bewildered. It was just a second, just the blink of an eye. How could I have lost his trail? She stood there, looking around the city for a moment, then cursed in frustration. Damn it! How could I make a mistake like this? She quickly rushed into the crowd. I need to find him immediately. As she scrambled through the sea of people, a hand suddenly gripped her shoulder. A cold voice rang out, "Are you looking for something?" The female stalker froze. Miha, who had just been smiling, had an instantaneous change in expression. He asked, "Who are you with?" She trembled, speechless. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly transformed and fled at high speed. She was terrified, her mind racing as she escaped. What should I do now? What do I do? All right. I've found what I was looking for. He's incredibly talented. He detected my stealth technique instantly. That's something even masters would have a hard time doing. I need to report this to the guild immediately. She returned to her guild as a precaution, then took a different route to get here. Pant. That should be good enough. But before she could even finish wiping the sweat from her brow, Miha was already standing right beside her. So, this is the place, huh? The stalker girl was completely stunned. Oh crap, I'm so dead. She was so shocked she could only stammer, how? Miha, with a calm smile, said, Dark invisibility. You're the dark fairy. After the rat died, Talia took over as leader. How did you know we were allied with Talia? You're a dark fairy from the Dark Guild. How ridiculous. Now, show me the way. The girl just stared blankly as Miha threatened her. The Dark Guild, you say? I've already figured out where your guild is. Did you really think you could keep hiding it from me? To his surprise, the girl agreed. Sir Hero. Then, unexpectedly, she poked her index fingers together in a cute gesture. Can we go somewhere private? Turns out, she has a lot to be embarrassed about. I'm a manager at the guild's base. It would be really bad if everyone saw you capturing me. Miha fell silent, thinking for a long moment before sighing. No, I refuse. Miha raised his hand and yelled, Sleep, before the girl could even react with a, Wait, you son of a, she fell straight into dreamland. And so, Miha just slung her over his shoulder. Seth muttered, Wow, she's pretty. You should have been a little more considerate. Miha wasn't concerned. I don't need to be considerate to someone from the Dark Guild. Besides, if I take her there, they won't treat her badly. Seth was puzzled. How do you know that? She's the adopted daughter of the Thalia Guild Master. The Dark Guild was filled with the loud and cheerful sounds of drinking, with the girl from before slung over his shoulder. Miha kicked the door open and walked in. Is this Thalia? He asked. A man spoke up. Who's this brat? So, this is the right place. Without any mercy, he tossed the girl onto the floor and said, Here, sign for your delivery. When everyone saw it was Thalia's adopted daughter, they erupted into chaos. It's Lady Miha. The men were furious. Impossible. Miha calmly raised his hand. Now do you recognize me? A few dozen men were about to rush him and teach him a lesson, but Miha just stood there, unmoving. He smirked. Wow, calm down. Miha snapped his fingers. Freeze. Magic circles immediately appeared, instantly immobilizing everyone. Miha asked, Was anyone here dragged into this for no good reason? Good. No one. Seth scoffed. They're magically silenced. How are they supposed to answer? Miha, in his usual nonchalant tone, said, I know what I'm doing, Seth. Ignoring him, Miha sat down on a chair, resting his chin on his hand as he waited. Shouldn't you come out and face me now? This waiting is starting to annoy me. And if you don't cooperate, well, waiting this long gets boring. Miha decided to cause some trouble, holding his hand out and making the entire tavern shake. He kept it up until a person appeared beside him and said, Stop. Miha glanced over. Ah, so you finally decided to show up. Are you the guild master here? The man removed his hood. I am Hedos. It seems my daughter has caused you some trouble. I apologize. Miha bowed his head slightly. Caused me trouble? He glared at Miha, who was lying on the ground. I know you're awake. So why haven't you gotten up yet? Miha jolted, caught, and scrambled to sit up. This is so embarrassing. Can't you just listen to me for a second? You're so mean. Miha shot back. The one who goes around stalking people is the mean one. Miha stomped her foot, refusing to accept it. If you were a real hero, you'd share your personal information. Hidos chided her. Miha, that's enough. She reluctantly muttered a deflated, yes, that was an order from me, Hidos added. We need to gather information on heroes, so I sent her. Hidos bowed his head. I sincerely apologize. Miha quickly ran to his side. Ah, I'll do anything you want. Just don't hurt my father. He tends to blame himself for things. Hidos. He's the master of the Thalia Guild and also a master assassin in the original timeline. He was supposed to have been killed by those bastards, but the future I know has changed. What should I do? This is a turning point for Thalia. Following Seth, according to my plan, these changes can't be too obvious. Everything has to happen under my watch. Miha finally spoke up. Honestly, I didn't come here to blame you, he said. Hidos looked puzzled. Really? But the rat. He's a heretical monster. One who sold his soul to a demon. You've taken over his territory, haven't you? Miha got angry. Hey, are you saying we're the same as those heretics? Miha stood up. I've already made my stance on this clear. It's my responsibility to clean up these rats. Miha looked scared. But people take over unclaimed land all the time. Yes, they do. He grabbed an unconscious man from the floor and pulled back his sleeve, revealing a heretic's tattoo. That is, if you don't recruit his people. Hidos looked down. So, do you intend to destroy his heretics as well? A wave of pressure pressed down on Mia's neck. Such incredible pressure. Just as expected from a master. He asked Hidos, are you done? Wait, I never expected to meet a master assassin here. You are very perceptive. Miha replied, I know. I can see many other small details. For example, he pointed at Hidos's heart. Miha's eyes narrowed. There's something strange. It seems you're cursed. How are you still alive? Hidos was shocked. How did you know? Miha smiled brightly. I'm the hero. The higher-ups told me. Miha asked worriedly. If you know about the curse, do you know how to break it? Miha crossed his arms. Well, of course. Miha was stunned. She rushed forward and started shaking Miha. What's the method? Tell me. If you need anything, I'll do whatever it takes to get it for you. She's pretty desperate, Miha thought. He said to Miha, but I never do anything for free. So, he smiled. How much do you know about me? After a short negotiation, an agreement between Miha and Hidos was reached. Miha handed one copy of the agreement to Hidos. All right, now stamp it here. And here. I know. The agreement was signed immediately. To be honest, signing this agreement was the only logical step. Both sides were in agreement, so there was no need to drag things out. First, break Hidos's curse. Thanks to this, Hidos won't have to suffer any longer. The fact that a professional assassin will soon make a full recovery is not something to be taken lightly. To guide Thalia toward a brighter future. Miha said, Thalia's limits are clear. Even if you surpass them, you can't escape the shackles that bind you as a member of the Dark Guild. Hidos replied, there are some things we cannot deny. Therefore, Sir Hero. Miha cut him off. Yeah, I already said I'd help you. In return, the Thalia Guild will do everything in its power to gather information from me, and if anyone doesn't comply. Hidos continued, they will pay with their life. That is a clause in the agreement, is it not? And Thalia is to remain uninvolved. You understand the meaning behind that, don't you? Hidos bowed his head and replied, I understand. Exterminate the rat's subordinates, even though it won't be easy at all. Miha was about to leave. All right, that's all for now. Behind him, Hidos expressed his concerns. Even after signing this agreement, I still find it hard to see my guild stepping out of the shadows. Have you forgotten which family I come from? Miha asked coolly. House Oneperis. Heir is Axo. My father is still in the capital, so just listen to him. Hidos was silent for a moment, then hesitantly asked, but is his personality as good as yours? Miha thought of his old man as a demon. That's a tough one, isn't it? He shrugged. My father is on a whole other level. Don't you worry. Even if his personality isn't the best, he won't do anything to you. Hidos looked up, muttering to himself, everything has to go smoothly. Oh, dear. Miha quietly left Hidos's bar. Miha gripped her father's arm. Father, what is it, daughter? Can we really trust him? I have a good feeling about this, daughter. That's how I've lived my life until now. The day I met you. My choices were all based on that instinct of mine. I think it would be great if I could escape this curse. But what's more important is that the hero made a promise. A promise. A promise to pull us out of the darkness. There wasn't a hint of prejudice in his eyes. That means he's sincere and thinks things through carefully. He also respects us enough to make a deal with us. It's not easy to get help from heroes, because if we had met when things were still up in the air, we wouldn't have had to lose anything. Miha sighed. I understand. Miha used his skill again. 1 second, Miha saw him right there, and the next, he had vanished. She remarked, "For someone with the title of hero, he seems a bit too ordinary." "I think so too." At the magnificent royal palace, Miha looked around, thinking, looking at the palace like this, it feels so surreal. So this is the place I have to protect. Talking to His Majesty with someone listening, it makes me uncomfortable. But this way, I won't be in any danger. But why do I still feel so anxious? Miha looked up, thinking. Around this time, a royal knight like him should already be in the palace. That person's presence. 2 swords blocked Miha's path. Halt. Beyond this point is where the great emperor resides. Have you not heard of me? I am a hero. The 2 guards stared, mouths agape, at Miha's shimmering insignia. What? They stammered hastily. I'll check again. We received a message. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Fine. Go ahead and verify it. I've checked. Your knight escort will be here shortly. All right. I understand. Of course, I know exactly who's coming. If the hero's escort is one of the 2 new recruits, then there's only one person it could be. Greetings, hero. I am. Miha smiled. Myron, right? The escort was surprised. Ah, yes. How do you know me? Aren't we both from noble lines? I'm from House Oneperis, and you're from House Kelibos. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miha extended his hand, and they shook. Yes, this is him. Myron Kelibos, the second son of Marcus Kelibos. And before I regressed, I couldn't help him at all. He was either a sinner who killed his own father, his own flesh and blood, Marcus Kelibos, or a hero who stopped a depraved and wrathful family. Later on, Myron would be known by 2 contradictory titles, the ruined hero. Miha turned and cheerfully shook Myron's hand, which surprised him quite a bit. After being stunned for a moment, Myron finally reacted. A bright smile appeared on his face as he spoke. I never expected the famous hero to know my name. Afterwards, Myron led Miha to the great hall, smiling all the while. Miha looked at the pure smile on Myron's face and thought to himself, this is how he used to be. A sinner, a fallen hero. That's what they called you. But right now, he genuinely seems so carefree and kind. Suddenly, Miha spoke up. Myron, you were just recently appointed as a royal knight, weren't you? That's right. Myron quickly replied, yes, but becoming a royal knight makes me very proud. Then, Myron scratched his face and added with a sheepish smile, of course, compared to you, it's nothing. Hearing this, Miha immediately countered, no, achieving that at your age is very admirable. Myron's smile grew even wider at the praise as he replied, hearing you say that makes me happy too. Seeing Myron like this, Miha rejoiced inwardly. That's right, that smile is still pure. It's because, up until now, Myron still doesn't know the truth about his father, the very thing that will cause his self-destruction. When Miha had discussed it with his own father, he mentioned that there was only one way to take down Marcus in a single blow, and Miha needed Myron for that plan. Suddenly, Miha looked at Myron and asked him, Myron, what do you think of Marcus Kelibos? At this, Myron asked in surprise, you mean, my father? He then answered seriously, I respect him. We are one of the 4 great families of the kingdom, and isn't he our head? Of course, I know father isn't too fond of House Oneperis, but that was just some youthful impulsiveness. My father is a mature man. He wouldn't hold a grudge over something like that. Hearing this, Miha almost burst out laughing. He scoffed internally. Mature? Ha, how ridiculous. Before I regressed, even as my family was collapsing, it was Marcus who relentlessly oppressed and destroyed it. Marcus went too far, and Myron found out. That's when the conflict began, and everything turned into a disaster. There's a lot to think about, but now is the right time to let him know about this. Miha continued walking and asked with a casual air, that reminds me, Myron, there's something that's become a hot topic in the capital recently. Do you know about it? Myron leaned in closer and said, if it's about. Miha suddenly uttered 3 words, the dark families. This made Myron's brow furrow. He clearly didn't like talking about this issue. Myron quickly replied, that's a rather thorny issue, but it can't be solved overnight. But before Myron could finish, Miha interrupted. Do the royal knights have nothing to do with it? Myron nodded, then hesitated and gave a sad smile. That's right. I understand what you mean, but my duty is to protect the king. Others have already been assigned to handle that matter. Miha looked at the hesitating Myron and suggested, perhaps, but if the king gave his permission, it would be a different story. This elicited a shocked reaction from Myron, catching him completely off guard. Miha knew exactly what Myron craved. He was currently a royal knight, but in reality, he hated being tied down to one place. The reason he accepted a position that didn't suit him at all was because Marcus wanted it. This meant that Miha only needed to provide a small push, and Myron would easily be nudged towards the hidden Tarut. That was the very plan Miha had devised. Seeing Myron's reaction to his proposal, Miha continued, "If you wish, I can put in a good word for you during my audience with the king." Then, Miha looked directly into Myron's eyes and said, "I don't just simply see other people. The Lord is always by my side, and sometimes he whispers to me," he says. Miha smiled at Myron and slowly added, "That you have a mission of your own." Myron's eyes widened in shock, unable to hide the emotions buried in the deepest corner of his heart. Myron knew this was his chance to break free from his chains. After a moment of thought, Myron hesitantly asked, "Could you really speak for me?" Miha was pleased. The fish had taken the bait. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's easy." Afterward, Myron led Miha to the great hall and said, "This is the escorted audience hall. It is my honor." Then, Miha opened the door and entered alone. The moment he stepped inside, a voice rang out. "You've had a long journey." Miha gave a diplomatic smile and replied, "It is a great honor to have an audience with you, Your Majesty." King Jesus stepped down to where Miha stood. He looked him up and down before speaking in an appraising tone. "You don't look very honored." King Jesus' eyes were scrutinizing, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You greet me respectfully because I am the emperor, but your tone carries not a shred of respect." How amusing. Upon hearing this, Miha calmly closed his eyes and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty." King Jesus walked past Miha and continued, "I never expected a hero to come from Oneperis. Since I have the authority to decide who becomes a hero, I've done a little research." King Jesus held up a document with Miha's history, his voice sharp as he glanced back at him. "Miha Oneperis, you were once a madman." When Miha didn't react, the king asked, "I'm using the past tense. That's a compliment, you know. Or am I being too rude to our hero?" Miha, still with his eyes closed, calmly replied, "No, I have no intention of denying the Tirut." In his heart, Miha understood that King Jesus wasn't just evaluating him as a hero. He was also trying to figure out what kind of person Miha Oneperis was. Was he a rebel? A fool? Had fame gone to his head? Or did he harbor some other ambition? The king would categorize Miha based on how he behaved, and because of that, Miha smiled deceitfully, looked at the king provocatively, and said, "But I'm the evolved kind of psycho." Miha had made up his mind. He had absolutely no intention of giving King Jesus the answer he wanted. The most powerful man on the continent, Jesus refer Alexandro, the king who ruled this great empire. His Majesty is a man who fully understands that disaster strikes when power is gained without responsibility. He uses that as a line to begin judging what kind of person someone is. But King Jesus was in a bind. He tried to assess Miha, but Miha had just outplayed him. The king thought to himself, "What is wrong with this man?" King Jesus realized he couldn't see through Miha at all. This has never happened before. How interesting. Miha's expression changed. He bowed his head, seemingly conceding, and said, "I apologize if my tone was a bit unpleasant." Hearing this, King Jesus began to lecture him. With an attitude like that, "If I were your father, I'd be furious." At that, Miha laughed, looked the king straight in the eye, and said, "But you're not, are you, Your Majesty? Can't you be a little more generous?" King Jesus replied, "Of course, hero. Now then, tell me, is a disaster about to befall this world?" Miha quickly said, "If we prepare now, there won't be any problems. I am certain it is a great disaster, but its specific scale will depend on how we prepare." King Jesus clearly grasped the main point of Miha's words. Did Miha mean that this disaster couldn't be stopped? The king looked at Miha and said, "A disaster that my empire would struggle to endure? History has mentioned a great demon that was exceptionally difficult to deal with." Miha interrupted, "It's not just a great demon lurking in the shadows out there. The lord of those demons will come as well." Upon hearing this, the king grew pensive. "A lord, you say? That's not good at all." King Jesus' mind was reeling. Miha mentioning something so impossible was absurd. Hadn't Miha just said a great demon was hiding right here in the imperial capital? The king looked down at Miha and asked, "So, what do you want from me? I'm sure you didn't come here just to see me. You must have come here with something to say." Faced with this suspicion and barrage of questions, Miha adopted a thoughtful expression, stroking his chin in contemplation. Then, Miha looked at the king and slowly began to speak. "What I want to say is..." Suddenly, Miha burst out laughing, a crazed look in his eyes as he faced the king and answered, "I want nothing at all." Upon hearing those words, King Jesus' face darkened, his brow furrowed as he asked in a strained voice, "Is that so?" Miha smiled. The fish had taken the bait. He's reacting. Miha then recalled his earlier conversation with Bishop Ackley. He had mentioned a weakness. "I'm not sure if this will be of any help to you, but the current His Majesty is very apathetic. However, Whenever the topic of abdication comes up, he becomes as short-tempered as ever. Miha thought, simply put, the king's current apathy only turns to irritation when the subject is abdication. Once, the previous king had sincerely asked the current king, "Son, is there anything you want?" At that time, Jesus, with a smile on his young, eager face, had said, "No, I don't want anything at all." After giving that answer, the king was scolded by the queen for 2 whole days. The current king was just that kind of person. King Jesus felt a headache coming on and quickly rubbed his forehead, saying, "You want nothing? Haha, you say you want nothing? I'm sure you want something. To become the center of this continent. Or perhaps you want me to promise my aid." Miha looked coldly at the king and said, "Seeking help? Those are things I can do myself. And this empire is ruled by you, King Alexandro. I have no desire to be the center of this place." Then Miha smiled, his eyes narrowing slyly as he said, "Why don't you give me something more suitable for me?" King Jesus frowned, his voice filled with annoyance as he asked, "In other words, you won't ask for anything directly, but you want me to think of something to give you? Is that it?" The king paced towards him impatiently. Miha waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's not as harsh as you make it sound, Your Majesty. But if that's how you choose to interpret it, then so be it. Your Majesty, please try to see it from my perspective. Your Majesty, I wish I could be a perfect hero. But unfortunately, I still have my shortcomings." King Jesus sized him up. "You really don't seem like a hero at all." Then, he turned away and said, "Ah, fine. In that case, I will do as I please. To be honest, I have no intention of changing my mind." Miha simply replied, "Yes." Internally, he was celebrating. Just needed to be a little more shameless. King Jesus then made his decision. "I will form a unit of knights to fight the demons. I will send official orders to every lord." King Jesus then pressed his seal into Miha's palm. He then instructed, "Whenever you need help, just let me know. And don't go saying you've received so much help from the Holy Kingdom. I am more than capable of helping you far more than they can. This is my seal. As long as you are within the Empire's territory, everyone will assist you with all their might." Miha bowed respectfully, then laughed. "Haha, you've given me far too much." King Jesus asked, "Is there anything else?" Miha looked at the king cautiously and said, "I want nothing more, but," after some discussion, the king said in surprise, "If it's Myron, you mean from the House of Kelly." Miha replied, I'm just voicing my thoughts, but surely nothing would be affected if one palace knight were absent for a while, right?" The king thought for a moment, then said, "Lately, the palace knights have been oblivious to what's happening in the outside world. There should be at least one who goes out to gain some experience. Very well, tell that boy from the House of Kelly to go out, experience the world, and bring me back results that I find satisfactory. You may go. I'm sure you're pleased with this outcome." Miha nodded. "Yes, I am." Then, Miha turned to leave. But after just 5 steps, he stopped. "Ah, one more thing. Your Majesty." Mia's sly grin reappeared, accompanied by a faint chuckle. "I would also like a word with the person hiding behind that pillar." King Jesus was slightly startled, exclaiming, "Oh." The sunlight from outside struck the gem on his crown, making it sparkle. King Jesus then said, "Very well. You may." The palace doors closed. King Jesus stared into the empty space for a long time. Then, he tilted his head back warily and said, "He found out. It seems that Hero has been paying attention to you for some time." Just then, the commander of the Royal Knights, Hector Leyon, stepped out from behind the pillar, replying in surprise, "There's no way he could have detected me. Just because he's a mage?" The king thought for a moment, then said, "Things are no longer going according to my will. This is getting interesting. What's the point of living if life is boring?" Internally, King Jesus calculated, "If this is a disaster that cannot be avoided no matter what we do, then we must be prepared." Back with Miha, who had just stepped out of the palace, Myron's voice called out to him, "Hero." Myron anxiously studied Miha's expression and asked in a panic, Is something wrong?" Miha replied, "The king has given his permission." Seeing Myron's face light up like a flower upon hearing the news, Miha teased, "Judging by your reaction, it seems the position of royal guard was a bit much for you." Hearing that, Myron's grin grew even wider. "Ha, was I that obvious?" Suddenly, he stopped smiling, his voice turning contemplative. "I like being a knight, but it's not at all what I thought it would be. Fulfilling the duty of protecting His Majesty is an honor for me, but..." Suddenly, Miha cut him off. "Isn't your desire to save more people?" Miha then said, Of course, I'm not doing this for free. I have a job I need you to do for me." Myron asked in surprise, "What is it?" Miha smiled, "The rats. Judging by the archdemon's appearance, I need to purify that thing immediately. Therefore, I can't be the one to capture the rats and deal with everything related to them." Myron asked, "So you want me to hunt them down?" Miha nodded. That's right. Truthfully, Miha already knew everything. This was a necessary step to bring Myron closer to the T-root. Meanwhile, Myron still wore that pure, innocent smile. And with that smile, he replied, yes, I'll do it. Suddenly, Miha raised a finger. And one more thing. After you find them, you must return to me immediately. Do not take any other action, Myron asked. So you want me to report back to you right away? He then flashed another naive smile and shouted, I will do as you say. After talking with Myron, Miha stepped outside. Just then, his little boss popped out and asked, why did you let that knight investigate this matter? Is there a reason? Miha replied, of course. You'll find out soon enough. When Miha returned home, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Frozen in place, Miha yelled, Dad, what are you doing? Mister. Iden glared angrily at his godforsaken son and shouted, you rotten brat. You're the one who told them to come see me, and now you're asking me that. Mr. Iden sat imposingly, pointing a finger as he said coldly, just by looking at them, I can tell they're caught up in some troublesome business. So why did you bring them to me? Huh. Suddenly, Hedo's Slen timidly raised his hand. He spoke in a small voice, I'm a professional assassin. But a second later, Mr. Iden yelled, shut up. Seeing his father, fierce as a tiger, and then looking at Miha and Hedos sitting obediently like puppies, Miha said helplessly, Talia, the Dark Guild. I was planning to place them within our family's territory. I'm sure that you, father, are someone who can do anything, so I'm entrusting them to you. Dad. Hearing his precious son say that, Mr. Eden roared. So you're telling me you're just going to dump them on me because you're too busy playing hero? Still doing this and that, huh? Miha sighed and said, if I successfully become a hero, it will also help the family. Hearing his son's words start to make sense, Eden put on a pensive look and said, that's right. A dark elf is a master assassin. I have a feeling they know something. At that moment, Hedos and his daughter were kneeling on the ground in despair. His daughter, Miha, looked at her father dejectedly and asked, Father, are you okay? Hedos sighed and replied, it's nothing. Suddenly, Miha's voice rang out. I don't have any other choice. I'm going to turn Talia into an intelligence agency that works for our family. Hearing this, Lord Idon immediately said, this is news to me. If that's the case, then hiring them isn't a bad idea. Upon hearing this, Hedos and his son were overjoyed. The father and son beamed. Miha then told Lord Iden, I'll send you the details later. Hedos and his son smiled happily and said, thank you. They then left the room, leaving the two of them alone. Lord Iden looked at Miha and said, there's a lot I want to talk about, but I'll just ask you one thing. How did your audience with the king go? Miha replied, it was fine. He asked me a few rather tricky questions, but I had anticipated all of them. What I didn't anticipate was this. As he spoke, Miha pulled out the seal that King Gesu had bestowed upon him. I received this unexpected gift. Lord Iden was a bit surprised. The king's seal. This isn't just some simple pin. Miha agreed with him, saying, I'm sure this will be a great help to me when I'm carrying out my duties as a knight. Lord Iden calmly reminded him, no one in this empire can turn their back on the king. Now, I must be going. Miha quickly tucked the seal into his pocket and replied with a smile, I still have a lot of things to take care of. Iden then asked, so, you mean the Kelly boss family? Miha replied, yes, that's right. Iden fell into a thoughtful silence before asking, son, do you know that the Kelly boss family despises our family? Miha said nonchalantly, I heard it's because he fought with you over mom. Eden lowered his head, tapping his fingers as he recalled, yes, that's right. To be honest, even after Cecil and I were married, he never gave up. He just relentlessly kept trying to woo your mother. Miha couldn't help but curse, that bastard. Iden replied, yes. Even though our good relationship didn't last long. Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Miha tried to comfort him. That doesn't mean you lost, father. Lord Iden hesitated for a moment before replying, you're right, but because of this complicated relationship between our two families, I've had my own hesitations. Miha looked at his father, thinking to himself, this seems similar to what happened with Nosha. Lord Iden sighed and then reminded him, my dear son, it would be good if you were as straightforward with others as you are with me. You need to know this, which is why I'm telling you. House Kelly boss will target our family for the rest of our lives. Miha replied without emotion, I know. Then, he asked, and what about the matter I proposed to you, father? Lord Iden replied, I've already taken care of it. I'm not sure what House Kelly boss expected from their second son, Myron. Miha said, satisfied. That's good. Seeing his own son being so secretive, Lord Iden frowned in annoyance and asked, what are you planning? Miha just gave a cunning, self-satisfied smirk. Because our family is so powerful and influential on the outside, not many people will dare to bother us. If we want to expose this, we need to do it from the inside out. Meanwhile, Myron was following Miha's instructions to uncover the tea-root about the sewer rat who was sullying everything in the imperial capital. A man was thrown into a pile of overturned tables and chairs. He struggled to look up at Myron, stammering in confusion. How can a holy knight be here? Myron's eyes filled with a crazed fury as he coldly asked, Jack, guild master of the Hyena Dark Guild, you're the one, aren't you? Instead of answering, Jack argued back in a panic, I've never challenged the king's authority. How could a lowly person like me possibly challenge the king's authority? Myron roared angrily. Shut up. Suddenly, his eyes went wide with shock. He saw a cell door. Inside were dozens, even hundreds of children with grimy faces. Their eyes were a mixture of soulless emptiness and sheer terror. They clung to the iron bars, crying out and begging for freedom. Myron couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Jack by the collar and hauled him up, roaring, You're the bastard in charge of that sewer rat's filthy business, aren't you? Myron then slammed the scoundrel's entire body onto the ground, making him scream in pain. Who cares about that? By now, Myron was completely consumed by a maddening rage. He screamed in Jack's face, Shut up. You call trafficking innocent children a business? Who's behind you? Jack looked like he was about to faint from fear. He stammered, What do you mean? It seemed he wanted to do this the hard way. Myron twisted Jack's arm, making him let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Myron glared at him with a deathly stare and threatened, Talk. Terrified, Jack blurted out, I don't know. How could I possibly know when that bastard concealed their identity from me? Hearing this, Myron let go of him. He thought to himself, So there really is someone behind all this. I need to find out the tea-root. Suddenly, Myron's eyes fell on something on the table. His eyes widened in astonishment as he cried out, This is... Myron had found a scarf bearing his own family's crest. He wondered in confusion, Why is this scarf here? Myron clutched the scarf tightly. He had thought this was just some trivial matter. There's no way my family is involved with these scumbags. Myron shook his head repeatedly in denial. No way. He then threw the scarf aside. Subconsciously, he kept telling himself that his family could never be involved in something like this. But when Myron returned to his room, he immediately called his father. His voice was urgent. Father, what are you talking about? On the other end of the line was the voice of Myron's father, the old Marquise. His tone was full of reproach. I told you to stop meddling in these useless affairs, my son. All I want is for you to bring glory to our family. Just fulfill your duties as a holy knight, as I've instructed. Hearing this, Myron protested indignantly. But father, this is the mission His Majesty the King gave me. What I'm doing will bring even more glory to our family. Marcus wouldn't let Myron say another word. He cut him off. No, stop it. I'll be in the imperial capital soon. Marcus then began to warn him. Until I get there, you are not to meddle in this any further. Just focus on your duties as a holy knight. That's an order. Myron was stunned by his father's words. He couldn't believe it, stammering. What? After the call ended, 1,000 thoughts raced through Myron's mind. I don't understand. It can't be. Father, is that the person who always taught me to live a glorious life? So why was Myron panicking in his mind? He couldn't help but remember the handkerchief with his family's crest. Don't tell me Hitos is outside watching. Seeing Myron looking stunned and lost in thought by the window, he said, The seed of doubt has been planted. Meanwhile, Mio was leisurely sitting and chatting with the head butler. The butler, Modin, smiled gently at Mia. He then reported, Everything here is still fine, young master. Miha blinked emotionlessly and said, That tree has gotten much bigger. Butler Modin smiled and replied, Yes, the life force of that tree is incredibly strong. Mia calmly explained, It will continue to grow. If we just leave it alone, it will purify the toxins by itself. So, we don't need to watch over it. But, have you been doing the muscle training exercises I told you to do? To reach a higher level, you have to take care of yourself. Hearing this, Butler Modin's face darkened as he called out, Young master, I've realized something during my training. Muscles can't get stronger in just a day or two, especially for an old man like me. Seeing Miha's expressionless face, Butler Modin seemed to explode, letting out all his pent-up feelings. A mage in his twilight years like me shouldn't have to go through such a difficult time. Twilight years or not, a mage is still human. After getting bored of listening, Miha turned away and replied indifferently, Yeah, whatever. This broke Butler Modin's heart, causing him to scream, Are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Miha looked at Modin seriously and asked, How is Leyon? Butler Modin immediately replied, young Master Leyon is growing at an incredibly astonishing rate. Based on the current situation, I think he will be able to become a master within a year. Hearing this, Miha thought to himself, it's possible. Before I regressed, Leyon was already a genius who had reached the master level. Beside him, Miha then instructed the butler, if he needs anything, then give him your full support. He is a worthy investment. Butler Modin bowed respectfully and replied, yes, I understand. After finishing his conversation with Butler Modin, Miha stood up and stretched his tired body. He looked up at the vast sky and said, I need to get ready. He'll probably be here soon. While Miha was taking a walk outside, Hido's voice suddenly rang out. The Hero Marquis has just arrived in the Imperial capital. At the call of Hero, a guard bowed to welcome the Marquis' return. He spoke after Miha stepped out of the carriage. The Marquis has just arrived in the Imperial capital. What should we do now? Hidos asked. After hearing him, Miha just smiled and questioned back, what do you mean? The young man calmly replied, don't do anything at all. Hearing this, Hidos looked up, a bit surprised. We don't need to interrupt the conversation between that harmonious father and son. Hidos suddenly spoke up, interrupting, Hero, do you think the second son of the Kelly boss family would dare to defy his family? The main character said sternly, if he makes his intentions clear, watch him carefully. A blond man with a gloomy expression said, right at this moment, some interesting things are about to happen. In the magnificent castle, upon seeing the person before him, Myron was so surprised he let out a gasp. Father, the young man asked, bewildered, why have you come here so suddenly? The other person replied, I came here to check, to see if you are truly following my orders. Of course, that's not the only reason I'm here. Hearing these words, Myron's brow furrowed in fear. He secretly tried to guess the reason for his father's visit to the capital. I can only think of one reason, the hero. Father quietly came to the capital, but there's no way you haven't heard about it yet. Just then, the man's voice rang out, are you upset that I stopped you from investigating further? The clock ticked and stopped at 7:10. Right at that moment, Myron mustered all his courage to express his point of view. Doing that would bring much more glory to our family. But before he could even finish his sentence, his father cut him off. But that is not what I want. The young man sounded accusatory. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have advised me to become a holy knight. His opponent, upon hearing this, just sat down smugly in a chair and replied nonchalantly, and I don't need to get involved in this to secure a higher position for you. Myron stood his ground. That's not the only thing that can bring glory. Hearing this, his father quickly shot him down, speaking with a hidden meaning. Do you think the glory from this title belongs only to you? Your glory also represents our family. Myron was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and asserted through gritted teeth, our family has already been disgraced. After hearing this, the man's gaze grew distant. He wondered to himself, what should I do now? The boy has sacrificed himself, living as the family's obedient puppet to become a holy knight. Myron spoke again. To maintain the power of a noble family, the help of the royal palace is needed. However, the king gave me this mission. He only gave me the mission. Seeing his son's determined attitude, his father silently judged him. This naive, foolish child thinks our family climbed to our current position through glory alone. If that's what he thinks, he won't listen to me. Just as he predicted, Myron spoke up. Father, I also believe that it is a holy knight's honor to help people and pursue justice. This is the path I have chosen. Of course, these words truly angered the man. This enraged him to the point where he slammed his hand on the table. He then shouted frantically, Myron, I told you, stop investigating that matter. That's an order from the head of the family. Myron stubbornly questioned back, why? Seeing the defiant look on his son's face, the man broke out in a cold sweat. He could only utter a single word, you. At that moment, an indescribable fear rose within him. He used to tremble in fear whenever I got angry, unable to even speak. The boy received an order from the king himself, and he upholds his title as a knight. Back in the present, Myron quickly explained, because of your order, I didn't continue the investigation into the Dark Guild. Instead of pushing further, I've been thinking about why you stopped me from investigating that Dark Guild. The young man recalled the scarf from before, then looked down at his own empty hands. He continued calmly, while investigating that guild, I found a scarf. It had our family's crest on it. This made the man's eyes widen. What? He muttered to himself. You might have been set up. They must have thought you'd fall right into their trap. Myron replied in disappointment. Even if that's what you did, father, there's still something you have to do. If it's about that, then fine. I know what my weakness is. That's why I have to work with someone I can trust. Without a hint of fear, Myron admitted frankly, I asked a hero for help. Hearing this, the other man was confused. You had to ask the Oneperis family for help? Myron quickly clarified, I didn't ask anyone from the Oneperis family. As golden sunlight streamed through the window, His expression hardened with determination as he spoke. I asked a hero. Hearing these words, his father sensed that things were taking a dangerous turn. He cursed inwardly. How disgusting. That bastard Miha Oneperis is plotting something. After all, he found the whole situation to be a nuisance in the end. He silently observed his son, then suddenly stared into Myron's eyes for a long time, causing the young man to exclaim in shock, "Father, did you really?" The man, seemingly unconcerned, continued to stare into his eyes. He furrowed his brow, and with some strange magical power, Myron suddenly and inexplicably vanished. At the same time, elsewhere, our protagonist cheerfully exclaimed, I get it now." He gave a faint smile, pleased with himself. Perhaps because everything was going according to plan, he was so delighted that his face twisted into a distorted grin. In the eerie, gloomy night, the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. Bodies were strewn across the street. Among them was the leader of the giant serpent guild. He whimpered, asking, "Why? We didn't do anything. We didn't do the things you mentioned," the masked man replied coldly, "but you still hold the intelligence." Then, he swiftly grabbed the man's neck, his voice a warning. "Don't worry. If you all disappear, no one will ever know." A few minutes later, the man's body suddenly went limp. Just like that, he collapsed to the ground, giving up. Seeing this, the masked man quickly took out a vial of strange liquid, moving as if he'd done this many times before. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "That's a corrosive solution, commonly used back in the day. To think I'd see it here. It brings back memories." Hearing this, the masked man tensed up, his heart pounding with fear that he couldn't recognize who this was. Hedos continued, "Do you know who I am? Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of Thalia." He made an enticing offer. "I have many questions for you, so it would be great if you came with me." The masked man tried to negotiate. "If I go with you, will you spare me?" Hedos gave his word to guarantee it. "Yes, I promise." In his mind, the masked man's intuition was screaming. "I can feel the immense pressure coming from him. He's definitely stronger, better than me. He must also realize the gap in our abilities, which is why he's so relaxed. He's not the least bit wary of me. Now's my chance." Without hesitation, the masked man drew his sword, intending to finish his opponent in an instant. Just as he was reveling in the thought that his blade had struck the man, his sword suddenly stopped in midair. His body trembled violently, unable to complete the attack. Hedos casually mocked him. "Oh no, with such a huge difference in power, you still dare to fight? How embarrassing." Staring at the black aura radiating around him, the masked man couldn't believe his eyes. "And no way. Is that the dark attribute?" Hedos gently stroked his sword. He said calmly, "Hey now, since you've refused my offer." He pulled down the man's mask and continued, "You no longer have the right to speak." With that, he swiftly withdrew his hand, finishing his opponent decisively. Before being swallowed by the darkness, the masked man only had time to let out a pained cry. "Arg." Hedos silently gazed at the battlefield he had created. Just then, a clear voice called out, "Father." The man turned and offered words of encouragement. "You fought hard." Mia, carrying someone on her back, spoke urgently. "Two of them drank poison on the spot, so I couldn't bring them here." Hedos countered, "It's all right. These three will be enough to give us the information we need. In fact, for them to put these people in this situation means the Kelly boss family is getting desperate." After piecing things together, Hedos had to admit one thing. Just as he said, this business is too cruel and too audacious for a noble family to be involved. If this gets out, the Kelly boss family will suffer a heavy blow. With that, Hedos turned and left. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel. Interesting. Truly interesting. I wonder what the hero plans to do with these guys. In the room, two young men were negotiating. Myron made his request. "I need your help." He began to pour out his thoughts. "I'm not sure, but I can't ignore any possibility." "So, what have you decided?" Miha asked curiously. The young man hesitated before answering. "There are dark corners in my family that I know nothing about. They might even." Before he could say more, our protagonist quickly cut in. "Be getting help from secret guilds within the Empire, right?" Seeing that he had hit the nail on the head, Myron's expression turned grim. He asked softly, "You already knew?" Miha immediately reassured him. "If a hero like me didn't know about this, how could I possibly save the world? Even if it's something that will happen in the future, I still need to know everything and be prepared." Hearing these words, the spirit by his side couldn't help but marvel. "You really are a smooth liar." At that moment, Myron, full of suspicion, asked, "So, were you the one who helped me get permission to investigate matters outside the palace a few days ago?" Our protagonist replied, "I don't deny it." Hearing this, the young man felt a sense of helplessness. Hanging his head low, he blamed himself. "I'm the second son of this family, but there's nothing I can do. Miha looked at the man before him with a sympathetic gaze. Myron still hasn't completely lost hope. I feel sorry for him, but I need to crush it. Every last bit of hope he has left, until there's nothing. Immediately after, the young man spoke up. I don't know anymore. He thought to himself, well, nothing is absolute. If things keep piling up, Myron could become the turning point that changes the Kelly boss family. With this in mind, the main character raised his hand to signal, then said enthusiastically, I've got something to show you. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Thinking of Hidos, I'm about to show him some undeniable proof. Very quickly, Hidos and Miha appeared before Myron. This made him exclaim in astonishment, Ah, the hero. And these people are? Miha quickly stood up and explained, they just apprehended these assassins. Somehow, they're launching surprise attacks on the territories of secret guilds and trying to assassinate people. It's strange, isn't it? Seeing the stunned expression on his face, Miha grew even more excited. Knight Myron. As he spoke, the young man approached the masked figure. He immediately ripped the mask off. Seeing this, Myron froze, his face unable to hide his astonishment. That's Myron, Kelly boss. He was stunned to hear that voice. It's strange, isn't it, Knight Myron? He was utterly floored when he recognized the figure and the hand holding the mask. It revealed a face covered in crisscrossing scars and stitches. Myron Kelly boss stated the man's identity with certainty. Kleck the butcher. Not understanding what was happening, he asked, Why is this criminal here? Miha Oneperis calmly replied, Let's see who else is here. Threads of souls gradually escaped from the masks, beginning to form complete bodies. All of these masked individuals were criminals, notorious ones, and Myron Kelly boss nervously swallowed because he knew who they were. They were the criminals who had been executed by the Kelly boss family. Miha Oneperis, with a gloomy and weary expression, said, Perhaps their talents were wasted. How you treated them doesn't matter. Their crimes were so severe they had to face the death penalty. Myron Kelly boss, terrified, trembled without a word. A tense, suffocating atmosphere filled the room. Elsewhere, Kelly boss, with his back to his subordinate, asked again, because he thought his ears must be playing tricks on him after hearing something so absurd. What did you just say? The subordinate replied, I received a report. The men we sent to assassinate the Dark Guild have all been killed. Kelly boss remained stubborn in his belief. I'm certain there's no one in the Dark Guild that powerful. So why are you saying such ridiculous things? The subordinate, also sweating bullets in fear, said, They were vaporized. Leaning on his cane, Kelly boss thought, Have I failed? Don't tell me. He recalled his son's determined gaze and his words, I've asked the hero for help. He cursed in anger. It's that bastard. In his mind, Kelly boss pictured the figure of Miha Oneperis with his sharp, red eyes. He asked his subordinate, Where is Miha Oneperis now? The subordinate replied, He is in the central temple. Kelly boss calmly answered, I see, and began to walk. I'll go there to meet him. A short while later, in a room with classical architecture, Miha Oneperis was laughing. Haha, oh my. Then he recognized his sudden visitor. Well, if it isn't the Marquise, Kelly boss replied. It's been a while, Miha Oneperis. Mockingly, he asked, What wind brings the head of a great and noble family all the way here? He continued his sarcasm. Since you're such a great noble, I'm sure you have a grand and lofty reason for coming. Kelly boss, showing little emotion, calmly replied, Let's go. Somewhere else to talk. The two went to a room that looked like a chapel and sat opposite each other. Kelly boss didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. We're not close enough for casual conversation, so I'll be direct. He asked a question that came out of nowhere, but they both understood. Was it you? Miha Oneperis played dumb, smiling as he replied, I don't know what you're talking about, my lord. Kelly boss spoke plainly to save them both time. I've been told that my son's impulsive behavior is because of you. He calmly replied, I don't think exposing the person behind the Dark Guild's crimes is an impulsive act. The man threatened, I'm warning you again. Stay away from my son. He chuckled in response. You'll have to explain why, if you want me to accept your warning. He raised his eyes to meet Kelly boss's. Why shouldn't I? The older man stared right back at him. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Have you ever heard the phrase, unnecessary evil? Evil is just a simple method of evaluation. A place that is easily corrupted will surely collapse and become degenerate. Therefore, someone is needed to control that evil. He continued, My family is a prime example. Miha Oneperis asked with a blank face, So what are you trying to say? Kelly boss said with a grim face, I am the one who controls the evil within this empire. Do you really think the king is unaware of this? Miha rested his chin on his hand, listening with a bored expression. The man started rambling on again. A world cannot exist with only light. Your view of this world is still far too naive. Miha held out his hand and asked mockingly, "Does the king really permit you to sell your own son into slavery?" The words struck Kelly Boss dumb. Miha Oneperis stood up, planting his hands on the table as he spoke. "I highly doubt it. But even if it were true, that affection is just something he's more than willing to cast aside," he said with a confident smirk. "You'll just have to listen to a few words from Jack, but nothing serious will happen," Kelly Boss replied. "You seem to understand this situation all too well," Mihai said, placing a hand on the old man's shoulder. A sly, provocative smile spread across his face. "But you should know, I don't really care about any of that," he continued. "Do you think I'm standing here as a member of the Oneperis family?" "What?" Once again, the man was terrified. His pride had taken too many hits tonight. Miha Oneperis gestured around them. "This is the central temple." He spoke with chilling calm, each word hitting its mark. "And I am a hero. I'm in a position where I couldn't care less about your necessary evils or whatever else." Kelly Boss's eyes widened in fury, but he was speechless, forced to listen to the insults. "Don't you dare spew any more of those pathetic excuses." Mihai added another jab. "Isn't arresting criminals a bad thing? You seem to have a lot of opinions." Miha Oneperis held up two fingers and said, "Right now, you only have two options. One, you cease all your involvement with the activities of the Dark Society. Or two, you continue to maintain that wonderful necessary evil you just mentioned. You must choose. Right here, right now." His gaze was razor-sharp, radiating a chilling aura, as if he were ready to pounce and destroy his prey. Marquis Kelly Boss. Just then, the temple bells began to ring. Standing there, Mihai thought to himself, "Humph." So in the end, even he couldn't control his temper and just stormed off. Miha Oneperis crossed his arms and turned away. He spoke into the empty air. "Did you hear all of that?" Suddenly, a rift tore open in the space. Tendrils of black lightning widened the gap, revealing a figure. It was Myron Kelly Boss. Myron's face was a mask of utter dejection and disappointment. Miha Oneperis smiled confidently. "I've made my decision," Myron Kelly Boss said, his expression now filled with resolve. "I will formally accuse my own family." An image of a man crumbling into ash appeared, his eyes wide with utter shock. And Miha Oneperis knew he had witnessed everything. He then began to explain the hidden details that no one else knew. Myron recalled a vision of a blonde-haired man chatting cheerfully with a blue-haired man whose bangs covered his eyes. Miha surmised that this was the darkness that had been hiding within the Kelly Boss family all along. The vision then transported Myron back to his childhood, and Miha realized they had deliberately shielded Myron from the family's illicit affairs. Myron's face was one of pure shock. As he witnessed his own family's secret conversations and transactions, his eyes widened in disbelief. Then, before Myron stood a great, dark void, with fragments of ash swirling about. He could only stare, stunned, as Mihai came to a profound realization. From the moment Myron was born, a footstep emerged from a patch of light, walking toward him. The darkness shattered and scattered. Finally, Mihai concluded that Myron had been destined from birth to become the face of the family's honor, a holy knight. A hand seized his younger self's wrist, pulling him along. The present-day Myron felt himself being dragged along as well, stunned and bewildered, his wide eyes still fixed on the conversation before him. Myron Kelly Boss realized that he was the last remaining conscience of the Kelly Boss family, a sliver of light that was now being swallowed whole. As the darkness continued to swirl, his eyes, wide with disbelief, filled with a sense of shattering. Then, Myron returned to reality, and the memory conjured by the darkness slowly receded and vanished. His face was pensive, lips pressed into a thin line as he stared into nothingness. Mihai observed him and thought, that conscience has finally discovered the truth. Then, breaking the silence, Myron Kelly Boss spoke softly. "I've made my decision." Mihai looked at him, smiling as if he had known all along. His hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. His face hardened with a mix of resolve and anguish as he declared his decision to Mihai. "I will expose my family." After saying this, he placed a hand over his heart, bowing slightly, his expression unreadable as he added with renewed determination, "I must change my family." That phrase, necessary evil. He paused, then added his own conviction, is nothing but an excuse to justify the wrongs he has committed. Having declared his resolve, Myron Kelly Boss then turned his attention to Mihai. "You told me the Tirut, and I believe you have your own reasons for doing so." Hearing this, Mihai glanced away, a small smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself. He really did figure it out quickly. Mihai couldn't help but be impressed. Without further hesitation, he slowly walked toward Myron. Myron looked back at him. "All right then," Mihai began, "let's draw up a plan." He silently reconsidered his approach in his mind. "Even though this plan won't be finished in just a year or two, that's fine by me." He smiled eagerly, looking up at Myron, who met his gaze with a determined scowl. "What do I need to do?" he asked. Standing before him, Mihai screamed inwardly, "Myron is the one who will rebuild his family, not me." Hearing the question, Mihai replied softly, "Just keep doing what you've been doing." Myron stared at him, bewildered. He frowned, his expression completely lost. Seeing this, Mihai quickly elaborated, "It's going to be incredibly difficult, but you just need to do what's right." Hearing this, Myron's face fell. His eyes looked lost as he stammered, I don't know how." His voice trailed off in embarrassment. Mihai quickly reached out, cupping Myron's face in his hands as he reminded him, "But remember this one thing." Mihai paused. Startled by the sudden gesture, Myron Kelly Boss just stared blankly back at him. Mihai looked him directly in the eyes, smiled, and stressed, "Don't waver." Then, he dropped his hands from Myron's face and added, "Don't forget how you feel right now." He paused, then continued, "Don't let yourself get consumed by hatred, or become a detached bystander." Having given his advice, Miha Oneperis looked at Myron with a proud smile, thinking to himself, "Myron is growing up so well." Myron Kelly Boss listened in silence. Mihai saw him as a necessary check on the Kelly Boss family. Then, Mihai placed a hand on his shoulder once more and left. He backed away to keep his distance, smiling. Then, the young man bowed and softly confirmed, "I will report to you what happened after the investigation into the Dark Guild is concluded." The man on the other side casually replied, "If you need help, you can come to the temple or my family." Miha Oneperis spoke up, confirming it. He looked up at the smiling boy, wondering if his honor. He paused, then remembered the old man with green hair. He added another thought, or the necessary evil. He's in his study right now. Then, intrigued, he asked himself, who will win? At this thought, he excitedly put his hands on his hips, looked up, and smiled, declaring, "Well then, let's get started." From behind, someone watched him silently, completely baffled. In another room, a loud crash echoed as Duke Kelly Boss slammed his hands on the table, sending things flying. He roared in fury, cursing, "That damn brat." He lowered his head, his gaze lost in resentful thoughts as he tried to calm himself. Calm down. He can't do anything. Then, he remembered him standing before the guilds, making his declaration. There's no way he could investigate all the dark guilds across the empire by himself. His declaration was nothing more than an empty threat. The Duke scowled, lost in his thoughts. But for now, I still need to concede a little. He imagined a knight reporting to the king and realized, if His Majesty finds out about this, it won't be good for me at all. He cut off his own thoughts, struggling with what to do next. First, Myron. He thought of the boy, grimacing as he clutched his head, his eyes wide and his teeth clenched in frustration. I have to bring that kid here. Then, his mind went to sturdy chains, and he screamed internally. Instead of letting him run wild, destroying the dark guilds, with that ridiculous sense of justice of his, he paused, then came to a decision. Perhaps it's best if I lock the boy up in the family estate. The Duke imagined locking him in a gilded cage, while the boy struggled to break free. Then, his thoughts shifted. The archdemon has already been purified. Duke Kelly Boss recalled the scene of the black waterfall crumbling within the town. He mused, therefore, the holy nation can no longer condemn me for the archdemon incident. Pleased with himself, the Duke covered his mouth with his hand, smirking. And now, the holy nation is basically a beast that's lost its fangs. He scoffed. That damn brat still doesn't understand how the world works. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. My lord. He regained his composure, turning around with his hands still on the table to face the servant who had just entered. He asked, what is it? The servant was kneeling on the floor. Hearing his master's question, he stammered, The Archbishop Ali has made an official announcement in the Grand Temple. Hearing this, the last thread of composure in Duke Kelly Boss snapped. The servant added, he said he will overthrow the dark guilds. The man paused. At those words, the Duke was utterly stunned, his eyes wide and his face contorted in shock. Then, the servant added more, and he will lead the effort himself. The servant paused again. The Duke, in disbelief, questioned, what? In his mind's eye, the small cage toppled over, the chains vanishing in a wondrous light. In the Grand Temple, the Archbishop was beaming, his entire body glowing. With his arms open wide, radiating benevolence, he declared, "Haha, a true hero." Then, he gestured towards the two people opposite him. He announced, "You've never disappointed me." Across from him, Miha and Myron Kelly Boss looked on silently. Then the Archbishop addressed Miha with a proud, beaming smile, thinking about how quickly he had made this decision. Hearing this, Miha asked for his opinion. Is this truly feasible? In response, the Archbishop quickly took out his war hammer. He held it high, light glinting off it like the light of truth itself as he answered, Miha Oneperis. Although the Holy Nation no longer holds as much power, As it once did, the holy nation is still the holy nation, he reminded him. Then his eyes crinkled into a smile. Swinging his hammer in the air, he declared, "Don't we just need to smash the heads of those devils?" Hearing this, Miha replied to him, "If there really are devils hiding there, then yes, that's right." Miha Oneperis confirmed, watching the archbishop's cheerful expression. As the archbishop swung his hammer, Miha thought to himself, although he looks like a gentle old man right now, in his youth, his reputation was anything but small. He watched the gentle-looking man grinning and swinging his weapon before him. He confirmed his thoughts. The devil smasher. In Mia's eyes, the man's past self was a blood-soaked devil slayer, grinning demonically with his war hammer. He reflected. He could smash the heads of countless monsters, and he was also a heretic inquisitor who helped turn the tide in the past. Next, Miha Oneperis gestured towards Myron Kellyboss, who was bowing his head beside him, and introduced him. "With Sir Myron's help here, we'll be done in no time." The young man lifted his tired eyes to look up, as Miha continued his introduction, the second son of House Kellyboss. He then explained further, "Just because he is a member of the Kellyboss family doesn't mean he is like the others in that family. You can trust him," he affirmed. Finally, he smiled at the archbishop and made his plea. "Please, help us destroy the Dark Guild in this imperial capital." Beside him, Myron Kellyboss remained silent. Then, Miha Oneperis spoke to him. "An opportunity like this is rarely given to those who bear the title of knight." Hearing him say that, the archbishop, still holding his hammer, agreed. "Very well." Hearing this, Miha Oneperis quickly turned to Myron and instructed, "Sir Myron, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't forget what I told you." Beside him, Myron looked at him resolutely, nodded, and confirmed, "Yes, I'll be careful." Suddenly, a loud shout called out to him, interrupting their conversation. Miha Oneperis calmly glanced over in the direction of the voice. Duke Kellyboss was screaming furiously as he charged towards them, his face a mask of rage. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. He then continued to object. "An outsider like you has no right to interfere with us." His voice trailed off and then stopped, when he saw Miha and Myron looking up at him. Miha Oneperis looked at the Duke with a mocking smile and asked, "Haha, what are you talking about, my lord?" The archbishop, smiling as if enjoying a good show, gestured towards Myron Kellyboss and began the introduction. "This is the Holy Knight who has been granted permission by the king himself to investigate the Dark Guild." Myron, however, just scowled at his father. Seeing this, Duke Kellyboss became even more enraged, shouting, "Myron, what the hell do you think you're doing? To protect our family's honor, you should." His face twisted in a scowl as he spoke. Myron quickly cut his father off, stating his own conviction. "I don't know, father." Hearing this, the man froze and questioned him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" Then, without hesitation, Myron Kellyboss calmly took out the letter of authorization, declaring, "His Majesty has granted me permission to investigate." He added, "I have also been officially granted the authority to conduct this investigation." The Duke froze, staring at his son. Then, he walked right past his father, stating once more, "I must do what I believe is right." The Archduke was stunned. He was unable to react to Myron's actions. Myron then declared, "If you truly are the father I've always trusted, a man who understands what honor is, you wouldn't stand in my way." Hearing these words, the Archduke Kellyboss grew even more furious, gritting his teeth. His eyes widened and his face contorted as he screamed a threat at him. "Do you want to be disowned?" Hearing this, Myron Kellyboss paused for a moment before calmly replying, "Then do it." As he walked away, he added firmly, "Father, no matter what you do, I will not abandon what I'm doing." He then advised, "So please, father, just give up." At this, the Duke became even more enraged, his face scrunching up as he watched his son, grinding his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Miha Oneperis, standing behind them with his hands clasped behind his neck, casually taunted the Duke. That's what he said. The Duke's eyes shot over to him, his pupils contracted in pure fury. He then calmed himself just enough to ask, "Are you the one behind all of this?" Hearing that, Miha just tilted his head back and smiled. Then, turning towards the Duke with his hands still behind his head, he confirmed, "I'm just doing what a hero should do." Miha Oneperis stretched his arms, trembling as he let out a satisfied groan. Standing outside, he looked up at the sky with a cheerful expression, his boss floating beside him. He exclaimed, "This was well worth the time." The woman beside him looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Weren't you being a bit too aggressive just now? They're one of the great noble families." Before she could finish, he softly assured her, "It's fine." He then added confidently, "Myron will take care of it." That night, brilliant flashes of light lit up the capital. 4 days had passed since Archbishop Ali's official announcement. Myron held the knight's sword in his hand, drawn from its sheath. His eyes were wide, pupils narrowed with deadly seriousness. The archbishop then raised his mace high, giving the signal to attack. At the same time, a shout rang out, "Purge them." With the archbishop and Myron leading the charge, the members of the central temple surrounded the Dark Guild. Swords sliced into the members of the Dark Guild, sending blood splattering everywhere. Miha screamed inwardly about the spoils of this hunt and the countless pieces of incriminating evidence they would find. In the end, the chaotic Dark Guild was dealt with swiftly. Blood dripped from a sword blade. And in just those 4 days, Myron Kelly Boss's face was splattered with blood. His pupils contracted in horror, agony, and torment as he struggled to remain calm at the sight of the corpses before him. In the end, the Dark Guild that the Kelly Boss family had worked so hard to build was completely eradicated. He stood amidst a sea of corpses, holding his sword, his expression unreadable as he looked around. Later, when this story was recounted, an attendant whispered the report to the king, and when the king heard the news, he couldn't stop laughing. The king's eyes darkened as his mouth stretched into a wide, joyous smile. Back in the present, Miha Oneperis tilted his head, glanced over with a smirk, and remarked, "I didn't even have to lift a finger," he added. Even though he was suffering, Myron handled everything he possibly could all by himself. He then quickly turned, opened the door, and stepped into the carriage, adding, "I only needed to step in a little when he ran into trouble." Behind him, the woman looked at him, completely baffled. Then she also boarded the carriage, muttering her own observation, "You have a really strange personality." Inside, Miha Oneperis rested his arm on the windowsill, twirling a lock of hair and smiling as he gazed outside. He then left the imperial capital and headed for Draculian. A year and a half passed. The wind carried flower petals through a small forest in a beautiful valley. A figure emerged from the edge of the woods. Stepping onto the grass, he looked at the scenery below. It was Miha Oneperis. He smiled as he walked with his hand on his hip, remarking, "This place is so full of life now." Tepes, standing beside him, surmised, "If it weren't for you, this place probably would have been abandoned." Hearing this, Miha glanced at him. He smiled and listened as Tepes continued, "And left to fall into ruin." With that, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed to him. He said softly, "It's all thanks to you, Miha Oneperis." Hearing this, Miha humbly replied, "I just did what needed to be done." He thought to himself as he looked at the young man. A week ago, Tepes had returned to Draculian with about 30 other monster hunters. Hearing Miha's words, he looked up. He smiled into the wind. The sound of clashing wooden swords echoed nearby. Miha watched the hunters training before him. He commented, "I've met some of them before, but not others." A hairy man with sharp claws and fangs was charging into battle. Miha noted, "If not for the werewolf curse." He trailed off, his gaze shifting to a girl with 2 different colored eyes. She was also training with great determination. He realized that she, too, possessed demon eyes. Tepes then looked over at them. His expression grew a little somber as he asked doubtfully, "Besides them, aren't there also a few who aren't very welcome here, Miha?" Hearing this, Oneperis followed his gaze and replied, "That's right, but I was the one who told you to gather them." Seeing them, the crowd of hunters began to laugh and chat cheerfully. A werewolf approached the 2 of them and started to say, "If it weren't for the captain and the lord," he was cut off. Miha Oneperis looked at the werewolf walking towards him and identified him. The hunter, Ansbach, the one cursed with lycanthropy, he noted internally. Ansbach, on the other hand, smiled happily at the 2 of them. Miha crossed his arms and asked, "Are you still having nightmares these days?" Hearing that, the werewolf's gaze fell, and he asked sorrowfully, "Is there really any way to stop the nightmares?" He looked at his own trembling hands and cursed, "Because of those damn bastards." Ansbach trailed off, then continued, trembling, "With my own 2 hands. I killed them. My family." Before he could finish, someone with demonic eyes peeked out from below. She asked doubtfully, "Hero, if we stay here, can we really kill those demons?" Hearing this, he replied to the demon-eyed girl, "Everyone needs to train. The most important thing is to forge a stronger will. You can't let hatred cloud your judgment." The other 2 looked at him, stunned. Miha Oneperis cut himself off, then looked up and smiled, affirming to himself, "I won't say that hatred is wrong." Then, he looked straight ahead, his gaze firm, and screamed internally, "Their hatred for the demons isn't wrong at all." Then he made a decision. It's fine if they hate the demons. Next, Miha Oneperis planned his next move in his head. "But I have to stop the demons from going on a rampage and slaughtering innocent people, the hunters." A red glint of slaughter and hatred flashed in his eyes. He looked at them and realized, because among the hunters, there will be some who, out of hatred, will lose their reason and slaughter innocent people too. He concluded, then complimented himself, "Good thing I already have a plan." Next, Miha Oneperis turned to Tepes and asked, "How are the things I mentioned before coming along?" Hearing this, Tepes looked over and confirmed, "Ah, everything is ready." Then he turned away, lowered his head, and said anxiously, "But to be honest, I still feel uneasy about this." Tepes seemed afraid of being misunderstood, but with his head still down, he affirmed, "I completely trust your decision." Miha listened as he expressed his feelings. Then Tepes asked Miha Oneperis doubtfully, "But do we really have to do it this way?" Miha smiled at Tepes's question. He crossed his arms, looked at him, and confirmed, "Of course." At that same moment, a battle between two men was unfolding. One of them was sent flying in pain, slamming hard into a wall and causing a massive tremor. Rubble crumbled around them. The other man mocked him, "Look at you, still as weak as ever." The defeated man collapsed to the ground. Blood dripped pathetically from his mouth as he gasped for air. As soon as he caught his breath, he looked up and spoke. He cursed the one who attacked him, "You bastard." Then he struggled to his feet. The other man approached, remarking, "You were always at the top, weren't you?" Then he added, "Ah, I was just as stubborn when I was young." Leyon Park Slope stood up straight, spat on the ground, and retorted, "You're delusional. This is ridiculous." Then he looked up warily, thinking, "I still can't find any openings. But it's better than before," he screamed internally. At first, I didn't even realize there were no openings. Immediately after, Leyon Park Slope drew his sword. His gaze fixed firmly ahead as a powerful aura emanated from his entire body. An urgent voice echoed in his mind, "Find the blind spot." He looked at the person before him, who was radiating a thick, dark aura, their face and expression unclear. He thought to himself again, "I can't believe I can't find a single opening." But finding a way out takes time, he told himself, steadying his nerves. He swung his sword, creating a wary aura. Immediately after, his mind decided on the first course of action. I need to attack first. No sooner said than done. Leyon Park Slope quickly brought his sword back to build momentum for a forward swing. Then, he swung out his Mulia Suratrai. His eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead, his holy sword swinging forward as he realized. The real value of this Suratrai method is that it doesn't limit the use of aura. Leyon Park Slope looked at his sword, which was radiating aura, unceasingly. He noted in his thoughts, "There is a limit based on rank." He paused, then added, "But besides aura, it can also absorb and use other types of energy." He quickly closed the distance to the other man. He stared wide-eyed at him and swung his sword. The man, radiating a dark aura, dodged, noticing something strange about the sword's strike. He stared at Leyon and thought, "This is holy power, but it's tainted." He doesn't even know he's using holy power, the man thought about him. Meanwhile, Leyon Park Slope's eyes remained fixed intensely on him. As an aura flared up all over his body, the man blocked his strike, thinking, "Could it be that he's only using it instinctively, just because he's fighting me?" Leyon Park Slope's eyes were still wide as he came to his own conclusion. "To the point that I think I've overused my own aura and speed." Then, the aura around his body gradually dissipated, and he screamed helplessly in his thoughts. "I even thought that holy power was just something I was using to heal my own damaged muscles." The shadowy figure looked at him in astonishment. Meanwhile, Leyon Park Slope silently made a decision in his heart. "I will show him a power that surpasses my limits by one level." He swung his sword back. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the other person and declared, "This time, things will be different." The other man smiled and commented on his lightning. "You've matured quite a bit now." Leyon Park Slope swung his sword to the side, his body still exuding a powerful aura. Staring at the person opposite him, whose body was pitch black, his eyes narrowed with determination as he declared, "This time, things will be different." Next, he slashed forward. The man on the other side saw this and smiled cheerfully, offering his assessment. "You've matured a lot now." Then, he concluded that he had surely struck the man down, but Leyon Park Slope's thought was cut short. The ground beneath them seemed to shatter into countless pieces as the other guy questioned his attack. "Is speed all you have?" Immediately after, he attacked Leyon's flank, causing him to drop his sword in pain, his face turning grim as he tried to defend himself. Leyon Park Slope realized he had made a grave mistake. After the hit, he tumbled to the ground. Lying there, he gritted his teeth in anger, screaming in his thoughts. When did he hit me? He wondered in a panic, utterly bewildered. The other man approached, standing over him as he struggled to get up. He confirmed Leyon's thoughts. "You're still wondering when I attacked you, aren't you?" Hearing this, Leyon gritted his teeth and glared at him. The figure in the shadows then smoothed his hair. He explained, "It's not that you couldn't see it." He paused, then looked down at Leyon from above and stated firmly, "It's that you can't see it." Leyon stared at him, stunned. The man, still not taking his eyes off him, toyed with a lock of his own hair. He confirmed it again. "The reason is that you've grown complacent." He then added more about the things Leyon could utilize and the things he could obtain. Hearing these words, a stunned Leyon Park Slope looked at the man and asked, "What?" The man, still fiddling with his hair, stood before him and asked, "Who is Miller?" Leyon answered honestly from his kneeling position, "A famous sword master." Hearing the answer, the other man quickly waved his hand dismissively and corrected him. No, that's just a story people pass around on the streets." Then, the man explained it himself. The king of all things, a red-haired man holding a brilliant sword hilt, had plunged his sword into the ground. He wore a cloak, his two injured hands heavily wrapped in bandages. Leyon Park Slope, bewildered, asked again, "What do you mean?" The other man smiled and began to explain, "So, you see." He paused before telling Leyon his conclusion about Miller. "It's just a title used by the king of all things." A brilliant sword in the man's hand began to radiate light as the figure added, "And the sword Saint Mask is one of the most commonly used ones." He then presented a hypothetical image of an elegant, feathered half-mask and continued to explain. "This is a term derived from masked actors who always excel at playing their roles." An image of a group of masked people in noble attire appeared in Leyon Park Slope's mind. Hearing this, he still looked up at the man, utterly bewildered, and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Seeing that he still didn't get it, the man got a little annoyed and exclaimed in exasperation, "Oh, you idiot. You should know this." Then, he touched a finger to the middle of Leon's forehead. The man knelt down to look at him, and as Leyon looked back, he spoke more clearly. "Right now, you're stuck at the point where you're supposed to become a sword saint. You're completely ignoring the origin of your training method, you idiot." The man scolded him. It was then that a realization dawned on Leyon and his thoughts. In other words, it's not that, it's impossible. At this, Leyon Park Slope's eyes widened in understanding. The man, with his hand still on Leon's forehead, reminded him, "You've done it before." They then both looked over at the shattered sword. The man stated, "Right now, you're simply not doing it." Elsewhere, a confused Tepes asked, "Brother, do we really have to do this?" His brother closed his eyes, smiled, and crossed his arms, calmly confirming, "Of course." Miha Oneperis opened his eyes, thinking to himself, "This is something that must be done." He affirmed, "What I want to do is rebuild the tomb." Then, he thought of Nefti holding the blue crystal orbs, admitting, it might be cruel to use Nefti, the guardian of this land. But he quickly brushed it aside, emphasizing, "But it's not that strange. It all depends on how we use the tomb." Hearing this, Tepes, standing beside him with his head bowed in guilt, acknowledged, "I know her power can help us." He knew, but then he clenched his fists, unable to stop himself from murmuring, "But I can't see this in a positive light." His brother saw his dejected expression and felt a pang of guilt, thinking to himself, "To be honest, I know I'm being cruel by asking Tepes to do this." An awkward silence fell between them. Then, Miha Oneperis screamed in his mind, because that place is the very origin of the vampire clan's tragedy. The image in his mind was of Nefti reluctantly covering an old man's eyes with her magic. Then, he placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder, thinking, "But he's already overcome so much." Miha Oneperis leaned his head towards him and said gently, "But if it's you, I believe you can get through this." Hearing this, Tepes looked up at him, his face contorted as if he were about to cry. He then lowered his head sadly and replied, "Thank you for believing in me." Immediately after, Miha let his hand fall from his brother's shoulder and looked up at the group training before them. Tepes followed his gaze as he declared, "To erase their hatred, I intend to start a new method." The group turned towards him and asked in unison, "A method?" Miha Oneperis explained to them, "A simple illusion." Then he smiled and added, "This illusion is also very sweet." At this point, he narrowed his eyes and spoke more softly. No. It might just be the cruelest method of all." Earlier, in a place where only Nefti and he stood facing each other, she placed her hands on her chest, clasping them together as she confirmed, "I can begin now." He looked at her calmly, while she looked back at him, her voice earnest and soft. "Please, leave it to me," she affirmed again. "This time, I will definitely not fail." He watched her as she closed her eyes, waiting for his response. "Nefti told me this in a pleading tone," he recalled, before coming to a conclusion. "I don't hold any ill will towards her," he thought to himself, "if she can change." With her kindness and wisdom, Miha Oneperis cut in, offering her assessment. "Then I'm certain she can use her power for good." Returning to the present, he looked off in a certain direction, smiled, and began to walk. "In any case, I should go take a look." Seeing this, Tepes bowed to him. As for him, he just looked at them, waved, and smiled, confirming that he would leave the rest to Nefti and Tepes. He then sank into his thoughts. Well then, for today, suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. "Hey, Miha Oneperis turned her head and called out, "Oh, Le." But before she could finish her sentence, he froze, his face filled with confusion. Squinting, he was at a complete loss for words as he watched Leon Park slope, tattered and covered in bandages, hobbling towards him on a crutch with a cheerful grin like some kind of idiot. Seeing this, he grew even more baffled and asked, "What in the world happened to you?" In response, the boy just laughed proudly and joyfully. "Haha,